Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1032 to Chapter 1110. Thank you, friend Hai, for your guidance. Guchen could not help but bow deeply. This was a cultivator who was trying to enter the Dao querying realm purely with his saber Dao. He was willing to teach him saber techniques. This was a huge favor. Guchen did not know why Hai Dongqing treated him so differently, but he remembered it. From this day onwards, Guchen began to learn saber techniques from Hai Dongqing. He had enough things to cultivate, and did not have the energy to delve into saber techniques. But be it the Black Hole Scroll or the 3 Dao techniques, they all touched on the core of Guchen's future cultivation. Before he found his own Dao, Guchen did not intend to cultivate them, so he saved a lot of time. Every day, he practiced with Hai Dongqing. In the process of practicing, he found that his state of mind gradually settled. Through his thoughts while practicing, he found that he gradually had a clear understanding of the path he wanted to take in the future. And after practicing saber techniques, the number of times he dreamed of the man with a bamboo had also decreased. Although it would occasionally appear, it did not affect his life. Monotonous but fulfilling cultivation, and when he was free, he reunited with his wife and family. Guchen's life had never been so peaceful and blissful. When Guchen was in seclusion, the warriors of the Hard Ape tribe came to visit once. They had been ordered by their ancestor to give Guchen a gift for his wedding. The gift was very thoughtful. It was a very precious longevity immortal pill. This longevity immortal pill was useless to Guchen, but it was very useful to his family, especially his mother Xianxia. Taking one could cleanse her body and extend her lifespan by 10,000 years. Guchen accepted the gift gratefully and asked the warriors about the outside world. After the collapse of the Divine Realm, the forces in the Divine Realm fought a few battles with Ancient Heaven. Both sides suffered losses. Later, Heavenly General Li returned to Ancient Heaven, and Senior Tang Ning was stripped of his position as a Heavenly General. Since then, Ancient Heaven has been much more low-key, and very little news has been released. Hearing that Li Xuanyu had safely returned to Ancient Heaven, Guchen breathed a sigh of relief. When he had asked Yuan Buhua to tell Ancient Heaven where Li Xuanyu was imprisoned, he had been worried that they would not do their job well. Now, he could finally rest assured. As for Tang Ning's punishment, he wasn't surprised. Tang Ning's method of integrating Ancient Heaven was too radical. Li Xuanyu had always been clear about public and private affairs, so he naturally dealt with it impartially. Although the Ancient Heaven has become much more low-profile, many of the powers of the immortal realm, such as the Underworld and the Ascension sect, have become much more high-profile. The Hard Ape tribe warrior continued. After the collapse of the Heavenly Dao and the recovery of Dao energy, in just a few months, many famous experts in the various star fields made breakthroughs in their cultivation, causing a lot of turmoil. Everyone is saying that a golden era is coming, and that the Divine Realm is no longer able to hold on. From the Hard Ape tribe warrior's description, Guchen felt that these were troubled times. The Golden Era was undoubtedly coming, and the Ninth Realm was becoming chaotic. The old and new powers would be reshuffled. The Immortal Realm's powers had all changed their behavior, no longer keeping a low profile. They had probably taken advantage of this opportunity. The Hard Ape tribe warrior left, and Guchen continued to live in seclusion. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, no matter how intense the conflict between immortals and gods was, it had nothing to do with him. He had long since understood that all the conflicts between immortals and gods were meaningless. Rather than get involved in those vortexes, it was better to cherish his current life. In the southern peak star field, on an inconspicuous ancient planet with life. After separating from Guchen, the black dog had been travel-worn. After traveling for a long time and passing through 4 or 5 star fields, it finally found its target. In front of it stood a woman in a green robe. She looked to be in her 30s, and beside her stood a younger woman. She was equally beautiful, but unfortunately, her temperament was as cold as ice. "I've finally found you. I will never forget your kindness." The black dog looked at the woman in green and gritted its teeth, as if it had a deep-rooted hatred. The woman in green looked at the black dog calmly. Her bright eyes seemed to see through everything, and her red lips parted slightly. "I didn't expect you to break the seal I placed on you back then." "How did you do it?" What I placed on you back then was a long-lost forbidden ancient technique. There's no way you can break it. The black dog roared angrily. Why do you care how I broke it? There was no enmity between us back then, yet you sealed my soul in an ordinary dog. Do you know how much suffering you've caused me? Where is my original body now? Give it back. Your original body was also a black dog. I've helped you change into an even younger body. You should be happy. The woman in green teased. Nonsense. Back then, my physical body had been cultivated to the extreme. This is just an ordinary body. How can it be compared? The more the black dog spoke, the angrier he became. Although it wasn't easy for you to come all the way to find me, I've already refined your physical body into an immortal artifact. If you want it back, you'd better give up. The woman in green said regretfully. You demonic woman. The black dog was seething with anger. In its rage, a terrifying soul power surged out of its body and spread wildly. Qing Shuang, step back. The woman in green's expression became more serious when she saw this and casually ordered. Yes, master. The woman beside her immediately stepped back, and a terrifying soul fluctuation surged out of the woman in green. Although your soul has been unsealed and your strength has increased, you still don't have your original physical body. Do you think you can defeat me? If you're willing to tell me how you broke the seal, I might spare your life today. The woman in green was extremely confident. You're too arrogant. I won't lose to you today. The black dog's eyes shone brightly. Hee, I can guess it even if you don't tell me. The ancient taboo technique I left on you must be related to the ancient immortal world to be able to help you break the seal. However, it's extremely difficult to break the seal I left on you from the outside. I'm confident that apart from me, no one in the immortal world has the ability to do so. Thus, there's only one possibility left. You must have broken the seal yourself. It's easier to break the seal from the inside, but it requires an understanding of the ancient taboo technique of souls. Have you been to the ancient immortal tower of ancient heaven or the Ascension Sect's Ascension Immortal Pavilion? The woman in green's words revealed the mystery, causing the black dog's expression to change. You really are related to the immortal world. It's been unrelated for a long time, the woman in green replied indifferently. The black dog faced the woman in green, struggling to weigh the pros and cons. Although it had recovered its strength, it wasn't confident that it could defeat this powerful woman. Furthermore, if its physical body had really been refined into an immortal artifact and it couldn't get it back, this battle would be even more meaningless. It clenched its teeth and said, "Forget about my physical body. Let's not talk about whether my body is here or not. As long as you give me that wisp of soul that you took back then, we'll be even." What soul? The woman in green feigned ignorance. The jingling Taoist split soul. Back then, I finally tracked down the evil being's clone with great difficulty. I was just about to capture him, but you snatched him away halfway. You killed him and took away his split soul. Although I don't know what kind of relationship you have with him, I know his identity now. His split soul is of great use to me, so you must give it to me. The black dog said resolutely. Hearing that, the woman in green laughed, as if she had just heard something funny. What are you laughing at? The black dog felt humiliated. I said, how long have you been tracking me? Don't you know what happened in the outside world? You only wanted his split soul for revenge, but he's already dead. What's the use of his split soul? The woman in green ridiculed. What did you say? The jingling Taoist is dead? The black dog was shocked. Haven't you noticed that the environment has changed? Has hatred clouded your senses? The woman in green shook her head and took out a box from her storage ring. Back then, I took this split soul from you because I wanted to use it to figure out the secret of the jingling Taoist's cultivation. After all, I'm also cultivating the Tao of the soul. But now I know. His cultivation method is borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao. It's difficult to learn from him. His split soul is useless to me. If you want it, you can have it. Saying that, the woman in green threw the box to the black dog. The black dog caught it in shock and carefully opened it. Sure enough, there was an illusory split soul floating in the box. Its aura was similar to the evil being's. When the divine realm changed, this split soul wanted to fly away. But under my seal, how could it escape? I saw that it was acting strangely and thought that I had a chance to understand it. Who would have thought that I would hear about the jingling Taoist's death after becoming an emperor? Since the original body is dead, this split soul's consciousness should disappear soon. You can take it. The woman in green said indifferently. She and the black dog were not enemies. She had no interest in fighting with it. Furthermore, her disciple was beside her. For safety's sake, she would just take this useless split soul. The jingling Taoist is dead? The black dog looked at the split soul in the box. The reason it came to find this woman was for its own body. The second reason was for the split soul that it had missed a long time ago. Guchen was refining the ancient demon soul jade. The black dog had wanted to obtain this split soul. With two split souls, they would be closer to their goal. Who would have thought that the person it had been scheming against was already dead? The black dog became despondent. The enemy was dead. There was no point in taking revenge. Haha, suddenly, a strange laughter came from the box. The split soul of the jingling Taoist changed and turned into his original face. What's going on? The black dog was shocked. The woman in green was equally shocked. Logically speaking, the original body was already dead. This split soul would only continue to dissipate. How could it still be so agile? The pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes on the jingling Taoist's illusory face flickered. He first looked at the black dog, then at the woman in green, and finally fixed his gaze on Yi Qingxuang. Do, man with a bamboo hat? Yi Qingxuang's face turned pale as she recalled the past. The man with a bamboo hat did not seem to have any intention of reminiscing. He laughed strangely. After the collapse of the divine realm, the Mount of Gods had become extremely desolate and quiet. Today, in the sky above the mountain, the wind blew and the clouds gathered. A majestic door slowly opened in the sky. Then, one young figure after another walked out of the door. Some of them were humanoid while others did not look like they belonged to any race in this galaxy. A total of 100 figures walked out of the door and looked at the world curiously. This is the ninth world? The heavenly Tao has indeed just collapsed. The entire world is filled with dense origin energy. This is the most suitable place to prove one's Tao. A young man with vertical pupils spoke. He licked his lips with his snake-like tongue and his face was full of excitement. The origin energy is so dense. The Xing County has treated us well this time. This is a barren world. Who knows how many treasures of heaven and earth are waiting for us to excavate? Many young figures were extremely excited as they discussed among themselves. Idiots, do you think you are here for a vacation? The ninth world is filled with countless dangers. If you are not careful, you might lose your life. A young lady with long purple hair and white gloves spoke, pouring cold water on everyone. Crazy girl, you are overthinking. The ninth world is the only undeveloped world under the Xing County. Under the rules of the Xing County, no Tao querying realm cultivator has been born here for millions of years. What is there to be afraid of for elites from different worlds like us? A muscular young man in black armor with 4 arms snorted disdainfully. Oh? Xianxia, did you read the information given by the Xing County? Do you know how the heavenly Tao of the ninth world collapsed? The purple-haired young lady rolled her eyes. Do you think I am all brawn and no brains? Of course I read the information. The heavenly Tao collapsed because someone in the ninth world became an emperor. However, that was an exception. In millions of years, there was only one person like that in the ninth world and he is already dead. As Xianxia spoke, the others burst into laughter. You are indeed all brawn and no brains. You have missed the point. The purple-haired young lady mocked. What do you mean, crazy girl? Xianxia couldn't help but frown. He saw that a few of his biggest competitors not far away were also sneering at this moment. 100 of us came to the ninth realm together. Although there is competition, it's boring for an idiot like you to die so easily. Forget it, there's no harm in reminding you. The person who became a martial emperor in the ninth realm condensed the soul origin. The purple-haired girl sneered. Xianxia's expression froze and he was speechless for a moment. Among the 3,000 great Daos, the difficulty of cultivating the soul Dao is enough to rank in the top 5. Once the source is condensed, the strength will be extraordinary. Otherwise, the new emperor of the 9th realm wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. An elegant blue-haired youth chuckled, his eyes revealing a strong light of interest. The difficulty of condensing soul origin is well known in all realms. For such an extraordinary person to appear in the 9th realm, it means that the people of this realm are not as useless and uncivilized as we thought. In fact, I've learned some secrets from the past. This place is a bit special. Another youth with a sword on his back said. It's more than special. The Xing County has been fighting all year round and most of the realms have been completely under their rule. However, only the 9th realm has been sealed and restricted. They say that they use this realm as an experiment to collect the fruits of the way, but I don't think that's the case, another youth said. He had no hair and his bald face didn't even have any facial features. Instead, it was densely packed with eyes. He looked a bit frightening. You all have such a high opinion of the 9th realm? Xianxia stared at his competitors with an embarrassed expression. It seemed that he was the only one who was stupid. Hee, who cares about the mysteries of the 9th realm? We have to do something anyway. The Xing County sent us here to clean up the mess. Everyone understands their intentions, right? A white-haired old man who seemed to have one foot in the grave said. He was very different from the rest of the youths, but many people seemed to be afraid of him. After he said this, the eyes of the 100 geniuses lit up. Xianxia's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Humph, I don't care if the 9th realm is a wild world or a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Whoever dares to stand in my way will all die. We all want to make a name for ourselves here, so we will have to compete with each other sooner or later. I'm leaving first. After saying this, Xianxia turned into a beam of light and left, disappearing into the boundless universe. Pfft, this Xianxia looks reckless, but he's smart. Look at the direction he's leaving in. He's going to the Milky Way galaxy in the 9th realm. The cultivators there are the weakest among the 12 galaxies, so it'll be much easier to take them down. The elegant blue-haired youth smiled. Then, he glanced at the young supreme cultivators present and said. Have you all decided where to go? Those who caught his eye were either imperial princes with heaven-defying bloodlines or geniuses of their realms. Otherwise, they had supreme treasure bodies. They were so powerful that they could even compete with emperors. I'm going to the Western Heaven Galaxy. It's controlled by the Buddhist sect, so it's fated with me. A barefoot young monk in red said with a smile. He looked handsome, but there was a hint of evilness between his brows. When the others heard his words, they vaguely revealed looks of disgust between their brows. Everyone knew that although this guy was from the Buddhist sect, he belonged to the most evil and vicious lineage. The Western Heaven Galaxy is the galaxy with the weakest influence in the original divine realm. It's been controlled by the Buddhist sect for millions of years, so it won't be easy to take it down. The youth with the sword on his back said casually. Then, he added, since you're going to the Western Heaven Galaxy, I'll go to the Southern Qing Galaxy. I'll go to the Jade Spring Galaxy. I'll go to the Xianxia Galaxy. The young supreme cultivators tacitly chose different directions to go to avoid the competition at the beginning. As for the other geniuses, they either secretly eavesdropped on the conversation of the young supreme cultivators, or they imitated the mighty army and turned into auroras and left. I plan to go to the Hangting Galaxy. Kunlun is there, and it's a top force in the original divine realm. If I can take them down, it'll be of great help to me. The purple-haired girl in white gloves took the initiative to speak. She said this because she didn't want the other young supreme cultivators to compete with her. Hee, that's too bad. I plan to go to Kunlun too. The only old man among the crowd looked at the purple-haired girl with his turbid eyes and said in a mocking tone. The purple-haired girl's eyes were filled with fear. Looks like we'll have to fight in advance. Let's see who'll emerge victorious through our own abilities. The old man's smile was somewhat sinister. After they finished their discussion, they went on their own journeys through the starry sky. No one knew of their arrival, including the major forces in the original divine realm. From what these 100 geniuses said, there seemed to be no difference between cultivators from the divine realm and cultivators from the immortal world. On the vast sea, a black-haired, white-robed young man held a wooden saber with his eyes closed. It was as if he was one with heaven and earth. Seagulls flew above him and whale sharks swam below him, but they did not notice his existence. The salty sea breeze blew past, lifting his ink-like long hair. At this moment, he slowly dragged the wooden saber across the void, leaving traces of stagnation. It was as if it was heavier than an ancient mountain. As he moved, the entire sea began to tilt. It was as if heaven and earth were about to turn upside down. Clang, the trajectory of the wooden saber in his hand suddenly became light again. Endless wind blew from the sea and wrapped around his wooden saber. He became the eye of the hurricane. Countless gusts of wind revolved around the wooden saber and gradually turned into saber flashes. They were so dense that they could not be counted. In the end, his saber flashes were everywhere in this world. Terrifying power swallowed and spat out, causing all the creatures in the sea to tremble with fear. After a long time, the young man put away his saber, and the sea returned to calmness. Very good. Up until today, you have almost completely mastered the saber technique that I have taught you. Hai Dongqing came over on the waves from afar. He looked at Gu Chen, who had put away his saber, and could not hide the admiration between his brows. Although he knew that the other party was a top genius, he did not expect that his talent in the saber Dao was not low either. In just over a year, his saber technique had already developed its own essence, qi, and spirit. It's a pity that friend Hai's Azura 6 slashes still has no progress. The difficulty of cultivating it is too high. However, Gu Chen was not satisfied and shook his head regretfully. When Hai Dongqing heard this, his blind eyes immediately widened. You should be content. Azura 6 slashes is an absolute technique that I have spent my entire life to create. How can it be so easy to master? Your current saber technique is enough. At the very least, your control over the demon saber of Yan Ling has greatly improved. Gu Chen nodded, but he still felt regretful. In the past, when he had fought with Hai Dongqing for the first time, he had relied on his undying stellar body to fight him head-on. At that time, he had forced Hai Dongqing to use one of the Azura 6 slashes. The Azura 6 slashes was the culmination of Hai Dongqing's saber Dao. That saber strike could kill the essence spirit. Given Gu Chen's strength at that time, if he had been hit by that saber strike, his soul would have dissipated even if he had the immortal stellar body. Because of the deep impression he had of that saber move, Gu Chen paid extra attention to the Azura 6 slashes. Unfortunately, although he had mastered the saber technique and saber intent imparted by Hai Dongqing, he was still unable to cultivate half a move of the Azura 6 slashes. After all, he had only been cultivating for slightly more than a year, and he did not spend all of his time practicing his saber techniques. How's your Dao enlightenment? Hai Dongqing and Gu Chen started chatting. Since returning to the ancient Songhuang Star, Gu Chen had stayed in his hometown for 2 whole years. In these 2 years, although he did not deliberately cultivate, his immortal force cultivation had already reached the late-stage immortal supremacy realm. At this realm, he had to start thinking about his Dao. The so-called Dao querying realm was naturally to understand one's Dao heart. Only then could one become an emperor. Hai Dongqing knew about Gu Chen's situation, so he asked out of concern. I have a rough idea, but there is still a long way to go, answered Gu Chen. He had started thinking about his Dao earlier than Hai Dongqing had imagined. Ever since he had stepped into the black hole scroll with the celestial phenomenon technique and obtained the 3 flawless Dao techniques, he had been thinking about this problem. In these 2 years, he had not tried to cultivate the black hole scroll. He had been thinking about this problem wholeheartedly to prevent himself from going down the wrong path. Until today, he had integrated everything he had learned and thought of a path that belonged to him. However, that was simply too shocking. It could be said that since ancient times, no one had walked such a path. After chatting with Hai Dongqing for a while, Gu Chen estimated the time and said with a smile, "It's time for lunch." Lanchu should have already prepared lunch. Friend Hai, do you want to go back with me? Hai Dongqing shook his head. You go back by yourself. I haven't finished swinging my saber 100,000 times today. Gu Chen did not force him. He knew that Hai Dongqing had walked on the path of the late-stage immortal supremacy realm for a long time. Now, he was trying to return to his true self and take that crucial step with his saber heart. He had to finish these 100,000 saber strikes every day. Guchen immediately flew into the sky and left. Ever since Lan Shu started trying to cook, he had to eat her cooking every day. Hai Dongqing watched Guchen leave. A trace of worry flashed across his face. For the past 2 years, you have been indifferent to everything in the outside world. Have you really retired to the mountains, or are you waiting for an opportunity? If you don't say, I won't ask. 2 years ago, I chose to follow you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Hai Dongqing murmured. As he spoke, he pulled out the wooden saber he carried with him and waved it in a dull manner. Guchen quickly returned to Tiannan City. When he returned to the Gu residence, a table full of delicious dishes had already been laid out. Ji Lanchu was just about to serve the soup. It smells so good. Gu Chen's index finger moved. He picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat when he was stopped by Ji Lanchu. Wait a moment. Mother isn't here yet. She glared at Gu Chen. Gu Yuan and Gu Tianming had already abstained from eating and rarely ate. Thus, there were usually only Gu Chen, Ji Lanchu, and Xingyu Shu at the dining table. Occasionally, there would be others who came to eat. In reality, Gu Chen didn't need to eat at all. It was just that after Lanchu personally cooked, he fell in love with the taste of these home-cooked dishes. No matter how much he ate, he wouldn't get tired of it. Sigh. Stopped by Lanchu, Gu Chen sighed and put down his chopsticks. Ji. No one knew when White Ape had snuck in. He was holding a pair of chopsticks in a dignified manner. He picked up a fragrant dish and sent it into his mouth. Then, he looked very pleased. Why can it eat first? Gu Chen said unhappily when he saw that Lanchu didn't stop White Ape. It's still young. What are you comparing with it? Ji Lanchu was extremely biased. How is it small? Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Although White Ape was still in its infancy, it was the ancestor of the Hard Ape clan. Seeing how biased his wife was, Gu Chen was at his wit's end. He could only sullenly sit on his seat and wait for his mother to come over. White Ape minded his own business as he ate. Occasionally, he would glance at Gu Chen with satisfaction, showing off his special treatment. Not long later, Xingyu Shu arrived. The whole family ate happily. Gu Chen especially enjoyed this kind of time. Mother, husband, I have something to tell you. Halfway through the meal, Ji Lanchu spoke, her expression somewhat bashful. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Chen suddenly put down his chopsticks. His expression turned solemn. White Ape also put down his bowl, an ominous glint in his eyes. Ever since I unsealed my astral soul, no one has come to find trouble. 2 years have passed. Is there finally an uninvited guest? Gu Chen murmured. He walked out of the hall and looked at the horizon. Screech, a loud cry pierced through the sky. Outside the ancient planet, a golden rock covered in blood was flying at an extremely fast speed. Behind it, hundreds of alien race cultivators were chasing it. I finally found it. This is the place. Although the golden rock was covered in wounds, it was still very handsome. Every feather seemed to be made of gold and its wings were like the clouds in the sky. It looked at the broken ancient planet in front of it with a rare excitement in its eyes. It seemed that it had been looking for this place for a long time. Whoosh, as soon as it got close to the atmosphere of the ancient planet, it circled at an extremely fast speed and swooped down towards a continent on the ancient planet. I didn't expect there to be an ancient planet with life in this remote star path. The golden rock seems to have a target here. Is there anything special about this place? The hundreds of alien race cultivators did not enter the ancient planet rashly. The green-haired old man who was leading them stopped and extended his divine sense into the ancient planet. Huh? Why are there so many relics in the sky above this ancient planet? The green-haired old man frowned. Because the sky market was full of relics, it was difficult for his divine sense to extend into the ancient planet. Great Elder, this ancient planet with life is so broken. Even if there are cultivators on it, they are probably very weak. What's there to worry about? If we don't hurry up and chase after it, the golden rock may escape. A young cultivator behind the old man reminded him when he saw him being cautious. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Hearing that, the old man's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. If it was in the past, how would a junior in the Divine King realm dare to question his authority, be it in terms of seniority or strength? However, since the arrival of the Golden Era, the Wild God tribe surrendered to the young supreme cultivator sent by the Xing County. The other party recruited many disciples and the young man became his loyal follower. Thus, his arrogance began to grow. The old man was unhappy, but it was indeed more important to catch the golden rock. He did not say anything more and waved his sleeve. Some of you wait outside this ancient planet. The others will go in with the old man. We must catch the golden rock alive. After saying that, he flew into the sky through a gap in the sky market. He did not hide his powerful hierarch aura at all and landed on this ancient planet. Screech, the golden-winged rock seemed to be trying to identify something after entering the ancient star. It circled in the sky and did not pull away from the old man. When the old man saw the golden-winged rock, he immediately conjured a huge green hand that covered the sky and the earth as it reached out. Surrender yourself to us. Surrender obediently and I'll spare your life. His voice was full of energy. When the golden-winged rock saw the giant hand coming, it let out a cold snort. Its body moved nimbly and it dodged the attack. Damn it! The old man's gaze immediately darkened. The golden-winged rock had already been seriously injured earlier. Originally, it would not have been difficult to take it down, but because of its top-notch speed, they had gone through a lot of trouble to chase it here. If it returns to the starry sky, it will be very difficult to take it down with its extreme speed. We must stop it here. The old man's expression suddenly became fierce. Vortexes appeared on the giant palm that covered the sky, and then, to everyone's shock, the world's origin energy actually crazily surged into his palm. Old thing, you're really ruthless. Do you want everyone in this ancient star to be buried with you? Seeing this, the golden-winged rock laughed. Humph, why are you pretending to be merciful? After you escaped from Mount Meru, who knows how many ancient stars with life have been destroyed in your hands? Today, capturing you can be considered as carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. The old man shouted, trying to plunder all the life energy of this ancient star to activate the powerful secret technique of the Wild God clan. However, the giant palm vortex in the void surged, and suddenly, it could not plunder the life energy. Huh? What's going on? The old man's expression changed. With his cultivation, it should be easy for him to completely plunder the life energy of such a broken ancient star with life. Tisk, old thing, is the secret technique of your Wild God clan not working? The golden-winged rock mocked, as if he was deliberately provoking the old man, not worried about his own situation at all. What the hell? After being mocked, the old man looked embarrassed. Divine power surged out of his body and increased the plundering power. However, the secret technique still seemed to be malfunctioning. Carrying out justice on behalf of heaven? Using the lives of billions of creatures in my ancient star to carry out justice on behalf of heaven, who gave you the courage? At this time, a cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded, echoing above the 9 heavens. Who is it? The old man's pupils shrank, and the golden-winged rock was also surprised. There is an expert on this ancient star? Is it an accomplice of the golden-winged rock? Did he come here to ask for help? The hundreds of cultivators behind the old man were shocked, but they did not panic. In their opinion, even if there was an expert on this ancient star, his strength would not be that strong. After all, the Wild God clan had always been the overlord of the Milky Way star zone. Who spoke? Please come out for a chat, Your Excellency. The old man did not underestimate the enemy like the others. Instead, there was a huge wave in his heart, and he did not dare to move for a moment. He knew the strength of the Wild God clan's plunder secret technique the best. With his cultivation level, the person in the dark could forcibly interrupt the secret technique, and his strength was definitely not weaker than his. In fact, he might even be cultivating the life law. The young cultivator who had urged the old man before was immediately dissatisfied when he heard the old man speak so politely. In his opinion, even if the other party had some strength, living in such a remote and broken ancient star was just an empty shell. The Wild God clan was the overlord of the Milky Way star zone. How could they speak to someone like that? Wasn't it too embarrassing? Thinking of this, he walked past the old man and spoke. The person in the dark, listen to me. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you have to cultivate in this Milky Way star zone. We are from the Wild God clan, and the person in front of you is the great elder of the Wild God clan. We are capturing a fugitive. You should leave quickly and do not hinder us. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After the young cultivator finished speaking, a group of companions behind him echoed. Most of them were from the Wild God clan, but some were from other clans. Idiot! When the Wild God clan's great elder heard this, he almost fumed with anger. It was not clear how strong the other party was. Wasn't this pushing the other party to the side of the golden-winged rock? If I leave, what will happen to the dark yellow ancient star? The indifferent voice was silent for a while, and then asked. Dark yellow ancient star? Is that the name of this planet? The young cultivator did not think much of it. We are here to capture a fugitive. With how broken this ancient star is, it might fall apart. You should find another ancient star to live on. I see. I understand. Above the 9 heavens, the white-clothed young man's black hair was as black as ink. He was handsome and extraordinary as he calmly stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He came like a ghost. Even the golden-winged rock, which was famous for its speed, could not capture his trajectory and could not help but be shocked. This person is not simple. It murmured as its eyes flickered. Were you the one who spoke just now? Retreat quickly. The young cultivator from the Wild God clan glanced at Gu Chen and was about to send him away. However, his eyes suddenly froze as if he had seen a ghost. You, he became incoherent as his body trembled continuously at that moment. Big brother, what's wrong with you? The group of cultivators behind him was suddenly confused as they did not know the person in front of him. Hiss, the grand elder of the Wild God clan could not help but gasp when he saw the appearance of the person who came. It's you. His face was very ugly and his voice was trembling. 2 years ago, you disappeared from the sight of everyone in the divine realm and immortal realm. Why are you here? Gu Chen glanced at the grand elder of the Wild God clan indifferently. He had seen this person from afar in the wilderness battlefield. However, he was an ultimate god at that time and did not have much interaction with Gu Chen. Later on, during the chaos of the divine realm and the immortals in the divine realm, Gu Chen single-handedly stopped the divine realm and the grand elder of the Wild God clan was also present. It was not strange for him to have such a reaction when he suddenly saw Gu Chen. This is my hometown. Gu Chen replied calmly with his eyes as deep as the ocean. As soon as he said that, the grand elder of the Wild God clan could not help but have cold sweat on his forehead. The young cultivator who had misspoken earlier was so scared that his face turned pale. Senior Gu, I didn't know this is your hometown. Just now, the young cultivator anxiously wanted to explain, but he saw beautiful sky-devouring demonic butterflies slowly coming out from Gu Chen's body and gently flapping their wings. Thump, the young cultivator was scared out of his wits when he saw that. His legs gave way and he knelt in the void. Big brother, what's going on? His companions behind him were immediately thrown into disarray. Weren't they just a bunch of brightly colored butterflies? As the divine king with the most potential in the younger generation of the desolate god race, how could he be so pathetic? What they didn't know was that the big brother they spoke of had personally witnessed the situation of the demonic heaven-devouring butterfly wreaking havoc on the desolate god main star. It was also in that battle that the geniuses of the desolate god clan's younger generation had all died, giving him the opportunity to ascend to the position of clan head. The young cultivator was usually arrogant, but he was not stupid. The person in front of him was a terrifying character who single-handedly stopped the great battle between immortals and gods. If he wanted to kill him, the great elder would definitely not be able to protect him. Senior Gu, spare my life. Spare my life. The young cultivator hurriedly kowtowed, completely forgetting his dignity. Gu Chen remained indifferent. Under his command, countless sky-devouring demonic butterflies turned into a colorful torrent and swept toward the young cultivator and the hundreds of people behind him. This group of people did not take the lives of the billions of living beings on the dark yellow ancient star seriously at all. To Gu Chen, they were no different from ants. Those who dared to offend his dark yellow ancient star could only be killed. Stop. The desolate god clan's great elder could not sit back and watch as his people were killed. He immediately wanted to stop the swarm of butterflies. The swarm of butterflies could easily crush a group of divine kings with their numbers, but they were no match for him. However, just as he raised his hand, his wrist was inexplicably clasped by someone. When did this, he was horrified. He didn't know when Guchen had teleported to his side, but he didn't have time to react at all. What's the hurry? Do you think you can get away with this? Guchen's eyes revealed a mocking light. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force emerged from the desolate god clan's great elder's hand. Guchen, if you kill the old man, it's equivalent to declaring war on my desolate god clan. The desolate god clan's great elder immediately wanted to break free from Guchen, but he was shocked to find that all the life force in his body was rushing towards Guchen, and he couldn't move at all. It's over. This person is the direct descendant of the desolate immortal. He completely suppresses me in terms of rank, and his cultivation is even more unfathomable. The desolate god clan's great elder's eyes were filled with despair. If it was any other starry sky giant, he would have the power to fight, but Guchen had the desolate immortal's Tao of life inheritance, which completely restrained him. Guchen grabbed the desolate god clan's great elder's wrist and easily restrained him, mercilessly plundering his life force. In terms of immortal Tao cultivation, Guchen was now a late-stage immortal venerable, completely not inferior to the desolate god clan's great elder. Moreover, he also had a huge amount of star source power in his body, which completely suppressed him. In terms of mastery of the Tao of life, Guchen was the direct descendant of the desolate immortal. Other than Aragami, no one in the desolate god clan could compare to him. The poor desolate god clan's great elder, who could be considered a formidable character of his generation, was completely suppressed by Guchen at this moment. He could only watch as his flesh and blood continued to wither, and the hundreds of people he brought with him were slaughtered by the demonic sky-devouring butterflies. You can't kill me. I'm Lord Xianxia's follower. If you kill me, you will pay the price. The young cultivator was drowned in the swarm of butterflies, screaming miserably before he died, trying to make Guchen stop. Idiot, you've implicated the old man. The desolate god clan's great elder was furious. If it wasn't for that guy's nonsense, there might still be room for reconciliation. Xianxia? Guchen narrowed his eyes. As a dignified god king of the desolate god clan, if he wanted to clamor before his death, he should have brought up the name of their ancestor. Why did he bring up a name that he had never heard of? Let go of the old man, or else the old man will perish together with you. The desolate god clan's great elder's desperate roar interrupted Guchen's thoughts. His body swelled up as he tried to make a final struggle. He knew that if this continued, his life force would be sucked away by Guchen, so he might as well perish together with him. You can't hurt me. Guchen replied calmly. Seeing this, the desolate god clan's great elder revealed a bitter smile. Was the other party's strength already at the point where he could completely ignore him? The old man might not be able to hurt you, but he will definitely make your homeland perish together with you. If the old man self-destructs, will you be able to block all the impact? The desolate god clan's great elder shouted in despair. His body turned into a swollen body of light and suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power dissipated above the 9 heavens. The power of a divine king could destroy an ancient planet with life, let alone an ultimate god. The desolate god clan's great elder's threat before his death was not a bluff. It was a pity that he still underestimated Guchen's current strength. Well, I can block it. Layers of silver light appeared on the surface of Guchen's body, and a strong gravitational force absorbed all the energy produced by the explosion into his body in an instant until it was completely digested by him. After absorbing the desolate god clan's great elder's life force, the origin force he consumed to repair his star soul 2 years ago had actually recovered a lot. The battle in the sky seemed to be long, but it was actually very short. The people on the ancient pale yellow planet only saw that the sky was filled with dark clouds not long ago, and not long after, the sky was clear. They had no idea what had happened. After Guchen dealt with the desolate god clan's group, his calm eyes looked at the remaining golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock witnessed with its own eyes that the desolate god clan's great elder was completely powerless against this person. It did not know that there was a level suppression between the two, so it was extremely shocked. Thank you for your help. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape today. The rock's eyes flickered as it made a judgment. It revealed a look of gratitude and spoke to Guchen. Guchen examined it expressionlessly. The golden-winged rock was an extremely rare species of the untainted land, a spiritual bird of heaven and earth. Guchen had already guessed its identity through the conversation between the great elder of the wilderness god clan and it. This was the rock that had escaped from Mount Meru in the West Heaven Galaxy. It had once stirred up trouble everywhere in the Milky Way galaxy and was quite famous. Back then, it had built a nest in the galaxy. Later, Guchen passed by with the war-wolf army. By chance, he borrowed the massive amount of star sand in its nest to condense the Milky Way blood. He had never seen this rock before, but the fact that it was so famous was enough to show that it was not simple. The strongest aura that Guchen had sensed in his house had originated from it. With his keen mind, he had immediately determined that even though this golden-winged rock was injured, its strength was still above the great elder of the wilderness god clan. This made things interesting. The rock seemed to be purposely luring the wild god elder to kill it. What was its intention? In the 2 years that the star soul had been unsealed, because the ancient pale yellow star had wandered to an extremely remote star path, very few extraterrestrial cultivators had come. Even if there were, they were inconspicuous. But now, a top monster had appeared and had purposely lured a group of experts over. If it was a coincidence, Guchen did not believe that such a coincidence could exist. Therefore, in Guchen's opinion, the golden-winged rock's seemingly heartfelt words of gratitude were just an act. It could deceive others, but not him. Since the rock was putting on an act, he would take it down first. Boom. Guchen stretched out his 5 fingers and imitated the grand elder of the desolate god clan, forming a gigantic hand that covered the heavens and the earth with a torrential aura. Under this giant hand, the rock was like a bird in a cage. Its expression immediately changed. It had easily avoided the same move when the wild god elder used it earlier. But now that Guchen used it, it instinctively realized that if it did not use all its strength, it would not be able to avoid it. Screech, a dazzling golden light erupted from the golden-winged rock's body, and its body fell straight down like an arrow. It had thought it through. Since this was the hometown of this mysterious master, if it escaped to the surface, he would have to be cautious, right? Moreover, the environment on the surface was complicated, and this ancient planet was covered with oceans. Once it escaped into the ocean, it would have more space to escape. The golden-winged rock flew down at an extremely fast speed. Guchen only spread out his fingers and slowly suppressed it from top to bottom, as if he wasn't worried that it would escape to the continent or the ocean. The golden-winged rock was overjoyed when it sensed it. Just as it was about to speed up and escape into the sea, a terrifying aura came from below. Its sharp eyes swept across the surface of the sea, and it saw a blind middle-aged man holding a wooden saber. The tip of the saber was aimed at it from afar, and the terrifying saber intent felt like it could split open its stomach. An expert. Its heart trembled. It didn't expect that apart from the white-robed youth, there would be another immortal venerable on this ancient planet. Whoosh, its body turned rapidly, and in a strange arc, it immediately flew towards the other side of the sea. Soon, it saw a ruin floating above the sea, and at the top of the ruin sat a white skeleton. It looked at the sky, giving off an extremely strange feeling. What the hell is this? The golden-winged rock's instincts told it that the white-boned Dowlord was 100 times more dangerous than the blind man from before. It gritted its teeth and couldn't help but give up on the idea of escaping into the sea. It flew towards the continent at an extremely fast speed. After going back and forth, the giant palm in the sky was already very close to it. Its scalp went numb, and all it wanted to do was find the nearest human city and force the white-robed youth to hold back. Hee, which fellow dares to be so arrogant here? Just as it saw the coast of the continent, it saw an extremely handsome dragon horse standing on the shore, a strange green ox, and a white ape standing on the head of the green ox. These 3 demon beasts gave it a feeling that each one was more dangerous than the other. In terms of bloodline, they didn't seem to be inferior to it, causing it to turn pale with fright. What's going on with this ancient planet? Have I seen a ghost? It couldn't understand how such a dilapidated ancient planet could gather so many immortal supremacy experts. This didn't make sense at all. Seeing that the 3 demon beasts weren't to be trifled with, and that there seemed to be many auras that couldn't be underestimated hidden on the continent behind them, the golden-winged rock revealed a bitter smile. It simply transformed into a wave of air and soared into the 9 heavens. The experts on the sea and the continent weren't simple. Once it was surrounded, it wouldn't be able to survive. Since that was the case, it might as well fight it out with the youth in the sky. Even though his strength was unfathomable, with its abilities, it might not necessarily have no chance. The majestic blood chi in the golden-winged rock's body surged at this moment. It was like a golden divine spear that soared into the sky, intending to split apart Gu Chen's sky-covering palm. Gu Chen looked at it indifferently. The massive power of the stars in his body was quickly mobilized, and the might revealed by the giant palm instantly multiplied. In the end, it was as resplendent as a star. The golden-winged rock rushed into the giant palm and was instantly like a moth flying into a flame. The space around it was frozen, and there were terrifying flames raging. It charged around in the flames, trying to escape from the palm, but it was difficult to do so. This bird isn't simple. The power of Gu Chen's core fire is astonishing, but its body can actually withstand it. The dragon horse clicked its tongue in wonder. If this golden-winged rock is the one that escaped from Mount Meru, its origin isn't simple. It's said that it has a deep karma with the legendary Buddha Emperor of Western Heaven. In terms of bloodline, it's definitely not inferior to your ancestral dragon bloodline. The Green Ox evaluated. Everyone watched calmly from below as Gu Chen and the golden-winged rock fought. They didn't doubt the outcome of the battle at all. The golden-winged rock crashed left and right in the palm formed by the core fire, but it couldn't break out no matter how hard it tried. Gradually, it couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, if it weren't for the injuries from the previous battle, this fire wouldn't have affected me. The golden-winged rock felt extremely aggrieved. Originally, it wanted to use the people from the desolate god race, but it didn't expect that there were so many experts hidden on this ancient planet. Its body was originally extremely powerful, but because of the injuries it had sustained, it couldn't completely withstand the power of the exceptional fire. Originally, it had the world's best speed, but now that it was surrounded by experts from all directions, this speed was also useless. Aggrieved, it had never felt so aggrieved before. It realized that it was going to suffer today. Screech! It began to roar crazily. The sharp voice spread to every corner of the ancient planet, as if it was calling someone. Seeing this, Gu Chen frowned. This golden-winged rock had indeed come to the ancient planet Song Huang with some unspeakable secrets. The golden-winged rock kept calling out, but there was no response from the ancient pale yellow star, making it extremely anxious. My good brother, I can feel that you're here. How many years have you been asleep? Why haven't you woken up? What's going on? No matter how the golden-winged rock called out, no one responded. The situation was getting more and more dangerous, and despair gradually appeared in its eyes. Damn it! I'll fight it out with you. Screech! It looked at Gu Chen with a murderous look in its eyes, and it let out a powerful sound that could pierce through gold and stone. Boom! It fully spread its wings, and its entire body pierced into the giant palm, and its speed increased crazily. The star core fire suppressed it, and as if it was stimulated, pure Buddhist light emerged from its injured body. Om, Ma, Ni, Ba, Mu, countless Buddha chants appeared inexplicably, surging into Gu Chen's mind and disturbing his mind. Rays of Buddhist light wrapped around the golden-winged rock's body, causing its strength to increase greatly. With a whoosh, it penetrated the giant palm and pounced straight at Gu Chen. Not good. It's indeed the golden-winged rock of Mount Meru. It's related to the Buddha Emperor of Western Heaven. Master is in danger. The Green Ox turned pale with fright, and the others did not expect it either. The Buddhist power clearly did not belong to the golden-winged rock, but its strange appearance had caused a change in the battle. The golden-winged rock possessed the speed of heaven and earth. After breaking through the giant palm, it instantly appeared in front of Gu Chen, its eyes sharp and terrifying. Die! It reached out with its golden claws and tore Gu Chen's body into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. After launching the attack in one go, it immediately fled out of the ancient pale yellow star. It knew that if all the experts joined forces, it would definitely not be a match for them. Being able to kill that unfathomable enemy was already a pleasant surprise for it. Just as it was about to enter the sky market, a cold voice made it turn pale with fright. I've really underestimated you. It turned around and saw that the broken flesh of the white-robed youth that it had torn apart was rapidly regenerating. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered to its original state, as if it had an immortal body. Guchen looked coldly at the golden-winged rock that was about to escape. His body emitted rays of starlight. Go. The light released from his body transformed into sabers of light. The saber intent soared into the sky and turned into a rain of light. The rain of light was everywhere, sealing off all of the golden-winged rock's escape routes. It's over. The golden-winged rock's face turned pale. No matter how fast it was, it could not dodge the rain of sabers. Puff. 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 After twisting and turning with difficulty, the golden-winged rock finally could not dodge and was stabbed into a hornet's nest by the sabers of light. Screech. It let out a mournful scream and then fell from the sky. At the seaside of the eastern wilderness, the golden-winged rock was covered in wounds. All of its cultivation was sealed, and it looked dispirited and listless. Meanwhile, Guchen and the others gathered around it to discuss something. Why don't you just kill this bird? It's not weak. Leaving it alive will be a big problem. The dragon horse looked at the golden-winged rock and said. In the past 2 years, the environment had changed drastically, and its Tao power had recovered. It had cultivated to the late-stage immortal supremacy realm in just 2 years. However, this bird was not simple. In terms of cultivation, it was stronger than it. What was more terrifying was the mysterious Buddhist power in its body. If not for Guchen, who had an immortal body, stopping it today, anyone else would have lost their life. Guchen looked at the golden-winged rock and pondered. He did not reply to the dragon horse. Hai Dongqing looked at the golden-winged rock with a solemn gaze and suggested. Friend Gu, this golden-winged rock has a deep relationship with the Western Heaven Starfield's Buddhist sections. We must not kill it easily. Otherwise, we will become enemies with the entire Buddhist sections. What's there to be afraid of a bunch of bald donkeys? The dragon horse said disapprovingly. You guys don't know. Hai Dongqing shook his head and explained to everyone present. When the primordial immortal world collapsed and the chaos of the immortals and gods broke out, the Western Heaven Starfield's Buddhist sects were the only forces that were not affected and did not participate in any side. For the past 1,000,000 years, the Buddhist sects have flourished everywhere in the Western Heaven Starfield. They have countless followers. Although they rarely go to other starfields, their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Back in my ancient heaven, both Heavenly General Li and Heavenly General Tang had thought of forming an alliance with the Western Heaven Starfield's Buddhist sections. Unfortunately, they have been living outside the world for a long time and are not interested in the battle between immortals and gods. The Great Lane Monastery is the leader of the Western Heaven Starfield's Buddhist sections. They do have a very strong hidden strength. It's best not to offend them. Pulai Island Lord nodded in agreement with Hai Dongqing. 2 years had passed. With his talent, his cultivation had also reached the immortal supremacy realm. We have even fought against the immortal and god realms. Why should we be afraid of the Buddhist sects? The dragon horse still did not care. Everyone had different opinions. Guchen did not express his opinion. Compared to the great golden-winged rock's background, he was more concerned about its reason for coming to the ancient dark yellow planet. It was obvious that the great golden-winged rock had made the ancient dark yellow planet its target from the beginning. What did it want here? If he did not figure this out, it would be a hidden danger to the ancient dark yellow planet. What is your purpose for coming here? Guchen asked. His companions immediately quieted down. Hearing this, the great golden-winged rock smiled coldly and did not answer. A defeat was a defeat, but it was impossible to get anything out of it. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. I naturally have a way to make you tell me the truth. Guchen flipped his hand and took out the demon blade of Yanling. He slowly pulled out the blade, and a demonic red light dissipated. There was no better interrogation tool than this blade. What do you want to do? The great golden-winged rock sensed that the demon blade was not good. Its expression changed and it wanted to say something, but Guchen's blade stabbed into its wing. Its wings made a metallic sound, and its defense was amazing. Even with the power of the demon blade, it only left a small wound. However, it was enough. As long as it was cut by the demon blade of Yanling, it would completely obey Guchen's orders. What are you doing here in the ancient dark yellow planet? Guchen asked again. The great golden-winged rock's pupils turned a strange red as it answered blankly. I came here to find my younger brother. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and Guchen continued to ask. Who is your younger brother? What exactly is going on? 30,000 years ago, my younger brother left Mount Meru and came to this ancient planet. Then, he fell asleep here. I know he is here, and he has always been here. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Guchen's heart skipped a beat. 30,000 years ago, this time was too sensitive. I never heard that the great golden-winged rock on Mount Meru had a brother. What happened? Palai Island Lord asked. People call me the Great Golden-Winged Rock, but they don't know that I belong to the Great Golden-Winged Rock clan, and I have a younger brother. The Great Golden-Winged Rock clan is very special. We can turn into the Great Golden-Winged Rock in the sky and into the ocean, and we can turn into a big whale. Big whale? Jiang Beiming was shocked when he heard this, and he looked at Guchen. Guchen looked at him and thought of the same thing. With a guess in mind, Guchen wanted to get to the bottom of it. However, before he could ask, the red in the golden-winged rock's eyes dimmed and disappeared. Bastard! What did you do to me? The golden-winged rock woke up and yelled at Guchen angrily. Everyone looked at Guchen in surprise. They all knew about the absolute control of the demon sword of Yanling. Since the golden-winged rock suddenly woke up, they all thought that Guchen helped it regain consciousness. I didn't do it. The demon sword lost its effect. Guchen exhaled and looked at Hai Dongqing in confusion. According to what Hai Dongqing had said before, the demon knife of the spirit of speech would never fail to control people, and it had indeed been so since he had controlled it. However, although the demon sword succeeded in the beginning, it soon lost its control over the golden-winged rock as if there was a force in its body that could stop the curse of the demon sword. This has never happened before. Hai Dongqing said in astonishment. He didn't know what happened to the demon sword either. Is it related to the Buddhist energy in its body? Palai Island Master guessed. Guchen didn't answer. He didn't know if it was true, but from the current situation, it meant that the demon sword wasn't invincible. Fortunately, although the interrogation time was very short, he had already asked the key questions. I know where your younger brother is. Guchen said to the golden-winged rock, who didn't know what was going on. The golden-winged rock's expression changed instantly. What did it say when it lost consciousness? Don't try to fool me. Although I can sense that my younger brother is on this ancient planet, I can't pinpoint his exact location. How can you know? His heart became uneasy. Lock it up first. Guchen didn't say anything else. He ordered with a sneer and turned to leave. Wait. What do you want to do to my younger brother? If you dare to do anything to him, I won't let you go. The golden-winged rock panicked when it saw this. It thought that Guchen had learned some important information and roared hysterically. Unfortunately, Guchen had left directly, and it was taken away by the dragon horse and the others. Guchen and Jiang Beiming walked together. Jiang Beiming said solemnly. The younger brother that the golden-winged rock is looking for should be the white whale in Beijing Mansion, right? Guchen nodded. When he heard the golden-winged rock's description, the first thing he thought of was the white whale. The origins of the white whale had always been a mystery. Its body was incomparably huge, and it was the only creature in the pale yellow ancient star. Since it appeared 30,000 years ago, it had been sleeping in the Kunlun continent, assimilating with the White Whale Palace. This had always been a mystery. The first person to discover its secret was Jiang Beiming. He even placed the Armament King Armament Armory inside the white whale's body. Hence, when he found out about white whale's origins, he was the one who was the most moved. How should we deal with this? Jiang Beiming asked. It would have been fine if the golden-winged rock hadn't appeared, but its appearance has reminded us that the white whale's existence is a hidden danger. Guchen muttered. The sleeping white whale had assimilated with the White Whale Palace. If it woke up one day, countless lives in the White Whale Palace would be in danger. Even the entire Kunlun continent would be in danger. In the past, Guchen did not have the ability to understand and solve the white whale's problem. But now, things were different. Do we have to kill that white whale? Jiang Beiming asked worriedly. He had karma with the white whale. He had used its body to leave the Armament King in it, which was considered a debt of gratitude. Furthermore, he had found a medicinal pill in its body, which allowed him to extend its life back then. This could be considered a debt of gratitude. Even though the white whale did not know about these two debts, given his temperament, he could not be ruthless against it just because of this karma. That might not be the case. It just needs to find a new home. Gu Chen laughed involuntarily and shook his head. The Armament King in the white whale's body had helped him a lot. He also knew what Jiang Beiming was thinking. Why would he kill indiscriminately? However, no one knew whether the white whale was cruel or not, and whether it would harm the ancient planet Dark Yellow when it woke up. So, he had to reserve his opinion for now. Jiang Beiming felt more at ease after hearing that. Gu Chen immediately called Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhou over. Pass down my order. Mobilize all the disciples of the Heavenly Star sect. Move all the living beings in the White Whale Palace to Central Plains and Eastern Barren Territory. Do it as fast as possible. Move out of the White Whale Palace? What's going on? Huang Pingzhong and Yu Qizhou were confused. Everything was fine. Why did they mobilize so many people? Gu Chen did not explain, and the two did not ask any more questions. They immediately carried out the task. Over the years, the White Whale Palace had become the territory of the Heavenly Star sect. With the Overlord's personal order, a large-scale migration soon began. In a short 10 days, all the humans and beasts in the White Whale Palace had migrated. The place had become a dead land. After dealing with this worry, Gu Chen's group arrived at the entrance of the Armament King. Back then, they had entered the white whale's body by relying on the 99 small cauldrons that the Armament King had left behind. Although the cauldrons were gone, the Armament King himself was still there. So, entering the white whale's body was not difficult. What they needed to worry about was what would happen after entering. Friend Hai, you guys stay outside to prevent the white whale from going berserk when it wakes up. Gu Chen got Hai Dongqing, the dragon horse, and the azure ox to stay outside. Then, he brought the white ape, Jiang Beiming, and the island lord, and decided to enter the white whale's body. Hee. Don't worry. With me around, this white whale will not be able to do anything. The dragon horse said confidently. Haha. Don't be too cocky. If this white whale is really the golden-winged great rock's brother, it will not be much weaker. However, it is strange. With its strength, it did not cause too much of a commotion when it descended on the Kunlun continent. The azure ox did not forget to bicker with the dragon horse. In the end, it spoke with some confusion. What it said was what Gu Chen wanted to know. Gu Chen had gone to great lengths to enter the white whale's body not only to solve a hidden danger, but also to solve an unsolved mystery in his heart. 30,000 years ago, the gods came to the ancient dark yellow star for the seed of origin. What was the use of the seed of origin? What was the situation back then? Gu Chen had always wanted to know about this. After all, the seed of origin had changed his life. The celestial phenomenon art and the secret technique of the 33-layered heavens were all gifts from it. Originally, the white ape and the azure ox had both experienced what happened 30,000 years ago. They should have been able to answer him. Unfortunately, one of them was in the reincarnation phase, and the other did not know anything. As such, the white whale. In front of him was the only existence that could answer Gu Chen's doubts. Since the white whale and the golden-winged great rock were brothers, assuming that their strength was similar, the white whale's strength was enough to easily sweep the entire ancient dark yellow star and all the gods. Why did it not snatch the seed of origin back then? Why did it fall into a deep sleep? Jiang Beiming had left a secret door in the arsenal of ancient artifacts. Soon, the entrance was opened, and they stepped into the white whale's body. It was pitch black, and the air wasn't fresh. They appeared in the white whale's mouth. I didn't expect to see such a strange creature sleeping on my ancient planet, Punlai Island Master lamented. Gu Chen missed this place as well, remembering the times when they fought for the arsenal of ancient artifacts. I can lead the way if you want to go to the arsenal. But second brother, you want to wake it up, right? Jiang Beiming said in a deep voice. Gu Chen said as he looked around. Big brother, I still remember some of the words you left in front of the arsenal of ancient artifacts. You said that this white whale seems to be waiting for something. What do you mean? Jiang Beiming had set 2 trials in front of the arsenal of ancient artifacts, which left a deep impression on Gu Chen. The words about the white whale on the stone tablet were even more unforgettable to him. It was the first time that he knew such a huge and magnificent creature existed in this world. It was already incredible that Jiang Beiming could discover the secret of the white whale's deep sleep. Now, he seemed to understand its emotions and said that it was waiting for something, which was strange. Second brother, you are very observant. I didn't expect you to remember the words I left on the stone tablet. Jiang Beiming praised him, and then his expression turned serious. In fact, I carefully searched the white whale's body. Besides its lungs and the arsenal of ancient artifacts, I also went to its brain. Why do I feel that the white whale is waiting for something? You will know when you get there. Jiang Beiming kept Gu Chen guessing and then led the way. They went into the blood vessels in the white whale's body, but they didn't go to the stomach and lungs. Instead, they went to the nerve center in the brain. Gu Chen had never been here before. The blood vessels were long and narrow. After advancing for an hour, the group's vision suddenly opened up, and they entered an open space. There were many specks of light floating in this space, like giant fireflies, extremely beautiful. Gu Chen stretched out his hand and touched a spot of light. He immediately felt an indescribable emotion. That emotion was filled with longing. It was as if he had waited for thousands of years but was unable to find the person he was waiting for. Gu Chen immediately understood what Jiang Beiming meant. He took a deep breath and looked into the depths of the space. This was obviously the white whale's mind, and the floating light spots were its scattered thoughts. It was in a long slumber and was constantly dreaming, which was why its consciousness was scattered. Taking a step forward, Gu Chen instantly approached from afar and arrived at the depths of his mind. Floating in front of him was a huge ball of light. Its soul energy was extremely majestic. This was the spirit of the white whale. However, it had fallen into a deep slumber and was completely unaware of anyone's arrival. Gu Chen looked at the soul in front of him. Silver light surged on the surface of his body, and the golden-winged rock landed there. Before coming here, Gu Chen had deliberately thrown it into the secret space. Regaining its temporary freedom, the golden-winged rock was about to curse Gu Chen when it sensed the familiar aura around it, and it was shocked. Soon, it became excited and stared at the spirit of the white whale before it and yelled. Brother! Brother! Unfortunately, the white whale didn't respond no matter how hard it yelled. As expected. Seeing this, Gu Chen murmured. The golden-winged rock had yelled on the ancient planet Song Huang. If the white whale could hear it, it would have responded long ago. It seems like it won't be easy to wake it up. Palai Island Master shook his head and looked at the golden-winged rock. Now, you should cooperate and tell us about it. The golden-winged rock didn't expect that its brother would still be asleep when it arrived. Shocked, it looked dazed. It knew that the best choice was to tell the truth. Its brother's spirit was right in front of it. If these people attacked it, it would definitely die. It wasn't afraid of death, but it had to protect its brother no matter what. Since a long time ago, us brothers have always stayed on Mount Meru to cultivate, never leaving. We never knew what the outside world was like and were never interested in it. On Mount Meru, we could have anything we wanted, and the disciples of the Buddhist sects were very respectful to us. Until one day 30,000 years ago, my brother suddenly became very strange. He said that he dreamed of something and then insisted on going out. The golden-winged rock was evasive as if it wanted to hide something. Then? Gu Chen didn't press and continued to listen. Then, he left despite the abbot of the Big Laying Temple and never came back. I was worried about him, so I wanted to come out and find him, but the Buddhist sects didn't allow it. To prevent me from leaving, they even put me under house arrest. I was worried about my brother's safety and didn't want to stay on Mount Meru anymore, so I tried to find a chance to escape. Then one day, the chance finally came. A group of strange fellows wearing ice-blue robes sneaked into Mount Meru and tried to steal the treasure of the Big Laying Temple, Buddha Emperor Burning Lamp. The monks of the Big Laying Temple fought with them. In the chaos, I took the opportunity to escape from Mount Meru. Relying on the bloodline connection with my brother, I determined that he should be in the Milky Way star sector, so I came here. After that, I wandered the Milky Way star sector for many years, always looking for his whereabouts. The few of them knew what happened next. The golden-winged rock went through a lot of hardships and finally found the ancient dark yellow star. Why did you lure the people of the desolate god race here? Guchen asked. I noticed that my brother's condition was strange. His consciousness was chaotic, so I wanted to use that group of people to wake him up. At the same time, the people of the desolate god race had strong vitality. As food, they should be able to help him recover his vitality. The golden-winged rock said honestly. They actually used the great elder of the desolate god race as food. If the great elder knew about this, he would probably die with regrets. The golden-winged rock said what it knew, but it was obvious that it hid the key information. It did not say what the white whale dreamed of before leaving Mount Meru, but this was the key to the whole matter. I don't know what you want to hide, but it's nothing more than to protect your brother. Guchen saw through the golden-winged rock's thoughts, and his eyes were cold. I must know what you are hiding. If you don't say it, I can only try to wake this white whale up, and I'm afraid the method will be a little rough. The demon blade of Yanling appeared in Guchen's hand again. He was very curious whether the white whale could be immune to the power of the demon blade like the golden-winged rock. You can't do this. The golden-winged rock suddenly became anxious. Are you going to say it or not? Guchen clearly did not intend to let it go. Even though Jiang Beiming had a pleading look in his eyes, he turned a blind eye to it. At the moment when he was about to swing the blade, the golden-winged rock finally compromised and blurted out. My brother dreamed of the Buddha Emperor, and the Buddha Emperor asked him to find the seat of origin. Guchen's demon blade swayed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This golden-winged rock had traversed the long starry sky to find his brother, so their brotherhood must be very deep. Therefore, Guchen pretended to threaten it, and sure enough, it was forced to tell the truth. Why would the white whale dream of the Buddha Emperor? What is the relationship between the two of you and the Buddha Emperor? Guchen continued to ask. Many people knew that the golden-winged rock had a close relationship with the Buddhist sect, but very few knew the truth. This seemed to be a big secret in the heart of the rock. After thinking for a long time, it gritted its teeth and said, the two of us accidentally ate the relic left behind by the Buddha Emperor after he passed away. Because of this, we were worshipped as sacred beasts by the Buddhists. Relic. Guchen and the others were shocked. Rumor had it that relic was something that only Buddhists had after they passed away. It was the crystallization of their merit, wisdom, and cultivation. The Buddha Emperor was the supreme leader of the Buddhists. The relic he left behind was extremely precious. No wonder the Buddhists treated the Kuanping brothers differently. This kind of karma was not simple. The Buddha Emperor's relic is extremely precious. If people knew that you two accidentally ate it, I'm afraid there would be many disasters. No wonder you were so secretive. Palai Island Lord sighed. Now that you know about this, you should understand why my brother dreamed of the Buddha Emperor, right? Ever since we accidentally ate the Buddha Emperor's relic, we often heard the Buddha Emperor's chanting and dreamed of the great Buddha. My brother has more Buddhist wisdom than I do, so he dreamed of the Buddha Emperor more often. 30,000 years ago, he was told by the Buddha Emperor in his dream, so he left Mount Meru and never returned. The rock looked at Guchen cautiously, afraid that he would have evil thoughts because of their special relationship. Rumor had it that the relic of a senior Buddhist monk could make one live forever, let alone the relic of the Buddha Emperor. Since the two of them had eaten the relic, they were like walking spiritual medicine, easily coveted by others. Guchen suddenly understood. No wonder there was mysterious Buddhist power in the rock's body. It belonged to the Buddha Emperor of the West Heaven. Perhaps the demon knife had lost its effectiveness because of this power. The relic of the supreme leader of the Buddhists was indeed precious, but Guchen was not interested. What the Buddha Emperor told him in his dream was what he wanted to know. The Buddha Emperor asked the white whale to find the seat of origin. Did he say where it came from? According to what my brother said before he left, the Buddha Emperor said that there was a turning point in the future, and this turning point was with the seat of origin. As for what the seat of origin was and what it could be used for, he didn't say anything. My brother left in a hurry. Who would have thought that when we met again, it would be sleeping here? The golden-winged rock's expression was exceptionally solemn. Guchen sighed. If that was the case, the only way to find out the truth was to awaken the white whale. However, even the call of a blood-related brother was useless. What other way was there to awaken the white whale? Guchen immediately thought of the mother root of all things in his dantian. Back then, the white whale had come for it. No matter what happened in between, it was probably the only thing that could awaken it. Moreover, this thing had always been rooted in his body, so in this world, perhaps he was the only one who could awaken it. Guchen thought as he slowly walked toward the white whale. He knew it was a risky move, but he needed to know the truth. I've already told you everything I know. You're not allowed to harm it. When the golden-winged rock saw Guchen's movements, it thought that he was going to attack. It immediately became anxious and wanted to pounce forward, but it was stopped by Jiang Beiming and the others. Guchen stood in front of the white whale's soul, and his massive divine will surged out in an attempt to communicate with it. Buzz, the many light spots floating in the void seemed to be boiling at that moment, and they quickly gathered toward the white whale's soul, as if it was about to wake up from a dream. How could this be? The golden-winged rock's excitement turned into shock. No matter how it called out to its little brother, there was no response. Now that the young man in white was approaching, it seemed like it was about to wake up. This movement made Guchen take a deep breath. He was just trying it out, but he did not expect the white whale to really react. The white whale's movements became more and more intense, and the space in the brain began to ripple. From within the soul, a Buddhist swastika word came out. These swastikas surrounded Guchen, and he felt a vast and mysterious power shrouding him, as if it was prying into something. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking roar rang out in the entire space. The sound was deafening, and it was everywhere. It was the roar of the white whale. It had woken up. Little brother. The golden-winged rock was pleasantly surprised. The soul quickly changed into an illusory white whale. It opened its eyes, which were dark red and deep, and fixed its gaze on Guchen. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Its thick Tao and majestic blood qi started to awaken from every part of its huge body. Rumble. Rumble. At that moment, in the outside world, the mountains on the surface of White Whale Mansion started to collapse, and the ground started to crack. A terrifying earthquake spread to every corner. The white whale has woken up. Hai Dongqing, the dragon horse, and the others who stayed outside to keep watch were on high alert. If the white whale tried to destroy everything with violence, they would stop it. At the edge of White Whale Mansion, Huang Pingzhong, Yu Qizhong, and many other cultivators from the Heavenly Star sect noticed the shocking change in White Whale Mansion, and their mouths were wide open. In front of them, the entire ground of White Whale Mansion was collapsing, and a huge body of the white whale was breaking out of the ground. It was so huge that one could not see the end of its body at all. Any mountain seemed so small in front of it. Roar. The roar that had been silent for 30,000 years spread out. The sound wave was destructive, and all the plants within 1,000 miles were destroyed. It spread out to the sea, and it caused a terrifying tsunami. It spread to the sky, and the clouds in the sky rolled together as if there was a big hole in the ancient planet. It spread to the land of the 9 prefectures, and it destroyed all the city walls at the border of the Serenity Prefecture. Fortunately, the Heavenly Star sect was prepared, and all the restrictive formations lit up. That was how they avoided a huge disaster. On this day, many people in Middle-earth, Eastern Wilderness, and Nanling saw a huge white whale coming out of the ground with their own eyes. Its tail was raised, and it blocked the sun. Several prefectures seemed to have fallen into darkness. Roar. The white whale's roar gradually weakened, and it became more like a murmur. In the end, it floated above the Kunlun continent, and did not do anything dangerous. Seeing this, Hai Dongqing, who was about to draw his saber, heaved a sigh of relief. If the white whale really did something reckless, he might not be able to block all of its attacks with its huge body. The dragon horse also felt relieved. It had been boasting before, but after seeing the white whale's body, its confidence had been greatly reduced. The huge creature stopped in the air, and in its mind, a conversation that it had been waiting for 30,000 years had begun. The seed has finally sprouted. The white whale's spirit looked at Guchen, and its deep voice spread in all directions. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. No one knew that the origin of all beings was in his body, and no one could tell that it was in his body. However, the white whale had revealed the secret immediately. It really had the answer that he had been looking for so long. The Buddha Emperor asked me to wait for the person who will let the seed of origin sprout to appear. Now, the person has finally appeared. The white whale's sigh echoed, as if it was still immersed in the past and could not extricate itself. Brother, is he the person you're waiting for? Why are you waiting for him? The golden-winged rock looked at the white whale in disbelief. It could not understand the situation at all. The white whale looked at its elder brother with a gentle expression. Its personality was the opposite of its elder brother's. It gave off a very steady feeling. It's not just me. You and all the people of the ninth realm are also waiting for this person to appear. The white whale's spirit swam and bowed to Gu Chen. I have been asleep for a long time only to wake up and follow you to assist you. I hope you can take me in. Its words were shocking. The golden-winged rock flew into a rage. It felt that its younger brother was a traitor. Brother, are you muddle-headed from sleep? The bloodline of the Kuan-Pung race is very noble. Moreover, we represent the West Heaven Buddha Emperor. How can we follow him? Who is he? What right does he have? This is the Buddha Emperor's will. He left a prophecy that only he can save the ninth realm. The white whale answered calmly. Another prophecy. Gu Chen could not help but murmur. The white-boned Tao Lord had asked the green bull to find the son of the era in the prophecy, and the white whale had been asked by the West Heaven Buddha Emperor to find him. When had he become so special? It was as if he was destined to be a savior. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overjoyed to be looked forward to by the heavens. However, Gu Chen was not like that. He was himself, not the person in the prophecy. He had once been just an ordinary youth in eastern wilderness Tiannan City. He knew very well that all this was probably related to the mother root of all things. Whether it was the white-boned Tao Lord or the West Heaven Buddha Emperor, what they really wanted to find was the person who possessed the mother root of all things. Tell me everything you know. Gu Chen was surprisingly calm as he asked the white whale. The white whale nodded, a look of reminiscence in its eyes. There are a total of 12 star fields in the starry sky that you and I can see. They form their own realm. During the primordial age, the immortal and god sects were the leaders. The civilization of this realm was dazzling and prosperous. At that time, although the immortals and gods had a battle of ideals, there were no fierce battles or killings. The entire world was peaceful and stable. But one day, at the edge of this world, in that chaotic and unknown place, a group of people from another world appeared. The white whale's gaze became deep and sorrowful. There are many differences between them and the cultivators of our world. It was only because of their arrival that we realized that there was a wider world beyond this world. They claimed to be from the Xing County. They committed all kinds of crimes as soon as they stepped into the ninth world. In order to plunder the precious resources, they were discovered by the immortal emperors and deity emperors and were killed by them. Before they died, the emperors learned from them that they were only the vanguard of the Xing Commandery. The Xing Commandery was unimaginably powerful, and they had never failed in conquering the worlds. Not long after that, the masters of the Xing County showed up. They gave us two choices, surrender or die. White Whale paused, expecting to see a shocked expression on Gu Chen's face. After all, it was difficult for a descendant of an ancient secret like this to know. If it hadn't often dreamed of the Buddha Emperor's memories, it wouldn't have known about these things. However, to its surprise, Gu Chen looked calm. He didn't doubt or shock the White Whale story. It seems that you already know some inside information. White Whale couldn't help but stare. Gu Chen recalled what he had seen and heard in the Heavenly Way's sealed territory and continued to tell the story of the White Whale. The two choices of the Xing County caused the Celestial Realm and the Divine Realm to be divided. The Celestial Realm wanted to fight to the end, but the Divine Realm chose to surrender and accept their title. They also betrayed the Celestial Realm. Because of their betrayal, the primeval Celestial Realm collapsed. The world lost the power to fight. The Xing County obtained this place and established the Order of the Heavenly Way here. They called this place the Ninth World and used it to collect the fruits of the Way. Bai Jing Whale nodded upon hearing this. Guchen knew more than it had imagined. After the Qing County obtained the ninth world, the immortal emperors, the deity emperors, and even the Buddha emperor disappeared one by one. I want to know what happened. Guchen asked. In order to have absolute control, the Qing County didn't allow any power above the Tao querying realm to appear in the ninth world. After the celestial realm collapsed, the immortal emperors were all captured by the Qing County after the celestial emperor died in battle. Even the deity emperors who submitted to the Qing County didn't escape. Rumor has it that the immortal emperors and deity emperors all entered the gate of Tao decay. They must have died. White Whale's words shocked Guchen. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. The immortal emperors are all dead? He couldn't help but think of the cauldron of pills in the Heaven Void Hall that were rumored to be able to turn the situation around during the Great Calamity. He thought the immortal emperors might have left something behind, but now he heard that they were all dead. Once the leaders of the celestial realm and divine realm died, the remaining Tao querying realm emperors in the ninth world were also persecuted. The ancestral dragon was killed in space. His flesh and blood were all taken by the Qing County. Only one of his horns is missing. The underworld emperor chose to cripple his own cultivation and imprison himself in the underworld for the rest of his life. He dragged out an ignoble existence as neither a human nor a ghost. The merciful Buddha emperor discussed with the Qing County for the sake of the countless citizens of the West Heaven Starry Realm. In the end, he committed suicide in exchange for the peace of the West Heaven Starry Realm. The secret that White Whale spoke of was shocking. The Buddha emperor of the West Heaven died in meditation because he was forced to commit suicide by the Qing County. The underworld emperor in the underworld emperor's pagoda was also like that because of the Qing County. The pitiful Buddha emperor thought he was already standing at the peak of this world. He didn't expect that he couldn't even control his own fate. Guchen, Jiang Beiming, and the island lord listened with heavy hearts. The truth of this world was too cruel. Under the rule of the Qing County, the ninth world became a cage. There was no hope. Ordinary citizens could live happily because they were ignorant. But as cultivators, the more we know, the more despair we feel. The White Whale continued to speak, and its words made people feel sad. This was also the first time the golden-winged great rock understood these things. The Buddha emperor that it had dreamt of in the past was just fragmented fragments. Only after hearing White Whale's words did it clear up its thoughts. What's with the seed of origin? Why should we follow him? The golden-winged great rock asked unhappily. White Whale gave Guchen an apologetic look. Its elder brother's temper had always been like this. It also had a headache. It continued to tell the story. After the Buddha emperor died, us two brothers accidentally ate the relics that he left behind. As such, we were worshipped by the Buddhist sections. My big brother inherited the sovereign side of the Buddha emperor, so he was overbearing and unruly. I, on the other hand, was closer to the Buddha. Perhaps that was why I had a closer connection with the Buddha emperor in my dreams. 30,000 years ago, an aurora suddenly shot out from the wall of primal chaos at the edge of the ninth realm. That was the seed of origin. It flew across many star regions at an astonishing speed. Because of its strangeness, it caused a huge commotion. Many forces in the immortal world and the divine world tried to snatch it. However, it was too fast. Even the starry sky giants couldn't keep up with it. Everyone was fighting against each other, so when it flew into the Milky Way star region, its whereabouts were unknown. Only a small group of forces in the Milky Way star region noticed its whereabouts. They eventually found the ancient pale yellow star region and caused the incident 30,000 years ago. Those people originally wanted to find the seed of origin and bring it back to their sects or clans to make a contribution. However, they underestimated the enemy and were killed by the natives of this ancient star. They were all left here. The final whereabouts of the seed of origin became a complete mystery in the universe. While White Whale was speaking, Guchen, who was deep in thought, suddenly opened his mouth. The cultivators who came to the ancient pale yellow star 30,000 years ago just happened to arrive, but you're different. You came prepared, right? Bai Jing nodded. That's right. In fact, before the seed of origin appeared, I frequently dreamed of the Buddha emperor. He said that this thing was the key to the changes in the ninth realm. He asked me to find it and wait for it to sprout. The Buddha Emperor was so powerful that he could know about the future? Palai Island Master exclaimed. The Buddha Emperor was so powerful that he could know about the past, present, and future. However, compared to the immortal world's celestial emperor, he was still lacking in this aspect. As Bai Jing explained, his gaze suddenly landed on White Ape, who was on Gu Chen's shoulder, and he smiled. In fact, I wasn't the only one who sensed the birth of the seed of origin in advance. Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he recalled what the ancestor of the Heart Ape clan had said. White Ape's sudden departure from the ape planet was too similar to Bai Jing's. They had both left suddenly and never returned. Back then, when I rushed to the outside of ancient star Tsung Huang, it just so happened to arrive. However, at that time it was extremely old, different from now. After probing with it, I realized that its experience was similar to mine. It was summoned by Heaven's equal immortal emperor in a dream to come here. Heaven's equal immortal emperor's words were similar to what the Buddha Emperor told me. When White Whale said this, everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Two emperors who had died long ago had appeared in his dream at the same time. What was the origin of this seed? Gu Chen felt that this was too ridiculous, but he couldn't find any flaw in Bai Jing's story. Bai Jing thought. He said that White Ape was old at that time, just like what the ancestor of the Heart Ape clan had once told him. When he left Ape Planet, White Ape was in his old age of reincarnation. Had, King, Ape had, he, and said. It's a long story. Take a look for yourselves. The White Whale's divine sense suddenly enveloped Gu Chen and the others. Then, a scene from the past appeared in their minds. In the starry sky, an old White Ape and a White Whale were floating. In front of them, there were many cultivators rushing towards them. Behind them, there was a ruined ancient planet. Some cultivators had already killed their way into it. Both you and I were visited by the Emperor in our dreams, which means that the seed of origin is definitely not simple. How could such a divine object fall into the hands of those idiots? As White Ape spoke, he looked at the endless stream of cultivators in front of him. Why don't we join forces to cut off this star passage and prevent others from finding this planet? Bai Jing pondered for a moment, then agreed. That's good too. The Buddha Emperor wants me to wait for the seed to sprout. If this thing is taken away, there might be changes. After the two of them finished their discussion, they attacked together and killed all the cultivators who came later to prevent the news of the seed of origin from leaking out. What about the guys who have already sneaked in? Afterward, White Whale looked at the ancient sky yellow star and said. Hey, the cultivators on this ancient planet are tough. We might be able to deal with them ourselves. Let's just wait and see. In any case, we can't let them leave this ancient planet alive. Oh no. Why do we have to enter reincarnation at this time? As the old White Ape spoke, he suddenly became weak. His body gave off a colorful light and shrank continuously. Primogenitor, you told me to wait here, and now you want me to enter reincarnation. Good. You're the best. Flustered and exasperated, White Ape flew into the ancient planet. In the process, he gradually turned into a colorful egg and smashed into a huge mountain. At the same time, Bai Jing also flew into the Kunlun continent. At some point, it had assimilated with Bai Jing Palace. On the Kunlun continent, under the leadership of the Gu clan's Gu Hao, many cultivators finally destroyed the invading gods. Gu Chen felt inexplicably shocked as he felt the images in Bai Jing's divine sense. It turned out that his encounter with White Ape was not a coincidence. Instead, it was predestined. Originally, it had come for the seed of origin. That was why it had followed him through the bronze door after meeting him, who had helped the seed of origin germinate. Although it has forgotten the past, it came to you earlier than I did. Bai Jing looked at the shocked Gu Chen and smiled. We are all waiting for the seed of origin to germinate. You, who helped it germinate, are the savior of the ninth realm. Gu Chen fell into a long silence. It took him a long time to digest everything Bai Jing had said. He did not hastily agree to Bai Jing's request because he did not think of himself as a savior. Back then, even the immortal emperors and god emperors could not save the ninth realm. How could he bear this responsibility? During this time, they left Bai Jing's body. Bai Jing shrank and reunited with the golden-winged rock brothers. It did not force Gu Chen to accept everything immediately. It knew that what it had said was like a fantasy. The responsibility of being a savior was too great. If Guchen accepted it casually, it would disappoint him. Bai Jing stayed behind to wait for Guchen to make a decision. Although the golden-winged rock was dissatisfied with its brother's actions, it still went with it. The two of them became guests. The golden-winged rock regained its freedom. It buried the hatchet with the others and drank and chatted merrily. Guchen's companions quickly learned about the savior. They also learned about the changes in the starry sky from the golden-winged rock. For the past 2 years, they had been living and cultivating peacefully. Other than the last time the Heart Ape clan had come to deliver a congratulatory gift, they knew nothing about the outside world. After getting drunk, the golden-winged rock talked freely. The various things it said made them realize that in just 2 years, the 12-star fields had completely changed. More than a year ago, the Outer World 100 came to the 9th realm with great ambitions and expanded in the 12-star zones. Although they were extremely young, they defeated many star lords who had been famous for hundreds of thousands of years. They showed their attainments in Dao that far surpassed the 9th realm and destroyed the firm Dao hearts of countless experts. Some of them were even praised as young sovereigns. Wherever they went, all the major forces would surrender at the mere sight of them. No one could match them. Because of the arrival of the Outer World 100, the Divine Realm was no longer the Divine Realm, it had become a pile of loose sand. At the same time, many hidden sects and families appeared one after another, making the situation even more complicated. In the universe, experts die every day, and geniuses are born every day. The order of the past is no longer there. This is a golden era where the talented transform into dragons, but it is also a chaotic era that mediocre people fear the most. The Golden Rock spoke with fervor and assurance, sketching a chaotic picture of the chaotic universe for everyone. The most shocking thing was the collapse of the Divine Realm and the appearance of the Outer World 100. These people from the Outer World must have been sent by the Xing County, but why did he send them? Hai Dongqing, Pulai Island Master, and the others were all worried after understanding the situation. The heavenly Dao had collapsed, and the order was in chaos. Theoretically, the Xing County should have tried to repair the heavenly Dao and let the 9th realm return to their control. However, the truth was that they had sent the Outer World 100, which accelerated the chaos in the 9th realm. The situation was unstable everywhere, and the people had no way to live. This did not seem like something a ruler should do. The deeper meaning behind it was disturbing. No matter what the Xing County's goal is, the Outer World 100 can do whatever they want in the 9th realm. The most innocent people are the ordinary people, the White Whale said with compassion. White Whale bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. This was the chaotic era that the Buddha Emperor had prophesied. No matter if it's a prosperous era or a chaotic era, ordinary people are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Little brother, you've been influenced by the Buddha's heart and are too kind. The Golden Rock shook its head. Unlike the White Whale, it did not care about the life and death of ordinary people. It only cared about its own strength. I hope that Guchen is willing to step forward. Otherwise, the 9th realm will soon reach a critical moment of life and death. White Whale said worriedly. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Although they all acknowledged Guchen's strength and had fought alongside him before, that was out of trust and friendship, unlike the White Whale, which seemed to be a morbid faith. The so-called Buddha Emperor's guidance in one's dreams was too incredible. The existence of a savior that seemed to be the will of the heavens made people like them who went against the will of the heavens even more unwilling to believe it. No one said anything and continued to drink with the Kuanping brothers. Outside the house, Guchen leaned against the wall and listened to the movements inside. He heard all the contents of the conversation. Savior? In this world, only you can save yourself. He muttered as he looked up at the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. The next day, Guchen met with the White Whale and responded. I'll let you go. You can leave this place. As for the matter of the savior, there's no need to mention it again. Guchen's answer disappointed the White Whale, while the Golden Rock flew into a rage. How dare you? My brother wants to follow you, but you don't have the courage to accept it. How dare you chase us away? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If you have the guts, let's fight again. Guchen ignored the golden-winged rock and looked at the White Whale calmly. Can you tell me why? The ninth realm is in chaos. As the man of the heavens, do you want to avoid all of this? Asked the white whale. The will of the heavens? Gu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile as he shook his head. I believe that man can conquer nature, but I don't believe in fate. People should save themselves, not look to the savior. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. Upon hearing this, Baijing's expression changed. He somewhat understood what Gu Chen meant. The golden rock felt that Gu Chen was being too disrespectful to its brother, so it said angrily. Gu Chen. I already know you. You have the ability to break into the divine realm, but you don't have the courage to accept the title of savior? You can stay on this ancient planet Song Huang and warm your bed with your wife and children, but will you feel at ease? Gu Chen could not help but stop in his tracks. The golden rock became angrier as it spoke. Its brother had waited for this man for 30,000 years, but this man had rejected it so easily. It was unbearable. Maybe you don't care about the lives of the countless living beings in the 12-star fields because they have nothing to do with you. But what about the first desolate heavenly general? You are his successor. Don't you care about his life? Gu Chen turned around in surprise. What do you mean? The golden rock sneered when it saw that it had successfully attracted Gu Chen's attention. Do you know why I'm being chased by the Desolate God clan? The Desolate God clan relied on an outer realm genius called Xianxia. I was injured in a battle with him. He wanted to capture me as his mount, so he sent the Desolate God clan to chase me. Do you know why he didn't come to kill me himself? Because he was busy capturing the first desolate heavenly general. Gu Chen was completely attracted by the golden rock's words. He narrowed his eyes. Continue. Not long ago, the first desolate heavenly general, who had been missing for a long time, reappeared. He sent a letter of challenge to fight with Aragami in the center of the Milky Way. Xiangjun hid behind and would attack the desolate immortal when the two of them fought. This was a conspiracy planned by them. The Desolate God clan wanted to use this opportunity to reunite the two races. Xiangjun also wanted the Desolate God clan to become stronger so that they could fight for him. Gu Chen's heart rippled when he heard this. Back in the desolate region battlefield, the Desolate Immortal clan had indeed said that he would look for Aragami soon in order to make him give up the war. He didn't expect this day to come. Thank you for telling me about this, Gu Chen said to the golden-winged giant rock. After he finished speaking, he left without any hesitation. This is the destined battle between the Desolate Immortal and the Desolate God. You are the heir of the Desolate Immortal, and you are so powerful. You know there is a conspiracy, but you don't have any thoughts of helping? Are you so afraid of becoming the savior that you want to be a coward? The golden rock was so angry that he kept cursing. He even wanted to rush forward, but he was stopped by White Whale. Little brother, aren't you angry? You waited for 30,000 years, and this coward came? The golden rock said angrily. White Whale shook his head. He looked at Gu Chen's departing figure and murmured, I already understand what he meant. I already understand what he means. He's not afraid of becoming a savior. He just wants to be himself. Is there a difference? The golden rock's anger subsided a little. Of course there is. Just like he said, man can conquer nature. He doesn't act according to destiny. After White Whale finished speaking, he smiled. Let's go back to Mount Meru. He doesn't want me to follow him now, but it doesn't mean I can't do anything, the White Whale said meaningfully. The White Whale said meaningfully. After it finished speaking, its body floated up into the sky. Midway, its huge, bloated body suddenly changed. It turned into a majestic golden-winged rock. Screech, it flew up into the sky and left this ancient planet where it had stayed for 30,000 years. Hey! Wait for me. The golden-winged rock didn't want to go back to the West Heaven Galaxy, but it still followed its brother. The two golden rocks left one after the other. Gu Chen watched from the ground, deep in thought. You've made up your mind? Hai Dongqing had unknowingly appeared behind him and spoke. Behind him, Jiang Beiming, Punlai Island Master, and the dragon horse also came. When I was in the divine realm, I witnessed the chaos of the immortal gods. I didn't know why I was fighting, so I chose to return to my hometown and live in seclusion. Gu Chen looked at the sky and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were unusually clear. Today, the enemy is clear. I'm not afraid of fighting or anything. This is our common world. We have nowhere to run, so we can only fight. Why should we, cultivators, shrink from fighting? Gu Chen's voice was calm, but everyone could hear the passion that had been suppressed for 2 years. I'm willing to follow you. Hai Dongqing held the wooden saber and half knelt on the ground. He had been waiting for these words for 2 years. Jiang Beiming, Punlai Island Master, the Dragon Horse, the Azure Bull, and the White Ape all smiled at this moment. Their peaceful life was coming to an end, and they would travel among the stars again. Get ready. We'll leave the ancient planet Songhuang soon. Gu Chen remembered the fated battle between the desolate immortals and desolate gods and realized that time was running out. On the same day, everyone split up and made all kinds of preparations before leaving. Gu Chen told his grandfather and father about it immediately. I'll go with you. Gu Tianming knew how dangerous and difficult what Gu Chen was going to do was, so he said seriously. Gu Chen shook his head. Father, you've been away from mother for so long, you should spend more time with her now. Besides, after I leave, ancient Songhuang Star needs someone to protect it. Gu Chen had already thought about it. After he left, Songhuang Ancient Star still needed powerhouses. Otherwise, there would be too many unpredictable risks. Although Nangongxing, Gu Yao, and the others had improved very quickly, they had never left the Ancient Star. There was a huge gap between them and the true first-class experts. Gu Tianming had stayed in the Pure Spirit Kingdom for 10 years. His development of the Tyrant body had surpassed that of Gu Chen. He had long since become a first-class expert. With him around, the safety of the pale yellow Ancient Star had greatly increased. Of course, these were just excuses. Gu Chen's main reason was that he didn't want his father to take the risk. He wanted him to accompany his mother. Gu Tianming felt that he owed his wife a lot. When Gu Chen pointed out his weakness, he hesitated. Plus, it was useful for him to stay in Songhuang Ancient Star, so he finally agreed. However, he said something else. Chen the enemies you will face in the starry sky this time are completely different from the past. Take this star map. Gu Tianming solemnly handed a star map to Gu Chen. What is this? Gu Chen asked, puzzled. The end of the star map is a place where the tyrants used to live. Back then, I wasn't strong enough, so the man with a bamboo hat brought me there to help me improve my strength. It was also when I went there that my strength improved by leaps and bounds. What Gu Tianming said was shocking, but it explained why his strength could improve so quickly in the 10 years he had been away. The man with a bamboo hat is really not simple. He even knows about the secret place of the tyrants. Gu Chen thought of the Heaven Void Hall. He muttered a few words and kept the star map. Seeing him accept it, Gu Tianming felt a little more at ease and said with a smile. He smiled and said, have you told your wife about this? Gu Chen shook his head. Lan Chu was the most difficult person to talk to if he wanted to leave the ancient planet Songhuang. Back then, Lan Chu would rather abandon her identity as the Kunlun Saintess and all her clansmen in order to be with him. Now, only 2 years had passed, and he was going to leave. He did not know when he would return, and his life might even be in danger. Thinking of this, he was filled with guilt. He had also thought about whether to bring her along, but he did not know how many enemies they would face and how strong they would be. He was selfish and did not want her to live a life of blood on the edge of a knife like him. It's better to tell her as soon as possible, Gu Yuan sighed. Gu Yuan sighed. His granddaughter-in-law was truly virtuous, but his grandson was destined not to live a peaceful life. Gu Chen nodded. After saying goodbye to his grandfather and parents, he returned to the courtyard where he lived. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Ji Lanchu was playing the guqin. The sound of the guqin was pleasant to listen to, but it carried a faint sadness of parting. Gu Chen stood where he was in silence until the end of the music. I'm sorry. Gu Chen looked at Lanchu's slightly gloomy face and finally spoke. He knew that she must have already guessed it. In the past 2 years, the two had been inseparable, and each had long been a parasite in the other's stomach. It's okay. Ji Lanchu got up and walked to Gu Chen's side, gently tidying his sleeves. In fact, when you let Yuan Buhua and Xianxia go, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. 2 years is already much longer than I thought, and I am very satisfied. Ji Lanchu whispered softly, her smile was still so beautiful, like an orchid in an empty valley. Gu Chen hugged her silently, his heart warm and touched. He did not need to explain much to Lanchu. She understood all his thoughts, and no matter what, she would support him unconditionally. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? 2 days later, Gu Chen and his companions left, leaving the ancient planet Song Huang for the unknown starry sky. This time, they did not know when they would return, or what was waiting for them. Perhaps some of them would never return, but they had to go. 2 years ago, after the collapse of the Divine Realm, although they had interrupted the war, in fact, it was not really over. The real enemy had appeared. They had once imprisoned their ancestors, and now they were unscrupulously destroying their home, and perhaps even brewing an even more terrible plot. They had to stop it, and do everything they could. Before, they did not know who they were fighting for, but now, they knew. In the end, Gu Chen and his companions passed through the sky market, disappearing into the sky above the ancient planet. Ji Lanchu stood at the highest peak of the continent, watching Gu Chen's distant figure. Her black hair flew in the wind, and her eyes gradually became moist. Gu Chen, I wanted to go with you, I wanted to fight alongside you, but now, it is not the same. She touched her belly, and her eyes became gentle and determined. In her body, there was already a little life, so she could not be willful and follow him. And she could not even tell Gu Chen, for fear that it would affect his will. He was going to risk his life, and should not have any worries. As a famous transit planet in the Milky Way star field, Black Dragon Planet intersected with many star paths. There were many cultivators coming and going, and trade used to be very prosperous. However, since the collapse of the Divine Realm 2 years ago, the order of the 12 star fields began to fall into chaos. A prosperous planet like this became a hot commodity in the eyes of many bandit cultivators, and bloodshed occurred one after another. Originally, there was a large force like the Thousand Faces Temple on this planet, which was enough to deter ordinary thieves. However, since the secret of the Thousand Faces Temple defecting to the Pure Spirit Kingdom was exposed, it became the target of public criticism. After the collapse of the Divine Realm, the major branches were destroyed one after another, and the branch on Black Dragon Planet was no exception. This force disappeared in the past 2 years, just like the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Without the protection of the major organizations, the interstellar bandits, mercenary legions, and other forces unscrupulously killed and robbed on the Black Dragon Planet. Over time, the passing merchants no longer dared to transit on this planet, and the Black Dragon Planet declined. However, recently, Black Dragon Planet showed signs of prosperity again. Every day, all kinds of cultivators would come to the planet to inquire about information or rest, making it especially lively. Open your eyes wide. Recently, many big shots have come to Black Dragon Planet. When choosing a target, you must confirm the other party's strength and background. Don't act rashly. Boss has instructed us to not open a business rather than offend people easily. On a star path near Black Dragon Planet, a small leader of a bandit corps was giving orders to his subordinates. Recently, Black Dragon Planet had become chaotic. Several bandit corps had accidentally offended big shots and were wiped out overnight, causing all the bandits to be on tenterhooks. What are these people doing on Black Dragon Planet? There has been no profit here for a long time. I see that some of those cultivators are clearly from other star fields. Is it worth it to come so far? A bandit complained. Originally, their corps was stationed near Black Dragon Planet, and their days of robbery were quite comfortable. Under normal circumstances, no passing cultivators dared to provoke them, and they would obediently hand over money to redeem their lives. However, it was different now. Every time they made a move, they had to be careful and observe carefully to avoid encountering big shots that they could not afford to offend. In such a cautious state, the fat sheep did not dare to rob, and the poor bastard would suffer a loss if he robbed. It seemed that there had not been a normal transaction for a few days. Humph, you only know how to drink, eat, and play with women after every robbery. You don't even know what the world is like now. When the leader heard this, he snorted disdainfully at his subordinate's short-sightedness and said with respect in his eyes, In 5 days, the desolate heavenly general of ancient heaven and the desolate god clan's ancestor will fight in the center of the Milky Way. This battle has already alarmed all parties, and countless cultivators are rushing to watch it. Black Dragon Planet is close to the center of the Milky Way. Thus, it is only natural for many cultivators to come here to rest and gather information. In truth, it is not just Black Dragon Planet. Many cultivators from the ancient life-bearing planets near the Milky Way are rushing over as well. Those people are all famous figures in the galaxy. How can we afford to offend them? That's why boss told us to be careful. When the bandit heard what the small leader said, his mouth opened wide. The desolate heavenly general of ancient heaven? Could he be the peerless overlord whose name shook the divine realm 2 years ago? When the small leader heard this, he immediately ridiculed, "Oh, you know that person's name." The bandit immediately beamed with joy, his face full of excitement. How can I not know that person? That person is the Ninth Realm's publicly recognized supreme young man, full of legends. I heard that he disappeared for 2 years. Is he going to appear again now? That's great. If he appears, how can those geniuses from the outer realm be so arrogant? The bandit spoke excitedly, but the people around him laughed when they heard this. Idiot. The person you mentioned is the second-generation desolate heavenly general, and the one who challenged Aragami is a desolate immortal. They are not the same person. The bandit leader bluntly attacked him, and the bandit from before was immediately greatly disappointed when he heard this. Unfortunately, it's not that person. The small leader shook his head repeatedly. You don't believe me when I say you are ignorant? Although that overlord's name has spread far and wide, have you seen him fight in the past 2 years? If he truly possessed the ability, why would he hide in this golden era? Not to mention the 10 supreme young men whose names have shaken the 12 starfields. The way I see it, even the recently famous Ascension sect Xianxia is not someone that he can compare to. Compared to him, the desolate immortal who is going to fight 5 days later is the truly extraordinary one. The small leader spoke eloquently about the rumors he had heard from the bystanders. That desolate immortal is a famous heavenly general in the immemorial immortal world. He was once reputed to be the heavenly emperor's right-hand man. After the chaos of the immortals and gods, he disappeared for countless years. Now that he has returned, no one knows how powerful he is. You said that it's a pity that he did not come, but what you don't know is that he is merely the desolate immortal's successor. The small leader spoke with conviction. His words caused the bandit to lower his head in shame. He felt that he was truly short-sighted. It is said that the desolate immortal and the desolate god were brothers of the same body. They were born from the primal chaos, and their talent stood at the peak of all living things. However, due to a conflict of ideals, one joined the immortal realm, while the other joined the divine realm. Legend has it that if the desolate immortal and the desolate god were to fuse into one, they would be unparalleled in the world. Thus, this battle is a battle of destiny. Both want to defeat the other to advance. The result of this battle is destined to affect the entire Milky Way starfield, and even the entire Ninth Realm. Thus, many great characters were attracted to this battle. The small leader's story was extremely marvelous. Many of the bandits were entranced by it, and their faces were filled with shock. Enough, enough. Don't just listen to stories and neglect your proper duties. Raise your spirits, don't miss the fat sheep passing by. After enjoying the crowd's respectful gazes, the small leader was satisfied and began to lecture them. Only then did the many bandits reluctantly turn their attention back to the star road ahead. Ah! There's a flying ship coming. Soon, the bandit who was scolded for being short-sighted pointed ahead and raised his spirits. The group of bandits looked in that direction, and indeed, they saw a flying ship advancing on the star road with astonishing speed. Are we going to snatch it or not? Everyone looked at the small leader, eager to make a move. These days, the major forces they had seen usually traveled in fleets. At the very least, they would have several large flying ships. Cultivators who only had a small flying ship were generally not very powerful, and they were suitable targets for the bandit group. Idiot! Can't you see the speed of that flying ship? Can a normal flying ship be that fast? Wait for the next one. The small leader cursed. He was a little uncertain about the level of the cultivators on that flying ship, but according to his boss's instructions, they should not provoke those who were uncertain. Hearing this, all the bandits immediately sighed. It seemed like they could not open their business today again. Just as they were feeling depressed, they realized that the flying ship was flying straight toward them, as if it had discovered their existence in advance. Be careful. Trouble is knocking on our door. The leader looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. All the bandits took out their treasures. The spaceship soon arrived in front of the bandits and hovered steadily. After that, a horse walked out of the spaceship, followed by a cow. After that, a white ape actually walked out. What the hell? Are they opening a beast garden? Everyone was suspicious. Finally, a person walked out of the spaceship, but it was a blind middle-aged man. The leader and his companions looked at each other and were immediately tempted. This cow, horse, monkey, and disabled person looked very easy to deal with. However, 2 more people walked out of the spaceship. One had a silver vertical eye between his eyebrows and looked slovenly. The other was handsome, but his eyes were full of wisdom. Both looked very unusual. Finally, a white-clothed youth with black hair walked out. He looked handsome and extraordinary. His eyes were dark and deep. It seemed that everyone was following him. Gu Chen, these people are hiding here sneakily. Should we kill them all? The dragon horse bared its sharp teeth at the leader and looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. The bandits could feel the monstrous murderous aura from it and felt uneasy. The leader's face turned even paler. It's over. We've met someone powerful. Let's see if they have any useful information. If not, then we'll kill them. Gu Chen said calmly. These people were obviously bandits. He did not have a good impression of them. He thought of the armies that had visited the dark yellow ancient planet. However, they had just arrived near the Black Dragon planet and knew nothing about the specific time of the battle between the desolate immortal and the desolate god. This was the time they needed information. Since they had met, they naturally had to ask. The dragon horse nodded and then interrogated the group of bandits fiercely. Among the bandits, only the leader was the most knowledgeable. Naturally, he was the one to answer. He answered their questions one by one and realized that many of their questions were known to everyone. It seemed that they had just come out from a place with no information. However, he did not dare to mock them. He told them the truth about the battle between the desolate immortal and the desolate god at the center of the Milky Way in 5 days. The center of the Milky Way is huge. Where will the battle take place? Gu Chen asked calmly. My lord, this lowly one doesn't know. The leader smiled bitterly. Who was this person in front of him? Why did he look like he was going to fight? However, how many people in this world would dare to participate in a battle of that level? Could he have coincidentally met one of them? If you don't even know this, what's the use of keeping you? When the dragon horse heard that, it snorted. The dragon flames that came out of its nose actually burned through space, scaring the group of roving bandits so much that their legs turned to jelly. My lords, my lords. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. This duel was originally very secretive. It's already not easy to get the approximate time and location out. I'm afraid that apart from the parties involved, not many people know the specific location. Look at the Black Dragon planet and the other life planets near the Milky Way. Many cultivators have gathered there. They're all guessing and waiting. The leader was so anxious that he was on the verge of tears. Gu Chen saw that he was speaking with sincerity, so he didn't make things difficult for him. Tell me about Xianxia mighty army? Who is that? The leader was dumbfounded. He's the young supremacy from the outer world that the desolate god race sought refuge with. Don't you know about this? The green ox said unhappily. It also breathed out 2 streams of mist from its nostrils. The mist was like arrows, scaring the group of roving bandits. Among the geniuses from the outer world, there are a total of 10 who are recognized as young supremacies, but I've never heard of this name. The leader was confused. Are you sure? When Gu Chen's companions heard that, they looked at each other with furrowed brows. I'm absolutely sure. I've never heard of this person's name. The leader's tone was abnormally firm. He had answered many questions fluently before, and it didn't seem like he was inexperienced. Perhaps this genius from the outer world, Xianxia, was really not famous. It seems like this Xianxia is very scheming. He purposely hid behind and wanted to attack Senior Desolate Immortal by surprise. Palai Island Lord analyzed. Gu Chen's gaze also became serious. The golden-winged rock was right. If he didn't come, who knew what would have happened to Senior Desolate Immortal? The other party had given him a great fortune, so Gu Chen couldn't just stand by and watch. He had to destroy the enemy's plot. Moreover, this genius from the outer world named Xianxia was also a breakthrough point for him to understand the enemy. You know the star paths around here very well? Gu Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at the group of roving bandits. Since the enemy was hiding in the dark, it wasn't convenient for him to show himself. However, he needed information now. His companions were too strong, and they would easily attract attention. It seemed like he had to control some small forces. Yes. We rob, do business here all year round, and we know the star paths around here very well. There's no information that we can't find out. The leader was smart. He realized that there was hope for him to keep his life, so he quickly said. That's good. Green Ox, go back with them and meet their boss. Gu Chen casually ordered. Yes, master. The Green Ox nodded and then drove the group of roving bandits away. The bandits didn't dare to resist. It was good enough that they could keep their lives. From the beginning to the end, they hadn't seen this group of people make a move, but just the invisible aura of a superior was enough to make them tremble. After the Green Ox left, Gu Chen and the rest of his companions walked across the starry sky and walked towards the Black Dragon Star. I came to this Black Dragon Star when I first stepped into the starry sky. It wasn't as chaotic as it is now. Gu Chen frowned slightly. He scanned with his divine sense and noticed that there were still many roving bandits on this star path. They were all waiting for an opportunity to rob cultivators passing by. The world has changed. It's said to be a golden era, but many lawbreakers have become unscrupulous. Without a powerful force rising to establish rules and order, the common people will always suffer. Hai Dongqing sighed, hinting at something. Gu Chen understood what he meant and smiled without saying anything. Friend Gu, ancient heaven needs you, Hai Dongqing couldn't help but say. Friend Hai has been with me for 2 years, but his heart has always been with the celestial court. Gu Chen teased. After stepping into the starry sky, Hai Dongqing had tried to get him to return to the celestial court many times. Ancient heaven needs someone to take charge of the overall situation, and Friend Gu is the most suitable candidate, Friend Hai said seriously. Let's talk about this later. Now, we should focus on the battle in 5 days. Gu Chen shook his head. The information given by the golden-winged rock is still too little. We know nothing about that group of outer realm cultivators, and we don't know much about the changes in this situation in the past 2 years. We need to recover as soon as possible. Everyone, let's take down a bandit legion. Although these people are despicable, they have been running around all year round. They must have a lot of information we need. After this is done, gather at the Black Dragon Star. In the Black Dragon City, Gu Chen was walking around casually, unruffled. The streets were crowded, but he seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. Wherever he passed, people didn't even notice his arrival. His companions had split up to subdue the bandit legions near the Black Dragon planet, while he had arrived at the Black Dragon City, the largest city on the Black Dragon planet. He seemed to be wandering aimlessly, but his divine awareness had already spread out, covering the entire Black Dragon planet. He had also sent out tens of millions of sky-devouring demonic butterflies to observe every corner of the planet, paying attention to the slightest movement. A huge amount of information was transmitted into Gu Chen's mind through the sky-devouring demonic butterflies' divine awareness. He was absorbing all kinds of information like a sponge. The masters of the barbarians have arrived at the Milky Way. They said they would protect Heaven General Huang. Not just the barbarians, but the mirage monsters are here too. But it's strange that apart from these 2 subsidiary forces, Ancient Heaven hasn't made any moves. No one has seen the celestial soldiers and generals. I heard that the Lord of Ling Long's celestial palace is here too. The battle between them and the Fallen Flowers divine sect has become more and more intense. I didn't expect them to have time to watch this battle. The starry giants of the Infinite Fey God sect and the Yi clan have all shown up these days. Looks like even the big shots are paying attention to Huang's destined battle. Countless pieces of information interweaved in Gu Chen's mind. He sorted them out and analyzed them. This battle had attracted many big shots, but he couldn't find any clues about the mighty army hiding behind the desolate god clan. That person had hidden well, which meant his scheme had been successful. Why had the Xing County sent the Outer World 100 to the 9th realm? The Outer World 100 had been expanding and stirring up trouble everywhere. What was their real intention? These were the first two questions Gu Chen had to figure out on his return to the starry sky. He would only know what he had to do based on the answers to these two questions. He wouldn't be arrogant, nor would he underestimate his enemy. He decided to take things one step at a time, steadily and surely, because his life was valuable. Someone was waiting for him to go home. Walking through the streets and alleys of the Black Dragon City, Gu Chen had a better understanding of the current situation by combining the divine awareness and the information collected by the sky-devouring demonic butterflies. Even if there were still some omissions, once his companions brought back information from the various rebel armies, it would be enough to make up for them. The world is getting more and more chaotic. I need my own intelligence network to be able to strike first. Gu Chen pondered. He didn't ask everyone to subdue the bandit army just to gather intelligence. He planned to use these bandits to build his own intelligence network. If everything went well, at least in the Milky Way star sector, his intelligence network would not be inferior to some second- or third-rate forces. As Gu Chen was thinking, a sky-devouring demonic butterfly transmitted a mental wave. It had actually met an acquaintance and immediately informed Gu Chen. Gu Chen closed his eyes and spread his divine awareness into a house in the Black Dragon City. He saw the man the sky-devouring demonic butterfly had found. It's actually her. The people from the Nether Realm have also come? Gu Chen murmured. The woman the sky-devouring demonic butterfly had found was Yi Fei, the virgin of the Nether Realm. She was with several Nether kings, seemingly arguing about something. All of them looked distressed. Deep in thought, Gu Chen had the sky-devouring demonic butterfly stop on the eaves of the house to eavesdrop on their conversation. Don't you understand? We can't go back to the Nether Realm. We should stay as far away as possible. Yi Fei said anxiously. Virgin, this is only your guess. If we leave now, we will be considered traitors of the sect and will be wanted by the Nether Realm. Baron said hesitantly. The other Nether kings were also worried. The Virgin has disappeared after entering the tower of the Nether Emperor. The two Nether Lords have also disappeared mysteriously. Even Lord Xianxia has become very strange. Don't you understand what has happened? This time, we finally escaped from the Nether Realm and came to this Black Dragon Star by investigating the whereabouts of the Thousand Faces Temple. We should take advantage of the chaos of the Milky Way to escape. But you want to go back to the Nether Realm? If you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to reincarnate. Yi Fei said resentfully. Seeing that they were still hesitant, she gritted her teeth and said, forget it. If you don't want to leave, I will leave by myself. The Nether King's expressions changed. Virgin, if you leave, how will we report to the Nether Realm? If you are still loyal, just say that I have been killed. Yi Fei's eyes flashed. This? The Nether Kings looked at each other. Baron shook his head. That won't do. Lord Xianxia will definitely see that we are lying. He will kill us then. That's your problem. Either you come with me, or you'll take the blame. Yi Fei said and turned to walk out of the house. Saintess, please wait. Give us a few more days to think about it. The Nether Kings hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Yi Fei took a deep breath. All right, I will give you 2 more days to think about it. You must make a decision in 2 days. Also, remember, if you betray me, you will not have a good ending. She said threateningly and left the house, leaving the Nether Kings struggling in the house. A bunch of idiots. They really won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. In a remote alley, Yi Fei walked alone. Thinking about the Nether King's nagging made her feel extremely annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too risky for her to escape alone, she wouldn't have bothered wasting her breath. She walked with a heavy heart. However, she realized that the light from the buildings around her was gradually dimming. In the end, it was as if night had fallen. Something is wrong. It is noon now. Her expression suddenly turned cold as she looked around vigilantly at the pitch-black surroundings. Could it be that her escape plan was exposed? Who is it? Come out. Yifei gathered her courage and said. A white-robed young man walked out from the darkness with a faint smile on his face. Virgin Yi, long time no see. When Yifei saw who it was, he turned pale with fright. It's you. Chen Gu, no, Overlord Gu Chen. She took a few steps back because the person in front of her was no longer the person in her memory. 2 years ago, this person had killed the leader of the Gold Clan with one strike. She still remembered it vividly. Don't worry. We have no enmity between us. I don't plan on doing anything to you, Gu Chen said calmly. Only then did Yifei calm down a little and ask solemnly. Why are you here? Gu Chen didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Yifei with interest. As the Virgin of the Nether Realm, the impression that Yifei gave him was that she was loyal to the Nether Realm and had a fanatical faith in the Emperor of the Underworld. However, he had eavesdropped on her conversation with the Nether Kings. She was actually encouraging them to escape the Nether Realm. This matter was too unusual. Because of this, he decided to meet Yifei out of curiosity. At the same time, the Nether Realm had an intelligence network that was second to none even among first-rate factions. Perhaps Yifei could be of help. That's right, you're the successor of the Desolate Immortal. Thus, you've come here with the intention of interfering in the duel 5 days from now? Before Gu Chen could reply, the clever Yifei had already guessed it. You're the Saintess of the Nether Realm, yet you're fleeing the Nether Realm. Why is that? Gu Chen did not follow up on Yifei's words. Instead, he went straight to the point. Yifei's expression changed when he heard that. He immediately understood that Gu Chen had heard their conversation earlier. She stared at Gu Chen for a long time before she suddenly said, her face cloudy and uncertain. You owe me for helping me escape from the Nether Realm's control. Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. When did I owe you anything? 2 years ago, in the arena of the gods, you promised me that if I could help you join the competition, you would tell me about Yingzun. But in fact, you used me, and you didn't keep your promise. Yifei gritted his teeth and said. Gu Chen was speechless for a moment. He had really forgotten about this matter. I killed Yingzun long ago. Alright, I'll tell you now. Gu Chen responded casually. Yingzun is dead? When Yifei heard this, she was stunned. She didn't think that Gu Chen would answer so readily, and the answer was actually like this. The man who almost destroyed her cultivation path, she wanted to tear him into pieces even in her dreams. She didn't expect that he had already died in the hands of this overlord. All of a sudden, Yifei felt that his obsession of many years had lost its direction, and he was at a loss. Gu Chen shook his head and didn't say anything, letting her sort out her emotions. After a long while, Yifei came back to his senses and gritted his teeth. No matter what, you broke your promise back then, so you still owe me. You must help me escape the Nether Realm's control. Gu Chen glanced at the road outside. Can't you just run away like you originally planned? No, that's different. Yifei shook her head repeatedly. Originally, she only wanted to escape, but after seeing Gu Chen, her thoughts changed. Although I can escape, if I don't get rid of the imprint in my body, it doesn't matter how far I run. Yifei's face was filled with sorrow. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed as he muttered. The Underworld Emperor has already woken up. Yifei was quite surprised. You really know about it. You really have a way to erase the imprint of the Emperor of the Underworld. A look of reminiscence appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. When I entered the Netherworld Emperor Pagoda back then, I discovered the Netherworld Emperor's secret. Anyone who cultivates the cultivation technique he passed down will have his mark left in their minds. According to him, anyone who cultivates his cultivation technique will become his cauldron. Human cauldron, what a good human cauldron. Yifei's lips curled into a bitter smile. To tell you the truth, ever since a year ago, the Underworld Emperor has repeatedly sent out orders for the cultivators of the Nether Realm to enter the pagoda. However, none of the cultivators who entered the pagoda have ever come out. The Sun and the 2 Underworld Supremacies are all dead. Although Lord Xianxia is still here, he is not in a good condition. If I stay in the Nether Realm, only death awaits me. I once swore to serve the Underworld Emperor, but I will never become his food. Guchen listened thoughtfully. The resurrection of the Underworld Emperor must have something to do with the recovery of the Taoist power. According to what the White Whale had said, the Underworld Emperor destroyed his own cultivation and imprisoned himself in the pagoda of the Underworld Emperor in order to avoid the collapse of the emperors. Now that the Taoist power had recovered, Xing Jun's attitude towards the Ninth Realm was hard to predict. The Underworld Emperor must have other intentions. Back then, the Underworld Emperor might have crippled his own cultivation, but he probably left behind a backup plan. The backup plan was the countless human cauldrons that cultivated his cultivation technique. Guchen wouldn't forget the terrifying ability of the Underworld Emperor to search the memories of Huangfu Wuji, who had been dead for a long time. His human cauldrons had a close relationship with the Underworld Emperor and were probably the key for him to return to the Emperor realm. It was precisely because of this that the Underworld Emperor started to devour the assassins of the Nether Realm in order to recover his vitality. Yi Fei had obviously noticed this, which was why he decided to escape the Nether Realm. When he thought that the Underworld Emperor, who was neither human nor ghost, might return to the Emperor realm, Guchen's heart had a pressing sense of danger. The Underworld Emperor knew that the myriad origin root was with Jiang Yi and was injured because of Jiang Yi previously. The Underworld Emperor would definitely not let Jiang Yi off after he recovered his strength. A Dao-querying realm emperor who had recovered his strength was definitely not someone that Guchen wanted to have a direct confrontation with. I have to think of a way to deal with the Underworld Emperor. There was a flash of chilling light in Guchen's eyes. Guchen, back then, you also entered the Underworld Emperor's tower and were able to leave the Nether Realm calmly. You must have the ability to erase the Underworld Emperor's imprint. Help me resolve this worry. I will never forget this favor. Yi Fei pleaded. Guchen's appearance made her feel that there was hope for her to completely break free from the Underworld Emperor's control. This was much more useful than escaping blindly. You are mistaken. I don't have the ability to help you resolve the imprint on your body. Guchen shook his head. Back then, he was able to resolve the imprint in his and his companions' minds mainly because they had just been planted and it was relatively easy to erase them. However, Yi Fei was different. She was the Nether Realm Saintess and had cultivated the Nether Realm's cultivation technique for far too long. The imprint was already deeply rooted in her body and had even fused with her primordial spirit. If he were to erase the imprint, it might cost her life. Guchen spoke the truth while Yi Fei's eyes revealed despair. Could it be that I have no way to break free from the Underworld Emperor's control? I have cultivated my entire life, and in the end, I will become his food. Guchen's eyes flashed. If the Underworld Emperor regained his vitality, he would be in a very dangerous situation. He couldn't just sit and wait for danger to appear. Although I cannot help you erase the imprint, if the Underworld Emperor dies, you will naturally be free. Guchen's words caused Yi Fei's expression to change. You mean, being my spy in the Nether Realm can be considered saving your life, Guchen said straightforwardly. Yi Fei hesitated for a moment. She wasn't sure if Guchen could truly defeat the Underworld Emperor. If he didn't have that ability, she might as well run away now and hide as far as she could. However, she thought that if she ran away, she might have to live in the shadow of the Underworld Emperor for the rest of her life. That kind of life would be too sad. She might as well risk her life and fight. Alright, I am willing to do my best to cooperate with you. Yi Fei made up her mind. Guchen nodded. This matter still needed to be discussed at length. The battle between the desolate immortals and the desolate gods was even more pressing. Guchen quickly asked Yi Fei if she had any information about the outsider genius, Xianxia. With the Nether Realm's investigative abilities, there might be some clues. Xianxia? We have never heard of this genius name before, but we do know about the desolate god race relying on an outsider genius. Yi Fei told the truth. Her words caused Guchen's expression to shake. The Nether Realm and the Thousand Faces Temple had always been at odds. Ever since the incident in the Divine Realm 2 years ago, the Thousand Faces Temple's defection to the Pure Spirit Kingdom had been exposed. This faction had suffered a devastating blow. However, only the Thousand Faces Temple's various branches had been destroyed. The cultivators who were the mainstay of this faction had fled in advance, just like the Pure Spirit Kingdom. In the past 2 years, the Nether Realm had wanted to take over the territory left behind by the Thousand Faces Temple, so they had spared no effort in hunting down the remaining cultivators. We have been investigating the movements of the Thousand Faces Temple cultivators. Not long ago, we captured one of them. After torture, we found out that with Jun Ruoxi as the leader, the Thousand Faces Temple had defected to an outsider genius, and this outsider genius also has a close relationship with the Desolate God race. This is no small matter. If the Thousand Faces Temple and the Desolate God race work together, it may have a negative impact on the Nether Realm. That's why I used this excuse to come to the Milky Way star field. Yifei told him everything he knew truthfully. Guchen listened and fell into deep thought. He had some impression of the Thousand Faces Temple's Jun Ruoxi. He had seen him at the Battle Gods Feast on Mount Myriad Gods. Who would have thought that Jun Ruoxi would have the ability to even subdue them? This also meant one thing. The Pure Spirit Kingdom had become a pile of loose sand after the death of the man with a bamboo hat. Otherwise, the Thousand Faces Temple would not have fallen to the point of defecting to an outsider genius. I wonder how Xianxia and Yuan Buhua are doing. The Pure Spirit Kingdom is powerful. If all their members were like the Thousand Faces Temple, it would definitely be a hidden danger. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He had considered this possibility back then, which was why he had spared the lives of Xianxia and Yuan Buhua. He could have called the two over to ask about this, but when he stepped into space, he had used the demon knife to sense that the two were not in the Milky Way star field. In other words, the Thousand Faces Temple's actions were their own, and had nothing to do with the Pure Spirit Kingdom. If the Thousand-Faced God Temple is also ambushing Senior Desolate Immortal, then things aren't looking good. I wonder what Ancient Heaven is planning. Guchen then asked Yifei about the movements of the Ancient Heaven. The barbarians and the mirage monsters under the banner of Ancient Heaven have both come, led by the old chief of the barbarians who has been famous for the past 2 years. But what's strange is that the heavenly soldiers of Ancient Heaven haven't sent any message. Maybe they're hiding very well. Yifei's answer was more or less the same as the rumors. Whether or not the Ancient Heaven would also participate in this duel, everyone had their own opinions, and there was no accurate information. Guchen asked Yifei a few more questions. After he had a rough idea of the situation, he replied. You can go back first. Contact me if you have any important news. Then. Yifei hesitated. Let's talk about the Underworld Emperor after this duel. I'll contact you then, Guchen said, knowing what she was thinking. Yifei nodded and left uneasily, while Guchen continued to collect information from everywhere. One day later, his companions also came to the Black Dragon City. Each of them had subdued a bandit legion and obtained a lot of information. After sorting out and summarizing the information, everyone's expression turned solemn. Desolate's destined battle has attracted the attention of too many forces. This isn't a good thing. There are too many uncontrollable factors. Apart from the Great Army and the Thousand-Faced God Temple, we can't be sure if anyone else will interfere. Palai Island Lord said seriously. Guchen knew what he meant. He looked at all his companions and said. Anyway, Senior Desolate Immortal has helped me a lot. I can't stay out of this. We'll do our best. Hearing this, everyone nodded. I'll deal with the Outer World geniuses. If the Thousand-Faced God Temple takes action, I'll leave it to you. A cold light flashed in Guchen's eyes. No one objected. The dragon horse couldn't help but roar. After 2 years of peaceful days, they had been longing for a hot-blooded battle. In the past 2 years, all of them had made great progress. It was time to check the results. They stayed on the Black Dragon planet, collecting information from the bandit legions and waiting for the upcoming battle. As the day of the battle approached, the entire Milky Way became lively. Countless spaceships arrived every day, wanting to witness this earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, the location of the battle wasn't clear yet. All the forces were scattered on different ancient planets, so it didn't cause too much commotion. Under everyone's attention, the day of the battle arrived. That day, spaceships of all sizes flew out from various ancient planets and gathered at the edge of the Desolate God's main planet. Although they weren't sure where the battle would take place, Aragami was on the Desolate God's main planet. He would leave the main planet today, so it wouldn't be a mistake to follow him. Gu Chen's spaceship also blended in with the large group of spectators and came to the desolate god's main planet. He stood in the cabin, looking at the main planet in the distance through the window, and sighed. The battle in the desolate region was still vivid in his mind, but now, everything had changed. The man with a bamboo hat, whom he had schemed to kill in the past, was dead. The world had changed, and the desolate god's main planet no longer had the majestic atmosphere it used to have. It used to be a huge life planet full of vitality, but after the core of the main planet was swallowed by Gu Chen, it became a rootless duckweed. The entire ancient planet looked lifeless, its surface full of cracks, and only a little green. It was said that this little green was the result of Aragami's efforts. Countless spaceships stopped outside the desolate god's main planet. It wasn't time yet, but the eyes of all the cultivators were focused on the major forces that came to watch the battle. That's the Clan's Starry Sky battleship. The battleship is covered with powerful god-exterminating crossbows, which can easily destroy a planet. Even this battleship is here. It looks like the clan isn't just here to watch the battle. The True Spirit clan is here too. Gosh, they brought an army of beasts. Someone looked in the direction of the True Spirit clan. The chariot caravan of their clansmen was pulled by hundreds of prehistoric mutants, each of which looked ferocious. Gu Chen noticed the discussions around him. He looked at the teams of the True Spirit clan and the Yi clan, and he saw a few familiar faces. The young master of the True Spirit clan, Gu Xuanfeng, and the genius of the Yi clan, Ho Zhou, were all there. Are they here to watch the battle or to make trouble? Jiang Beiming sneered. I'm afraid they're thinking of both. Hai Dongqing said solemnly. His eyebrows suddenly moved, and he turned his head to the other side of the starry sky. The barbarians and the mirage monsters are here. As soon as he said that, the other side of the starry sky was in an uproar. The old leader of the barbarians and Xian of the mirage monster walked over side by side. How dare the barbarian tribe and the mirage monsters show up? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by the forces of the divine realm? Some of the rogue cultivators whispered to each other. Hee, since the collapse of the divine realm, there's no clear division between immortals and gods. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Which force would provoke them for no reason? Not only that, the barbarian tribe's old chief is said to be the new barbarian heavenly general of ancient heaven. His strength is extraordinary. Long Yin has the barbarian tiger immortal body and rose like a comet in the past 2 years. He's quite famous among the younger generation. With these two, the barbarian tribe has already become a big clan. Who would dare to provoke them? Hearing this explanation, the others finally understood. Daoist you, thank you for helping us this time. The barbarian tribe and the mirage monsters stopped in the starry sky. Ignoring the discussions of the cultivators in the distance, the old chief smiled at Yuxian and Genjutsu. Yuxian snorted. Old barbarian, I'm not here to help you. The first barbarian heavenly general is a respected senior of ancient heaven. No matter what, we have to protect him in this duel. The old clan leader smiled and didn't say anything else. Ever since he saved Yuxian in the divine realm 2 years ago, his personality had changed a lot. Whether he was here to return the favor or to protect barbarian heavenly general, it was a good thing. Haven't you heard from heavenly general Li? The E-race, True Spirit race, and Boundless Demon God sect are all here. If the situation worsens, we won't be able to deal with it alone. Yuxian looked at the beast army and the cosmic battleship in the distance with worry on his face. There were too many variables in this duel, and the waters were too muddy. No news yet, but Heavenly General Li promised to protect the Vine Ancestor with the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. He won't break his promise. He must have been delayed on the way. The old chief pondered. Speaking of this, his expression was a bit solemn. I hope they get here soon. If Senior Desolate Immortal can make his breakthrough, then ancient heaven will rise again. Yuxian's eyes were filled with hope. Once the Desolate Immortal defeated the Desolate God, the two of them would merge into one. In this environment where the power of Tao was recovering, there was a high possibility that they could break through the barrier of the Emperor realm. But are you going to say hello? On Gu Chen's spaceship, Jiang Beiming looked at the barbarian team in the distance and said to Gu Chen. Gu Chen shook his head. Since that mighty army is hiding in the dark, it's not convenient for us to show ourselves. Let's act in secret. Following the arrival of the barbarians and the mirage monsters, other forces from the immortal realm also showed up boldly. Among them, the Linglong Celestial Palace was the most eye-catching. All of its disciples were female, and they were all good-looking. The palace mistress, Ji Mingchen, who was standing in front of them, was even more breathtakingly beautiful. She and Zhao Xianxia, the mistress of the Fallen Flowers divine sect, were known as the two most dazzling pearls in the Sea of Flowers. They were acknowledged as beauties in all star areas. Her appearance attracted the attention of some of the starry sky tycoons who were present. When they were young, many of them dreamed of getting intimate with this peerless beauty. Friend Gu, that's Ji Mingchen, the palace mistress of the Linglong Celestial Palace. The conflict between the Linglong Celestial Palace and the Fallen Flowers divine sect was very intense. She dared to leave the Sea of Flowers to watch the battle. She must have some feelings for ancient heaven. As far as I know, when the immortal realm still existed, the Ji family was indebted to Desolate Heaven General. Hai Dongqing introduced the Linglong Celestial Palace to Gu Chen in great detail. Gu Chen nodded. Ji Mingchen's beauty was comparable to Zhao Jianjiao's. Besides, she had just entered the late stage of Celestial Venerable. Her strength was not bad. More and more forces gathered in the starry sky. For hours later, a large number of desolate gods on the main star of the Desolate God clan suddenly left their home star in spaceships. The practitioners were in an uproar. What was going on? Soon, when all the desolate gods had left, the roaring sound lingered on the main star of the Desolate God clan. The mountains on the main star were collapsing. The ground was shattering. In a short time, the main star was torn apart and turned into a dead star. At this moment, Aragami, with long blue hair, soared into the sky from the ancient star. He was holding a colorful tree. Swish, like the stars in the sky, he strode towards the Milky Way in the distance. His momentum was like a rainbow, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. Many of the starry sky tycoons who were watching the battle were shocked when they saw him. It's said that the reason why the main star of the Desolate God clan still exists is because of Aragami. Now that he has destroyed his own main star, he has decided to withdraw all his power to fight the Desolate Immortal. The fates of Brother Desolate have been entangled for millions of years. Finally, it's time for a showdown. Today, the Desolate God has made up his mind. Either he dies, or he becomes an emperor. The cultivators from all sides were in awe as they hurriedly chased after the wilderness god ancestor. The speed of this supreme being was too fast. Ordinary spaceships could not catch up. Hence, many cultivators got out of their spaceships and chased after him. Gu Chen and his companions disguised themselves a little and chased after them immediately. With every step Aragami took, the ground seemed to shrink to an inch. Soon, he arrived at a place in the Milky Way. There was stardust everywhere. It was beautiful. After Aragami arrived, he did not move. He stood with his hands behind his back. The colorful tree floated beside him, waiting quietly. The cultivators arrived one after another. However, they did not dare to get too close. They stayed 500 miles away, afraid that they would be affected by the battle between the two supreme beings. Squeak squeak. White Ape lay on Gu Chen's shoulder and stared at the rainbow-colored little tree floating beside the wilderness god ancestor with eager eyes. That was the desolate ancient treasure tree. It was a treasure that accompanied the Desolate God clan. It had been with the little guy for a long time. However, the Desolate God clan took it back. Today, Aragami was carrying it with him. Obviously, he was going to use it to fight the Desolate Immortal. Gu Chen was worried. The Desolate Immortal was injured in the first chaos of the deities and immortals. He turned into a vine ancestor and healed himself in the Desolate Star for countless years. Logically, he should not have improved as much as the Desolate God. Now that the Desolate God had a treasure, the situation was even worse for the Desolate God. Another half an hour passed. The Desolate God, who was standing in the starry sky, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the Milky Way in the west. Gu Chen was almost the second person to notice it, and he also fixed his gaze in that direction. He was the descendant of the Desolate God. His relationship with the Desolate God was not ordinary. He also noticed his arrival in advance. After the two of them noticed it, the others also noticed it. They saw a bright green light in the west. Countless saplings appeared on both sides of the star road. In the blink of an eye, they grew and turned into a towering forest. Desolate God is here. The fated battle is coming. The Milky Way boiled. The first Desolate God general was the right-hand man of the Celestial Emperor. He was a living legend. Today, a legend had shown up. The green dragon flew across the sky. Everywhere it passed, the star sand retreated. Desolate God's green hair danced in the wind. His body was tall and strong. He seemed to have returned to his peak. Desolate God looked at his brother, whom he hadn't seen for many years. His green eyes were burning. He couldn't help but roar. I have waited for this battle for many years. His words were like thunder. An ocean of life essence surged out of Desolate God's body. He attacked. He had no intention of catching up with his brother. Boom, 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 a green flood appeared in the sky. All the natural energy was sucked dry. Even though they were 500 miles away, all the cultivators felt the power in their bodies running wild. It was as if they were going to be sucked into the flood. The desolate immortal looked at his little brother calmly. He raised his hand and the Cyanwood dragon beneath his feet flew out to fight against the incoming green torrent. Boom, the green and green energies collided and turned into a hurricane. They swallowed each other crazily, trying to suppress the other. During this process, the surrounding star sand lost all its spirituality and turned into ordinary gravel. The green hurricane tangled with each other and crashed into the Milky Way. It was getting out of hand. After hiding for 1,000,000 years, you have recovered your strength. Unfortunately, you will die today. Desolate God saw that he couldn't suppress his brother. I won't kill you today, Desolate God answered calmly. You won't kill me? Ridiculous. You and I are one. Only by swallowing each other's consciousness can we complete our origin and improve. You hid for 1,000,000 years and finally chose to come out. Didn't you want to use this golden era to pursue a higher realm? Desolate God snorted. I do need to break through, but I will keep your consciousness, Desolate God answered seriously. Ha ha ha, Desolate God laughed wildly. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at the crowd 500 miles away. Rumble, under his influence, the green hurricane that was fighting fiercely spread towards the crowd in an instant. Not good. Run. The green hurricane possessed the ability to plunder everything. Before it even approached, the vitality of many cultivators was sucked dry, and their flesh and blood instantly shriveled up. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Who would have thought that the Desolate God would suddenly attack the spectating cultivators in the middle of the battle? For a moment, countless people panicked and ran away, crying for their parents. Why must you involve innocent people? The Xianxia's eyes narrowed. With a single thought, a wave of energy was released from the tornado. The bodies of the cultivators who had their life force sucked away became smooth again. They had experienced the transformation from death to life. Hee hee, you are still so stupid. Seeing this, the Desolate God sneered, ever since we were born, we were extremely talented in the Tao of life. This level of talent is something even the immortal emperors of the supreme ancient era cannot compare to. But you stubbornly cling to benevolence and righteousness. You don't cultivate the Tao of plunder, and you talk about giving. If you give everything to the myriad races, how can you and I become stronger? Towards the end, the Desolate God was almost roaring in anger. His divine sense was fully released, controlling the green hurricane to once again take the lives of the spectating cultivators. We are born in this world. If we only know how to take, how can we go far? The Desolate God shook his head. Every time the Desolate God killed someone, he would save them. It was a pity that the cultivators in that area suffered for no reason. In just a few breaths of time, they experienced many life and death situations. As the various experts watched the two brothers fight, they marveled at the endless creation of the Tao of life. At the same time, they rejoiced that the two brothers did not share the same ideals. Otherwise, if the two of them joined forces, they would be invincible. Guchen had inherited the Desolate God's Tao of life, so he had a deeper understanding of the battle before him. As the two brothers fought, the green hurricane continued to expand. Soon, it reached a height of tens of thousands of feet. Many cultivators were afraid and quickly retreated another 250 miles away. The entire Milky Way was originally shining with starlight, but with the hurricane as the center, a large area quickly turned dark. All the spirit chi was swallowed up by the hurricane. The most pitiful ones were the cultivators who were toyed with by the desolate god like mice. Although the desolate god tried to save them many times, they could not withstand the pressure of the battle and exploded. Continue, continue. The desolate god laughed proudly. He glanced at the cultivators in another part of the starry sky. Coincidentally, Gu Chen and the others were also there. Seeing the desolate god look over, the cultivators in that area felt a chill down their spines. It wouldn't be their turn, would it? No wonder the desolate god did not mind people following him to watch the battle. It seemed like he had planned to use many people as sacrifices from the beginning. Go. The desolate god's voice was like thunder. Under his influence, the green hurricane immediately swept towards the direction of Gu Chen and the others. At this moment, it had already expanded to a shocking size. Run! Run! Many cultivators screamed and ran. Only Gu Chen and the others were calm, but they were also vigilant. How dare you! The desolate god was already angry that he could not save the first batch of people. How could he allow the desolate god to continue killing innocent people in front of him? An extreme green light exploded from his body. Then, just as the green hurricane was about to reach Gu Chen and the others, it suddenly changed its direction and rushed towards an empty star path. Boom, 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 the green hurricane exploded, and the turbulence spread out. Within the range of 100,000 miles of the star path, all the light disappeared, and the place became dead and desolate. The battle between the two finally destroyed a star path. Come at me if you have what it takes. The desolate god's eyes lit up. Countless green trees rushed out from the void around his body, covering the sky and the earth as they tried to capture the desolate god. Humph. The desolate god was not afraid at all. Countless green vines drilled out of his body, dancing like a group of demons, and intertwined with the green trees. The starry sky was completely destroyed by the battle between the two. The destructive energy waves smashed many meteorites the size of planets, and all the cultivators watching were shocked. The battle quickly became white-hot. The two were too fast. In the end, everyone could only see the two green and green torrents colliding in the starry sky. They could not see the tracks at all. The purple and green light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. With the power of the god's sight and hearing body, he saw every detail of the battle between the two. He originally thought that the desolate god, who had been healing for countless years on the wild planet, would not be as strong as the desolate god. But the situation was not what he expected. In terms of power, he was indeed not as strong as the desolate god. But his celestial techniques were unpredictable, as if they were alive. Somehow, he had the advantage. Gu Chen was not the only one who noticed this. The desolate god felt it too and found it hard to believe. The more you give, the more you can get? I take everything, how can I not be as good as you giving yourself? All living beings in this world are greedy by nature. Your path is not going to work. He was furious. After being wounded by the desolate god again, he took out the ancient treasure tree, whoosh. With the help of this treasure, the desolate god's power of taking increased greatly. The desolate god's hair turned from green to white in an instant. The desolate god was taking all of his life force. Your pedantic way of thinking is not going to work. Your consciousness should disperse. I alone will control this body. The desolate god's body turned into light and countless green vines, trying to swallow the desolate god. The desolate god was in danger like never before. He suddenly raised his hand and an ancient grey sword appeared in his hand. The moment this sword appeared, strange runes appeared on the sword's body and emitted a thick death aura. It was the complete opposite of the desolate god's life force. Pucci, the desolate god stabbed the sword straight into the desolate god's body. Ah, the desolate god screamed in pain. Even though he had terrifying regenerative abilities, his flesh and blood were stained with death aura and could not recover. His momentum was suddenly interrupted, and the desolate ancient treasure tree's radiance also dimmed. Underworld sword. You have a mortal emperor underworld sovereign weapon and you are using it against me. The desolate god was shocked and angry. He did not expect his brother to have a sovereign weapon, if it was just a normal sovereign weapon, it would be fine. But it was a sovereign weapon of the Tao of Death, which was the perfect counter to him. I must win today's battle. The world is in chaos and ancient heaven needs me. The desolate god held the underworld sword and said solemnly. Immortal Emperor has been dead for millions of years. Ancient heaven is already useless and you are stupid enough to still be loyal. The desolate god temporarily suppressed the death aura in his body and waved the ancient treasure tree. The ancient treasure tree was born with you and me. You are not the only one who can control it. The desolate god's eyes shone brightly. He sent out his divine thoughts and fought with the desolate god for the control of the ancient treasure tree. If the desolate god was at his peak, he would not have been able to do this. However, he was wounded by the underworld sword, and the situation was favorable to him. Not good. The desolate god immediately panicked. He felt that the desolate ancient treasured tree was not listening to him anymore. If this treasure was really taken away, then his elder brother would have two supreme treasures in his hands. He would definitely not be his opponent. The spectating experts all noticed this scene, and their hearts trembled. Was the outcome of this duel about to be revealed? Do it. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the starry sky. Then, many black shadows shot towards the battlefield as fast as lightning, catching everyone off guard. A strong young man in black armor with 4 arms leaped out of the galaxy like a cannonball. He stomped on the void and charged toward the two who were in a stalemate. The group of experts had grasped the timing perfectly, and each of them had a profound cultivation base. It was obvious that they had come prepared. Don't even think about succeeding. The Man clan and Chi clan, follow me and protect the Vine ancestor. The old barbarian tribe patriarch shouted when he saw this. He immediately rushed into the battlefield and went straight for the strong young man. They had long been prepared for someone to interfere in this duel, so they did not panic at this moment. The old barbarian tribe patriarch has made his move. 2 years ago, he suppressed 3 ultimate gods in the divine realm with his own strength. His strength can be said to be unfathomable. Who is his enemy? Who dares to interfere in this battle? Are they tired of living? The cultivators who were watching the battle in the starry sky suddenly began to discuss. The starry sky leaders of the True Spirit clan, clan, and other major forces were at this moment watching coldly from the sidelines. The old patriarch went straight to the strong young man. He could tell at a glance that the young man was the leader of the group. Before he arrived, a stone spear had already appeared in his hand and was thrown at the young man. The strong young man was about to attack the desolate immortal when he felt the strong wind behind him. He suddenly turned around. Crack, he opened his mouth and bit, revealing a mouthful of white steel teeth. When the stone spear was about to hit him, he actually bit the tip of the spear. A mere trash from the 9th realm dares to hinder me? He shot a contemptuous look and then bit hard in front of everyone. Crack. Crack. The stone spear that had accompanied the old patriarch in his battles was actually bitten off by his teeth. Hiss, the sound of people gasping could be heard in the starry sky. The old patriarch's face revealed a look of disbelief. The barbarians were known for their physical strength. Although he did not use all of his strength in that spear, he had used at least 80% of it. But such an attack was unexpectedly bitten off by his opponent. Moreover, his opponent was clearly not in a state of full strength. He had only attacked instinctively, that ability to react in an instant, the terrifying strength of his teeth. No matter which aspect, he was simply like a monster. Who is he? How can he be so strong? The palace lord of Ling Long's celestial palace, Ji Mengchen, saw this scene from afar and could not help but cry out involuntarily. The other starry sky leaders who were watching the battle were also silent. They had some guesses about this person's identity. Such a young but powerful person would not appear out of thin air. His identity was self-evident. A genius from the outer realm. Another young supreme venerable. Gosh, I have never seen this person before. The cultivators in the starry sky were all shocked. After the outer realm 100 came to the 9th realm, many of them had made a name for themselves. The 10 well-known young supreme venerables were even the best of them. They originally thought that the 10 young supreme venerables were all the monsters from the outer realm, but now another one had appeared. This old man's name is Xianxia. Remember, you are a group of mediocre creatures. The strong young man grinned and sneered at all the cultivators in the starry sky. After coming to the ninth realm, he had been hiding and could no longer hold himself back. He was going to make a name for himself today, so he didn't hide it at all. Hearing these arrogant words, the countless cultivators who had been shocked by the stone spear he had bitten off couldn't find any words to refute. Over the past year, the geniuses from the outer realm had proven one thing: their talent was far above the cultivators of the ninth realm. They were so young, but they were already called supreme venerables. They had the capital to be arrogant. Fellow cultivator Yun, I'll leave the others to you. Let the old man deal with this person. The old barbarian patriarch looked at Xianxia and clenched his fists. He realized that this person was extremely terrifying. If anyone else intervened, they would definitely die for nothing. Long Yun and Yuxian saw how powerful this genius from the outer realm was and were a bit worried about the old patriarch, but their situation was not optimistic either. Aside from the genius from the outer realm, there were 5 godly venerables led by Jun Ruoxi from the Thousand Faces Temple. They had the advantage in numbers. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the situation was very unfavorable for the desolate immortal. You actually joined forces with the people from the outer realm? When the desolate immortal saw this, he stared at the desolate god with an ugly expression. As long as I can beat you, everything else doesn't matter. The desolate god's eyes were sharp. What? You've been loyal to the ancient heaven and the celestial realm for so many years. In the end, at this critical moment, only a few people came to save you? Where is the army of the ancient heaven? Yes, the ancient heaven didn't come, but I did. The voice seemed to come from beyond the 9 underworlds. One moment it was extremely far away, and the next moment it was right in front of them. Who's talking? Countless cultivators in the starry sky turned to look for the source of the voice. The person who dared to intervene in this situation was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Hey, get out of my way. Don't get in the way. Don't block my master's way. Suddenly, a part of the crowd was forcefully split apart, and a majestic dragon horse and a ferocious green bull walked out from each of them. They quickly cleared the area and roared. Their terrifying auras caused the surrounding cultivators to retreat in panic. After the road was cleared, a group of people led by a young man in white landed on the battlefield. The person who had just spoken was the leader of this group. His hair was as black as ink, and he was tall and valiant. Once they saw his appearance, the expressions of many powerful figures in the starry sky changed. Overlord. These 2 words were whispered throughout the starry sky, accompanied by gasps. When the desolate god saw the person who spoke, her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. The entire starry sky was abnormally quiet because of Gu Chen's appearance, and then there was a sudden uproar. The Overlord is here. He has disappeared for 2 whole years, and he has finally reappeared. The Overlord is the 2nd-generation desolate heavenly general. How can he not appear at the duel of the desolate immortals? He is the legendary genius who suppressed all races in the arena of the gods, the only young supreme of the 9th realm. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle exclaimed. Some people's eyes were filled with fervor. Over the past year, the geniuses from the outer realm had won every battle, pressuring the so-called geniuses of the 9th realm to the point of suffocation. Especially those young supreme, even the experts of the older generation of the 9th realm were overshadowed by them. They had suppressed an entire era. They made countless cultivators of the 9th realm feel ashamed, and they were especially unwilling to accept this. Could it be that in this world they lived in, there was no existence that could compare to these geniuses? As the only young supreme of the 9th realm, the overlord, Gu Chen, naturally carried everyone's expectations. However, he had disappeared for 2 whole years after the collapse of the divine realm. Some people said he was dead, while others said he had been defeated by the geniuses from the outer realm. The outside world kept complaining. And today, he finally showed himself. Gu Chen's appearance shocked the entire starry sky. The Desolation God and Thousand Faces Temple Ultimate God's faces were filled with fear. Only the outer realm geniuses, Xianxia, casually observed Gu Chen. This is the most famous genius of the 9th realm? He sneered and licked his lips, like a beast ready to devour someone. Gu Chen took a step forward and arrived next to the old brute tribe patriarch as he spoke calmly. Old patriarch, leave this person to me. The old patriarch hesitated for a moment before nodding. Be careful. He knew that it was difficult for him to win against the person in front of him. It was not the time to show off. The old patriarch immediately found the people of the Thousand Faces Temple. Hai Dongqing, Jiang Beiming and the rest slowly surrounded them. The situation at the scene suddenly changed. Even with the addition of the desolate god tribe's ultimate gods, Thousand Faces Shrine's combat power was still inferior to Gu Chen's side. It seems that your plan has failed. The desolate immortal said to the desolation god with a relieved look when he saw Gu Chen appear. The desolation god's expression became tense. He was already at a disadvantage, and now his helpers were also at a disadvantage. The situation was terrible. Gu Chen stared at the mighty army while observing the battlefield around him. He could see that the outer realm person's strength was unfathomable. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to the old patriarch, he showed up immediately. With their strength, they would definitely win this battle as long as no one intervened. Even if the Starry Sky Giants from the True Spirit clan and E clan took action, Hai Dongqing's presence would not pose much of a threat. Unless all the forces at the scene targeted them, they were almost in an invincible position. Among the forces present, there were rogue cultivators and people from the immortal realm and divine realm. Such an assumption was simply impossible. Therefore, Gu Chen gradually had a 70 to 80% confidence in his heart. The only variable was the mighty army. Unless his strength was so heaven-defying that he could turn the tables on his own, his original plan would completely fail. Gu Chen looked at the mighty army. As long as the other party was not stupid, he should be able to see that the situation was not good for him. But he was smiling, and his smile was arrogant and unruly. I have been dormant for more than a year, and I can't hold back anymore. A guy with a bit of fame like you is suitable to make a name for himself in one battle. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly pounced on Gu Chen, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, his speed extremely fast. Gu Chen had already seen the other party's previous action of turning around and biting the stone spear. He knew that the other party's instincts were extremely terrifying, so he was already prepared and had predicted the other party's actions. Boom! In a thousandth of a breath's time, Gu Chen's fist had already blasted out and went straight for the other party's head. With this punch, the golden blood in his body surged and fluctuated violently like a great river and a great wave. The mighty army instantly closed in on Gu Chen. Seeing that the other party had actually kept up with his speed and attacked one step ahead of him, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not dodge at all. His head went straight for Gu Chen's fist. Crack! Gu Chen's fist smashed heavily on the top of the other party's head, and a slight sound of bones cracking could be heard. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. In a situation where he did not dodge, this blow of his was enough to explode the body of an ordinary late-stage immortal venerable. But this guy actually only had his bones cracked. What kind of terrifying degree had his physical fitness reached? After mighty army forcefully took a punch from Gu Chen, his four arms also swung at the same time. Four large palms that were like cattail leaf fans almost simultaneously pressed on Gu Chen's chest. In such a close combat, there was no way for Gu Chen to dodge. Boom! An incomparably violent and huge force was instantly transmitted into Gu Chen's body, and his internal organs shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. A violent airflow actually set off in the starry sky, and Gu Chen's body was completely unable to control itself, and he was sent flying like a meteor. Thud. Thud. With great difficulty, he managed to control his momentum, and his feet stepped on the starry sky, but he had already been sent flying thousands of miles away. Along the way, all the meteorites in his path exploded into dust, and even the cultivators who were watching the battle at the edge of the battlefield were blasted into a mist of blood by the aftershocks. The Overlord is at a disadvantage in a head-on clash? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle saw a blur in front of their eyes, and they saw Gu Chen being sent flying thousands of miles away. Immediately, many people revealed a look of disbelief. Wow! Gu Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs had suffered serious injuries from the head-on clash just now. The star source energy in his body surged, and Gu Chen immediately began to heal himself, but the next moment, his eyes revealed a look of horror. Ever since Gu Chen cultivated the immortal stellar body, he had an immortal body and had almost unlimited self-healing abilities. Even a powerhouse like Hai Dongqing could not do anything to his self-healing abilities without using the Azura's 6 slashes. But right now, the attack from the Outer Realm's genius Xianxia had actually rendered Gu Chen's immortal body ineffective. Gu Chen mobilized the large amount of star source energy in his body and extended it to the wound. However, the healing effect was much slower than before. The opponent's power was very special. It seemed to be able to break through all laws and completely obliterate the power of other laws. Gu Chen could not help but take a deep breath. He looked at the enemy in the distance with a solemn expression. How is this possible? That brat Gu Chen is actually at a disadvantage in a head-on battle? The dragon horse was shocked. It was well aware of how strong Gu Chen's physical body was. He could even suppress it, yet he was defeated by someone else. He's not just being suppressed. His body, Hai Dongqing's expression changed. He noticed that Gu Chen's body was not healing normally. Everyone looked at Xianxia in a different light. Was this young supreme from the Outer Realm really so powerful? The entire starry sky was shocked by Xianxia's strength. But for some reason, his expression became extremely gloomy. This brat, he can actually injure me, he mumbled as blood flowed down his forehead. He was good at fighting with his life on the line. He never dodged when he fought with others, nor did he need to dodge. This was because his physical body was extremely strong. Very few people of his age could injure him in close combat. That was why he was fearless just now. He thought that the opponent's fist was just an embroidered pillow. He did not expect that the opponent's fist would actually break his bones, even though it was only a minor injury. Today was the battle that made him famous. Being beaten to the point where his head was bleeding still made him furious. Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Xianxia roared angrily. Then, he charged at Gu Chen like a cannonball. Seeing this, his companions immediately wanted to help. It's more important to get rid of the enemies here. We have to trust in Gu Chen. Jiang Beiming spoke at this moment, causing the expressions of the others to shake, and they quickly calmed down. Due to the fact that Gu Chen's undying body had lost its effect, they were a little flustered. If they went to support Gu Chen, what would happen to the desolate immortals here? After all, Gu Chen didn't want anything to happen to his benefactor. If they left, it would go against his original intention. What's more, Gu Chen was only at a slight disadvantage. The other party was obviously at a disadvantage. It was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. The most important thing now was to get rid of the enemies of the Thousand Faces Temple and the desolate god race before discussing the matter of reinforcements. With that in mind, everyone's eyes gleamed coldly as they attacked the enemy's ultimate god with all their might. Gu Chen flew out of the battlefield. His internal injuries were healing very slowly. Just as he was panting, he saw the army charging over aggressively. He gave off a very strange feeling. There were no signs or energy fluctuations around his body, but he was extremely fast with explosive muscles all over his body. This is a physical cultivator who pursues pure power to the extreme. A purple-green light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he analyzed and came to a conclusion. This person's fighting style was very similar to his. He had a strong physical body and overwhelming power, so he liked to fight in close combat. From the fact that he didn't dodge or dodge, he also liked to fight with his life on the line. Gu Chen had the undying stellar body, so he often fought like this with others and almost always had the upper hand. However, it was different today. From the previous exchange, the other party's physical level and strength were above him. If he used the same method, he would definitely lose. With that in mind, Gu Chen jumped up and deliberately put some distance between himself and the other party. He decided not to let the other party get close. At the same time, he flicked his sleeves and performed a series of techniques. Celestial Technique, 9 Dragons Spitting Fire. Celestial Technique, Ice Age. Celestial Technique, Great Slicing Technique. In the void, one side was a raging fire dragon, one side was a world of ice and snow, and the other side was densely packed with spatial cracks, sealing off all the space for Xianxia to dodge. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't dodge or dodge. Like a huge ancient mountain, he chose to charge forward. Boom boom boom. He smashed through the fire dragon and experienced the ice. Even when the great slicing technique landed on him, it couldn't hurt his body. His muscles and bones had reached an unimaginable degree of toughness. and all the celestial techniques were ineffective, Gu Chen had a better understanding of the strength of his physical body. He took a deep breath and continued to perform celestial techniques while putting some distance between himself and Xianxia. The two of them, one chasing and the other retreating, were extremely fast. Soon, they were far away from the starry sky where the desolate immortal and desolate gods were fighting. The cultivators who wanted to watch the battle couldn't catch up. Bang bang bang, Xianxia chased after Gu Chen, smashing through countless celestial techniques that obstructed him. However, he still couldn't catch up to him, so he roared angrily. "These celestial techniques are useless against me. If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Aren't you very strong? Why are you dodging like this?" He felt aggrieved, and his heart felt strange. This person had the ability to injure him in close combat. Logically speaking, the direction of his cultivation should be close combat, but how did he know so many celestial techniques? These celestial techniques came in all shapes and sizes, and they were enough to injure an average late-stage immortal venerable. How did he cultivate them? Gu Chen listened to Xianxia's roar, but he didn't move. The light in his eyes continued to shine as he tried to analyze Xianxia. This person came from the outside world, and it was possible that he had all kinds of strange powers. Just the fact that the undying body was ineffective made Gu Chen hesitate. Thus, he kept using all kinds of celestial techniques to figure out the limits of his opponent and his movement patterns. Only by doing so could he defeat his opponent. The two of them continued their chase, and soon, they flew out of the Milky Way and passed by a life star. Gu Chen subconsciously leaped up and avoided this life star. Xianxia's eyes turned red, and he crashed into it. Rumble, he actually smashed that life star into pieces, and all the living beings on it turned into ashes in an instant. The entire planet was torn apart, and he escaped from the sky full of dust, continuing to chase after Gu Chen. The asterisk starred. Gu Chen was enraged. Just now, countless living beings had died in vain. This person treated human lives like grass. "Hee, if you don't fight me head-on, I will destroy every star we pass by." Xianxia grinned. He knew that. His speed wasn't as fast as his opponent, and chasing like this wasn't a solution. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, he had to make his opponent angry. Gu Chen knew that his opponent was trying to provoke him, but he didn't know how many life stars they would encounter along the way. Moreover, he was already far away from the battlefield, and it wouldn't be good if the situation there changed. After considering all these factors, Gu Chen stopped. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." Gu Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. He had a general understanding of this person's attack methods. One turning into three pure ones. The three doppelgangers flew out and performed the battle sage technique. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. Xianxia saw that Gu Chen had finally stopped dodging, so he laughed and waved his forearms, facing the wind. The attacks of the three Gu Chen were like torrential rain, airtight, but Xianxia was fearless. His moves looked simple, but they had a sense of simplicity, effectively blocking all of Gu Chen's attacks. The attacks of the three doppelgangers on Xianxia were like hitting divine iron, unable to hurt him at all. They could only restrain him. "It's useless. Your doppelgangers are not as strong as your main body. No matter how many of them there are, they can't hurt my body." Xianxia looked disdainfully at Gu Chen's main body, who was watching the battle not far away. Suddenly, he used the mountain tremor and slammed into one of the doppelgangers. Bang! The doppelgangers turned into clear air and dissipated, leaving only two. Gu Chen's main body frowned and waved his sleeve. A pitch-black demon saber flew out and was caught by one of the doppelgangers. The doppelganger grabbed the demon saber of Yan Ling and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. At the same time, Gu Chen's main body flipped his hand and took out the plundering heaven saber. His aura became abnormally sharp. Body tempering and proficient in various types of immortal techniques is one thing, but do you still practice saber? Xianxia sneered as he was locked on by the saber. "If I'm not wrong, you haven't even reached the beginner stage of the Boundary Emperor realm, right?" "Beginner stage of the Boundary Emperor realm?" Gu Chen frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a realm division. The Immortal Prime realm was divided into early, middle and late stages, and above that was the Boundary Emperor realm. This realm, which was infinitely close to the Dao Querying realm, was very vague. He had never heard of such a division. TSK, the undeveloped ninth realm doesn't even know about the 9 stages? Xianxia shook his head. That's right. There are very few people who can reach the boundary emperor realm in this place. How would they know about the mysteries? Listen up, the boundary between the quasi-emperor realm and the Tao querying realm is very blurry. This is because everyone cultivates in a different source and direction, and their strength often differs greatly. In order to assess a person's potential and current strength after reaching the Tao-seeking realm, the third realm and other worlds have divided the emperor into 9 ranks. The higher the stage, the stronger the battle prowess. At the same time, the potential of the Tao-seeking will be greater. Xianxia looked at Guchen in disdain. On the path of a late immortal venerable, once you understand the path you want to take in the future, you will be considered to have stepped into the quasi-sovereign realm, the initial stage of the quasi-sovereign realm. On the other hand, you've tempered your body and cultivated various types of immortal arts. You've even touched upon the saber Tao. It seems to have increased your strength, but it has instead caused your path to be completely unclear. Each of the 3,000 great Taos is broad and profound, but your energy is scattered. You seem to be knowledgeable, but you're actually not proficient in any of them. You haven't even found your own Tao, so you can't even be considered a low-level quasi-emperor. A strange light flashed in Guchen's eyes. He was actually very clear about his own path. He had discovered this problem 2 years ago and had spent 2 whole years thinking about it. Xianxia had seen through his problem at a glance, which showed that he had a very deep understanding of Tao. What's your path like? Is it better than me? Guchen's eyes flashed as he asked tentatively. What's the harm in telling you? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I am the son of Emperor Li of the Third Realm. As the son of an imperial prince, I have an extraordinary bloodline. The origin of power that I cultivate is ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 great Taos. Guchen was shocked. Are all these geniuses from the Third Realm so extraordinary, so this Xianxia is the son of an imperial prince? No wonder his talent is so terrifying. Is the Third Realm that he mentioned another world that is under the rule of the Xing County? Apart from helping the desolate immortal, Guchen had returned to the starry sky this time to find out the purpose of this group of geniuses from the outer realm coming to the 9th realm, as well as the intentions of the Xing County. Xianxia's eloquence increased his understanding of the other realm, so he slowed down his attack. The origin of power? Are there differences in the 3,000 great Taos? Guchen asked. He thought of the absolute power that even his immortal body could not heal. Of course, the world of Tao is like an ocean. Every rule is a drop of water, and the area that they occupy in the ocean is different. They overlap and oppose each other, and the relationship between them is complicated. Take the rule of ice and the rule of water for example. The rule of ice is stronger than the rule of water at the beginning, but once the origin is condensed, the area that they occupy in the ocean of Tao is different. Ice is just a form of water, so the origin of water includes the origin of ice. Those who cultivate the pure origin of water from the beginning will have more potential than those who cultivate the origin of ice. Another example is earth and rock, darkness and shadow, gold and iron. They also have a higher and lower origin relationship. The more Guchen listened, the more shocked he became. He had never heard of such a saying. It turned out that the understanding of the essence of cultivation by the outer realm was so detailed. These questions were related to the cultivation after the Tao querying realm, and they were what he needed to understand now. Now that I put it this way, you should understand how strong the origin of power that I cultivate is, right? Xianxia's face was overflowing with pride. In this world, no matter which rule one cultivates, they all pursue power, and the origin of power pursues pure power. Using power to prove one's Tao. Using one's power to break all rules. My tribe pursues pure and extreme power. Its potential is not something that ordinary origin can compare to. Theoretically, it is nothing to rank first in the 3,000 great Taos. My father used the origin of power to dominate the third realm the moment he entered the Tao querying realm. Even Xing County thinks highly of him. Guchen took a deep breath. Even if what Xianxia said was exaggerated, it was probably not far from the truth. It was no wonder that the immortal body had failed. That extreme and absolute power had obliterated the healing power of the law of life. Pursuing the purest and strongest origin and working hard to cultivate is the correct way to cultivate Tao. You think that you are knowledgeable and have comprehended many origins, but you are walking into a dead end. Someone like you is not qualified to be my opponent. Xianxia did not stop fighting as he spoke. His forehands suddenly grabbed another of Gu Chen's doppelgangers and tore them apart. Gu Chen was left with only one clone. The clone held the demon blade of Yanling and was being chased by Xianxia. The origin of power? As long as you are not an emperor, this is all empty talk. Although Gu Chen was shocked, his Tao heart was not affected at all. His real body carried the heaven-sweeping blade and rushed to support the clone. He spent 2 years comprehending his own Tao. Although he did not have the experience of others like the Outer Realm people, he already had his own direction. What did other people's Tao have to do with him? In battle, he relied on more than that. Clang. The saber hit Xianxia's shoulder and sank 3 inches into his skin, causing blood to gush out. He had finally broken through Xianxia's defense. Xianxia roared in pain and punched out with both fists, but Gu Chen dodged them in time. No matter how amazing your strength is, speed is your absolute weakness. Gu Chen sneered. His previous probing was not useless. He had already understood Xianxia's attack pattern and knew that the easiest way to defeat him was speed. Xianxia's body was too strong and his strength was extremely terrifying. Only his speed was lacking. The golden-winged rock had fought with him before. It was reasonable to say that its strength was far inferior to Xianxia's, but it had escaped in the end, probably relying on the golden rock's speed. He could also take advantage of this. Fortunately, his speed was faster than Xianxia's. He had determined Xianxia's attack pattern. As long as he carefully avoided his attacks, he would be able to defeat him sooner or later with his speed and agility. It would just take a little more time. Even though my speed is not as good as yours, you can't kill me at all. I will definitely win this battle of attrition. Xianxia roared angrily as he was attacked by his weakness. Gu Chen's methods reminded him of the geniuses who came to the 9th realm with him. Some of them could defeat him by relying on such despicable methods. Unfortunately, I don't have time to be in a stalemate with you. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. His body moved like a flickering light and the saber shadows slashed out one after another. He had to get rid of this person as soon as possible so that he could return to the battlefield to support his companions. Although his people had gained the upper hand after he attracted Xianxia's firepower, this battle had attracted too much attention. He was worried that an accident would happen. With the sharpness of the sweeping sky saber and the sharpness of Gu Chen's saber skills, wounds were quickly left on Xianxia's body. However, as Xianxia had said, these saber wounds were only flesh wounds. They could not hurt his muscles or bones at all. On the other hand, although Gu Chen relied on his speed to dodge Xianxia's attacks in time and was not injured again, such high-intensity continuous attacks consumed a lot of his energy. If this stalemate continued, when Gu Chen was exhausted, he would be the one to lose. This kid is really stupid. Looks like I'm going to win. Although Xianxia was annoyed by the continuous appearance of wounds on his body, he was elated when he noticed that Gu Chen was swinging his saber faster and faster. The faster his opponent was, the more energy he had to expend, and the faster he could reverse the situation. Gu Chen didn't seem to notice this. His battle saint technique continued to evolve, and his saber intent grew stronger and stronger. Clang, at a certain moment, he ruthlessly slashed at Xianxia's neck, cutting a full third of the way in. Blood gushed out. Humph. It's useless. The muscles on Xianxia's neck trembled. He actually used his muscles to block the artery and stop the blood from flowing out. He looked at Gu Chen in disdain, only to see the corner of the latter's mouth curl up in mockery. His expression suddenly changed, and when he turned around, he saw Gu Chen's other doppelganger wielding the demon blade, slashing towards his body with lightning speed. Previously, it had always been the original body attacking him, causing him to be distracted and neglect the existence of this clone. The doppelganger's saber followed the path of his previous injury, causing his wound to deepen. However, it still didn't hurt his core. The place that was slashed did not even reach his organs. Is there any use in trying to slash me? Why don't you surrender now? Just as Xianxia was about to say surrender, his voice suddenly paused. His eyes emitted a strange red light. He was stunned on the spot, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, Gu Chen could finally stop and take a breath. His face was filled with joy. This person's physique was too terrifying. He knew that he would definitely lose in a protracted battle, so he naturally thought of a countermeasure. Since he couldn't kill the opponent, wouldn't it be better if he could enslave and control the opponent? Thus, he tried his best to divert the opponent's attention and finally allowed Yan Ling's demon blade to slash him. With the opponent's original defense, Yan Ling's demon blade couldn't even break his defense. It was all thanks to the previous attacks. Seeing that the opponent was controlled by Yan Ling's demon blade, Gu Chen quickly took out a healing elixir and swallowed it. Ever since he cultivated the immortal stellar body, he rarely took healing elixirs. If he didn't take the medicine today, his injuries would probably heal very slowly. The elixir entered his abdomen and turned into a warm current that dissipated in his body. Gu Chen immediately felt that his injuries were much better. He was about to control Xianxia to rush back to support his companions when suddenly, something strange happened. The red light in Xianxia's eyes suddenly faded. He seemed to have been awakened and let out an angry lion roar. Roar, a terrifying sound wave spread out. Caught off guard, Gu Chen's clone was actually crushed by this sound wave. As for Gu Chen's main body, it was also sent flying. The opponent had a strong physical body. Using the resonance of his internal organs to launch a sound wave attack, the power was unbelievably powerful. Wow. Gu Chen vomited blood again. Looking at Xianxia, who had regained consciousness and was furious, his heart sank to the bottom. Following the golden-winged rock, the demon blade of spiritual speech lost its effectiveness again. Now, he was not only in a protracted battle, but it would also be an arduous one. In the center of the Milky Way, the battle between the desolate immortal and the desolate god was getting more and more intense. Although the desolate immortal had the underworld sword, he still could not take control of the ancient treasure tree. The desolate god was still struggling. On the other hand, Gu Chen's companions, the old tribe leader, Long Yun, and the others joined forces to besiege the Thousand Faces Temple and the desolate god tribe's ultimate gods. They had the advantage in numbers, and Hai Dongqing and the old tribe leader were extremely powerful. They quickly killed their enemies. The dragon horse's natal true fire burned Jun Ruoxi from the Thousand Faces Temple to ashes, and their battle ended. We finally won. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the desolate immortal. They realized that after going all out, he and the desolate god were already covered in injuries. If this went on, both sides would suffer. Let's do it? Gu Chen's companions looked at each other and decided to help the desolate immortal finish the battle first. However, someone was a step ahead of them and was ready to make a move. It's about time. If this goes on, it would be bad if one of them had an epiphany and achieved a breakthrough. Everyone, stop hiding. Let's do it together. In the east of the Milky Way, an elegant blue-haired young man appeared out of nowhere and stepped into the battlefield calmly. Looks like no one wants to see someone condense the origin of life and become an emperor. Everyone is here. In the southwest of the Milky Way, a young man with a sword on his back mysteriously appeared from the void and stepped into the battlefield. Then, in the northeast, northwest, southeast, and many other directions, mysterious lights and shadows appeared. 3, 5, 10. 15 geniuses from the outer realm suddenly descended and surrounded the desolate immortal and desolate god, especially the three leaders, who were recognized almost immediately, causing a huge uproar in the starry sky. Void Roaming Sword, Mu Qingfeng, Lan Yu Scholar, Zhe Wumian. 3 of the 10 supreme young masters from the outer realm are here. So many geniuses from the outer realm are attacking the desolate immortal and desolate god together. Isn't this too despicable? The various forces didn't expect this at all. This scene had come without any warning. What's wrong with these guys? Don't be presumptuous here. Dragon Horse, Jiang Beiming, and the others saw that a new force was about to attack the desolate immortal and immediately rushed towards the 15 geniuses from the outer realm. However, an even more unimaginable situation occurred, led by the True Spirit clan and the Yi clan. After observing for a long time, the leaders of the various forces suddenly made a move and blocked Gu Chen's group, preventing them from supporting the desolate immortal and desolate god. A first-rate force from the divine realm actually colluded with the cultivators from the outer realm? Just as Hai Dongqing was about to attack, the leaders of the Yi clan locked onto him with arrows. As long as they attacked, a dense rain of arrows would follow. Gu Xuanfeng, Ho Fangzhou, and other famous geniuses from the Ninth Realm had also surrounded Gu Chen's group. They were willing to be the chess pieces of the Outer Realm geniuses and help them restrain the enemy. Gu Chen's group was besieged by various forces and could not help the Desolate Immortal and Desolate God. The Desolate Immortal and Desolate God were fighting with all their might and were already at the end of their rope. Now that they were suddenly besieged by 15 geniuses, they were caught off guard. Bang! Rumble, the 15 geniuses seemed to have planned this for a long time. At this moment, they attacked mercilessly. All kinds of divine abilities and Dao techniques were thrown out. The Desolate Immortal and Desolate God could not care about each other and hurriedly defended themselves. However, the two of them were in a terrible state and could not defend themselves against such powerful attacks. Their injuries worsened. I am the mainstay of the divine realm. I have always listened to the Xing County and even surrendered to that mighty army. You still want to kill me? The Desolate God hurriedly defended and asked in disbelief. It was fine that Huang Xian was attacked. After all, he represented the ancient heavenly court and had been fighting against the Xing County. However, he had always been on the side that yielded, and now he was attacked. Haha, what divine realm? The God realm has long since collapsed, and you all are no longer of any value. The Blue Moon Scholar, one of the 3 supreme beings, said with a smile. If one of you is allowed to condense life force, it will be very disadvantageous to all of us. So, for the peace of the world, you should just die. The Sword of the Void, Mu Chungfeng, said. The sword on his back was unsheathed and merged with the void like a ghost. Every time it flashed, it would leave a wound on the body of a Desolate Immortal or Desolate God. Among the 15 geniuses, the strength of 3 young supreme beings was already unfathomable, and they were able to suppress ordinary quasi-emperors. As for the remaining 12 geniuses, the weakest one was a late-stage immortal venerable. With such powerful 15 geniuses joining hands, the Desolate Immortals and Desolate Gods were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies, and they could die at any moment. Gu Chen's group was surrounded by the Starry Sky Giants and their men. They could not help the Desolate God and King of God. The practitioners in the Starry Sky were furious when they saw the Desolate God and King of God being attacked. The geniuses from the Outer Realm were too despicable. They chose to attack at this moment, but the Desolate Brothers were in danger. Not many practitioners had the courage to help. Even powerful forces like the True Spirit Clan and the E-Clan had joined the Outer Realm geniuses at some point. With the strength of the ordinary cultivators present, what could they do? You call yourselves geniuses, but you bully the few with numbers. Don't you feel ashamed? The Palace Lord of Linglong's Celestial Palace, Ji Mengchen, could not stand it anymore. She rushed into the battlefield to help the Desolate Immortal. The Ji clan was indebted to the first Desolate Heaven General. That was why she was here to watch the battle. Ji Mengchen's strength was not weak among the other galaxies. But the people gathered on the battlefield were all top-notch practitioners. Soon, she was stopped by the Lord of the Infinite Fey God sect. Her help eased the pressure on Gu Chen's companions. But she, Hai Dongqing, Jiang Beiming, and others could not help the Desolate Immortal and King of God. The Desolate Brothers were surrounded by 15 geniuses from the Outer Realm. The 3 young Supreme Venerables were not any weaker than them. They were in a dangerous situation. The Desolate God was furious. He had chosen to surrender to the Xing County a long time ago. But he did not expect to be in such a situation. The 15 geniuses were ruthless. They just wanted to kill him. They did not take him seriously at all. Damn it. The Desolate God was furious. The divine light of the desolate ancient treasure tree kept shining. But the geniuses from the Outer Realm dodged it. The 15 geniuses from the Outer Realm were outstanding in terms of talent and battle instincts. They even mastered techniques that were more advanced than those from the Ninth Realm. Now that the 2 of them were exhausted, it was impossible for them to fight. The pitiful Desolate Immortal and King of God were like turtles trapped in a jar. They were being toyed with by the 15 geniuses. I listened to the Xing County's words, but you guys treated me like this. You've gone too far. The Desolate God was mentally prepared for today's battle. He would have no regrets even if he died in the hands of his elder brother. But he was not willing to die in the hands of these sneak attackers. I'll kill you all. He fell into a frenzy and attacked the geniuses without caring about the consequences. Finally, he severely injured one of them, but he was exhausted after that attack. The Lan Moon Scholar and Zhe Wumian attacked together. Terrifying energy ripples surged towards him. Brother! At this moment, the desolate immortal rushed forward and helped the desolate god block the Lan Moon Scholar's attack. He vomited blood. Why? The desolate god was shocked and roared angrily. No matter how many conflicts and grievances there are between us brothers, only I can kill you. No one else can. My desolate god race is indomitable and will not be bullied by vile people. The desolate immortal's deafening voice caused the surviving desolate god race cultivators to reveal expressions of sorrow. When the ancestor was in a life and death crisis, he didn't expect that the one to save him would be his own elder brother, whom he had schemed to kill. Charge! Fight them to the death. The surviving desolate god race cultivators angrily attacked the forces that surrounded Gu Chen's companions. They were powerless to help their ancestor and could only choose to help their companions. At this moment, many of them suddenly realized that there was no difference between immortals and gods. These people from the outer realm were their common enemies. These forces included the True Spirit clan, the Yi clan, the immeasurable demon god sect, and other powerful forces. It was destined to be a tough battle. After the desolate immortal risked his life to save the desolate god finally came to his senses. The brothers who had been fighting against each other for 1,000,000 years once again joined forces to deal with the 15 geniuses. The situation on the battlefield was exceptionally chaotic. Cultivators were dying at every moment, and blood was splattered across the entire Silver River. The desolate immortals and desolate gods were at the end of their tether after all. Soon, they were forced into a desperate situation and were about to die here. The countless cultivators who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but feel sad. One was the legendary desolate heaven general of the ancient heaven, the right-hand man of the celestial emperor. The other was the ancestor of the desolate god clan, one of the giants of the divine realm. Now, both of them were about to fall at the hands of the outer realm geniuses. Could it be that no one in the 9th realm could deal with these outer realm geniuses? Ever since they came to the 9th realm, they seemed to be a cut above the rest, pressuring countless people to the point that they couldn't breathe. The desolate immortal and the desolate god huddled together. At that moment, their bodies were covered in blood. Their wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen. Their powerful self-healing abilities had gradually lost their effectiveness under the bombardment of attacks. I never thought that we would be able to fight side by side in this lifetime. At the moment of life and death, the desolate immortal suddenly laughed. What's so funny? I'm about to lose my life. The origami said with a gloomy face. I just remembered that a long time ago, before we quarreled, we always worked together to fight against the enemy. A look of reminiscence appeared in the eyes of the desolate immortal. It was a nostalgic time. The origami's eyes revealed a complicated look. Thinking about it carefully, since when did the two brothers become incompatible like fire and water? In the past, they had fought endlessly for their own ideals, and in the end, they even parted ways and fought each other to the death. However, today, when his life was at stake, he realized that it was meaningless. Huang was a single entity, originally not divided into immortal and divine, yet they forcibly opposed each other. Big brother. The desolate god opened his mouth. It had been 1,000,000 years since he last shouted. Huang Xian was shocked. He never thought that his stubborn little brother would have such a day. The reason why these outer realm fellows joined forces to ambush us was because they were afraid that if we combined, it would be disadvantageous to them. Since we are about to lose our lives, what reason do we have to argue about who is right? The origami said in a self-mocking tone. Her eyes were filled with vengeance. You mean? Huang Xian's eyes narrowed. Today, you and I will become one again, and we will not be separated. We must let these outsiders know that the 9th realm is not a place where they can do whatever they want. The origami was almost roaring at the end. Her entire body turned illusory and turned into a green stream of air. Second brother. Big brother. The desolate immortal also turned into a green stream of energy. Under the siege of the 15 outer realm geniuses, they finally abandoned their differences and chose to work together. Boom. The cyan and green streams of air collided fiercely at this moment. Then, they frantically fused, bursting forth with a dazzling cyan light. This is bad. The expressions of Lan Yu Scholar, Yu Su Jian, and Zai Wumian, the three young paragons of the outer realm, changed, and they attacked like crazy. The other 12 geniuses felt the same way. Their original goal of joining hands was to stop the merging of the desolate immortal and the desolate god. If they were forced to join hands instead, it would be self-defeating. Bang 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 bang, the vast energy flooded the entire starry sky. The desolate immortal and the desolate god were torn to pieces by countless terrifying attacks. No one knew if they were alive or dead. This is bad. Hai Dongqing, the barbarian tribe leader, and the others were so anxious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, they were held back and could not help in time. They could only watch as the desolate immortal and the desolate god were drowned by countless Dao techniques. After a long time, the starry sky slowly became silent. A large number of densely packed spatial cracks appeared. Are they dead? Lan Yu Scholar, Zai Wumian, and the others looked relieved when they saw the center of the explosion. No one should have been able to escape from such a terrifying attack. Ding, a strange sound suddenly appeared in the starry sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a dazzling green ball of light appeared at the center of the explosion. The ball of light kept moving. The desolate ancient treasure tree and the underworld Dao sword floated around it. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger. The expressions of the 15 outer realm geniuses froze. Their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Rumble, as though the world was being split apart, the green ball of light surged out with a powerful aura that looked down on the world. The ball of light squirmed and actually turned into a stalwart physical body. It turned into an absolutely beautiful man with long green hair. He had streamlined and perfect muscles. Every inch of his muscles contained boundless vitality. An unparalleled aura surged out from the man's body. That was the prowess of a Dao-querying realm emperor. No one had any thoughts of resisting. The life source has been condensed? Many of the outer realm geniuses looked at Desolation, who had fused into one. The confidence that everything was within their control disappeared for the first time. Their faces instantly turned pale. Even the three young paragons felt as though they were facing a great enemy. They didn't expect that under their frenzied attacks, the desolate brothers would still fuse. They were originally on guard against this, but they didn't expect for it to backfire. Is this the power of the Dao-querying realm? It is a pity that it can only last for a short period of time. After fusing, Desolation spoke. His words actually had an accent. It sounded like a desolate immortal and a desolate god. They had condensed their life source and entered the Dao-querying realm at the critical moment. It should have been a happy event, but for some reason, they felt a little regretful. No matter what, since I am the desolate emperor, even if my time is as short as a firework, I have to do something for my 9th realm. After the desolate emperor finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward and casually slapped at the 15 outer realm geniuses. This palm was like a millstone that crushed down. The 15 geniuses felt the rejection of the entire starry sky, and their bodies couldn't move at all. Not only that, but a large amount of vitality flowed out from their bodies. Several geniuses' hair turned white and turned into dried corpses. Boom, when this palm landed, the three young paragons, Lan Yu Scholar, Wandering Void Sword, Mu Chungfeng, and Zai Wumian, were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. They coughed out blood and flew back. For the remaining 12 outer realm geniuses, 5 of them were turned into dust on the spot. The remaining 7 were also severely injured. The power of this palm was so powerful. The difference in strength between a martial emperor and a martial emperor was like heaven and earth. Today, I will kill all supremes for the desolate emperor. The desolate emperor took another step and punched out with his other hand, locking onto the Lan Yu Scholar. Bang! Lan Yu Scholar had fallen. The young supremes were invincible amongst their generation and could crush the older generation. They were even said to be able to compete with the great emperor. But now, with just one punch from the Desolation Emperor, he had died prematurely. The Desolation Emperor had just broken through, but his invincible aura shocked the entire universe. He made all living beings revere him and his enemies tremble in fear. Quickly run! The remaining outer realm geniuses no longer had the confidence they had at the beginning. Their scalps tingled and they pissed their pants in fear. The two young supremes, Mu Chungfeng and Zai Wumian, also couldn't bear it and fled into the distance. The Desolation Emperor's eyes shined brightly. He raised his hand and like an inescapable net, he grabbed the young supremes, Zai Wumian. Zai Wumian had only managed to escape for about 3,000 feet when he suddenly felt his speed slowing down. His skin had shriveled up, and his vision had become blurry. "No!" he screamed. The next moment, his extraordinary appearance turned into a bag of bones. The next moment, his eyes protruded from his cheeks and his eyeballs fell into space. Plop, he turned into a skeleton and died. His life was taken by a tyrannical force. Seeing this scene, the leaders of the True Spirit race, clan, and other forces were scared out of their wits. They almost had the urge to escape. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor was invincible. As he said, he could kill all Supremes. 2 of the 3 Supremes had died. The remaining Void Sword, Mu Chungfeng, crazily fled into the distance. He had already escaped 10,000 miles away. The Desolation Emperor looked at him from afar and expressionlessly raised his hand again. 10,000 miles away, a blue whirlpool suddenly appeared beside Mu Chungfeng. It released a crazy suction force and sucked away his life force. Mu Chungfeng saw the 2 young Supremes die before him. Seeing his life force rapidly disappear, he angrily clenched his teeth. Clang, a translucent sword escaped from his body and flew out with his origin soul. The next moment, his body was devoured by the blue whirlpool and turned into dust. He sacrificed his foundation-building body and used a mysterious Dao technique in exchange for a chance to escape. The origin soul sword escaped and in the blink of an eye, it had escaped 10,000 miles away. The Desolation Emperor didn't give up. He lifted his foot and was about to use greater teleportation to continue chasing. However, his foot suddenly stopped and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Who? Guchen was panting and covered in blood. He carefully stared at the mighty army in front of him. Xianxia's condition was not much better. His whole body was covered with fine wounds. He was gasping for breath as he stared at Guchen with hatred. "Your doppelgangers are all gone. I want to see how long you can last. The moment you run out of energy will be the moment I tear you apart." Guchen remained silent and didn't reply. He held the demon saber in one hand and the sky-seizing saber in the other. His hands were actually trembling slightly and he couldn't hold them steadily. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Xianxia, who cultivated the origin of power, completely suppressed Guchen in terms of physical strength and strength. Guchen originally wanted to rely on the Devil Blade to win by surprise, but he didn't expect the Devil Blade's ability to fail. Just like when he faced the Golden-Winged Rock, the Devil Blade's ability to enslave and control people failed again. This was something that Guchen didn't expect and caused him to suffer another serious injury from the lion's roar. The pure and extreme power was reflected in the sound and it actually had such absolute power. It caused Guchen's injured organs to have a hard time healing. Even the slightest movement caused him to feel unbearable pain. After that, he was basically relying on his willpower to persist in the battle. However, as the battle dragged on, his energy was almost depleted. The Desolation Emperor was also aware of this. His attacks and defenses were getting more and more balanced. Guchen could still use his speed to barely hold on, but if he was careless and the Desolation Emperor seized an opportunity, he would lose his life. Damn it, what should I do? Guchen clenched his teeth and looked at the Milky Way in the distance. While he was in a bitter battle, there was a lot of movement in the Milky Way in front of him. The level of the energy fluctuations was beyond his imagination and it made him feel uneasy. He wanted to go back and provide support, but if he rashly went back without killing Xianxia, it would only put his companions in danger. He used almost all his skills, but that invincible physical body made him feel despair. Boom, as he was thinking, Xianxia threw another punch at him. He was lucky to dodge it, but his footsteps became a little staggered. In the starry sky behind the two of them, an uninhabited dead star was instantly blasted into cosmic dust by the fist aura. I'm out of energy. Guchen looked at the two sabers in his hands. With his current physical state, even using two sabers at the same time had become strenuous. It would affect his dodging speed. He flipped his hand and put away the demon saber of Yanling. He held the sky-sweeping saber with both hands and walked around Xianxia from afar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everywhere he passed, he left after images. When he formed a circle, dozens of Guchen appeared around him. Cloning art again? Xianxia's expression changed. If dozens of Guchen had the same battle prowess as the previous 3 clones, it would be a huge threat to him. Boom! Fortunately, he waved his fists and quickly destroyed the 3 clones. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the clones that appeared now were just superficial and not as powerful as the ones formed by the clear chi before. TSK, they're just clones with superficial strength. Why do they look so real? I can't tell the real from the fake. Xianxia tried to find Guchen's real body, but he couldn't find it at all. Logically speaking, these clones were so weak and had such a huge difference in energy field from the real body. It should be easy to find the real one, but that was not the case. Although these clones couldn't hurt him, they would give him a chance to rest, which was not a good sign. Guchen's real body hid among the many clones. He was fighting for time to recover his strength, and he felt lucky. These clones were created by his divine body manifestation ability. Without direct contact, he could pass off as the real one. Humph, kill them all. Seeing that he couldn't tell the real one from the fake one, Xianxia attacked with all his strength like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. After all, these clones didn't have much battle prowess. Soon, most of them were destroyed. However, Guchen also recovered some of his strength. He adjusted his breathing and held his saber with both hands, agilely dealing with Xianxia. Every time there was a big event, one had to be calm. The more disadvantageous the situation was, the calmer one's heart should be. This was what Hai Dongqing had taught him over the past year as he practiced with the saber. It wasn't just a cultivation realm, but also a philosophy of life. Hai Dongqing had been blind since he was young. The heavens made him lose the chance to see the colors of all things in the world. However, it also allowed him to hear the voices of all things. Hai Dongqing had said to Guchen that every plant in the world had its own breath. As long as one could find the breath, there was nothing that couldn't be cut. The greater the pressure, the greater the release of one's potential. Along the way, Guchen had been one of the best among his peers. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a strong stimulation. Under this stimulation, his potential was rapidly being excavated. Everything in the world breathes. Focus your mind and calm your chi. Guchen's steps became more rhythmic. Xianxia attacked wildly, but he dodged like a butterfly flapping its wings. His 5 senses were heightened at this moment, and he was able to predict his every move. Swoosh. Whoosh. Like a fish in water, his body became lighter and lighter. His battle instincts were fully unleashed. Xianxia attacked wildly, but felt that Guchen was like a slippery eel, constantly dodging. He became more and more agitated, and his attacks became less and less methodical. Clang, Guchen seized the opportunity to attack. Every time his blade landed, sparks flew on Xianxia's body. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. You're wasting your energy. Xianxia swung his fists angrily, but Guchen ignored him. The two fought back and forth. Guchen, who was expected to be exhausted, lasted for a long time. Xianxia, on the other hand, was panting heavily. Although Guchen's blade did not injure Xianxia, it was getting more and more painful. This kid's blade skills are constantly improving. He actually has such outstanding battle talent? Xianxia's face was full of emotion. He felt a strong pressure. Guchen had the battle saint technique. This was a powerful battle technique created by Heaven's equal immortal emperor. There were no specific moves, but it focused on momentum and power. In these 2 years, Guchen had mastered the battle saint technique and the blade skills taught by Hai Dongqing. This allowed him to reach a higher level in the way of the blade, and he had his own blade intent. And this life and death battle had further improved his blade skills, and his blade intent was even more condensed and pure. At a certain moment, when he felt that he could hear the breathing of everything in the world, and Xianxia's every move was completely predicted by him, another phrase that Hai Dongqing had once said rang out in his mind. Everything in the world breathes. As long as you find the right breath, there's nothing you can't cut off. This is the saber Tao that I persist in. I also believe that one day, when I can sever anything, I will be able to step into the Emperor realm with the saber Tao. But how can the heavens and earth measure everything? How can all living things be exhausted? It's easier said than done to use a blade to cut through all living things. After I walked my own path, I discovered this. I knew that I couldn't bite off more than I could chew, so I created the Azura 6 slashes. When one can hear the breathing of all living things, one will be qualified to cultivate the Azura 6 slashes. When one reaches great accomplishment in the Azura 6 slashes, one will reach the quasi-emperor realm. As for the realm above that, I am still painstakingly pursuing it. If I can comprehend it one day, I will have a chance of reaching the emperor realm. Hai Dongqing's earnest and kind words echoed in Gu Chen's mind. The knife intent condensed on his body without exploding, becoming more and more condensed and purer. In the end, he seemed to have become one with the sky-seizing saber. His entire person was a saber. This guy, at a certain moment, Xiangjun's hair stood on end, and he felt a strong sense of danger. Gu Chen's feet suddenly stepped on the starry sky, and he no longer dodged Xiangjun's attack. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes burst with the light of Azura. My body is Azura, slaying all ghosts and gods. He struck again, and this strike was different from any of the previous ones. It condensed all of his essence, qi, and spirit. Xiangjun trembled inexplicably at this moment. That terrifying knife intent told him that if he didn't dodge, he might die, and it made him feel unprecedented fear. However, he forcibly suppressed his instincts, because he would never dodge when fighting others, and would only fight to the end. I, Xiangjun, son of the Third Realm's Emperor Might, am not afraid of battle. He roared angrily, and reached out with both hands. At the critical moment, he forcibly pressed down on the blade of the sky-seizing saber. His hands were instantly cut by the blade, and blood dripped from them, but he laughed wildly. You've used all your strength in this strike, but it was still blocked by me in the end. You're dead. He laughed, but in less than 3 breaths, his laughter stopped, his face froze, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. His lips trembled. How is this possible? Gu Chen was panting, and he was almost at the end of his rope. He looked at him with a mocking smile. This strike was not aimed at your body, but at your primordial spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangjun's burly body suddenly fell in the starry sky. Primordial spirit. Before Xiangjun died, he recalled what his father had said when he passed on the path to him. Although the origin of strength was powerful, the path of their clan did not involve the cultivation of the soul, and the primordial spirit was a major weakness. This weakness was even more obvious before reaching the Tao-seeking realm. Just as Xiangjun thought of this, his consciousness completely dissipated, leaving only a physical body comparable to a divine weapon. Seeing that he was completely dead, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and his physical strength almost collapsed to the ground. The situation just now was very similar to the first time he fought with Hai Dongqing. Back then, he used his immortal body to tangle with Hai Dongqing. Hai Dongqing saw that his primordial spirit was weak, and he almost used the primordial spirit of the 6 slashes of Azura to kill him. At the critical moment, Tang Ning and Li Xuanyu appeared, and he avoided danger. Xiangjun was not so lucky. Under the great pressure from him, Gu Chen finally made a breakthrough in the 6 slashes of Azura that he had never mastered. Using a slash that could ignore the physical body and kill the primordial spirit, he finally defeated Xiangjun, a young overlord from the outside world. I have to go back quickly. The commotion in the Milky Way was too great. Not long ago, he even felt a terrifying pressure. He did not know what was going on, and this made Gu Chen very worried. He swallowed 2 healing dawn, adjusted his condition, and looked at Xiangjun's body. This man was from the outside world. Gu Chen could have interrogated him to find out Xiangjun's intention. However, he was too strong, so Gu Chen had to cut his primordial spirit directly. He didn't have time to interrogate him. It was a pity, but he couldn't do anything about it. Gu Chen could only collect his body and his belongings. Later, he would find more clues. After collecting Xiangjun's body, Gu Chen turned into a rainbow and headed to the Milky Way. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. Before he could get close to the Milky Way, a golden rain started to fall in the sky. Countless raindrops fell on the floating asteroids, which had been barren for so many years. Tender shoots and leaves began to grow on the asteroids. The broken pieces of the life stars that had been destroyed during the Great Battle were being reconstructed under the grace of the rain. Everything on the land was recovering. Gu Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Being in the midst of the raindrops that filled the sky, he felt that vitality was everywhere, and his exhausted body was recovering at an accelerated pace. Precursor, Gu Chen was touched. He suddenly understood something. An indescribable sorrow arose in his heart. Life was born, and there would also be lives that would fall. How could this be? In the Silver River, the old tribe leader, Hai Dongqing, and the others looked at Emperor Huang in the distance with eyes filled with disbelief. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, speechless. The scene before their eyes was too unexpected. The desolate immortal and desolate god had fused into one and become an emperor. The moment he became an emperor, he easily killed all the geniuses of the outer realm. He was completely invincible. However, just as he forced Mu Qingfeng to abandon his body and was about to continue chasing, he suddenly stopped. His stalwart body towered in the starry sky, his flesh and blood as beautiful as a translucent emerald, but the soul in his body was actually covered in cracks like a spider web. It was because his soul was broken that he stopped and allowed Mu Qingfeng to escape. The moment he became an emperor, his soul was already broken. Is he using his control of the Tao of life to forcefully extend his life? The old tribe leader's eyes revealed deep sorrow. He understood what had happened. Earlier, when the desolate immortal and desolate god fused, he was attacked by 15 geniuses. Although he managed to condense his life source, his soul was shattered at the same time. He was already dead. However, Emperor Huang used some unknown spell to forcefully fuse his shattered soul back together, allowing him to last a bit longer. However, the Tao of the soul was complex and profound. The death of the soul was like an extinguished lamp. He had finally reached the end. Emperor Huang knew how long he could live. He could have lived a bit longer, but he chose to attack the geniuses of the outer realm. In a few breaths of time, he killed 5 geniuses and 2 supremes. The rest were either crippled or seriously injured. He used his own death in exchange for a glorious result. He fought for the honor of ancient heaven and the 9th realm. Is this the only way? Emperor Huang stood in the Silver River. His soul was shattering bit by bit, but his voice was calm. The moment he became an emperor, he knew the result and faced death without fear. If we had comprehended it earlier, perhaps we could have done more. Inside Emperor Huang's body, the desolate god's voice was filled with regret. Before I die, we reconciled and entered the Tao pursuing realm. I have no regrets. Desolate Immortal's optimistic voice came. I shouldn't have dragged the Outer Realm people into today's battle. That's why these Outer Realm people appeared together. It's my fault. I'm afraid that the ancient heaven's army didn't come today because they tampered with it. The desolate god blamed herself. It was he who had defected to Xianxia, and Xianxia had spread the news of their duel, ultimately leading to the current situation. He had wanted to prevent Huang Xian from ambushing him with the army of the ancient heaven, but in the end, he was caught in his own trap and reaped what he sowed. You and I were born from the primordial chaos. Our life quintessence is ranked at the top of the 3,000 grand Daos. Once we break through, ordinary immortal emperors won't be able to compare to us. Naturally, they won't tolerate us. Our actions today should be able to deter the remaining geniuses from the outer realm so that they won't make trouble in the 9th realm. What I'm most worried about is the intention of the Xing County. What do they want to do to the 9th realm? Huang Xian sighed. His tone was filled with worry. Big Brother came out to fight me because of the future of the 9th realm, right? Compared to you, I'm really too selfish. The desolate god's heart was heavy. He had already understood that there was no point in obeying the Xing County. The Outer Realm 100 seedlings didn't take the Divine Realm seriously. They could kill whoever they wanted, let alone the colossal Xing County. In the War of the Primordial Era, those who had chosen the side of the Divine Realm might have been wrong. I really want to do something for my hometown, but it's a pity that we can't do it anymore. The desolate god looked at the starry sky around him reluctantly. Death was like a lamp going out. After they died, who knew what kind of future the 9th realm would have? The desolate god didn't reply. The conversation was only between the two of them. All the cultivators outside couldn't hear it, but they could feel the tragic and regretful emotions. Rumble, the desolate emperor's soul started to fall into pieces. Even his body was collapsing. A terrifying aura rippled like thunder. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. Then, golden rain started to fall from the sky, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles or even 10 million miles. Rumor has it that when a Tao-querying realm emperor dies, there will be a phenomenon. It's actually true. The leaders of the True Spirit clan, clan, and other forces were shocked, but at the same time, they let out sighs of relief. They had chosen to side with the Outer Realm geniuses. If the desolate emperor hadn't died, they wouldn't have been able to bear the consequences. However, looking at the phenomenon before them, the desolate emperor was clearly going to die. In the end, he was going to die under the siege of the Outer Realm geniuses. Is he dead? In the end, we still won. Aside from Mu Chungfeng, who had escaped, the remaining Outer Realm geniuses had disheveled hair and were covered in injuries. However, their faces were filled with joy. The desolate emperors might have destroyed all their confidence. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to reverse fate. Should we attack? Looking at the desolate emperor, who was about to die, the remaining Outer Realm geniuses became restless. They hated this man, he had made them lose all face. If they could personally tear him to pieces, that would be the best. However, the desolate emperor's green body stood there. Even though he was about to die, his spine was straight, as if he could support the entire world. Such a terrifying emperor's pressure, coupled with the trauma from before, made it so that the Outer Realm geniuses didn't have the courage to attack. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. If the desolate emperor went berserk before his death, none of them would be able to bear it. After considering it again and again, the remaining geniuses quickly retreated from this area. They didn't want to take any more risks. In any case, the desolate emperor was dead and the threat was no longer there. Their goal had been achieved. The Outer Realm geniuses quickly retreated from this area. The True Spirit clan, clan, and other forces that had sided with them also quickly left. The people they had sided with had either died or left. If they stayed, they might have to face the wrath of the Desolate God clan and the Desolate God clan. Only fools would stay. The clan's battleship left and the True Spirit clan's beast army also left. As the various forces retreated, the Silver River became a lot emptier. Countless spectating cultivators looked at the desolate emperor, who was about to die. Their hearts were filled with sorrow, anger, and regret. It wasn't easy for the Ninth Realm to give birth to a new emperor, but in the end, it had such a bleak ending. The Outer Realm geniuses were the ones most responsible for the desolate emperor's death, but whether it was the True Spirit clan, clan, or those who didn't have the courage to act, they were all accomplices. Many of the cultivators left in shame, while others silently mourned on the spot. The Barbarian clan, Mirage clan, and Desolate God clan all gathered around the desolate emperor. Vine Ancestor, we are sorry. With the old chief. As the leader, Long Yun, Long Ao, and the other barbarian warriors were all red-eyed and blamed themselves. Ever since their ancestor Man Tian died, Huang Tian General took care of them and turned into the Vine Ancestor to protect them generation after generation. Yet today, they couldn't protect him and could only watch him die. Ancestor, the people of the Huangshan tribe were hopeless and lost. The main star of the Huangshan tribe was gone and their ancestor was about to die. Where should they go? Huangdi looked at his relatives and descendants. Even though he was fearless in the face of death, he couldn't help but worry. Celestial, the Arch treated me well back then. If I die, who will protect the Celestial Court? Is the end of the Huangshan tribe coming? What is Xingjun planning? Is there still hope for the Ninth Realm? Question after question lingered in Huangdi's mind. The entire Milky Way fell into a heavy and sorrowful atmosphere. Huangdi's life force continued to fade. Swoosh, suddenly, a ray of light flashed over from afar, and it seemed to be extremely anxious as it slashed apart the stardust that covered the sky all along the way. The rainbow soon arrived in front of Gu Chen, who was covered in cuts and bruises. Gu Chen's battle with Xianxia was very difficult. There was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. He looked like a bloody man. He saw the falling emperor on his way and rushed back as fast as he could, not caring that his body hadn't recovered yet. Now, he was in the heavy rain. The blood on his body was washed away by the rain and his hair was disheveled. How can this be? Gu Chen's face was filled with sorrow when he saw the desolate emperor's condition. He fought with all his might but still couldn't protect his benefactor. Hai Dongqing, White Ape, and Dragon Horse all stayed. Why was he still in this situation? He clenched his fists, angry and sad. Gu Chen, Huangdi looked at the depressed Gu Chen and his eyes flickered. He had obviously gone through a tough battle and rushed back. He had done his best, but he still looked like he was blaming himself. Huang Xian was touched while Huang Di was envious. He had never been able to raise such an excellent descendant. Senior, I'm sorry. Gu Chen lowered his head and said in a repressed tone. He bit his lips so hard that they were bleeding. On the desolate planet, the desolate immortal was the one who taught him the Tao of life and allowed him to join the ancient heaven. On the desolate God main planet, when he was trapped in the water flame prison and was about to give up, it was the desolate immortal's divine will that encouraged him. In the end, he successfully rescued the White Ape and stepped into the celestial king realm. Within the celestial court, it was the desolate immortal who strongly recommended him to take over the position of the second desolate heavenly general. He sincerely regarded him as his successor. Gu Chen had only met him a few times, but in Gu Chen's heart, he was a respectable senior, a kind elder. He taught her everything he knew, but when he needed help, she couldn't protect him. Life and death are decreed by fate. I've lived for countless years and that's enough. You don't have to blame yourself. The desolate immortal saw Gu Chen's guilt and shook his head. Gu Chen was too sad to say a word. Seeing him like this, the desolate god in the desolate emperor's heart suddenly spoke. Big brother, although our souls are about to dissipate, we have successfully condensed the origin of life. What do you think of this person as your successor? You mean? The desolate immortal's eyes suddenly froze. You and I both have worries in our hearts. It's inevitable that we will feel regret if we die like this. How good would it be if someone could inherit our will? The desolate god sighed. At this moment, he had already abandoned all his previous conflicts and hatred. His emotions had sublimated to the level of righteousness. The desolate immortal thought about it seriously. Although some geniuses from the outer realm had died, they were still stirring up trouble in the ninth realm. The Xing County's motive was also not clear, and the celestial gods and other forces were all scattered. Under such circumstances, they indeed needed a strong person to turn the tide. Otherwise, the ninth realm would probably have no future. In his heart, he was very satisfied with the talent of this successor. Today, he risked his life to save him, which also showed that his character was not bad. I didn't think that when death is at hand, you would be more far-sighted than me. The desolate immortal could not help but laugh. Gu Chen has received my complete inheritance. Naturally, there will be no rejection from giving him the origin of life. However, that is the power of the Emperor realm. Can he withstand it? Humph, this kid even swallowed the core of the desolate god's main star. What do you think? The desolate god said unhappily. If he had a choice, he definitely would not want to inherit his orthodoxy to this human youth who was against him. However, at the moment, he was the best choice. Haha, wonderful, wonderful. It's decided then. The desolate immortal replied readily. The two brothers had reached a tacit understanding at this moment. All of you can leave. I have something to say to Gu Chen. The desolate emperor quickly looked at the many cultivators and said. Although everyone was curious about what the desolate emperor wanted to say, how could they disobey the emperor's order? Therefore, the barbarians, the mirage monsters, and the desolate god clan all left. Even the cultivators in the distance retreated to an area further away. In the end, only the desolate emperor and Gu Chen were left in the Milky Way. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the desolate emperor's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Gu Chen, we have a decision to discuss with you. The desolate emperor spoke and told the brothers' decision truthfully. Give me the origin of life? Gu Chen's expression changed when he heard this. That's right. Our origin of life has already condensed. If no one inherits it, when our souls dissipate, we will soon disappear from this world. You have inherited my complete orthodoxy and refined the core of the desolate god's main star. There is a certain chance of success in absorbing the origin of life. We have never tried this before, so we cannot guarantee that it will succeed. You might die because of it. However, if you can successfully absorb it, you will be able to reach the Emperor realm in one step and fulfill our unfinished wish on our behalf. The desolate Emperor spoke truthfully. Guchen did not ask what the success rate was. Instead, he asked the desolate Emperor. May I know what unfinished wish Senior has? Inheriting the origin of life was another matter. He could not protect the Senior well, but at least he had to fulfill the Senior's last wish. Today, we were besieged by many geniuses from the outer realm, and ancient heaven did not send reinforcements. I suspect that something happened to the celestial court. The desolate immortal said frankly and worriedly. Only then did Guchen realize that many geniuses from the outer realm had participated in the attack on the Senior, and Xianxia was not the only one. He clenched his fists tightly and his killing intent surged. The celestial emperor treated me well back then, but ancient heaven is in a state of disunity. If this continues, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Not only ancient heaven, but also the desolate god clan, the barbarian tribe, the mirage monsters, and all the creatures in the ninth realm are in danger. The Xing County is a great enemy that we cannot ignore. Guchen understood what the Senior's last wish was. Until his death, the Senior still carried out his belief of giving. He only had righteousness in his heart. He had never cared about others. I understand Senior's meaning. I am also from the ninth realm. How can I stay out of this? From today onwards, I will shoulder Senior's dream and everyone's vision. In the heavy rain, Guchen promised solemnly without hesitation. Desolate Emperor was pleased to see this. Not everyone had the courage to accept such a heavy responsibility. It seemed that even if he hadn't said anything, Desolate Emperor wasn't planning on staying out of this. The Desolate Emperor finally had a huge regret in his heart with someone he could entrust him with. A gentle green halo was released from his body and spread out for thousands of meters, completely isolating the area. Since you are willing, let's not waste time. Start receiving our source now, Desolate Emperor said weakly. He wasn't in a good state. In fact, he had to endure the pain of his soul cracking if he moved. Yet, he still forcefully used his source power. Guchen didn't refuse. He let the green light of life envelop him. He felt warm all over and his wounds healed at a shocking rate. Xianxia's absolute power could erase Guchen's self-healing ability, but it couldn't erase Desolate Emperor's. Desolate Emperor's source had been successfully condensed. It was the power of an emperor. Life deprivation. Desolate Immortal said. Then, the jade-green emperor's body began to melt and condense. Desolate Immortal had never advocated the Tao of plunder, but today he was plundering. However, he was plundering himself. Other than his broken soul, his flesh and blood, and his source power of life, all melted and condensed into a green ball of light. I have always advocated plundering. I never thought I would do something like this today. Life. Give. Desolate God's voice sounded behind Desolate Immortal. He raised a finger with difficulty and touched Guchen's forehead. Desolate Immortal gave his entire life, but in the end, he stole. Desolate God stole his entire life, but in the end, he chose to give. At this moment, there was no longer any conflict of beliefs. The two brothers were no longer separated and understood the true meaning of life. With the two brothers working together, a mark of life appeared between Guchen's eyebrows. In a few breaths, he formed a connection with the floating source of life. Guchen closed his eyes and used his heart to feel the unimaginable surge of life. During this process, the source of life did not reject him. Desolate Emperor sighed in relief. It seems that the source of life is more compatible with you than I expected. The success rate has increased. Later, we will completely cut off the connection between the divine soul and the origin of life. After that, you should absorb it as soon as possible. Guchen couldn't help but open his eyes, which were filled with sorrow. The Desolate Emperor had relied on his life origin to keep his soul from shattering. When he completely severed his connection with his life origin, it meant that his soul would dissipate. You are a man who will achieve great things. Abandon unnecessary emotions and focus on absorbing the life essence. Seeing Guchen's expression, the Desolate God snorted coldly. Guchen knew that the absorption process was very important. He could not let his emotions cause the two seniors' hard work to go to waste, so he forcibly suppressed the sadness in his heart. Seeing that Guchen had returned to his tranquil state, the desolate monarch nodded. Controlling the origin of life, he sent it into Guchen's body. As soon as the dark green ball of light entered Guchen's skin, his injuries from the battle with Xianxia were completely healed. The desolate monarch's origin of power was too great. Xianxia's origin of power was a joke in front of him. After his injuries were healed, boundless life continued to flow into Guchen's limbs and bones, causing his body to show signs of transforming into an emperor's body. Looking at the situation, once the origin of life was completely integrated, Guchen would definitely be able to step into the Tao querying realm. Seeing this, the desolate monarch was even more delighted. The origin of life and Guchen's compatibility was even more perfect than they had imagined. As such, when he stepped into the emperor realm, he might not be as strong as the original desolate monarch, but he should have about 80% of the original's strength. 1/5 of the origin of life was integrated into every part of Guchen's body, causing his body to become infinitely close to an emperor's body. At this time, the original 9-colored immortal power in Guchen's body was being suppressed. The origin of life was trying to assimilate it. Not just the 9-colored immortal power, but even the origin of stars was being eroded. As an emperor's power, the origin of life was unwilling to coexist with other powers. Feeling the changes in his body, Guchen was shocked. He closed his eyes and understood what was happening in his body. Now, he had to make a choice and decide what path he wanted to take. Xianxia had previously mocked him for not even being at the beginner stage of the emperor-to-be. Of course, he had underestimated him, but what he said actually made sense. Guchen's knowledge was all-encompassing. In addition to the nature of the heavenly star technique, there were also the 3 Tao techniques of the White Bone Tao Lord. In addition, there was also the Saber Tao, the Tyrant's bloodline development, and even the various physique abilities absorbed by the nameless immortal body. The Tao querying realm was about seeking the heart and seeking the Tao. It was considered the first step of cultivation, but there were too many branches in front of him. If he took the wrong first step, he might go astray and waste his time. Because of this, he spent a whole 2 years integrating what he had learned and trying to walk a path that belonged to him. In the past 2 years, his ideas had gradually been perfected. Although the path he wanted to take was shocking, there was a certain chance of success if he studied and explored it slowly. Originally, he wanted to take things one step at a time. If that path didn't work, he could take another one. However, the desolate emperor's sudden change forced him to make a decision in advance. Once he made it, there was no turning back. Guchen's expression became solemn. Right now, there were 2 paths in front of him. The first path was to accept the arrangement made by the Huang Emperor and absorb the origin of life. From then on, he would become the second Huang Emperor. With the combat power that the Huang Emperor had shown earlier, he would be able to sweep through the 9th realm's 12-star fields. Although there was a certain risk in this path, with the Huang Emperor watching over him, it was 1,000 times easier than the other path. Moreover, he could quickly obtain the power that he dreamed of. However, once he took this path, the origin of stars in his body would be assimilated and disappear, and he would no longer be able to cultivate the nature of the heavenly star technique. Was it worth it to quickly obtain the power of the Emperor realm? There were 5 volumes of the nature of the heavenly star technique. Ever since he completed the volume of the star core and stepped into the volume of the black hole, the difficulty of cultivating the nature of the heavenly star technique increased again. The contents of the nature of the heavenly star technique were unimaginable and unheard of. The subsequent cultivation of the nature of the heavenly star technique was too difficult. Every step was dangerous. It was not as stable as the path arranged by the Huang Emperor. Moreover, this was only the normal cultivation path of the nature of the heavenly star technique. The path that Guchen wanted to take was even more complicated. Senior's path might allow me to dominate the 9th realm, but is that enough? Guchen thought to himself and murmured. Their enemy, the Xing County, was an unimaginably huge force. Even the powerful immortal emperors and deity emperors of the immemorial age could not contend against it. The power of the Huang Emperor alone was not enough to change the situation. He needed more power, and this first stable path could not satisfy him. Guchen took a few deep breaths and quickly made up his mind. He had been pursuing the Tao for 2 years. Although the situation was sudden, he didn't panic. "Senior, I want to walk my own path," he said, and started to stop the life origin from assimilating him. "You don't want the life origin?" The desolate immortal didn't expect Gu Chen to refuse halfway through the fusion. His expression became serious. "No, I am willing to inherit your power, but I don't want to walk this path." Gu Chen answered seriously. "What do you mean?" The desolate immortal's heart turned cold. She and her brother used up all their power to give it to this kid, but he still refused. "Senior, can you let me do it myself?" Gu Chen clenched his fists. "How can you do it yourself? The life origin is so huge. Without our help, how are you going to control it?" The desolate immortal said coldly. Gu Chen was silent. Although he didn't answer, his Tao heart didn't waver. Let him do it himself. The desolate immortal sensed Gu Chen's emotions and made a compromise. "But we don't have time. If we continue to delay, it will be too late." The desolate immortal didn't want any accidents to happen. He didn't understand what Gu Chen wanted to do. "Gotcha." As he spoke, he suddenly heard a strange cracking sound. He looked at Gu Chen. At this moment, the star origin in Gu Chen's body was fully mobilized. It all drilled into his dantian. The cracking sound just now came from within Gu Chen's dantian. Blood seeped out of the corner of Gu Chen's mouth, but his eyes were extremely calm. "Are you crazy? What are you thinking?" the desolate immortal asked in disbelief. Even at the risk of destroying his dantian, he still wants to walk his own path. He already has his own Tao heart. Let's listen to him, the desolate immortal said solemnly. He pulled out the remaining 4/5 of the life origin from Gu Chen's body. By doing this, the best time for fusion was gone. They didn't exist long enough for Gu Chen to perfectly inherit the Tao. "Thank you for your help, Senior," Gu Chen said gratefully. The star source qi in his body was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, crazily rushing into his dantian. During this process, his flesh and blood became dim while his dantian, or rather, where his star core was located, became increasingly resplendent. It turned into a small sun in his body, and after a huge amount of star origin power surged into it, it was compressed and split, as if it was about to explode, and the aura of destruction overflowed. If I want to learn the basics of the black hole scroll, the first step is to cultivate the 6th layer heaven secret technique, star core rupture. Using the power of the secret technique to destroy one's dantian, turning the star core into a small black hole. Because once I take this step, there is no turning back, so I hesitated for 2 whole years. During these past 2 years, I've ceaselessly tried to fuse the various Tao arts I've learned, and at the same time, I've never stopped comprehending the secret technique of the 6th level. Even though I haven't cultivated it, I've practiced it countless times in my heart. Today, I will break down and rebuild. With myself as the furnace, I will walk a path that only belongs to me, Gu Chen. 2 beams of light burst out from Gu Chen's eyes, and the next moment, a loud rumbling sound came from his body. Under the effect of the star core rupture secret technique, his huge amount of star origin power exploded under the intense compression, and the terrifying energy flooded his entire dantian. Gotcha. 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 The originally incomparably hard star core shattered at this moment, and at the center of the explosion, a black dot appeared. That black dot was born from the big explosion, and it emitted a deathly and desolate aura, rapidly expanding in all directions. At this moment, the huge amount of star origin power in Gu Chen's body became fuel, helping the black dot expand until it occupied the entire dantian. After occupying the original area of the dantian, it successfully transformed into a black hole, constantly spinning like a vortex, releasing a faint attractive force. And at this moment, the star origin power was completely burned away. Without the huge amount of star origin power, the eternal stellar body was equivalent to disappearing, and the undying body was also gone. But at this moment, Gu Chen revealed a smile. Self-destructing the star core might cause an accident, and his body might be swallowed into the black hole together. But after the black hole occupied the original area of the dantian, it gradually stabilized, and formed a mysterious connection with him, which meant that he had succeeded. In his mind, he had already rehearsed the scene of the black hole being sucked into the door countless times, but it really succeeded, and Guchen's heart completely relaxed. At this moment, his dantian released a black light, and the vortex kept spinning, and his eyes became especially dark and deep, and even Desolation Emperor could not see his state at all. What kind of cultivation path is this? Desolation Immortal and Desolation God were shocked and confused, and they had never heard of the strange changes in Guchen's dantian. Guchen's deep eyes stared at the source of life in front of him, and his hand slowly moved towards it. Something strange happened. Without Desolation Emperor's help, the source of life actually floated towards Guchen, and it seemed to be attracted to him. How can this be? Desolation Immortal and Desolation God were even more shocked. The source of life energy was so huge, and it was of such a high level. How could it only be controlled by Guchen, who was at the celestial prime realm? Guchen raised his hand and controlled the source of life to approach, and inside his body, the nine-colored celestial force had already surged out of the black hole in his dantian, and it was circulating according to the Immortal Ascension art. The nameless immortal physique cultivated by the Immortal Ascension art had the ability to steal and absorb others' immortal physique, and the flawless version could even steal and absorb the source of an emperor. Through Guchen's research of the 3 techniques of Tao Monarch of White Bone, he had already discovered that stealing the source of power was the core of this technique. Therefore, under the condition that Desolation Emperor did not stop him, he could attract the source of life. But the level of the source of life was too high, and Guchen was too weak, so it was very slow to be attracted, let alone absorb. Guchen was not surprised to see this, and the black hole in his dantian spun even faster, releasing a strong suction force to superimpose with the nameless immortal physique. Whoosh, the speed of the source of life greatly increased, and finally, it entered Guchen's body and flew into the black hole. Once the source of life enters your body, in order to help you break through to Emperor, it will quickly fuse with your body. At that time, the other powers will also be assimilated. How is this different from fusing and absorbing it from the beginning? Desolation Emperor saw this and frowned. However, in the next moment, something unimaginable happened. After the source of life entered Guchen's black hole, it actually stopped. The black hole completely contained its energy, and slowly sealed it. Desolation Emperor's face was full of disbelief as he murmured to himself. Although I don't know what that black hole is, it can actually contain the power of the source of life. What is its limit? The dantian was the source of a cultivator's power. Most of the time, the amount of energy the dantian could contain determined how high a cultivator could reach. And now, this black hole made it impossible for Desolation Emperor to see the limit of Guchen's potential. It was as if his cultivation path suddenly had no ceiling. No one could predict what his future would be like. Is this the path you want to walk? Desolation Emperor seemed to have understood something. After the source of life was slowly absorbed by the black hole, his soul was collapsing faster, but his eyes became strangely excited. Ha ha ha. Smelly brat, such great courage. Forcefully suppressing your own cultivation to prevent yourself from becoming emperor, do you want to use multiple sources to break open the Tao-seeking gate? I've never heard of anyone doing this before, and I wonder what will happen if you do so. This is a path that will shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Desolation Emperor laughed with tears in his eyes. His tone was full of pity, but there was no regret. This was because he knew that he had made the right decision. This young man would not disappoint him. I want to see how earth-shattering it will be when you become emperor. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Desolation Emperor's soul soon completely shattered. His soul scattered like butterflies, leaving behind only his last words. The 9th world, I leave it to you. Guchen completely absorbed the source of life and stood in the pouring emperor rain. His hair was completely soaked, and his voice was choked with emotion and determination. The desolate emperor was gone, his soul completely dissipating from the world. He was like a firework. He existed for a very short time, but at the end of his life, he released a huge amount of light and heat. He killed 5 outer realm geniuses and 2 young sovereigns. The rest were all seriously injured. Even though he was about to die, the remaining geniuses were intimidated by him. They didn't have the courage to attack and chose to flee. He had used his glorious achievements to fight for the 9th realm. Even though he had died, it was a glorious death. After he died, the scene of an emperor falling appeared in space within 1,000,000 kilometers. Heavy rain drowned the Milky Way. It was as if even the heavens were mourning his death. Guchen stood in the rain for a long time, letting the rain completely soak his hair and robe as he mourned this respectable senior. At some point, the people of the barbarian race, mirage race, and desolate god race had all returned. They surrounded Guchen with red eyes as they mourned the passing of the desolate emperor. Hai Dongqing, Jiang Beiming, Dragon Horse, and the others were full of self-blame. After Guchen left, they should have protected the desolate emperor, but in the end they still let him die. Friend Gu, I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough. Hai Dongqing blamed herself, and there was sorrow between her brows. The desolate heaven general was his senior in ancient heaven. He had brought hope to the scattered ancient heaven when he became the desolate emperor, but he had died in such a pitiful manner. His death was undoubtedly a major blow to the ancient heavenly court. Just what happened after I left? Tell me everything in detail. Don't leave anything out. Guchen lowered his head, his voice slightly hoarse. Although he had a rough idea of what had happened from the desolate emperor, he didn't know the details. He had come to the Milky Way ahead of time to protect his senior, but reality had slapped him in the face. Now, his heart was filled with rage. Everyone looked at each other and quickly told him what had happened. The corners of Guchen's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The true spirit race, E-clan, and the others have all sided with the outer realm. Are they still so stupid at this time? He clenched his fists and felt a chill in his heart. The death of the desolate emperor could not be blamed on Hai Dongqing and the others for not protecting him properly. There were simply too many enemies. The 15 Outer Realm geniuses were the main culprits, but the True Spirit clan and the E-clan were even more despicable. The True Spirit clan, E-clan, and my Wilderness God clan all belong to the Divine Realm. The immeasurable demon god sect was once our ally. I never expected them to kick us when we're down. In the end, they are still inferior to Ling Long's celestial palace. The surviving cultivators of the desolate god race were led by the patriarch. Their faces were filled with sorrow, and they were at a loss for the future. Their ancestor was dead, their former allies had betrayed them, and the situation in the Ninth Realm was so complicated. What should they do? It was not hard to imagine that when the news of the Huang Emperor's death spread, the waste region that they ruled would be in endless trouble. They would no longer be able to maintain their original sphere of influence. What was even worse was that the desolate god race would be exterminated. Guchen looked at the people of the desolate god race. The desolate god had given him a great fortune before he died, and the safety of the desolate god race was his greatest concern before he died. Logically or emotionally, he couldn't just watch them die. Moreover, he already knew his enemies clearly. He needed many allies and subordinates, the more the better. The desolate god race entrusted you to me before he died. If you are willing to become a force under my command, I can assure you that I will protect you. Guchen said seriously. The cultivators of the desolate god race were shocked, and then their expressions became complicated. The man in front of them had destroyed the desolate god main star, and many of their clansmen had been killed by him. It was not easy to ask them to surrender to him. However, they had all seen how the ancestor had behaved before he died. In the end, only Guchen was left, and he had obviously changed his opinion of him. As the only person in the Ninth Realm who had the title of Young Supreme Venerable, they knew Guchen's strength clearly. Joining him was a wise choice. Please give us some time. This was a serious matter, and the patriarch of the desolate god race said. After Guchen had agreed, they started a discussion among themselves. After a while, they came to a decision. The patriarch of the desolate god race looked at Guchen and asked anxiously. Friend Gu, we want to know if following you means joining Ancient Heaven? Guchen used to be the second-generation desolate heaven general of Ancient Heaven, but he later left Ancient Heaven and seemed to have become a neutral force. The people of the desolate god race did not know which force he belonged to. In the turbulent Ninth Realm, what was he going to do in the future? It was very important to figure this out. In this golden era where heroes were rising, the kind of person one followed would lead to completely different results. Guchen looked at the cultivators of the desolate god race one by one, then at the warriors of the barbarians and the mirage monsters, and finally at his companions. He said in a clear voice, what I'm going to say now is not just to the desolate god race, but also to everyone here. so I hope everyone can listen carefully. Everyone couldn't help but listen carefully. Before today, I left ancient heaven long ago and had nothing to do with the immortal world or the divine realm. I'm like a wild crane that lives among the clouds. Fortunately, I have a group of reliable companions who always stand on the same side as me. I've stayed in my hometown for 2 years, and I've made up my mind when I return to the universe this time. Since you didn't abandon me, you must have the same will as me. When Guchen said this, Jiang Beiming, Punlai Island Master, and other companions all nodded solemnly. Today, Senior Desolate Emperor's death enlightened me. If I don't do something, the world we live in will have no hope at all. So, I need everyone's strength. I need more people's strength. Gu Chen's eyes turned sharp, and he looked at the patriarch of the desolate god race. You asked if following me counts as joining ancient heaven, and I'll answer you right now, yes and no. The cultivators of the desolate god race were confused. I will return to ancient heaven. No matter what state it is in now, I will bring it under my banner. Gu Chen's tone was extremely domineering. Desolate Emperor's death deeply stimulated him and made him completely understand. When Hai Dongqing heard that Gu Chen had decided to return to ancient heaven, he couldn't help but show excitement on his face. What happened 2 years ago caused Gu Chen to part ways with ancient heaven. Although he chose to follow Gu Chen, his heart had always been in ancient heaven. He had always believed that Gu Chen was the hope of the ancient celestial court. Unfortunately, he had never mentioned anything about returning to the ancient celestial court in the past 2 years. Even after returning to the starry sky, his attitude was ambiguous. Now, he finally made a decision. He wanted to return to ancient heaven. We'll bring ancient heaven under our banner. Yu Xian caught the unusual meaning in Gu Chen's words, and his eyes turned cold. It seemed like Gu Chen didn't just want to return to ancient heaven and become a heavenly general again. He wanted to rule ancient heaven. Gu Chen didn't finish his words. After touching everyone's hearts, he continued. Ancient heaven will be a thing of the past. I'll establish a new celestial court, and the desolate god clan will become a part of the new celestial court. The cultivators of the barbarians and the mirage monsters were shocked. It was understandable to bring the desolate god clan under their banner, but what did he mean by establishing a new celestial court? In the past, the celestial court was the leader of the world of immortals. It wasn't even the capital of the world of immortals because the forces of the world of immortals didn't obey its leadership. The celestial court I'll establish will include the world of immortals and the world of immortals, and even all the forces in the ninth realm who have the same goal. Gu Chen's words were earth-shattering. Everyone was shocked after he finished speaking. A new celestial court that included the world of immortals and the world of immortals? Was it possible? The world of immortals and the world of immortals had been enemies for 1,000,000 years, and their grudges were complicated. How could they form an alliance? How are you going to do this? You're strong, but not to that extent. The leader of the desolate god clan had emotions in his eyes. The world is in chaos. The real enemy of the ninth realm is the Xing County and the people from the outside world. More and more people will realize this. We'll start with ancient heaven and do our best to take in all the forces. If there are still people who don't realize their mistakes, we'll slaughter them and conquer the universe until all the 12-star regions are under the command of the celestial court. When Gu Chen said this, a pressure similar to that of the Desolation Emperor came out of his body. His tone was overbearing, and he didn't seem to be joking. Hai Dongqing was very sensitive to emotional changes, and he murmured to himself. He has changed. In the past, he did not have such great ambitions, but the death of the desolate emperor made him abandon his last bit of innocence and become a true overlord. The desolate god race had only wanted to know what Gu Chen thought about the complicated situation in the starry sky, but they had not expected him to have such great ambitions. They were all shocked. Gu Chen's plan was something that no one in 1,000,000 years had been able to accomplish, not even immortal emperors and god kings 1,000,000 years ago. Such a thing sounded like a fantasy and almost impossible to achieve, but when it came from the mouth of this young man, they couldn't help but look forward to it. They had personally witnessed the chaos of the celestial realm and the Desolation Emperor being besieged by the geniuses of the outer realm. They clearly understood that internal strife was meaningless. If they followed the thoughts of the man in front of them, they were destined to die on the battlefield and fight in space. But if they didn't follow him, would they be safe? The chaotic world had appeared, and the geniuses of the outer realm were stirring up trouble in the major star systems. The various forces were also being reshuffled. Either way, there would be a monstrous wave. Since it was like this, they might as well make it even bigger. The desolate god race is willing to follow you. With the patriarch of the desolate god race in the lead, the cultivators of the desolate god race solemnly bowed to Gu Chen. Jiang Beiming, Pulai Island Master, and the others smiled. They had a tacit understanding with Gu Chen. What Gu Chen wanted to do was what they wanted to do as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have returned to the starry sky. Friend Gu, I understand what you mean. What should we do now? Hai Dongqing originally only hoped that Gu Chen could save the ancient heaven, but he didn't expect Gu Chen's vision to be so much higher than his. Hai Dongqing still cared about the gains and losses of a single force in the ancient heaven, but Gu Chen cared about the safety of the entire ninth world. Gu Chen fell into deep thought, and everyone looked at him. It was good to have ambition, but without a good layout and plan, how could one succeed? According to Desolation Emperor, something might have happened in the ancient heaven. Therefore, the most important thing now is to figure out what's going on. After that, I'll return to the ancient heaven and hold a meeting in the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Hai Dongqing nodded. I'm also worried about this. I'll try to figure out the situation immediately. No, leave this matter to the Patriarch. I have something important to tell Hai. Gu Chen shook his head, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Hai Dongqing was a bit surprised, but he didn't say anything and just nodded. We can't stay here for long. We'll talk about the details later. The earth-shattering battle in the center of the Milky Way would attract attention, so Gu Chen decided to leave this place first. Although he had decided to build a new celestial court at the request of the Desolation Emperor, his idea wasn't sound enough and needed to be improved. Therefore, the group left the Milky Way quickly, and the news of the earth-shattering battle spread to the 12-star regions at the fastest speed. 2 supremes from the outer world died in battle, the Desolation Emperor perished, Gu Chen the Overlord returned to the starry sky, heavy news spread to the various life stars, and it quickly caused a huge uproar. Whether it was the celestial world or the divine realm, when the major forces heard about the battle, they all had different ideas. On the surface, but in private, they all took action. The Desolation realm became chaotic immediately. Many forces under the Desolation God tribe became independent or joined other forces, nibbling away at the former Desolation God tribe's territory. As for the once powerful Desolation God tribe, it declined overnight. After the death of the Desolation Emperor, the entire tribe went missing. No one knew where they went on. The Black Dragon Star, in the vast sea desert, inside a ruin that had existed for an unknown period of time, Gu Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. He had been sitting there for many days. After leaving the Milky Way, the large group returned to the Black Dragon Star and chose this desolate desert to temporarily settle down. Gu Chen had just opened the Dantian black hole, so he spent these days studying the new changes in his body, consolidating his understanding of the Tao he had just walked. As for the others, as soon as they came back, they disguised themselves and went out to collect information. After so many days, as the dust of the battle with the Desolation Emperor settled, a lot of details and secret information about the battle had been circulated in the world. Some of the information was even unknown to Gu Chen and the others who had experienced the battle. Everyone who went out to collect information gradually returned to the ruins. Sensing this, Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. What useful information did you guys get? He asked, focusing on the barbarians and the mirage monsters who were responsible for collecting information about the ancient heaven. Everyone looked at each other, and then the old leader of the barbarians said with a gloomy face. The old man has contacted the ancient heaven. Oh? What's going on? Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The Desolation Heaven General was the mainstay of the ancient heaven, and it was unreasonable that the ancient heaven was absent from his duel. According to the old leader, he had contacted Li Xuanyu, and the ancient heaven was supposed to protect him. The Desolation Emperor's duel involved more geniuses than we thought, not just the 15 who appeared on the battlefield. Many young supremes from the outer realm joined forces and suddenly attacked the Heavenly Music Pavilion as well as many of our ancient heaven's branches. That's why the celestial soldiers and generals were unable to support the Vine Ancestor. The Outer Realm geniuses had clearly planned this for a long time. Not only did they want to eliminate Senior Vine Ancestor, but they also wanted to destroy our ancient heaven. The old patriarch's words were shocking and confirmed the desolate emperor's worries before his death. Something had indeed happened to ancient heaven. What's the situation now? Are Heavenly General Li and the others safe? Guchen asked calmly. Heavenly General Li was injured, but it's nothing serious. However, they were suddenly attacked. It said that ancient heaven suffered heavy losses and a few heavenly generals died. As for the details, I'm afraid we'll only know when we meet. Guchen fell into deep thought. This matter was unusual. The Heavenly Music Pavilion was an important place. In the past, so many forces in the Divine Realm couldn't find it, so how did the Outer Realm geniuses find it? Moreover, they could come at the right time to cause trouble. This matter was even more unusual. Guchen, the old man, has already informed Heavenly General Li and the others about Senior Vine Ancestor's death and you wanting to hold a meeting at the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Ancient heaven is now in danger, so they also feel the need to hold a meeting. However, the attack of the Outer Realm geniuses is too strange. Heavenly General Li feels that it's necessary to investigate this matter. At the same time, ancient heaven has suffered heavy losses and needs time to recover. Thus, this meeting has been postponed. At the same time, Heavenly General Li hopes that we can go and help. Right now, ancient heaven is in urgent need of experts to guard it. The old patriarch passed on Li Xuanyu's words. Guchen listened and pondered. How many people do we need? Heavenly General Li means the more the better. From his tone, the situation isn't optimistic, the old patriarch replied. Guchen couldn't help but pace back and forth. He looked at everyone present and pondered. How about this? Fellow Taoist Yu, Big Brother Jiang, Azure Cow, and everyone from the desolate god race, follow the old patriarch back to ancient heaven. Guchen, aren't you going back? Everyone was startled. Listening to the old patriarch's words, ancient heaven was clearly in danger. Since Guchen's goal was to bring ancient heaven under his banner, this should be an excellent opportunity that couldn't be missed. At this time, was there anything more important than this? I have other important matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll meet up with you immediately, Guchen replied. Guchen, it's fine if you don't want to go, but friend Hai isn't going either? The old patriarch glanced at the people of the desolate god race. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In fact, he felt that ancient heaven had just been attacked. Bringing the desolate god race, who were once enemies, back at this time was very unwise. It wouldn't be beneficial for Guchen to re-establish his prestige in ancient heaven. The one who should be bringing should be Hai Dongqing. Hai Dongqing had always had a high prestige in ancient heaven. With him helping Guchen win people's hearts, Guchen's future would be much smoother. Friend Hai, I have another matter that I need his help with. With so many people, it should be enough. Guchen shook his head. He noticed the old patriarch's expression and knew what he was thinking. The relationship between the desolate god race and ancient heaven wasn't good. It was indeed inappropriate to go at this time. However, if Guchen wanted to establish a new celestial court, the first problem he had to solve was the conflict between immortals and gods. Therefore, this problem couldn't be avoided. Instead of solving it when the conflict grew bigger in the future, it was better to throw this problem out first. As long as they could cross this hurdle, the problems in the future would be much easier to solve. Everyone, when you go to ancient heaven, you must be careful. At the same time, I hope that everyone can collect as much information as possible about those geniuses from the outer realm. The more detailed, the better. Especially those who escaped during the Milky Way battle. I want a complete list of their names. Guchen told his companions what they needed to pay attention to. When he mentioned the geniuses from the outer realm, his eyes surged with coldness. Everyone understood what he meant and nodded their heads in agreement. Especially the barbarian race and the desolate god race. Even without Guchen saying anything, they would try their best to find out information about those fellows. Otherwise, how could they comfort the desolate emperor's soul in heaven? Guchen told everyone to set off immediately after he had told them everything that needed to be told. Since there was an unforeseen event in ancient heaven, it was better to provide support as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. After the three races left, the ruins in the desert became much more spacious. Only Guchen, White Ape, Hai Dongqing, Punlai Island Master, and the Dragon Horse remained. Guchen, you must have something important to do since you asked us to stay, right? The Dragon Horse asked curiously with a hint of smugness on its face. Previously, when the Green Bull left with the old barbarian chief, it was a little depressed because it wanted to stay with its master more. However, its master left the Dragon Horse behind. The Dragon Horse had been secretly competing with the Green Bull. Now that it felt that it had won, it was naturally very happy. Guchen nodded and took out the spirit speech devil knife. Sensing the devil knife, Hai Dongqing's expression turned serious. Friend Hai, Island Master, I have a task for you. It's about the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Guchen said frankly. Do you want to subdue the Pure Spirit Kingdom? Punlai Island Master asked in surprise when he saw the devil knife. Island Master, you are indeed smart. I can't hide anything from you. Guchen smiled. What? Subdue the Pure Spirit Kingdom? The Dragon Horse widened its eyes and stared at the Island Master with a strange expression. Are you the worm in Guchen's stomach? How can you guess it? When Guchen mentioned the Pure Spirit Kingdom, the Dragon Horse didn't even think about it since it was too shocking. After all, the Pure Spirit Kingdom was a group of extremely vicious people. Since Guchen had a grudge against them, why would he want to subdue them? Seeing the Dragon Horse's puzzlement, Punlai Island Master explained for Guchen with a smile. Guchen's goal is to build a new celestial court that includes both the celestial realm and the celestial realm. This is a very ambitious goal, and the power of the ancient heaven isn't enough to achieve it. Although the Pure Spirit Kingdom is dangerous, its members are all extremely powerful and have complicated relationships with many forces. If we can subdue them, it will be really feasible. The Dragon Horse frowned. I admit that the members of the demon realm are not weak, but they are our enemies and hard to control. Our real enemies are the Xing state and the outsiders. Since we can subdue the Desolate God clan, it's not a big deal to subdue the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Besides, Guchen had this idea 2 years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared the lives of Yuan Buhua and Xianxia. Punlai Island Master looked at Guchen with a smile. Guchen couldn't help but admire the Island Master's shrewdness. Therefore, he was more assured to let the Island Master handle this matter. You guys are awesome. Ever since the man with the bamboo hat died, the Pure Spirit Kingdom has been without a leader and has become a huge hidden danger. Guchen spoke with a gloomy gaze. For example, the Thousand Faces God Palace chose to submit to the geniuses from the outer world and brought us a lot of trouble. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Instead of letting them stir up trouble everywhere, it is better to control them in our hands. 2 years ago, I already predicted that the Pure Spirit Kingdom might develop into a threat, so I left Yuan Buhua and Xianxia alive and let them be in charge of monitoring and controlling the members of the Devil region. Friend Hai and Island Lord, your mission is to find Yuan Buhua and Xianxia and take in as many members of the Devil region as possible. Punlai Island Lord couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This is not easy. Almost all the members of the Devil region only listen to the leadership of the Jingling Taoist. Although Yuan Buhua and Xianxia are strong, they can't make everyone follow their lead. That is why I have to trouble Island Lord and Friend Hai to go together. Guchen smiled and said, with Island Lord's wisdom and Friend Hai's strength, you will definitely have a chance to accomplish this. I don't need all of you to come by yourselves. If possible, gather all the members of the Devil region together. No matter what excuse you use, I will go then. Guchen knew that it was too difficult for Hai Dongqing and Punlai Island Lord to take in the Pure Spirit Kingdom alone, so it was better to let them act according to the circumstances. In that case, the difficulty is much lower. Alright, old man will help. Island Lord smiled and said. Guchen couldn't help but look at Hai Dongqing, who hadn't spoken since the beginning. Friend Hai, what do you think? Can you help me with this? Hai Dongqing's gaze was stern, looking at the big picture. I can understand Friend Gu's decision. It's just that my mind was controlled by the demon blade previously. If you hand it over to me and something happens. To complete the task entrusted by Guchen, it was obvious that he needed to use the demon knife of spiritual speech. Otherwise, how could he control Yuan Buhua and Xianxia? However, Ever since Hai Dongqing was possessed in the divine realm, he did not want to go near the sword genius anymore. So that's what Friend Hai is worried about. I have a solution for this matter, but it would be offensive to Friend Hai, Guchen said hesitantly. What is it? Friend Hai was once controlled by sword genius. I only need to control you subconsciously and you won't be bewitched by sword genius anymore. Guchen answered honestly. I see. Hai Dongqing was enlightened. Indeed, the bewitching blade could be used like that. If he had executed Gu Chen's order under the control of sword genius, he wouldn't have been bewitched by sword genius. Also, the order could be placed in the deepest part of his mind, so he could stay awake. On the surface, he was controlled by Gu Chen, but if he did it willingly, it wouldn't count. Then, let's do it. Hai Dongqing nodded without hesitation. Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief and handed the demon blade of spiritual speech to Hai Dongqing. Hai Dongqing held on to the demon's saber very carefully. This saber seemed to have become a demon to him. I'll leave the pure spirit kingdom to you too. Contact me if you need anything. Don't force yourself. This was a risky task, so Gu Chen reminded them again and again. Gu Chen, what about me? I'll go with you. What are we going to do? Only the dragon horse and white ape were left, and the dragon horse couldn't help but ask. Palai Island Master also looked at Gu Chen. Even he couldn't guess what Gu Chen was going to do. He wasn't going to the ancient heaven or the members of the devil realm. What else was more important? We're going to the nether realm. The three were trustworthy companions, so Gu Chen didn't hide it from them. Nether realm? Why are we going there? The dragon horse's scalp went numb as it thought of the gloomy guy in the Underworld Emperor's tower. Gu Chen told them about his encounter with Yi Fei on the Black Dragon planet and his worries. The Underworld Emperor's cultivation is recovering. He might have already recovered. Moreover, he has a grudge against us and is a huge hidden danger. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. The others were shocked. That was the famous immemorial Underworld Emperor. If he really recovered his strength and walked out of the Underworld Emperor's tower, how big of a commotion would he cause? This is a serious matter. Shouldn't we gather everyone's strength to eliminate him? Why are there only the two of us? The dragon horse couldn't help but put on a long face. Compared to the others' mission, finding trouble with the Underworld Emperor seemed more dangerous. It still remembered its experience in the Underworld Emperor's tower. That guy was too strange. Squeak. Seeing that the dragon horse didn't treat it as a fighting force, the white ape protested in dissatisfaction. Gu Chen answered solemnly. Everyone has their own mission. I can only deal with the Underworld Emperor alone. If I can't overcome this obstacle, the so-called determination to build a new celestial court is just a bluff. Gu Chen clenched his fists as he said this. He thought of the desolate emperor again. He swore to do something that no one could do. If he couldn't even deal with the Underworld Emperor, what else could he talk about? Therefore, the Underworld Emperor could be said to be a test that he left for himself. He could only face it himself. Since you want to face it yourself, why bring me along? It's good for me to look for the green bull. The dragon horse muttered in frustration. It shuddered at the thought of the Underworld Emperor's gloominess. You are fast. If the situation changes and we can't win, we will need you to escape. Gu Chen answered honestly. The dragon horse was even more frustrated. In the end, it was used as a mount to escape. Although it kept protesting, it didn't really refuse and accepted its fate. Be careful. Hai Dongqing and Punlai Island Master left together after reminding Gu Chen. They traveled across the starry sky to look for Yuan Buhua and Xianxia. Only the white ape and the dragon horse were left with Gu Chen. The dragon horse said dejectedly, "Let's go. I'll go with you to the underworld. I hope that the Underworld Emperor hasn't recovered his cultivation strength yet. Before we leave, I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." Gu Chen said in a deep voice. What else do you need to do? The dragon horse was surprised. Dealing with the Underworld Emperor is not a small matter. I need to prepare for the battle in my strongest state. After saying that, Gu Chen asked the dragon horse and the white ape to guard him while he went into the depths of the ruins alone. He had spent the last few days studying the newly formed black hole in his body. He had finally figured out the path that he had just taken after much difficulty. Now, he needed to do his best to improve his strength so that he could better deal with the battle with the Underworld Emperor. With a wave of his sleeve, a tall and burly corpse appeared in front of Gu Chen. It belonged to the young supreme being Xianxia from the outer realm. Because Xianxia's primordial spirit was destroyed, his body was preserved very well. In terms of the toughness of his body, it was not inferior to any godly weapon. Gu Chen flipped his palm, and two items appeared in the void in front of him. One was a colorful small tree with flowing lights, and the other was a simple gray sword. The desolate treasure tree was a treasure that accompanied the desolate immortals and desolate gods. It was miraculous and rare, and had once saved Gu Chen's life. The Underworld Dao sword came from the Underworld Immortal Emperor and was a famous imperial weapon. These two things were treasures, and after the fall of the desolate emperor, they fell into the hands of Gu Chen. Looking at the two treasures and Xianxia's body, Gu Chen's expression was solemn. The battle with the Underworld Emperor was of great significance to him, and his opponent's strength was probably higher than Xianxia's. Therefore, he had to find ways to improve his strength so that he could have a better chance of winning. Putting the desolate treasure tree and the Underworld Dao sword aside, Gu Chen first walked to Xianxia's body. This person had the strongest physical body he had ever seen among cultivators of the same generation. Even Gu Chen, who had always been good at this, had suffered a great loss at his hands. The absolute power that belonged to the origin of force left a deep impression on Gu Chen, and it also made him want to master this power. If he could obtain this power, his strength would definitely increase to the next level. With a slight lift of his hand, Xianxia's body floated in midair. Gu Chen's deep eyes looked at the body and slowly came into contact with it. At this moment, the immortal power in Gu Chen's body began to circulate according to the immortal ascension art. A mysterious power was released, and a faint golden power suddenly turned into a ball of light and slowly flew out of Xianxia's body. It's different from the bloodline power of ordinary immortal bodies. It's closer to the origin. Gu Chen looked at the faint golden ball of light and murmured to himself. The nameless immortal body could plunder the bloodline power of other people's immortal bodies and god bodies, but the faint golden ball of light before him gave him a different feeling. This faint golden ball of light was more primitive and pure, and more similar to the origin of life that he had seen before. In other words, this was the power of the origin of force. Xianxia has not stepped into the Dao querying realm, but his body has the power of origin. It seems to be the bloodline of Emperor Might. Gu Chen murmured to himself, realizing how terrifying the so-called princes were. Under normal circumstances, in order to possess the power of origin, one had to condense origin and step into the Dao querying realm. However, because the princes were born with the bloodline of a monarch, they cultivated source power. The origin energy was a level higher than ordinary immortal force, so the young princes had an obvious advantage over other cultivators at the same cultivation level. Although Xianxia's power source was not at the level of the Dao querying realm, it was of the same level. That was why it could render Gu Chen's undying body ineffective. Gu Chen was deep in thought. The reason why the demon blade of spiritual speech was ineffective against Xianxia was probably because it couldn't control the power of an emperor. The same logic applied to the golden-winged rock. It had the power of the West Heaven Buddha Emperor in its body, which was why the demon blade of spiritual speech was defeated. Although this origin of force is extremely rare, it's a pity that Xianxia's cultivation base isn't high enough. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. He wanted to use multiple origins to step into the Dao querying realm. He wanted to achieve something that no one in history had been able to do. To do so, he needed to absorb and suppress multiple origins in his body. The life origin was his first origin. As a gift from the desolate emperor, it could be said to be of excellent quality. As for Xianxia's power source, it was much weaker. After all, it wasn't condensed by a Dao querying realm monarch. Moreover, the black hole in his dantian had almost reached its limit after containing the life origin. If he wanted to contain other origins, he would have to follow the instructions on the black hole scroll and continue to develop the four extremes: dragon transformation, bone, blood, and Niwen palace. Therefore, after some consideration, Gu Chen decided to directly absorb the power of this power source. Because I have to suppress the life origin and wait for my breakthrough, I can only use a small amount of its power. As a result, my strength isn't increasing by much. If I directly absorb this power source, I will be more confident in dealing with the Netherworld Emperor. As for how much my strength will increase, I don't know. Guchen inhaled and made a decision. He then absorbed the faint golden light into his body. Rumble, once the power source entered his physique, it was like a wild horse galloping. Instantly, Guchen's limbs and bones were in a mess. The ferocity of this power was beyond Guchen's imagination. It caused his expression to change. The black hole in his dantian started to spin on its own as it tried to absorb this boundless power. Guchen gritted his teeth and stopped the black hole in his dantian from absorbing. He ignored the pain and guided this power to every part of his body. The faint golden power source instantly cleansed every part of Guchen's body, helping him to cleanse his tendons and marrow. At the same time, in Guchen's mind, a series of mystical profundities regarding the usage of power appeared. This process lasted for many hours. It was much longer than the time that Guchen took to absorb the immortal physique's bloodline power. Several hours later, Xianxia's corpse was completely withered. Meanwhile, Guchen's clothes were drenched in sweat. Unknowingly, he had grown a few centimeters taller. His muscles had also become more well-proportioned. Every single move he made emitted an oppressive pressure that caused others to be unable to breathe, and he seemed like an emperor. Guchen examined his hands and pinched them with a little force. With a gentle pinch, the air actually produced the sound of an explosion. This power source is truly mystical. It's much stronger than the average immortal physique's bloodline power. It actually allowed my physique to reach this level. I'm afraid it's no weaker than a Dao-querying realm emperor. Guchen's face was full of surprise. The effect of the power source was much stronger than the average immortal physique's bloodline power. Previously, when Desolation the Arch helped Guchen absorb the power source, 1/5 of the power source was enough to allow Guchen's physique to be infinitely close to the Arch physique and reach a terrifying level of toughness. Now that he was absorbing the power source, it allowed Guchen to directly break through that bottleneck. His physique directly reached the Arch physique level, although he still wasn't sure how strong this physique was. Compared to the original undying stellar body, it wasn't inferior in any way. Not only has my physique become stronger, but my brute force has also greatly increased. My usage of force has also reached an unbelievable level. The power source didn't just help Guchen strengthen his physique. At the same time, Guchen also absorbed Xianxun's understanding of the usage of force. It could be said that Xianxun's absolute strength had already become a part of Guchen. And besides his own strength, Guchen also had his own battle sage technique. His close combat ability had directly increased by several levels. This wasn't a simple addition. The increase in strength that it brought was hard to estimate. Perhaps he would only be able to fully understand it in actual combat. With the huge increase in strength, Guchen's confidence in the upcoming battle with the Underworld Sovereign was even stronger. He turned to look at the Primordial Treasure Tree and the Yellow Springs Dao Sword. In a battle with the Underworld Sovereign, the more trump cards, the better. Outside the Black Dragon City, an interstellar spaceship was docked. The enchanting Saintess of the Nether Realm stood next to it, looking a little uneasy. A few Nether Kings stood beside her, and their eyes were filled with unease. Saintess, will the Overlord really come? The desolate Emperor is dead, and I heard that the ancient heaven is in chaos. Will he still care about his agreement with you? Baron couldn't help but ask before the person arrived. Before the Milky Way war that shocked all the major star fields, the Holy Maiden had already tried to convince them to escape the Nether Realm together. At the time, they were worried that the Underworld would retaliate against them after they escaped, and they also had a glimmer of hope for the Underworld Emperor. So they were hesitant and didn't accept her suggestion. But soon after that, the Saintess contacted them again and told them a shocking news. The Tyrant intended to help them completely eliminate the hidden danger of the Emperor of the Netherworld. When they first heard this, they were worried. After all, the Emperor of the Underworld was much more terrifying than the Overlord. Even though the Overlord had the reputation of being a young supreme martial artist, how could he contend against the Emperor of the Underworld? But not long after, the day after the shocking battle between the desolate Emperor and the Milky Way, they received news from the Nether Realm. Nether Supremacy Xianxia was summoning them back. At the same time, they weren't the only ones being summoned. Almost everyone in the Nether Realm was being summoned, Even the assassins who were carrying out important missions or the ordinary and insignificant Netherrealm cultivators had received the summons. At the same time, they had completely lost contact with their companions in the Netherrealm. The only one they could contact was Nether Sovereign Xianxia. Such a strange situation completely frightened the few Nether kings, and it also made them realize that they had no way out. If they didn't go back, they could only flee. But if the Emperor of the Underworld and the Underworld Lord Xianxia were still here, where could they flee to? Therefore, they chose to listen to the saint's suggestion and decided to follow the tyrant, betting that he could defeat the Emperor of the Underworld. He had made up his mind, but the situation in the Milky Way had undergone many changes. The Desolation Emperor died in battle, and there seemed to be some bad news from the ancient heaven, so they began to worry that the tyrant would give up on his original plan. After all, the tyrant didn't have the imprint of the Emperor of the Underworld in his body like them. To put it bluntly, he could actually stay out of this matter. After worrying about this for a few days, everyone was looking forward to the appearance of the Overlord, but they were also worried that he would not appear. Yesterday, the Holy Maiden finally received a message from the tyrant, saying that they would meet here today. It was getting close to the appointed time, but the tyrant had yet to appear. The Netherworld kings began to worry again. Don't worry. If he changes his mind, he won't contact me at all. Yifei replied. Although he said that, he was still a little uncertain. Guchen was their only hope now, so he had to come. Soon, the appointed time arrived. In the distant desert, smoke and dust suddenly filled the sky. A resonant dragon roar resounded. One moment, it was 10,000 kilometers away, and in the next, it was right beside his ears. A majestic dragon horse suddenly appeared beside the spaceship in a flash, giving everyone a fright. Let's go. A white-clothed man rode on the back of a dragon horse with a cute white ape perched on his shoulder as he spoke casually. Yifei and the other Hades heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. They hurriedly welcomed Guchen onto the spaceship. Then, the spaceship left the ground and left Black Dragon Planet. On the way to Xianxia Galaxy, everyone sat in the spaceship. Yifei could not wait to tell Guchen the latest changes in the Nether Realm. On the day after the Desolate Emperor died in battle, the Nether Realm sent out a message, summoning all the members of the Nether Realm outside. This is very strange. Now, other than Nether Supremacy Xianxia, no one else in the Nether Realm can be contacted. Guchen was deep in thought when he heard this. So, we might have to face all the forces of the Nether Realm when we return? Yifei nodded hesitantly. Then, she began to worry. This was not good news. Would Guchen retreat because of this? Guchen thought differently from her. With his current strength, no one in the Nether Realm could threaten him except for the Emperor of the Netherworld. Therefore, it did not matter how many people there were. What he cared about was the Emperor of the Netherworld's motive. To summon all the members of the Nether Realm back, could it be that he was about to break through? Every member of the Nether Realm had the imprint of the Emperor of the Netherworld. To him, these people were just cauldrons, food. Gathering all the food together, the only thing he could think of was that the other party was about to break through. The death of the Desolate Emperor might be an opportunity for the Emperor of the Netherworld to come out. Guchen's expression became grim. It had been a few days since Yifei had received the order to return. He did not know to what extent the Emperor of the Netherworld had recovered. Tell me everything about the Nether Realm, especially the situation around the Tower of the Netherworld Emperor. Don't miss out on any of the restrictions. Guchen said seriously. Yifei and the others immediately nodded and told him everything they knew. The greatest restriction in the Nether Realm is the Nether River outside the Tower of the Netherworld Emperor. It is said that the Nether River was transformed from a weapon of the Emperor of the Netherworld in the past. It is extremely powerful, but we are not too sure if this is true. Yifei revealed a secret that she knew, but she wasn't too sure about it. After all, the Emperor of the Netherworld had been sealed in the tower for countless years. The people of the Nether Realm did not know much about his life and death, much less about the Nether River. Everything they knew about the Emperor of the Netherworld was mostly hearsay. A sovereign weapon, Guchen's eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure increase. The Emperor of the Netherworld had lived since ancient times. No one would believe that he did not have a few hidden treasures. Even though he had many treasures in hand, it seemed that this battle would still be extremely difficult. After understanding everything he wanted to know, Gu Chen had a rough understanding of the Emperor of the Netherworld. He then silently meditated, adjusting his mind, qi, and spirit so that he would be at his peak state. The speed of the flying ship was extremely fast. Many days later, they arrived at the Kindness Galaxy and finally neared the Nether Realm. As soon as they arrived here, they were keenly aware of some changes. The area of the Black Sea of Fog that belonged to the Nether Realm was much larger than before, and the Nether demonic chi was much denser. It existed in the vast starry sky, like an absolute land of death. The aura that emanated from it was eerie and strange. Oh my God, something must have happened inside. The dragon horse's eyes were filled with deep fear. It had the urge to turn around and leave this place. Anyone could see that something big must have happened in the Nether Realm. No one would be able to return if they entered. Gu Chen walked down from the flying ship. His deep gaze penetrated the Black Sea of Fog in front of him, but he could not see anything mysterious. Contact Nether Supremacy Xianxia and ask him to come and pick us up. Gu Chen's eyes flashed as he instructed Yi Fei. Aren't you going to hide a little? Yi Fei asked hesitantly. On the journey together with Gu Chen, she felt that he was more and more mysterious. She could not help but respect him. No need. I do not have a mark of the Emperor of the Netherworld on me. Even if I hide, I will be discovered soon after I enter. Since that is the case, I might as well meet him openly. Although Yi Fei's heart was beating like a drum, seeing Gu Chen's composure, he felt much more confident. He immediately contacted Dark Supremacy Xianxia. After contacting him, everyone stood outside the sea of black mist, waiting for Dark Supremacy to come. Gu Chen, what do we do when that guy comes? Do we attack him directly? The dragon horse asked anxiously. If they attacked Dark Supremacy Xianxia, it was equivalent to declaring war on the Underworld Emperor. There's no hurry. I'll test the waters first, Gu Chen muttered. He didn't enter the Underworld realm directly because he wanted to understand the Underworld Emperor's current condition from Dark Supremacy Xianxia. Only then could he be more prepared. After a while, the fog ahead rolled, and Underworld Venerable Xianxia walked out alone. After 2 years, Dark Supremacy Xianxia gave off an even more sinister feeling. His eyes were bloodshot and looked a little frightening. When he came out of the Underworld realm and saw Gu Chen, he was shocked at first. Then, he sneered at Yi Fei and the others. I told you to come back, but you actually brought him here. Yi Fei and the others panicked when they saw Dark Supremacy Xianxia. Hearing his words, they didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Gu Chen smiled and said, I am also from the Underworld realm. I'm also a person of the Underworld. I once made great contributions to the Underworld in the arena of the gods. Why does it sound like the Nether Lord doesn't welcome my return? When Yi Fei heard this, he hurriedly followed along with his words. Yes, Lord Xianxia. We met the Tyrant by chance outside. He said he was still willing to pledge loyalty to the Underworld realm. That's why we brought him back. Oh? Dark Supremacy Xianxia's face was full of sarcasm. Just as he was about to speak, his ears twitched. His eyes flickered as he looked at Gu Chen. He seemed to be considering something. Gu Chen noticed his expression. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the depths of the Sea of Mist. The Underworld realm is in need of people. Since you are willing to come back, it's fine. Follow me. Saying this, he turned and walked into the Sea of Mist. Yi Fei, the dragon horse, and the others immediately looked at Gu Chen. Dark Supremacy Xianxia's sudden change in attitude was obviously a trap. Since we're already here, let's go. Gu Chen was very calm. He took a step forward and followed behind Dark Venerable Xianxia. Seeing this, the others could only nervously enter the Nether realm. The surroundings were filled with cold and evil nether demonic energy, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was in an extremely active state. The moment Yi Fei and the other Nether Kings entered this place, they felt their heartbeats quicken and their blood boil. The environment of the Nether realm has changed, their faces were filled with horror. The density of the Nether demonic chi was enough to increase their cultivation speed by several times, but at the same time, their minds were filled with demonic thoughts. If their will was not firm, they might fall. What? Are you afraid of your own home? Underworld Lord Xianxia sneered coldly. Yi Fei was at a loss of what to do. Suddenly, a gentle force enveloped her and the few nether kings, and the effects on them lessened significantly. She quickly looked at Guchen gratefully. It was Guchen who had protected them. Humph. Underworld Lord Xianxia snorted coldly but did not say anything. He increased his speed and flew into the depths of the nether realm. Guchen protected Yi Fei and the others. He activated the protective aura and isolated all the nether demonic chi. He followed behind unhurriedly. I can't see anyone. Where did they go? Didn't the troops outside the nether realm return? They passed by many nether palaces, but they could not see anyone. The nether palaces looked desolate, and the dragon horse instantly felt something was wrong. Yi Fei and the others were at a loss. They did not know what had happened in the nether realm. The purplish-green light in Guchen's eyes lit up. He looked in the direction of the Nether Emperor's tower and tried to figure out what had happened. Unfortunately, the observation divine physique was still ineffective here. The omnipresent nether demonic chi was a huge restriction. He realized that if he fought with the Nether Emperor here, the Nether Emperor would have the geographical advantage. In a short while, the group arrived at the depths of the Nether Realm and saw a majestic black tower from afar. It stood upright and emitted a heart-palpitating aura from afar. Outside the tower, a long nether river flowed ceaselessly, and the sound of water filled the sky. Underworld Lord Xianxia was the first to land on the dark red land. He stood by the nether river and waited for Guchen's group. They came from afar, and when they saw the scene in the nether river, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The nether river was different from the past. The black river water was filled with blood cocoons that flowed along with the river. Some of the blood cocoons were well preserved, while others had long been broken, revealing eerie white bones. There were many white bones, and some still had bits of flesh and blood. Maggots could be seen wriggling inside, which made people nauseous. From the clothes on the corpses, they were obviously cultivators of the nether realm when they were alive. Could it be, Yi Fei and the other nether kings turned as pale as paper? They recalled that everywhere they passed was empty. Logically speaking, the troops outside the nether realm had all returned, and there should be at least a few 100,000 of them. However, they did not see a single one. They were probably already so cruel. Guchen glanced at the nether river. There were at least a few 100,000 blood cocoons floating on the river. Through the observation divine physique, he could sense that some of the people in the blood cocoons had already been completely devoured, while others seemed to have just formed the cocoons. Their lives were like flickering candles in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Although he had expected the cruelty of the Nether Emperor, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Everyone landed by the Nether River. Yi Fei could not help but question Underworld Lord Xianxia. Is everyone dead? So many members of the Nether Realm were buried in the Nether River? As the saintess of the Nether Realm, she had long regarded this place as her home. Seeing so many of her comrades perish, she could not control her emotions. Buried? To be more precise, they are offering themselves. Underworld Lord Xianxia turned to look at Yi Fei with disdain. The Nether Emperor is about to be resurrected and needs people to sacrifice themselves. These people felt the summons of the Nether Emperor the moment they returned to the Nether Realm and willingly threw themselves into the Nether River to be consumed by the Nether Emperor. You are talking nonsense. Yi Fei was enraged. She thought of how uncomfortable she felt when she entered the Nether Realm and blurted out. I'm afraid that everyone who entered the Nether Realm quickly lost their minds and fell into the Nether River unknowingly. Underworld Lord Xianxia revealed a disappointed expression. The members of the Nether Realm swore to become the servants of the Nether Emperor when they entered the Nether Realm. So what if they sacrificed their lives for the Nether Emperor? Yi Fei, as the saintess of the Nether Realm, I thought your faith was firm enough. I did not expect it to be so disappointing. Yi Fei's face was full of sorrow. She had once believed in the Nether Emperor fervently. If it was another way, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself for the Nether Realm. I'll give you a chance. If you still consider yourselves to be from the Nether Realm, then walk into the Nether River now and offer your body to the Nether Emperor. Underworld Supremacy Xianxia ordered coldly. As he spoke, a strange light flashed across his eyes. Yi Fei and the other Underworld kings were dazed by his gaze. They unknowingly wanted to walk into the Nether River. You dare to play tricks in front of me? Gu Chen's eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light. They were like golden divine lightning as he stared at Underworld Supremacy Xianxia. Ah! Underworld Supremacy Xianxia screamed. His eyes were instantly blinded and blood flowed out. Yi Fei and the others immediately regained consciousness and hid behind Gu Chen in fear. They didn't dare to get close to the strange nether river. Overlord, you were disrespectful to the Underworld Emperor in the Underworld Emperor Tower. The Underworld Emperor once said that the first person he would kill after coming out of seclusion would be you. Yet, you still dare to come to him? Underworld Supremacy Xianxia covered his blinded eyes with both hands and said viciously. I already knew that he wanted to kill me. What about him? Why didn't he show himself? Why did he send a lackey like you? Gu Chen mocked. How dare you look down on me? Underworld Supremacy Xianxia was furious. This person was once a junior of the Nether Realm. A mere Underworld king dared to look down on him. He immediately pounced at Gu Chen. Sinister winds blew as he tried to attack him. Pa, Gu Chen casually slapped Underworld Supremacy Xianxia to the other side of the Nether River. He fell heavily on the side of the river and his mouth was filled with bloody mud. Bastard! Underworld Supremacy Xianxia wanted to get up angrily, but he didn't have the strength to do so. A casual slap from Gu Chen had severely injured him. Lord Xianxia was killed by Overlord with a slap. Yi Fei and the other Underworld kings were in disbelief when they saw this. Before the Underworld Emperor was revived, Lord Xianxia could be said to be the leader of the Nether Realm. His strength was comparable to the various starry sky magnates. After the recovery of Dao power, Lord Xiaoxia's cultivation also made great progress. It was said that he had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. But right now, Lord Xiaoxia, a quasi-emperor, was slapped so hard by the Overlord that he couldn't even stand. Just how strong was the Overlord now? They were all filled with shock, yet Gu Chen calmly walked to the edge of the Netherworld River. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the black tower in the distance. Emperor of the Underworld, do you want to come out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out? His words were domineering, and the only response he got was the furious roar of Xiaoxia on the other side of the river. Don't be disrespectful to the Underworld Emperor, you stinking brat. Gu Chen ignored Xiaoxia. Seeing that the Emperor of the Netherworld did not respond, he flipped his hand and took out a long spear. Dang, he casually threw it out, and the spear pierced through the void, heading straight for the black tower in the distance. This was a blatant provocation. As a dignified ancient emperor, he was finally angered. Rumble, a huge earthquake suddenly occurred within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The ground cracked rapidly, and the Netherworld River in front of Gu Chen suddenly rose into the sky. It had actually transformed into a giant Netherworld snake. Before Gu Chen's spear could approach the Netherworld Emperor Pagoda, it was whipped by the snake's tail and fell into the Netherworld River, its whereabouts unknown. Heavens, what the hell is this? The dragon horse's scalp went numb. The Netherworld snake in front of it was too big, and its body rippled like flowing water. Countless blood cocoons floated up and down, and its murderous aura soared into the sky. The legends are indeed true. The Netherworld River is the Emperor of the Netherworld's weapon. Yi Fei was so scared that her beautiful face paled. She almost fainted under the monstrous power of the Netherworld River. Seeing that the Netherworld River had transformed into a human form, Gu Chen smiled instead. Your true body is not willing to show itself. It seems that you are still a little bit away from breaking through. Endless black fog surged where the Netherworld Emperor Pagoda was. As if someone had touched a sore spot, a cold and stern voice sounded. I didn't expect you to grow to such a stage in such a short period of time. Is it because of the seed of origin? Gu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He stepped into the sky and flew towards the Netherworld Emperor Pagoda. Even if this emperor is still a step away from returning to the Emperor realm, I am not someone you can casually provoke. Seeing how brazen Gu Chen was, the Netherworld Emperor let out a cold snort. That giant Netherworld snake immediately pounced at him. Gu Chen was fearless. His body was surging with golden blood qi as he brandished his fist against the wind. Boom! With this fist, that giant Netherworld snake's body was immediately blasted open. Gu Chen tunneled through the hole and headed straight for the Netherworld Emperor Pagoda without any hesitation. So powerful. Yi Fei and the others were pleasantly surprised. Even the dragon horse was flabbergasted. Not long ago, Guchen didn't seem to have such strength. I didn't expect your physical body to actually reach the level of a Tao-seeking realm emperor. This emperor's evaluation of you is still a little too low. This is the reason why you have the courage to look for me? Do you think you can defeat me just because your physical body has reached the level of an emperor? Let me tell you. Even if we are both at the Tao-seeking realm, there is still a huge difference in strength between emperors. You are just here to give me a gift. Treat yourself as a gift to me. Once the Netherworld Emperor finished speaking, the Netherworld snake's body that was pierced by Guchen flowed with black water and rapidly recovered. Swish swish, it traversed the void. Its body might be massive, but it was very fast. In an instant, it caught up to Guchen. Guchen frowned slightly and executed the Battle Saint technique with a flip of his hand. Boom. Bang, bang, his physical body was like a precious treasure. With his absolute strength and the enhancement from the Battle Saint technique, he easily blasted the Netherworld snake full of holes. However, the Netherworld snake was formed from the Netherworld River. The black water flowed within it and it was constantly recovering. No matter how hard he hit it, it wouldn't die. Guchen wanted to bypass it and attack the Netherworld Emperor's pagoda directly. However, it simply wrapped its huge body around the Netherworld Emperor's pagoda and formed an impenetrable fortress. This Netherworld River has been by my side since I stepped onto the path of cultivation. It is my natal Emperor weapon. Do you think you have the ability to destroy it? The Netherworld Emperor saw that Guchen was helpless and mocked. Back then, in order to escape the calamity of the fallen emperors, I was forced to cripple my own cultivation and imprison myself here. However, do you really think I didn't leave any defenses? I refined this Netherworld River from a drop of water into a river. After countless years, the spirituality of the Emperor spirit is far beyond that of an ordinary weapon spirit. Even without my command, it will automatically protect its owner. It is my protective talisman. It can devour anything and nothing can break it. No matter how great the injury, it can recover to its original state. In the primordial era, in terms of defense, there weren't many Emperor weapons that could compare to it. I am indeed one step away from returning to the Emperor realm. However, do you think you can stop me from taking this step? After the Netherworld Emperor finished speaking, the Netherworld snake opened its mouth and roared. It spat out a sky full of black arrows that completely surrounded Guchen. Guchen slashed out with his palm and all the black arrows fell to the ground. However, they turned into liquid and fell back into the Netherworld River. From the looks of it, the energy of the Netherworld River had formed a self-contained cycle. It had the ability to attack infinitely. Looks like if I don't deal with this Netherworld River, I won't even be able to get close to the Netherworld Emperor. Swoosh! Swoosh! The seven-colored divine light of life swept out as Guchen tried to steal the power of Underworld River. Roar! The Underworld snake roared and chased after Guchen, seemingly unaffected by the desolate treasure tree. This desolate treasure tree was born with the desolate twins. It is indeed a rare treasure of heaven and earth, comparable to a monarch weapon. But my Underworld River is not alive and is even closer to death. How can you steal its life? If this tree became a true monarch weapon, perhaps you could use other powers to hurt it. Unfortunately, the desolate twins only entered the Emperor realm at the end of their lives and didn't have the time to refine it into a true monarch weapon. I didn't expect this item to fall into your hands. So your corporeal body reaching the Emperor realm is all thanks to the desolate Emperor? The Underworld King was indeed an old antique that had lived for 1,000,000 years. Even though he had sealed himself, he still deduced many things from the appearance of the desolate treasure tree. Guchen's eyes flashed when he saw the desolate treasure tree was ineffective against Underworld River. He still had the Underworld Dao sword, a monarch weapon of the Dao of Death. It was similar to the Underworld King's Dao and might be able to break through Underworld River's defense. But he was going to use it to kill the Underworld King. If he used it now, the Underworld King would be on guard and the chances of him killing him would be greatly reduced, thus, he hesitated. Showing his trump card too early would be very dangerous in a fight against a monarch of this level. As he hesitated, he suddenly felt the desolate treasure tree wasn't completely ineffective. Countless strands of life force were floating towards it. He looked at the source and found it was the countless blood cocoons in Underworld River. those hundreds of thousands of blood cocoons were formed by the cultivators of Underworld Realm. They were all living beings, so the desolate treasure tree's stealing power affected them. Damn it! The Underworld King quickly noticed this and his tone sank. Those hundreds of thousands of blood cocoons were food for him to return to Emperor Realm. He hadn't completely absorbed them yet, and the desolate treasure tree was trying to steal them. This was the same as trying to stop him from breaking through. This underworld river's defense can't be broken, but if you don't have the source to break through, what's the point of having a strong defense? Gu Chen mocked. He held the desolate treasure tree and shot out rays of divine light. He and the Underworld King fought for the blood cocoon's energy, greatly affecting him. Damn brat. The Underworld Emperor was so resentful that he ordered the Underworld Snake to chase after Gu Chen. Unfortunately, though the Underworld Snake's defense was invincible, its offensive power was not much of a threat to Gu Chen. Looks like we have a chance to defeat the Emperor of the Netherworld. When the dragon horse, Yi Fei, and the others saw this scene, they all looked excited. The level of this battle was too high. They couldn't do anything to help, so they could only watch from the sidelines. On the other hand, the dragon horse had another mission. If something went wrong, it would be responsible for bringing the people and escaping. Little monkey, do you think Gu Chen can win? The dragon horse looked at the battle in the distance nervously and asked the white ape beside it. Where is he? The white ape did not reply. When the dragon horse lowered its head, it realized that the white ape had already disappeared. Gu Chen swam under the attack of the nether snakes, leisurely wielding the ancient treasure tree to seize the life force from the blood cocoons. The Underworld Emperor in the tower of the Underworld Emperor was at a critical moment of recovery, but he sensed that the food supply was insufficient frequently. Finally, he couldn't restrain his anger any longer. Brat, how dare you spoil the plan that I have painstakingly laid out for 1,000,000 years? I will teach you a lesson. Forget it. Even if I am still lacking a little, it is more than enough to kill you. Rumble. In the next moment, the Underworld Emperor Tower suddenly collapsed, and a black hurricane drilled out. The Underworld Emperor was out. He was no longer bound by the heavenly Dao shackles. He quickly transformed, as though he was purposely trying to anger Gu Chen. His figure and appearance were extremely similar to Gu Chen. After 1,000,000 years, he finally walked out of the Underworld Emperor Tower. At this moment, he wore a black gold crown, and the aura of an emperor was faintly released. He has recovered to the Emperor realm? The distant dragon horse and Yi Fei were shocked. Gu Chen looked at the Underworld Emperor's grave expression and looked into his body. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "He is just strong on the outside, but weak on the inside." Under his observation, the Underworld Emperor had indeed recovered to the Emperor realm on the surface, but his body was somewhat lacking. He was not like the Desolate Emperor, who had an endless source of energy. The Underworld Emperor probably only had the power to launch 2 or 3 attacks. In order to kill Gu Chen quickly, he forcefully came out. "Humph, my current power is enough to kill you. After I kill you, I will consolidate my realm again." The Underworld Emperor's eyes were vicious. Forcefully coming out like this was actually disadvantageous to him. It would cause his condition to be imperfect after returning to the Emperor realm. However, the desolate ancient treasure tree's disturbance annoyed him. In order to avoid more accidents, he decided to take the risk. As long as he could kill Gu Chen quickly, the risk was worth it. Whether it was the latter's body or the seat of origin, it was worth the price. "Come." The Underworld Emperor's Huangfu Wuji reached out his hand into the void and roared. Hearing this, the underworld snake formed by the underworld river gave up on chasing Gu Chen and flew towards the Underworld Emperor's hand. Before it arrived, it turned into a black trident and landed in the Underworld Emperor's hand, emitting boundless pressure. The Underworld Emperor held the trident and looked at Gu Chen mockingly. Only in the hands of an emperor can a monarch weapon unleash its true power. I will let you see it. Xiao finished speaking, he threw the trident. Everything in its path turned into nothingness. The body of the trident emitted black light and the Emperor realm energy surged. Gu Chen's hair stood on end. Even though his physique was comparable to an Emperor realm expert, he wasn't absolutely sure he could block this attack. He gritted his teeth and was about to take out the underworld Dao sword when a psychic wave appeared in his mind. His movement stopped abruptly. He saw a small crimson cauldron fly out from his side. As it flew forward, it grew larger and larger. The mouth of the cauldron was aimed at the flying trident. Clang, an ear-piercing metallic sound resounded. The trident fell into the cauldron and quickly turned into an underworld snake, trying to get out of the cauldron. At this time, a white ape poked its head out from the side of the cauldron and casually closed the lid. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang, the underworld snake slammed left and right inside the cauldron but couldn't break it no matter what. Seeing this, the white ape couldn't stop laughing. The underworld emperor's expression suddenly froze. He looked at the crimson cauldron in the air and cried out. Immortal Emperor Taishu's heaven-void cauldron, how did it end up in your hands? His underworld river was unpredictable and could devour anything. It was a famous defensive divine weapon in the primeval era. But there were a few treasures in the primeval era that could restrain the underworld river. Immortal Emperor Taishu's heaven-void cauldron was one of them. The heaven-void cauldron was Immortal Emperor Taishu's pill cauldron. In reality, it didn't have much offensive power and couldn't even be considered an emperor weapon. But Immortal Emperor Taishu had spent countless precious materials to refine it. In terms of toughness, it was no less than any emperor weapon. Although the underworld river was ever-changing, the heaven-void cauldron was a world of its own. There was no way to escape. Moreover, the underworld river was of the yin attribute of water, while the heaven-void cauldron was of the yang attribute of fire. The cauldron's ability to absorb the divine fire of the heavens perfectly restrained the underworld river. The underworld river had been taken by the heaven-void cauldron without warning. Even he didn't have the ability to take it out. Damn it. Even if he has the heaven-void cauldron, the emperors who knew that the heaven-void cauldron could restrain the underworld river are all dead. How did this monkey know? The underworld emperor looked angrily at the white ape. When he saw the closed primal chaos eye between the ape's eyebrows, a name suddenly floated up in his heart. He was incomparably frightened. When the world of immortals collapsed, Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal sought me out in search of the truth. After that, it was rumored that he encountered the fall of emperors and perished like the other immortal emperors. Could it be that Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal was like me and found a way to escape the calamity? Or could it be that his methods were more brilliant than mine? The Emperor of the Underworld almost lost his composure. He stared at White Ape with fear. Guchen didn't expect that White Ape would be able to seal away the troublesome stick so easily. The heaven-void cauldron had always been in White Ape's possession. However, it was only suitable for alchemy, not as a weapon. Thus, Guchen had almost forgotten about its existence. That stick gave Guchen a headache. He had been forced to use his trump card, but White Ape had dealt with it so easily. From the looks of it, he clearly knew that the heaven-void cauldron could restrain the sticks. Combined with the Emperor of the Underworld's words, Guchen's heart was in turmoil. He remembered the legend of the 5 forefathers of the Heart Ape tribe. They were born after Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal disappeared. Rumor had it that they were the embodiment of Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal's will. Gathered together, they would one day transform into Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal. Could it be that the legend was true? Return the sticks. Guchen was lost in thought when the Emperor of the Underworld's roar interrupted his train of thought. White Ape, who was suspected to be Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal, made the Emperor of the Underworld afraid. However, he knew that without the sticks, today's battle would be over. It didn't matter if White Ape was the reincarnation of Immortal Emperor Heaven's Equal or something else. He couldn't tell that White Ape was an immortal emperor. If that was the case, then there was no need to be afraid. Whoosh, the Emperor of the Underworld speed reached its peak. He wanted to take the heaven-void cauldron and release the sticks. White Ape was startled. The heaven-void cauldron shrank and fell into his arms. White Ape ran away like a wisp of smoke, unwilling to fight the Emperor of the Underworld. His shifty-eyed look made Guchen vaguely recall the little fellow's previous record of theft. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Damned monkey, where are you running to? The Underworld Emperor was flustered and exasperated. That was the heavenly life weapon that had accompanied him all his life. How could he allow it to be stolen? He hurriedly chased after Guchen, but Guchen reacted quickly and blocked his way. Whoosh, Guchen flipped his hand and unleashed the Battle Saint technique. The Emperor of the Underworld didn't dare to ignore it and could only stop his pursuit. GG. The White Ape, on the other hand, seemed to have predicted this. It carried the heaven-void cauldron and rushed over to where the dragon horse was with an excited look on its face. The dragon horse was stunned. This little guy was too awesome. He was snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Take it away. Everyone, get out of here. Guchen shouted, and the dragon horse immediately reacted. Its natal true flame surged out from its body, giving off a deafening dragon roar. It transformed into a majestic dragon in a flash. It carried White Ape, Yifei, and the others, and fled out of the underworld at an astonishing speed. Although this operation was somewhat different from what Guchen had said, its mission was to escape. The Emperor of the Underworld would definitely be furious now that he had lost his heavenly life weapon, the Underworld River. Furthermore, they didn't have a monstrous physique like Guchen. Staying here was extremely unwise. The dragon disappeared into the black mist and quickly disappeared. The Emperor of the Underworld's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Leave this Emperor's Underworld River behind. He angrily wanted to give chase, but Guchen's battle saint technique held him back. There was no way for him to give chase. He could only watch as the dragon disappeared from his sight. You bastard, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Having lost the Underworld River, the Emperor of the Underworld's eyes were bloodshot. A monstrous killing intent surged towards Guchen. Likewise. If you die at my hands, the result won't be any better. Guchen smiled as he withdrew the primordial treasure tree back into his body. Without the Underworld River, the Emperor of the Underworld was like a toothless tiger. His threat had been greatly reduced. Moreover, the Emperor of the Underworld had forcibly appeared and was far from his peak condition. The Emperor of the Underworld's chances of winning this battle had greatly increased. Die. The Emperor of the Underworld's words carried the law. The underworld demon Chi in the world actually followed his angry roar and transformed into ferocious underworld demons that charged towards Guchen. The underworld demons were densely packed, numbering in the tens of millions. The cold they brought with them could freeze a person's soul, and the air was filled with dark ice. Guchen was fearless. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light, and his internal organs hummed in unison. It was as if heavenly thunder had exploded as he punched out. Pop! A terrifying sound wave spread out with his fist as the center. Everywhere it passed, the underworld demons all collapsed, turning into smoke and disappearing. Super stressed killing fist. This was the fist technique that Guchen had created by combining music. At this moment, it easily slaughtered a large number of underworld demons. A long time ago, he already knew that sound wave attacks had a miraculous effect on underworld demons that did not have a physical body. The underworld demons created by the Emperor of the Underworld were naturally much stronger than those he had dealt with before. However, his current attainments in sound waves were also different. Previously, Xianxia had used a lion's roar to catch Guchen off guard and injure him. That move had essentially relied on his powerful physical body. Guchen had absorbed Xianxia's power source, so his physical body was now stronger than Xianxia's. At this moment, the super-stressed killing fist that he used was infused with Xianxia's absolute strength. The sound wave could easily kill a late-stage immortal venerable. It had an unimaginable miraculous effect on underworld demons. Large numbers of underworld demons were easily killed by Guchen's punches. When the Emperor of the Underworld saw this, panic appeared in his eyes. Originally, with the presence of the Underworld River, he believed that the other party could not hurt him no matter what, which was why he dared to forcibly appear. However, now that the Underworld River had been taken away, the Emperor of the Underworld, who had forcibly appeared, was actually powerless and could only display limited power. He had made use of the geographical advantage of the Underworld region to create millions of underworld demons. Originally, he thought that he could at least severely injure Guchen. He did not expect Guchen to deal with them so easily. No matter how many underworld demons there are, they will not be able to hurt this lad. The only thing that can kill him is the power of the source. The Emperor of the Underworld quickly regained his composure. He slowly raised his hands, and the skin on his body strangely turned black. His entire body was emitting a deathly aura. A sinister wind blew, and the originally dark underworld region became pitch black. The underworld demons around Guchen had all disappeared, and he was in a space of absolute darkness. Guchen instinctively felt a sense of danger, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at the Emperor of the Underworld. To think that I had already condensed the power source of the underworld in the primordial age and was revered by countless people. Who would have thought that a million years later, I would actually be looked down upon by a brat like you? Even you dare to have the ambition to kill me. You have really underestimated me. A Dao-querying realm emperor is not only stronger than you, but he also possesses powerful Dao techniques that you cannot imagine. The emperor of the underworld gritted his teeth as he spoke. In the process of speaking, Guchen realized that his body was actually slowly disappearing in the darkness, and he seemed to have lost his connection with them, sinking into the darkness. Laws of darkness, Guchen muttered to himself solemnly. He had once cultivated some dark-type immortal techniques, and the one that the emperor of the underworld was using now was very similar. However, he was unable to break it like before. Darkness was corroding Guchen. At the same time, a desolate power was trying to invade Guchen's body. Everywhere it passed through, Guchen's flesh would start to rot and emit a dense deathly aura. Laws of death, Guchen's heart shuddered again. This was a power that was opposed to the laws of life. It represented destruction and death. The Netherworld Emperor's Netherworld source was very special. It actually fused the laws of darkness and death. Break it. Guchen took a deep breath and exerted all his strength. However, he wasn't able to break the Netherworld boundary formed by darkness and death. It's useless. Your physical body might be comparable to a Dao-querying realm emperor's physical body, but your cultivation realm isn't up to par. How can you break my Dao technique? The Netherworld Emperor saw the situation and let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, his Dao technique, Netherworld Boundary, was finally effective. If Xianxia could break this move, he might really fail miserably today. Guchen's expression turned awful, but he didn't give up. He clenched his fists tightly and tried frantically. It's useless. The Netherworld Emperor extended his fingers and instantly, black smoke engulfed Guchen's hands and extended towards his chest. Guchen was powerless to resist and could only watch as half of his body disappeared into the darkness. He had completely lost his connection with them. He was only left with his chest and head. He was helpless in the darkness and was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. When the darkness completely engulfs you, your soul will vanish forever. I will take over your physical body. The Netherworld Emperor licked his lips and revealed greed in his eyes. The process might be a little dangerous, but he ultimately won. This physical body was young and full of potential. It could completely make up for the loss he suffered when he forcefully emerged. More importantly, he could obtain even more valuable treasures. That germinating origin seed is in your Dantian, right? The Netherworld Emperor slowly approached Guchen and had a fervent expression. What are you trying to do? Guchen's expression changed. When you entered the Netherworld Emperor Tower last time, I didn't expect that the seed of origin had already sprouted in your body. I was careless and was injured by the chaotic aura. That's why you managed to escape. This time, I've recovered to the Emperor realm. It won't be like last time. I'll take it out carefully. The more the Underworld Emperor talked, the closer he got to Guchen. Soon, he stood in front of Guchen. At this time, Guchen's entire body was swallowed by the darkness. Only his head was left, and he couldn't move at all. How much do you know about the mother root of all things? At the critical moment of life and death, for some reason, Guchen asked this question. Mother root of all things? Is this the name of the seed of origin? Hearing this, the Underworld Emperor was surprised, and he seemed to be in deep thought. Looks like you don't know much about it. Even so, you dare to talk nonsense about obtaining its fortune? Hearing this, Guchen sneered. Humph, how many people in the ninth realm know the true origin of this object? The Underworld Emperor said coldly. If you don't know its origin, why do you think it's a treasure? Guchen's eyes flickered. 30,000 years ago, this object appeared from the wall of primal chaos at the edge of the world. When it appeared, the phenomenon was extremely shocking. How could it not be a treasure? The Underworld Emperor added confidently. Plus, when I invaded your Dantian last time, it had already sprouted and was filled with chaotic aura. It's enough to prove its extraordinariness. Guchen fell into deep thought. The chaotic aura that the Underworld Emperor mentioned should be the grey fog lingering on the trunk of the mother root of all things. He didn't understand the chaotic aura, but the Underworld Emperor's explanation was similar to the white whales. Obviously, he didn't know much about the origin of the mother root of all things. Thinking of this, Gu Chen was disappointed. The Underworld Emperor noticed Gu Chen's disappointed expression and instinctively felt that something was wrong. This lad was restrained by the underworld enchantment and couldn't move. He was about to lose his life. How could he be so calm and still have the leisure to ask about this? Not good. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately wanted to distance himself from Gu Chen. Whoosh, but before he could retreat, a faint gray glow suddenly flashed past from the darkness. Ah! The Underworld Emperor screamed and retreated angrily. He saw Gu Chen's hand, which had been swallowed, suddenly appear from the darkness. He was holding an ancient gray sword. Underworld Taoist sword. He cried out involuntarily. He retreated in panic while pressing on the side of his body that was covered in blood from the sneak attack. Your underworld enchantment is indeed powerful. I can't break it. But this sword can. Gu Chen held the underworld Taoist sword in his hand and mocked coldly. The underworld enchantment combined the law of darkness and the law of death. Under the law of darkness, the gradual disappearance of the human body was actually just an illusion. What would really kill him was the power of the Tao of death. When Gu Chen was trapped by the underworld enchantment, he immediately called out the underworld Taoist sword and secretly borrowed its power. This weapon was a sovereign weapon of the Tao of death. With it in his hand, Gu Chen was not eroded by the power of death. He also broke free from the illusion and regained control of his body. However, he pretended that he was unable to move so that the Underworld Emperor would approach him carelessly. This was a risky thing to do. A cautious person might not get close and would always keep a safe distance. But Gu Chen guessed that the Underworld Emperor coveted the seed of origin and would definitely get close to him. So he made a bold attempt. As expected, he injured the Underworld Emperor unexpectedly. Unfortunately, the Underworld Emperor reacted quickly. He sensed Gu Chen's calmness from his interaction with him and dodged in time to avoid the fatal blow. You dared to plot against me. Your courage is commendable. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. If you hadn't asked those useless questions, maybe you would have finished me off. The Underworld Emperor couldn't help but grit his teeth when he was injured. He secretly rejoiced. He didn't expect this guy to have the Underworld sword in his hand. This sword was a sovereign weapon of death and had unparalleled power. If he was hit in a vital spot, even he would die. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Although his body was still eroded by the uncontrollable power of death, he could still suppress it and could still fight. I think you might have misunderstood. Hearing this, Gu Chen showed a mocking look in his eyes. Misunderstood what? The Underworld Emperor's eyes were gloomy. Just now, I purposely revealed a flaw so that you would be on your guard. That way, you wouldn't die from a single sword strike, Gu Chen said with a smile. What do you mean? Could it be that you want to spare my life? The Underworld Emperor was so angry that he laughed. He didn't believe what Gu Chen said at all. A mere sovereign candidate purposely held back against him, a sovereign. If it was true, then wasn't that humiliating him? It's not that I want to spare your life. It's just that what I want to do in the future is extremely difficult. If I can kill you here and now, I will be more confident, Gu Chen said calmly. Hee, what do you want to do in the future? The Underworld Emperor was seething with anger. I want to unify the immortal realm and the divine realm. Gu Chen's black hair danced in the wind as he pointed his sword at the Underworld Emperor. Are you joking? The Underworld Emperor was shocked. I'm not joking. Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly as his fighting spirit soared. Gu Chen had set a great ambition after the death of Desolate Emperor, but no one had ever been able to do what he wanted to do. If he couldn't even kill the Underworld Emperor, then it would be a joke no matter how much he talked about it. Therefore, the Underworld Emperor was Gu Chen's test stone. He would be used as a sacrifice to the heavens to establish the belief that he was invincible. The Underworld Emperor understood Gu Chen's meaning. He was first shocked by the latter's ambition, and then he was drowned by a sense of shame deeper than the sea. He was the primordial Underworld Emperor, reappearing in this golden age after 1,000,000 years. He should have been able to dominate the mountains and rivers and suppress the 12-star regions. However, this brat before him wanted to interrupt his path back to the Emperor realm and even wanted to use his death to establish his belief. How could he endure such a great humiliation? I want to see how you will kill me. I will step on your corpse and reappear in this golden age. The Underworld Emperor roared angrily and slammed his palms down. Endless underworld demonic energy turned into nether soldiers that charged at Guqin. This golden age will not remember you because you will die here today. Guqin's fighting spirit soared. He flipped his hand and actually put the underworld sword back into his body. He leapt out and used the power of his body to sweep through the nether soldiers. His aura was like that of a tiger. This brat isn't using the underworld sword. He really wants to use me as a sparring partner. The Underworld Emperor was shocked by this scene. He had just been injured by the underworld sword. If Guqin continued to use this monarch weapon, his chances of survival would be greatly reduced. But he stopped there and put the sword away. The arrogance in his heart was unbearable. Currently, monarchs were very rare in the 9th realm. The opponent wanted to use him as much as possible to increase his combat experience. Only those who were extremely confident would dare to do this when they were certain that they could win. And such a person was only at the Immortal Prime realm. You are more arrogant than Immortal Emperor Heaven's equal and more annoying than Immortal Emperor Underworld. The Emperor of the Underworld roared. He stomped his feet forcefully in the air, and his entire body turned into a black torrent. His face was distorted and roaring as he charged toward Guqin. Guqin's eyes flickered as he immediately struck out with his palm. His reaction speed was extremely fast as he struck that face head-on. Bang, with a single palm strike, the face collapsed and turned into black smoke. The black torrent washed over Guqin's body. The extreme cold instantly invaded Guqin's body, and the cold seemed to be able to freeze his soul. Tut, a divine sound erupted from within Guqin's body, and the stagnant blood qi in his body began to boil once more, completely annihilating the invading chill. He suddenly turned around and raised a hand. The golden blood energy behind him rose and turned into a majestic golden phantom. After his body reached the strength of an emperor physique, the Tyrant body bloodline had also become more powerful. The Tyrant body grand map that was formed now was 300,000 zhang tall. He made a grasping motion towards the black torrent formed by the Underworld Emperor. Tyrannical grand map's gigantic hand instantly grabbed out. Humph. The Emperor of the Underworld did not fight head-on. He had been injured by the Underworld Dao sword earlier, and he still needed to divert some attention to suppress the deathly energy in his body. So he immediately turned around and rushed into the sea of fog in the underworld. Under the cover of the black fog, he suddenly disappeared. Come in and catch me if you can. The Emperor of the Underworld's mocking voice came from the fog. In this black fog, if Guqin came in, he could rely on the geographical advantage to launch a sneak attack. If he didn't come in, he could spare some time to heal the injuries in his body. He even spread out his divine thoughts to search for the location of the escaped monkey, trying to find the Underworld River. There was a large amount of food in the Underworld River. Only by finding it could he recover his vitality. Guqin looked at the sea of fog with a calm expression. With his intelligence, he instantly understood the Emperor of the Underworld's plan. It's easy to be controlled by others inside. It's better to destroy this place, he murmured. He gently clenched the 5 fingers of his left hand, and a dazzling golden light quickly condensed in the hand of the Tyrant grand map that was 300,000 zhang tall. Wang, in a short moment, a golden spear appeared in tyrannical grand map's hand, emitting a tyrannical pressure. Go! Guqin shouted. The majestic golden figure grabbed the Overlord spear and stabbed towards the sea of fog in front of him. This stab seemed to pierce through the sky. The black fog violently churned and endless underworld demonic qi scattered in all directions. It was as if the clouds had been dispelled and the sun could be seen. Seeing that his attack was effective, Guqin controlled tyrannical grand map to wildly stab in all directions. The underworld realm suddenly collapsed at an astonishing speed. Not good. The underworld realm was gradually formed under the influence of the underworld river over the years. Now that the underworld river is gone, it has already lost its ability to gather. Under this kind of attack, it will easily collapse. The Emperor of the Underworld, who was hiding in the fog, panicked. He didn't think that Guqin would act so tyrannically. Normal people would only think of chasing and killing him. Who would have thought that destroying the entire underworld would expose him? Although this method was barbaric, it was very effective. The underworld demonic chi in the underworld dissipated and the underworld palaces collapsed. Stop. After all, this was his home. It would be too shameful if it was destroyed. Seeing that he couldn't hide, the emperor of the underworld could only reveal himself. You finally come out. Guchen laughed. Tyrannical Grand Map raised its hand and 7 kill hegemon blades flew out, locking onto the emperor of the underworld. Exterminate. Black bones suddenly grew out of one of the emperor's illusory hands, becoming terrifyingly sturdy. Poochie, with a swipe of his claw, the 7 kill hegemon blades collapsed. Stinking brat, I didn't think I'd be forced to this extent by you. The emperor of the underworld's eyes were filled with resentment. His hands quickly formed seals. Secret technique, Black Demon God's body. Boom boom boom, as soon as the seals formed, the enormous underworld demonic chi in the underworld surged into the emperor of the underworld's body. In addition to his smoking hand that had just grown black bones, pieces of black bones quickly formed all over his body. These bones were like battle armor, quickly covering his entire body. Pooh. 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 What was even more shocking was that one arm after another grew out of his body, and a brand new head also grew out of his neck. Until he had 9 heads and 18 arms, a pair of huge black wings grew out of his back. With a casual flap, the baleful aura constantly transformed. He had completely changed. He was similar to the underworld god statue that Guchen had seen in the past, but the feeling he gave off was even more evil and ominous. Guchen's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He knew that the emperor of the underworld had been forced into a desperate situation and had used an extremely costly secret technique. Under such a secret technique, his originally unstable realm was forcibly stabilized. Die. The emperor of the underworld's gaze turned cold. The black demon god's body instantly disappeared and appeared above Guchen's head. Boom, his fist smashed down. The tyrannical grand map protecting Guchen was instantly destroyed, turning into fragments of light and disappearing. What a terrifying physical strength. It seems like this secret technique mainly strengthens the physical body. If the underworld emperor used any more bizarre Dao techniques, he would have a hard time dealing with it. But it was a good thing for him to use his remaining strength to strengthen his emperor body. After all, he was no weaker than the underworld emperor in terms of physical strength, and having comprehended the law of force and the battle saint technique, he was even less afraid of close combat. Just what I wanted. Kill. Guchen immediately rushed forward, his fists and palms flying everywhere as he fought with the emperor of the netherworld. The underworld emperor and Guchen fought in close combat. The two were like 2 flashes of light that constantly intersected. Wherever they passed, the void collapsed, and the underworld collapsed at an even faster speed. Why is this kid's battle talent so high? Damn it, damn it. The underworld emperor had 9 heads and 18 arms, and had used a secret technique to strengthen his body. He had thought that he could suppress Guchen in close combat, but he had only managed to fight to a draw with his 18 arms. He felt very aggrieved. Actually, he knew that his opponent must be very strong in close combat, but he had no choice but to use the body of the black demon god. Because most of his Dao techniques were related to the Dao of death, as long as his opponent used the underworld Dao sword, the effect would be greatly reduced. Although Guchen had taken the underworld Dao sword, who knew if he would go back on his word? Besides, ordinary Dao techniques consumed a lot of energy and could not be used for long. In his current state, it was not suitable for him to use them. Therefore, after some consideration, he had chosen this black demon secret technique that mainly strengthened his body. This secret technique could not only be maintained for a longer time, but even if his opponent used the underworld Dao sword, the threat to him would be greatly reduced. This was the best choice when he had no other choice, but his opponent's battle talent was too high, and he was still at a disadvantage. Guchen and the underworld emperor fought fiercely. An emperor's battle wisdom and experience were extremely valuable. Even though the underworld emperor was not skilled in close combat, he still gave Guchen a lot of inspiration. He was a person who could continuously break through in battle, and under the pressure of the underworld emperor, the power of the battle saint technique continued to rise. Damn the legacy of heaven's equal immortal emperor. The underworld emperor sensed that Guchen was getting stronger and cursed in his heart. In the immemorial age, heaven's equal immortal emperor was famous for his battle strength, and few emperors were willing to oppose him. His battle saint technique was originally created for battle. As the saying goes, the stronger one becomes, the more invincible one is. Bang, with a sudden punch, one of the underworld emperor's heads exploded. Boom, with a whip kick, the emperor of the underworld's 2 arms exploded into a bloody mist. Having lost his 2 arms, the coordination of his body had gone haywire, and the body of the underworld emperor of the black demon god began to be full of loopholes. Boom boom boom. However, Guchen's battle intent continued to rise. The battle saint technique manifested all kinds of powerful battle techniques in his hands. His body was like a millstone of heaven and earth, completely suppressing the emperor of the underworld. I'm the underworld emperor. Am I going to die here today? The 9 heads of the underworld emperor were smashed to pieces one after another, and a hopeless expression appeared on his face. In the past 2 years, Tao energy had recovered, and the environment of the world had changed greatly. This made him think and decide to come into being in this era. Because he was afraid of the Xing County, he had been very slow in coming out. He had been observing this situation in the 9th realm. When he was sure that aside from the geniuses of the outer realm, the terrifying cultivators of the Xing country hadn't appeared, he gathered his courage and began his plan to return to the Emperor realm. However, he did not expect that when his plan was about to succeed and he was about to reappear in this golden era, it would be forcefully interrupted by someone. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Aha! The Emperor of the Underworld was filled with sorrow when he thought of how he had endured hardships for millions of years and finally had a chance to turn things around. If he had known this would be his fate, why would he have tried to survive back then? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Bang, Guchen punched out one last time. All the heads of the Emperor of the Underworld were smashed to pieces. His body was a mess of blood and flesh. I can't accept this. His consciousness slowly dissipated as he murmured to himself. Thank you. After this battle, my belief has been solidified. Guchen was covered in blood, mostly the blood of the Emperor of the Underworld. He spoke calmly. Killing an emperor with his own hands had given him unprecedented confidence. The great ambition of building a new celestial court seemed to be no longer unattainable. Hee, so what if you killed me? The Emperor of the Underworld felt sad and resentful. I'm just a cowardly loser. Back then, I only dared to destroy my own cultivation in order to survive. I am no match for the Heaven's Equal Emperor, the Kunlun Divine Emperor, and the Heaven Emperor. Even they cannot escape the calamity of the Emperor of the Xing County. I will wait for you in hell. You will soon follow in my footsteps. They, the people of the Xing County, are not people we can resist. Guchen listened quietly. His eyes were as deep as the abyss on his blood-stained face. We are already in hell. Only by breaking this cage can we look up to the sky. He murmured as he grabbed the body of the Emperor of the Underworld with one hand. The celestial energy in his body circulated according to the celestial ascension technique. The Emperor of the Underworld's consciousness was about to dissipate when he suddenly felt the source energy in his body being taken away. His eyes were full of disbelief. The reason why I'm here to kill you isn't just because you're a threat. Guchen loosened his hand and threw the body down. At the same time, he took out a pitch-black source energy of the underworld. I'll accept your power. As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor of the Underworld's consciousness completely dissipated with confusion. He died in the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chilly wind blew within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Dark lotuses appeared in the void. This was the sign of the Emperor of the Underworld's Emperor of the Underworld. Guchen grabbed the source energy of the underworld. The black hole in his dantian spun and released a continuous suction force. Guchen's expression turned serious. The black hole in his dantian had almost reached its limit when he absorbed the source of life. He was not sure if he could absorb the source energy of the underworld this time. The source energy of the underworld was the real origin of the Supreme Emperor. Even though it was not as powerful as the source of life, it was much more powerful than the source of strength. Guchen came to kill the Emperor of the Underworld not only because he was a threat, but also because he might expose the secret that the source of all beings was in his body. Guchen also wanted to take the Emperor of the Underworld source energy. After all, he did not have much time left. The threat of the Xing County was like a sword hanging on his neck. He could not cultivate step by step. Taking the source energy of the Supreme Emperor was the fastest way he could think of. He took the source energy of the Underworld from the Emperor of the Underworld as he wished. He had taken an important step. But now, he had to worry that the black hole in his dantian would not be able to contain the second source energy. If it could not contain the second source energy, all his previous efforts would be in vain. His life might even be in danger during the process of absorbing the source energy. But he had no other choice. The source energy of the Underworld could not be wasted. He did not have the time to find a compromise. He had to give it a try. Take. Once the netherworld origin entered his body, a cold aura seeped into Guchen's limbs and bones. However, before this force of origin could transform Guchen's body, it was attracted by the black hole in his dantian and drilled into it. Guchen acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He intentionally slowed down the speed at which the netherworld origin entered his dantian to avoid any accidents. At this moment, his dantian looked like a black hole from the outside. However, the inside of the black hole was a completely different world. The root of all beings branch was surrounded by chaotic aura. It still stood in the center of this strange world. The golden light ball that represented the overlord physique and the 9-colored light ball that represented Guchen's advanced immortal venerable cultivation were like a sky full of stars, shining around the root of all beings. Apart from that, the space within the black hole was almost completely occupied by a dark green sun. That was the origin of life. It was suppressed in the black hole. The radiance it possessed was far brighter than the golden light ball and the 9-colored light ball. At this moment, the pitch-black netherworld origin slowly entered the black hole. Only a trace of cold aura entered, but it caused the space to feel like it was boiling. The entire dantian started to let out a violent roar. The spinning black hole suddenly slowed down. Noticing this, Guchen's heart sank. As expected, after absorbing the origin of life, the black hole in his dantian had reached its limit. It could no longer accommodate the netherworld origin. This limit was even lower than he had imagined. He originally planned to accommodate a portion of the netherworld origin. It was fine even if he wasted the rest. This was the worst-case scenario. Guchen could only find another place for the netherworld origin to reside. Looks like I can only try to open the quadruple black hole. Guchen muttered to himself. He looked at his right hand. The black hole scroll was divided into 5 realms. It corresponded to the 5 secret techniques and the 5 major structures of the human body. They were the dantian, the quadruple pole, the dragon transformation bone, the blood, and the Niwen palace. Through the cultivation of the secret technique, one could open a small black hole in the corresponding body structure. When the 5 major black holes were formed and merged into one, the cultivation of the black hole scroll would be considered complete. At that time, it was said that the body could turn into a real black hole. Wherever it passed, it could easily devour the stars and reach an unimaginably powerful realm. Guchen had finally succeeded in cultivating the 6-layered heaven secret technique, star core rupture. The first black hole in his dantian had been successfully opened. The second black hole was located at the 4 extremities of the human body, where the limbs were located. To successfully open the quadruple black hole, one would need to master the 7th heaven secret technique, the quadruple blast. Guchen had just opened up his first black hole not long ago, and now he was trying to open up a second one in such a short time. It could be said to be extremely risky. However, he had no other choice. The black hole in his dantian could no longer contain the origin of the netherworld. The only feasible method was to continue opening a new black hole. Only a special existence like the black hole in his body could successfully seal the origin energy, preventing it from leaking out and preventing him from breaking through to the monarch realm. At the Tao querying realm, when a cultivator condensed their source, their corporeal body, primordial spirit, and other aspects would be enhanced to the extreme. Only then would they possess the strength of an emperor. Guchen had seen the man with a bamboo hat break through with his own eyes. He knew that the stronger the source, the stronger he would be after entering the Tao querying realm. Just the source of the soul could make the man with a bamboo hat so strong. What if he had multiple sources at the same time? This was Gu Chen's train of thought. He wanted to suppress his cultivation as much as possible and condense more sources. He wanted to see what would happen when the time came. However, how strong was the power of the source? It was easier said than done for an ordinary person to suppress their cultivation. Not to mention suppressing multiple sources, even suppressing one was extremely difficult. Because Gu Chen cultivated the nature of the heavenly star technique and the 3 secret techniques, he was blessed by the heavens. He had the possibility to challenge this path. However, those were just assumptions. It was an imperfect path. He needed to constantly try and understand as he moved forward. If he took a wrong step, he would be reduced to ashes. Now, he was once again at the fork of the path. Based on the current situation, every time I absorb a source, I will need to open up a black hole. If the speed of cultivating the secret technique cannot keep up with the speed of absorbing the source, then this path will be a failure. Luckily, the 5 secret techniques of the black hole scroll are shockingly similar. Although the risk is high, they are not like the previous 5 secret techniques, which require years of understanding. Gu Chen closed his eyes, and the cultivation content of the 7th tier of the secret technique, quadruple blast, appeared in his mind. The cultivation methods of the 5 secret techniques of the Stardust Scroll and the Starcore Scroll were worlds apart. The sun and moon refinement was to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, while the heavenly earthquake was to understand the laws of gravity. Cultivating the 5 secret techniques of the black hole scroll required not only extremely high talent, but also a special environment. Its various restrictions meant that it would take a long time to cultivate. And the 5 secret techniques of the black hole scroll were even more dangerous than the previous 5. This was because every failure would either result in death or disability, and there was almost no turning back. However, these 5 secret techniques had an advantage. The core of their cultivation was to open up a black hole. Therefore, they were shockingly similar in many aspects. Gu Chen had used 2 years to comprehend the Starcore Fissure secret technique, which was actually very helpful to the last 4 secret techniques. At this moment, in order to absorb the source of the netherworld, he had to open up another black hole. It seemed reckless, but it was not impossible. Open! Gu Chen raised his right hand, and according to the contents of the secret technique, mobilized the energy in his body and poured it into his right palm. For a moment, his entire right arm was filled with lightning, and his flesh and cells were undergoing mysterious changes. During this process, Gu Chen was extremely cautious, not daring to take it lightly. Although the quadruple blast and the Starcore Fissure secret technique were essentially opening up a black hole, there were some differences. The most obvious was that the 4 poles had to be opened in 4 places. Only when the 4 poles were open to form a cycle would it be a complete black hole, and the 7th tier of the secret technique could be considered to have achieved great success. Gu Chen did not expect to open up all 4 poles in one go. He only hoped to open up a black hole in his right hand first. Rumble, as the secret technique began to circulate, the skin of Gu Chen's right arm burned red. After a while, it was completely burned away, revealing golden flesh and tendons. Seeing this, Gu Chen's expression changed slightly, but he continued to circulate the secret technique calmly. The worst outcome of cultivating the quadruple blast secret technique was that this arm would be crippled. Moreover, because the secret technique consumed a lot of vitality, once it was crippled, the price to regrow a severed arm would be extremely high. Now that Gu Chen no longer had an inextinguishable stellar body, this situation was even more disadvantageous to him. He could become a one-armed person at any time. However, he did not think too much and continued to circulate the secret technique fearlessly. Bang, 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 suddenly, the flesh and blood on the surface of his right arm began to explode one after another, bursting into a bloody mist. Even the bones inside seemed like they were about to break. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, but he was unwilling to stop. If he could not cultivate the secret technique, the heavens could take this arm away if they wanted. At this moment, Gu Chen's right palm bone exuded a domineering aura that suppressed the riot caused by the secret technique and helped him survive the crisis. Rumble, in the next moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in Gu Chen's right palm and rotated steadily. The black hole in his right hand was successfully opened? Gu Chen looked at this scene in shock. He thought he was going to fail, but he didn't expect to succeed. What helped him survive the crisis was actually the West tyrannical bone. He was in a daze and couldn't help but think of the Gu clan. There were 6 meridians in the Gu clan, and the way to distinguish them depended on which part of the tyrannical bone was awakened. These 6 tyrannical bones were the Tao pivot, beer, and 4 extreme bones. The location of these 6 tyrannical bones seemed to vaguely correspond to the position of the black hole opened by the elephants of the heavenly technique. The 4 extreme bones correspond to the 4 black holes, while the beer, tyrannical bone, and Niwen palace are both part of the skull. As for the Tao pivot, although it's not in the same position as the elixir field, it's closely related. Is this a coincidence? Or is it that different paths of cultivation in this world lead to the same goal, and the cultivation method of the tyrants eventually came together with the elephants of the heavenly technique? Guchen was greatly moved. He looked at his right palm bone. The position where the black hole appeared happened to be the center of the West tyrannical bone, and it was almost perfectly inlaid. He had tried to integrate everything he had learned, and the scene before him seemed to prove that his idea was right, whether it was the cultivation of the tyrant physique, the elephants of the heavenly technique, or the 3 secret techniques of the white bone Tao Lord. All the cultivation methods in this world lead to the same goal. The great Tao would eventually return to one. Gu Chen's eyes became excited. This inadvertent discovery made him more confident in the path he was walking. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and pointed it at the void. Swoosh, the black hole in the palm of his right hand rotated and actually swallowed the remaining netherworld demonic aura at an astonishing speed. A large amount of netherworld demonic aura was sucked away by the black hole in Gu Chen's right hand. His right hand seemed to have become a bottomless pit, and with this alone, it was already superior to all celestial techniques. After a long while, the black sea of fog in the nether realm had become extremely thin. Only then did Gu Chen stop the black hole in his right hand. The black hole in his right hand was different from the black hole in his dantian. The black hole in his dantian could only absorb energy that entered his body, but the black hole in his right hand could probably absorb the attacks and energy of his enemies. Moreover, the black hole in his right hand could also be connected to the secret space within Gu Chen's body, allowing it to undergo many changes. What a pleasant surprise. Just the black hole in my right hand is already so powerful. I wonder what will happen when all 4 poles are opened. Gu Chen had the urge to immediately open up a black hole in his left hand, but he resisted the urge. His previous success was unexpected. It was all thanks to the tyrant bone in his right hand. He was not sure if the tyrant bone in his left hand could do the same, so he did not want to try it rashly. Opening up the black hole in his right hand was enough. He would first absorb the netherworld's origin. If the black hole in his right hand was not enough to contain the netherworld's origin, then he would make a decision. Thinking of this, Gu Chen guided the origin of the netherworld into his right palm. He had absorbed a lot of nether demonic chi earlier to adapt to it in advance. He wanted his right hand to become a qualified vessel. The origin of the netherworld slowly entered Gu Chen's right hand, and the black hole in his palm rotated faster. The energy of this origin was too huge. The black hole in his right hand could only absorb it with all its might. After an unknown period of time, the origin of the netherworld had completely entered the black hole in his right hand and was sealed inside. Seeing this, Gu Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. What a pity. Because I sealed the origin of the netherworld, the ability of my right hand to absorb and devour has been greatly reduced. After succeeding, Gu Chen could not help but feel a little regretful. Although the origin was good, it was actually a burden when it was sealed. Instead, it prevented him from unleashing his full strength. The black hole in his right hand was originally a great killing weapon. However, because the origin of the netherworld was sealed, its power was greatly reduced. It would be great if I could borrow the power of the origin of life and the origin of the netherworld while it is sealed. Gu Chen pondered. Even if he could only borrow a little of the power of the origin of life, it would be of great help to increase his strength. Right now, he had just found his own path, so he could not do it yet. However, as his path was perfected, he might be able to do it soon. Finally absorbing the origin of the netherworld, Gu Chen took out a healing magic pill and swallowed it. Then, he sat down in the ruins of the underworld to rest. He had suffered serious injuries in the previous battle. Not long after, a rainbow broke through the sky from afar. The dragon horse had returned with the white ape, Yi Fei, and the others. They had seen the foggy sea of the underworld disappear from afar and saw the eerie phenomenon of the emperor's fall. Only then did they muster up the courage to come back. As soon as they came back, they saw the ruins everywhere, and Guchen was sitting in the ruins, healing his wounds. They could not help but gasp. Although they had already guessed it from the phenomenon of the emperor's fall, they were still shocked when they confirmed with their own eyes that the emperor of the underworld had fallen. Especially Yi Fei and the other underworld kings. The emperor of the underworld could be said to be their belief. Now that he had died, they felt relieved, but they also felt anxious. The crowd stopped not far from Guchen, quietly waiting for him to finish healing his wounds. After 2 hours, Guchen opened his eyes and looked at the crowd. Are the emperor of the underworld and honorable Xianxia really dead? Yi Fei could not help but ask. Guchen nodded. He had killed the emperor of the underworld with his own hands, and honorable Xianxia had died tragically in the aftermath of their battle. Yi Fei was stunned when he got the answer. Squeak squeak, the white ape jumped to Guchen's side and handed the heaven void cauldron to him. At the same time, he was beaming with joy and had a proud look on his face. I know. This time, it's all thanks to you. You are the best. Guchen praised with a smile. If the white ape had not taken away the underworld river, this battle would have been very difficult, and the possibility of him losing would have been higher. It could only be said that the emperor of the underworld had bad luck. Who would have thought that they would have the heaven void cauldron? Guchen opened the heaven void cauldron carefully and decided to deal with the underworld river. As soon as the heaven void cauldron was opened, the underworld snake that was formed by the underworld river immediately came out and bit Guchen without any warning. The underworld river was very spiritual. Even though its master had died, it still had the consciousness to attack. Fortunately, Guchen was prepared and immediately dodged it. Roar! The underworld snake escaped from the heaven void cauldron and landed in the distance. Its body suddenly expanded and eventually became 10,000 feet long. It stared at Guchen with a ruthless look. It seemed to know that its master had met with misfortune, and it still wanted to continue fighting. What should we do? This is a rare defensive emperor weapon. It will be a pity if it is destroyed. Seeing this, the dragon horse shook its head. If it could not subdue the underworld river, it could only be destroyed. Otherwise, it would be a great enemy. No matter how spiritual it is still a weapon. It is not impossible to subdue it. Guchen's eyes flickered. He raised his right hand and a black whirlpool appeared on his palm. From the whirlpool, he drew out a trace of aura that belonged to the source of the underworld. Hiss. The huge underworld. Snake's eyes immediately became confused, and its hostility gradually disappeared. It could not tell whether Guchen was its master or its enemy. Still not coming back? Guchen smiled. Hearing this, the underworld snake's body slowly shrank and finally became a 6 feet long underworld river. It flew intimately to Guchen's side and wrapped around him like a ribbon. When the dragon horse and the others saw this, they were all dumbfounded. The underworld river was the underworld emperor's personal weapon. It was a divine object born from the origin of the underworld. The two were inextricably linked. Guchen had the origin of the underworld in his body, so he made a bold attempt. He didn't expect the underworld river to acknowledge him. The underworld river circled around him and quickly established a mental connection with Guchen. Guchen discovered that his control over the underworld river was far greater than his control over the underworld sword. Obviously, this was due to the origin of the underworld in his body. The underworld river was extremely intelligent. After acknowledging him as its new master, it willingly followed his orders. Feeling the connection between him and the underworld river, Guchen was overjoyed. This was a powerful defensive weapon. If it weren't for the heaven void cauldron, he would have been helpless against it. And now, this imperial armament was his. This caused his strength to increase by quite a bit. Guchen reached out and touched the underworld river. Its aura was abnormally cold, but it couldn't hurt him. Seeing him easily control the underworld river, Yi Fei and the underworld kings were the most moved. They looked at each other and made the same decision in the next moment. "Oh Overlord, please accept our obeisance. We are willing to follow you with our lives." They knelt down in unison, their faces serious and solemn. Guchen didn't speak when he heard this. He made the underworld river shrink and played with it on his fingertips. He was deep in thought. He wasn't surprised by the reactions of Yi Fei and the others. Now that the underworld emperor was dead and the underworld realm had collapsed, they had nowhere to go. They naturally had to find a new master. He had saved their lives, killed the underworld emperor, and subdued the underworld river. He was obviously the wisest person to rely on. Since Guchen had asked Yi Fei to rely on him before, he wouldn't abandon them now. It's not that I can't take you in, but I need you to do something. Yi Fei and the others were overjoyed and hurriedly asked what it was. There are hundreds of thousands of blood cocoons in the underworld river. Most of the cultivators inside have already died, but some still show signs of life. I plan to release them. As for what to do next, do you understand? Guchen said indifferently as he played with the snake that the nether river had transformed into. There's still someone alive in our nether realm? Yi Fei and the others were greatly shocked, then almost went wild with joy. The collapse of the nether realm was a huge blow to them. After all, this was their home. Now that they knew that they weren't the only survivors, they were naturally overjoyed. That's right. Do you know what to do? Guchen nodded. The underworld emperor came out of the world forcibly because of his interruption, so he didn't have enough time to absorb all of the blood cocoon. He could sense that some of the people in the blood cocoons were unconscious and could still be saved. There were tens of thousands of such cultivators, and if they were all saved, the nether realm would still be considered a major power even though its vitality would be greatly damaged. What Guchen valued the most wasn't this, but the intelligence network that the nether realm had built over 1,000,000 years. In the Milky Way star field, although he had taken in a few bandit legions to act as informants, in terms of intelligence gathering ability, how could they compare to the nether realm? As a powerful dark power, the nether realm's spies were spread across the ninth realm's 12-star fields. They could play a huge role in his future plans. We understand, my lord. We will convince all the members. From now on, you are our emperor. Yi Fei hurriedly expressed his loyalty. The others also nodded. Very good. It's good that you know that the nether realm will be used by me from now on. But after I save them, don't tell them about me. Guchen's words confused them. Please enlighten me, my lord, Yi Fei said respectfully. The nether realm will be used by me in secret, but on the surface, you will still belong to the underworld emperor. As the upper echelons of the nether realm, it's enough for you to remember this. As for the other members, in order to prevent the news from leaking, don't let them know. Guchen explained. But the underworld emperor is already dead, and so many of our nether realm's people have died. This matter can't be concealed any longer. Sooner or later, everyone will know. Yi Fei's face was full of worry. Although the nether realm was located in a remote area and the news of the previous battle might not spread, with so many people dead, any power with a keen spiritual sense would quickly find out. If they didn't have the support of the Overlord's name, they would be at the mercy of others. I want people to know about this. Guchen's lips curled into a cold smile. Although the nether realm has suffered great losses, the foundation it has accumulated over the years cannot be ignored. There will definitely be people who want to subdue you. At that time, you can pretend to surrender and then secretly contact me. Guchen, you can't be thinking of. The dragon horse's eyes lit up as it realized what Guchen wanted to do. Those outer realm geniuses have been fighting all over the place, subduing the ninth realm's forces everywhere. The nether realm is a huge intelligence organization. If they know that the underworld emperor is dead, they definitely won't miss it. The nether realm is a trap I left for them. Waiting for them won't do. We should take the initiative. Guchen's eyes glinted coldly. Yi Fei and the others understood what Guchen was thinking and immediately realized that what they were about to do wasn't simple. If there was the slightest mistake, they could lose their lives. No matter who wants to take over the nether realm, they won't kill you guys. After all, you need to organize your subordinates. After I save the remaining members of the nether realm, you can make up the ins and outs of this matter and take the credit for saving them. This way, your positions will be even more secure. I don't want anything. The remaining resources of the nether realm will be at your disposal. I only need you to secretly give me the information I need and earnestly carry out my orders. What do you think? Guchen could tell that they were worried, so he spoke frankly. This kind of condition could be considered generous. In the future, they would be the bosses of the Nether Realm with his support. Although he wanted to use the Nether Realm to attract the Outer Realm geniuses, they might not fall for it. If they didn't, Yifei's group's mission would be even easier. After listening to Guchen's words, Yifei made a decision and clenched his teeth. We will obey my lord's orders. The Nether Kings hurriedly expressed their stance and the deal was settled. Alright. Although I trust you, I will place a life-death restriction in your minds just to be on the safe side. Seeing that they agreed, Guchen made another request. The things he had to do in the future were extremely big and he couldn't allow any mistakes to occur. If he did, thousands of people would be buried with him. Thus, he decided to be a gentleman first. Yifei and the others smiled bitterly when they heard this. They had just gotten their freedom from the Underworld Emperor and didn't expect to lose it again so quickly. Although they had to be restrained, at least they wouldn't become the enemy's food. This situation was much better than before. Alright, we agree. Guchen then planted the life and death restriction in their minds. From this moment on, their fates were in Guchen's hands. Next, Guchen ordered the Nether River to throw out all the blood cocoons that still showed signs of life. There were tens of thousands of such blood cocoons. Yifei and the others were especially excited to see so many people still alive. Guchen rescued the tens of thousands of people from the blood cocoons and left the rest to Yifei and the others. 3 days later, Guchen stealthily left the Nether Realm on the dragon horse with White Ape. He didn't show his face at all during these 3 days. The tens of thousands of members of the Nether Realm only saw Yifei and the others when they woke up. They followed Guchen's orders and concealed the fact that Guchen had killed the Underworld Emperor. Ordinary members of the Nether Realm didn't even know that the Underworld Emperor was dead. This was Guchen's instruction. He wanted those who coveted the Nether Realm to deduce the news of the Underworld Emperor's death. This way, his scheme would be less suspicious. After confirming that Yifei had complete control of the Nether Realm and erasing all unstable factors, Guchen left for Ancient Heaven. During the battle between the Desolate Emperor and the Outer Realm geniuses, Ancient Heaven was attacked by several young supremes, which was why it couldn't support the Desolate Emperor. Since then, Ancient Heaven had been on the brink of danger. Guchen should have gone to support it long ago. However, Guchen was very calm. He believed that the Underworld Emperor was more important, so he came here first. Now that the Underworld Emperor was dead, it was time for him to go to Ancient Heaven. Ancient Heaven was the most important part of his plan. If he wanted to establish a new celestial court, he must use Ancient Heaven as a springboard. Moreover, the Desolate Emperor had deep feelings for Ancient Heaven, so Guchen couldn't allow anything to happen to it. I wonder what the situation is like now. On the star path, Guchen, dressed in a slim black robe, strode forward on the dragon horse. The black robe was transformed by the Netherworld River. The Netherworld River was ever-changing and was a rare defensive imperial weapon. Thus, Guchen simply transformed it into a robe and attached it to his outer clothes. Because the Nether River was sentient, it would automatically protect its master if Guchen was ambushed even if he didn't sense it. He would have to face a lot of problems when he went to the ancient celestial court this time. It was also possible that he would be plotted against. With the protection of Mingi, Guchen's safety was greatly guaranteed. The place he was heading to was a branch of the Ancient Heaven Court, and he would use the Immortal Gate there to travel to Jade Spring Galaxy. On the way to the Nether Realm, he had contacted Brother Jiang. He, the Green Ox, and the Wilderness God had followed the old chief to the Mystic Lady Palace in the Jade Spring Galaxy. They had already met Heavenly General Li Xuanyu. Since then, Guchen hadn't received any more news. He didn't know what was going on in Ancient Heaven. It had only been a few days, so Guchen wasn't very worried. As for Hai Dongqing and Pulai Island Master, their tasks were related to the Pure Spirit Kingdom and couldn't be completed in a short time. That was why Guchen hadn't received any news yet. The Jade Spring Star Zone is said to be the most beautiful star zone in the 9th realm. Unfortunately, it's too far away, so I've never had the chance to go there. Using the Immortal Gate of Ancient Heaven has saved me a lot of time. Along the way, the dragon horse hummed a tune and said happily. Having taken care of the underworld emperor, a formidable foe, he felt he could do anything with confidence, and he had nothing to fear. After all, even the emperor had been slaughtered, so who else could stop a malefic existence like Gu Chen? At the moment, the outside world didn't know about this. Otherwise, the 12-star fields would have been in an uproar. Following such a fiend, it felt like it was walking with the wind, and it was more and more willing to carry Gu Chen. Jade Spring Star Field? With a thought, Gu Chen flipped his hand and took out a star map from his body. This star map was given to him by his father when he left the ancient Song Huang star. It was said that the destination of this star map was the residence of the Tyrants. This residence was located in the Jade Spring Star Field. According to his father, when he first entered the starry sky, he wasn't strong enough. It was the man with a bamboo hat who brought him there, and his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to play such a big role during the chaos in the divine realm. His father told Gu Chen about this because he knew that Gu Chen was in urgent need of strength after returning to the starry sky. He hoped that Gu Chen would go there to find opportunities and further develop his tyrant physique. I must go to the secret place of the tyrants. Not only can I improve my strength there, but I might also be able to understand the origin of the tyrants. Gu Chen thought to himself. The origin of the tyrants had always been mysterious. It was said that they appeared in the last years of the primordial era and were allies of the immortal world. When immortal Emperor Tai Su was refining elixirs, there were traces of them. They seemed to have played a special role in the battle between the immortal world and Xing County. As a result, after the collapse of the immortal world, they were regarded as enemies by the divine realm for a long time. Since he had the tyrant physique, Gu Chen really wanted to know the origin of the tyrants. After experiencing so many things, he always felt that the tyrant physique was too special compared to other physiques. It was so special that it wasn't included in the all-heaven physique list. Any top cultivator who mentioned the tyrants would always say that they were very special. After the matters in the ancient heaven are settled, I'll go to the secret place of the tyrants. Gu Chen made up his mind. He had many things to do during this trip to the Jade Spring Star Field. A few days later, Gu Chen successfully arrived at the ancient heavens branch. This was originally the planet where a heavenly army was stationed. However, when Gu Chen arrived, there were very few soldiers stationed there. Greetings, Lord Heavenly General. The leader of the heavenly soldiers immediately bowed when he saw Gu Chen, his eyes filled with awe. You know me? Gu Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. Although he didn't hide his true appearance, he hadn't been in the ancient heaven for a long time. It was strange that such a small heavenly soldier actually recognized him. Before Lord Man Tian left, he told me that the second-generation Baron Heavenly General would be coming soon, so I've been waiting for you. The heavenly soldier answered truthfully. I see. Gu Chen suddenly realized that the old clan leader had made appropriate arrangements. I'm no longer the second-generation Baron Heavenly General. You don't have to call me that. Gu Chen shook his head and said casually. Is the immortal gate ready? It's ready. We can set off at any time, the heavenly soldier answered immediately. All right, lead the way. The heavenly soldier led the way. Gu Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw that the number of soldiers here was really shabby. Where are the others? They've all been recruited. In fact, if we hadn't stayed to wait for you, we would have already left. The heavenly soldier's face was solemn when he said this, and he clenched his fists tightly. Gu Chen didn't say anything else. It seemed that the situation in the ancient heaven was worse than he had imagined. It was really in a precarious situation. Soon, they arrived outside the immortal gate. The heavenly soldiers activated the array, and the immortal gate slowly opened. Gu Chen looked at the immortal gate with a deep and bottomless gaze as he strode in. The mysterious Lady Palace was located in an unknown area of the Jade Spring Galaxy. Since ancient times, there had been many beautiful legends about it. This palace was built by the mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, who was a great figure in the myths of the primeval immortal world. Her strength and status were not inferior to any immortal emperor, and she played an important role in the ancient heaven. Like the immortal emperors, the mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens had mysteriously disappeared during the last years of the primeval era. Fortunately, the mysterious lady bloodline had been passed down from generation to generation. The mysterious lady of each generation had always been the mainstay of the ancient heaven, the embodiment of beauty and wisdom. Today, in the simple yet elegant teleportation pavilion of the mysterious lady palace, the array suddenly lit up, causing the female disciples in charge of guarding the array to suddenly perk up. Then, a handsome young man with black hair and black clothes walked out of the light. He was followed by a white ape and a dragon horse. He had a pair of pitch-black eyes that seemed bottomless. The female disciples were slightly dazed and forgot to ask, "Where is General Man Tian?" Guchen glanced at the female disciples and asked calmly. Only then did the female disciples return to their senses, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Reporting to the tyrant, General Man Tian is currently not in the mysterious lady palace. Seeing that the two recognized him, Guchen felt that things were easier to handle, so he went straight to the point. "Who is in charge of the mysterious lady palace now? Is the mysterious lady here?" Reporting to the tyrant, Lady Mysterious Lady is also not in the palace now. However, before she left, she told us that you might come over soon and asked us to be in charge of receiving you. The tyrant must be tired from the journey. Let us take you to your residence first. Although Guchen wanted to see the heavenly generals directly, since the mysterious lady had made arrangements, he did not refuse and nodded. Following the female disciples out of the teleportation pavilion, Guchen passed by many jade palaces along the way. At the same time, he released his divine sense and enveloped the huge mysterious lady palace. The mysterious lady palace was not on any life star. It was an incomparably huge palace that stood in the starry sky. At the moment, there were a large number of heavenly soldiers stationed in the fairy palace. Guchen could sense that their auras were extremely chaotic. Many of them were injured, causing his expression to turn solemn. He probed further with his divine senses and discovered that there were not many heavenly generals in the fairy palace. He sensed some familiar auras in the palace not far ahead. Seeing that the female disciple was leading the way in the direction of the palace, Guchen did not ask any questions and soon arrived at his residence. As soon as he arrived at his residence, Guchen saw a familiar face. Big Brother Jiang, the Green Ox, and the clansmen of the Desolate God clan were all here. When they saw Guchen, their expressions all shook. "How's the situation? I see that there are countless injured people in Mystic Lady Palace, but many of the heaven generals are not here. What's going on?" Guchen voiced out his doubts. It had been some time since he had last contacted Big Brother Jiang. He did not know if there were any new changes here. "There's no rush, second brother. We'll slowly tell you about the situation in ancient heaven." Jiang Beiming's expression was solemn as he recounted what had happened during this period of time. Several young supreme venerables from the outer realm joined forces and attacked the heavenly music pavilion and many secret branches in ancient heaven. For safety's sake, the main forces of ancient heaven temporarily retreated and settled in Mystic Lady Palace. However, things did not end there. They seemed to have determined the approximate location of Mystic Lady Palace. They joined forces with the Gold Clan, the Eye Clan, and other major forces in the divine realm to set up an inescapable net and search for the location of Mystic Lady Palace. Once they discover the location of Mystic Lady Palace, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Therefore, the heavenly generals each led their own heavenly soldiers out in an attempt to destroy and disrupt their search network. With Mystic Lady Palace as the center, the two sides have launched an intense battle on dozens of star paths. The battle has lasted for a long time, and there are casualties every day. There have even been a few heaven generals who have fallen. Guchen was very surprised when he heard that. The heavenly music pavilion was a fragment of the celestial realm and was located in the turbulence of space. It was already surprising that it could be found. When he heard that the heavenly music pavilion was attacked, he felt that it was strange. He did not expect that the heavenly music pavilion was not the only place that had been found. How could so many secret branches have been found? After the branches were lost, the main forces of ancient heaven retreated to Mystic Lady Palace, and their approximate location had been located, which was even more bizarre. It must be noted that Mystic Lady Palace had not been discovered by the divine realm for the past million years. Why was it suddenly unsafe? No wonder Li Xuanyu asked for help earlier. In such a situation, he indeed needed a lot of help. If Mystic Lady Palace was also discovered, ancient heaven would really be at a critical juncture of life and death. The severity of the matter was even beyond Gu Chen's estimation. The forces inside and outside the divine realm had joined hands, and they clearly wanted to completely destroy ancient heaven this time. Where are the old chief and fellow cultivator Yu? Where did they go? Gu Chen thought for a while and did not see the barbarians and the mirage monsters, so he asked casually. Master, the barbarians and the mirage monsters went out to help the moment they arrived at Mystic Lady Palace, the green bull replied with a gloomy expression. What's wrong? Then why are you all here? Asked Gu Chen, noticing that something was wrong with their expressions, especially the chief of the Desolate God clan, who looked very unnatural. Overlord, ancient heaven does not trust us. When we arrived at Mystic Lady Palace, they almost had a conflict when they saw us. The chief of the Desolate God clan told the truth. As it turned out, although they were received in Mystic Lady Palace, the heavenly generals did not trust the Desolate God clan and ancient heaven because of their bad relationship in the past and did not want them to help, fearing that the location of Mystic Lady Palace would be exposed. If only the Desolate God clan received such treatment, it would have been fine, but even Jiang Beiming and the Green Bull were not trusted. Gu Chen frowned after hearing that. Jiang Beiming and the Green Bull were his people, but they were not even willing to help. It seemed that some people in ancient heaven did not trust him. Is this Heavenly General Li's idea? Asked Gu Chen. Jiang Beiming shook his head. Heavenly General Li is not bad to us. The one who does not trust us is Heavenly General Thunder Wu Huang. He thinks that second brother's position is not firm and cannot be trusted for now. Everything can wait until the Heavenly Music Parlor Conference is held. Wu Huang? It's actually him. Gu Chen was deep in thought. He still remembered the last time he attended the Heavenly Music Parlor Conference. This Wu Huang was the leader of the peace faction in ancient heaven. His influence at that time was only slightly lower than Li Xuanyu's. Later, Tang Ming used the power of the Pure Spirit Kingdom to rise to power. This Wu Huang and the heavenly generals of the peace faction were imprisoned by the Pure Spirit Kingdom. After that, Gu Chen controlled Yuan Buhua and rescued Li Xuanyu. He also rescued these people. It could be said that he was their benefactor. Unexpectedly, this Wu Huang did not trust him even though he had saved his life. Where is Heavenly General Li? Is he in Mystic Lady Palace? Gu Chen thought about it. Since ancient heaven was holding back from Jiang Beiming and the others, the information he learned from them might not be accurate enough. It was better to meet Li Xuanyu directly. Heavenly General Li has been staying in the Mystic Lady Palace for the past 2 days, but he's extremely busy. We haven't seen him for many days, Jiang Beiming said. It's good that he's here. Gu Chen smiled and extended his divine sense again, carefully searching for Li Xuanyu's location. Strangely, he didn't see him in any public places in the palace, and he didn't know what he was busy with. The rest of the palaces that he couldn't search were all with divine sense restrictions. Gu Chen guessed that Li Xuanyu should be in one of them, and he wanted to find him. At this time, the female disciple who brought him to his residence returned and bowed respectfully. Tyrant, Heavenly General Li invites you to come with me. Gu Chen didn't refuse and followed them. It's really a pillow when you are sleepy. In a hall deep in the Mystic Lady Palace, Li Xuanyu sat on the seat, the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes all wrinkled together, and he looked like he had a lot on his mind. There was not a single person in the entire hall. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Heavenly General Li, is there something bothering you? Suddenly, a voice sounded outside the hall, and Li Xuanyu's face lit up, and he immediately stood up. Gu Chen walked in through the door with a smile. Li Xuanyu looked at Gu Chen, who he hadn't seen for a long time, and his expression was complicated and excited. Good, you're finally back. When the old man was imprisoned by the Pure Spirit Kingdom, he heard about what happened in the Divine Realm. Li Xuanyu talked about what happened 2 years ago. He knew the reason why Gu Chen left ancient heaven 2 years ago, and he wanted to start from this aspect, fearing that Gu Chen might have a gap in his heart. However, Gu Chen interrupted him. I understand what Heavenly General Li wants to say, so let's get down to business. Gu Chen looked serious. Although he was banished when he left ancient heaven 2 years ago, it was also his personal choice, and there was nothing much to say. Li Xuanyu came to him as soon as he came back, so it must be an extremely important matter, and this was the top priority. Li Xuanyu saw that Guchen didn't resent being banished from ancient heaven, and only wanted to help solve the problem, and he was touched and nodded. I believe Daoist Jiang and the others have told you about the current situation in ancient heaven? He asked. Guchen touched his nose, and his eyes were solemn. They've told us everything they know. The Heavenly Music Pavilion and various secret divisions have been destroyed one after another. Even the Mystic Lady Palace is on the verge of being exposed. Could it be that another spy has appeared in the ancient celestial court? When Guchen heard that the ancient celestial court had been attacked, including the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, his first thought was that there were spies in the ancient celestial court. The enemy split up and attacked us accurately, causing us heavy losses. The old man's first thought was the same as yours, that there was a spy like Yuan Buhua, Li Xuanyu said. The enemy split up and attacked us accurately, causing us to suffer heavy losses. My first thought was the same as yours. I thought there was another spy like Yuan Buhua among us, Li Xuanyu said. Li Xuanyu nodded. The ones who have the ability to figure out so many important places in ancient heaven, especially the location of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, are the Heavenly Generals. Li Xuanyu nodded. There are only a few people in the celestial court who have the ability to figure out so many important places in ancient heaven, especially the location of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. It's the Heavenly Generals. And after the incident in the Pure Spirit Kingdom, the celestial court has already undergone a round of internal cleansing, and the Heavenly Generals are no longer suspected of being spies. Even so, we can't rule out the possibility that there are people hiding deeper, Guchen said thoughtfully. The problem is that we successfully captured an Outer Realm prodigy and got some useful information from him before he died. There's a young supremacy from the Outer Realm who seems to have the ability in this area. Li Xuanyu sighed. Oh? Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. Feng Wen, a prodigy of the Fifth Realm. Although he's not one of the top 10 supremacy youths from the Outer Realm that everyone knows, it's said that he has the ability that even the top 10 supremacy youths don't dare to underestimate. Rumor has it that he's good at locating dragons, astrology, and divination. He can know things that others don't. It's said that the locations of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion and many secret divisions were calculated by him. Li Xuanyu's face was filled with helplessness. The sneak attack was not because there was a spy, but because there was someone who knew everything. This feeling was too terrifying. Is this information reliable? Guchen frowned. If the enemy really had this ability, it was only a matter of time before the Mystic Lady Palace was exposed. I'm afraid it's 90% true. Li Xuanyu smiled bitterly and continued. Apart from this unknown supremacy youths, the main ones who attacked the Heavenly Sound Pavilion were two famous supremacy youths, Lei Xiaozi and Yu Zhenren. The strength of these two people is too terrifying. They live up to their reputation as supremacy youths. Even the Mystic Lady and I couldn't take down Yu Zhenren. As for Lei Xiaozi, he completely suppressed Wu Huang, who also belongs to the Tao of Thunder. He almost lost his life. Li Xuanyu's face darkened when he mentioned these two people. It was obvious that he had been injured in the battle earlier, and his injuries were caused by Yu Zhenren. Guchen was not surprised to hear this. He had fought with Xiong before and knew how powerful geniuses of the same level as him were. Although Li Xuanyu was a quasi-emperor and the son of immortal Emperor Taishu, he couldn't gain any advantage against the supremacy youths of the Outer Realm. If that's the case, ancient heaven is now facing the threat of 3 supremacy youths. Guchen pondered seriously. If Lei Xiaozi and Yu Zhenren were of the same level as Xiong, they would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was also the strange Feng Wen. People who could calculate everything were the most dangerous. Apart from these 3, there are other geniuses of the Outer Realm who are not easy to deal with. The weakest among them is a late immortal venerable, and they all have strange abilities. In addition, the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan are in cahoots with them, which makes Ancient Heaven's situation even worse. The current situation is very bad. They are constantly narrowing down the search area. Once they confirm the location of the Mystic Lady Palace, the forces that will take action will definitely surpass our estimation. Li Xuanyu had been so worried these days that he had lost a lot of beard. According to your estimation, how long will it take for them to lock onto the location of the Mystic Lady Palace? Guchen asked. At most half a month. We will be discovered. Once the Mystic Lady Palace is exposed, we can only fight to the death. There will be no way out. Li Xuanyu's situation was even worse than Brother Zhong's. It was as if they were forced to the city walls. Friend Gu, why didn't you bring Friend Hai back this time? Where did he go? If he comes, we'll have one more powerful force. Li Xuanyu asked in confusion. I have other things that I need Friend Hai's help with. I didn't expect the situation to be this bad. Guchen shook his head. Li Xuanyu felt depressed. Ancient Heaven was already at a moment of life and death. What could Hai Dongqing be busy with? Even though he had defected to Gu Chen's side, his position as a heaven general was still there. As the two conversed, Gu Chen finally had a clear understanding of the current situation. When Li Xuanyu mentioned the death of the desolate emperor, his expression became dejected. Big brother Huang died in the Battle of the Milky Way. This is a great loss for my ancient heaven. It's all my fault for not being able to protect him in time. Gu Chen shook his head. This matter couldn't be blamed on Li Xuanyu. It was clear that the Outer Realm geniuses had made a meticulous plan to destroy the desolate emperor and ancient heaven. Even he could only predict Xiong Jun's movements, but he didn't expect so many young supreme beings to be involved. Fellow Taoist man told the old man about the cause and effect of Xiong Jun's death, including the matter of you killing Xiong Jun. According to our investigation, the news of Big Brother Huang's battle with the desolate god was leaked by Xiong Jun. He tried to use other geniuses to restrain ancient heaven. However, when news leaked out, the direction of the situation became completely different. That Feng Wen, Lei Xiaozi, Daoist Yu, as well as Mu Chungfeng, Blue Moon Scholar and the other geniuses who surrounded Big Brother Huang joined hands to wipe out Big Brother Huang and my ancient heavenly court. Fortunately, Big Brother Huang broke through to become an emperor in the end, killing two young supreme beings with his own strength. The escaped Mu Chungfeng also lost his fighting strength, or else if they met up with Feng Wen and the others, ancient heavenly court's current situation might be even worse. Li Xuanyu sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. Compared to Gu Chen, he knew Heaven General Huang even earlier. Back when the immortal world still existed, he was still a child. Heaven General Huang had long since grown up and took good care of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him Big Brother Huang. To him, Li Xuanyu was an amiable and respectable senior. He had been busy dealing with ancient heaven's crisis and didn't have time to mourn the desolate emperor. But now, after a long conversation with Gu Chen, sorrow surged in his heart. Gu Chen was infected by Li Xuanyu's emotions and couldn't help but clench his fists. The cause and effect of the desolate emperor's death was finally clear. Xiong Jun was undoubtedly the main culprit, but the remaining young supreme beings were also involved. The fifth world's genius Feng Wen, who was proficient in dragon tracking and divination, Lei Xiao and Daoist Yu were two of the 10 Outer Realm young paragons. There was also the void roaming sword, Mu Chungfeng, who had luckily escaped back then. Gu Chen memorized the names and origins of these four supremes. He secretly swore that he would kill them with his own hands to comfort the soul of the desolate emperor in heaven. Friend Gu, the old man is very grateful that you are able to return this time. The old man also knows about your intention to hold a meeting in the heavenly music parlor. We'll talk about the meeting after we get through this crisis. Now, let's fight side by side, okay? Realizing that he had lost his composure, Li Xuanyu calmed himself down and said sincerely. Gu Chen restrained the boiling killing intent in his heart towards the few supreme martial artists and nodded. Then, he recalled what he had heard from his companions and couldn't help but speak. As for the Wild's God race, I wonder how the ancient heaven will deal with them. They're not weak either. Li Xuanyu had guessed that Gu Chen would bring up this matter and sighed. The old man has already learned about the Wild's God race from fellow Taoist man. Since the grievances between Big Brother Huang and the Wild's God race have been resolved, and the Wild's God race has joined your banner, it's not impossible for them to join my ancient heaven. The old man supports this matter. But things aren't that simple. The Wild's God race was once a first-rate force in the divine realm, and they have persecuted the cultivators of my ancient heaven for the past 1,000,000 years. The conflict between the two sides is deep and complicated. When Gu Chen heard this, his lips curled into a cold smile. Another confrontation between immortals and gods? Li Xuanyu didn't speak. He already knew Gu Chen's position. He advocated reconciliation between immortals and gods. I heard that there are people in ancient heaven who don't trust me and feel that my position isn't firm. Is it Wu Huang, or perhaps even more? Gu Chen thought of what Big Brother Jiang had said and asked. Li Xuanyu suddenly wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't want Gu Chen to know about this. After all, he had just returned and didn't want to ruin their relationship. Heavenly General Li, please speak. Gu Chen asked. What happened in the divine realm has indeed caused some people to have some complaints about Friend Gu, but everyone still welcomes your return. Li Xuanyu said implicitly. I'm afraid that's not the case. Otherwise, with Big Brother Jiang and Azure Ox's strength, they wouldn't stay in this mysterious lady palace and do nothing. Gu Chen shook his head. Li Xuanyu was speechless for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he tactfully said. Heavenly General Lei and others hope to hold a meeting in the Heavenly Sound Pavilion to confirm your position before discussing these matters. When Gu Chen heard this, his heart turned cold. They heard that ancient heaven was in trouble and rushed over, but they didn't expect to be trusted. Although Li Xuanyu was good to him, everything he said now was just an excuse. He hoped to stabilize himself. From his point of view, this was not wrong. After all, ancient heaven needed his combat strength now, and he couldn't offend others too much. However, in Gu Chen's view, on the one hand, they needed his help, but on the other hand, they didn't give him a definite answer. If Li Xuanyu could withstand the doubts of others and rest assured to treat Big Brother Jiang and Azure Ox as comrades, then the words fight side by side just now would be sincere enough. I understand. Let's wait for the meeting to discuss everything. Gu Chen suddenly felt that it was useless to talk to Li Xuanyu. Li Xuanyu's life had been pursuing the path of stability and safety, which was different from him. He casually found an excuse and turned to leave the hall. Li Xuanyu knew that Gu Chen was a little disappointed in him and said to his back with guilt in his eyes. Friend Gu, the old man supports you. I really hope that you can become a desolate heavenly general again. As soon as Gu Chen walked to the door, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He turned his head and said coldly. Heavenly General Li, do you think that I came back this time just to continue to be a desolate heavenly general? Li Xuanyu's expression was shocked. For a moment, he didn't understand what Gu Chen meant. What I want is a brand new celestial court. Gu Chen said resolutely and decisively. After that, he strode out of the door, leaving Li Xuanyu, who was greatly shocked. A brand new celestial court. A long time after Gu Chen left, Li Xuanyu's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He vaguely understood what he wanted to do. On the way back to his residence, Gu Chen was in a bad mood. Li Xuanyu's neutrality and the other heavenly generals' distrust disappointed him. He wanted to integrate ancient heaven and make it the foundation of the new celestial court. He had to solve this problem. He suddenly understood Tang Ning. Previously, in order to integrate ancient heaven, Tang Ning did not hesitate to borrow the power of the pure spirit kingdom. Although it seemed extreme, it temporarily restored the vitality of ancient heaven. The composition of the forces that formed ancient heaven was too complicated. If they all said their own thing, they would ultimately be in a state of disunity. Only a powerful ruler could make the behemoth ancient heaven erupt with great power, because the truth was often in the hands of a few people. Thinking of Tang Ning, Gu Chen couldn't help but touch his chin, curious about his current situation. If I want to reorganize ancient heaven, Tang Ning might be able to help me. In addition, that supremacy Fangwen from the outer realm isn't simple. If he's really like the rumors say, perhaps only Tang Ning can deal with him. Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he seriously pondered. The plan to attack the desolate emperor and ancient heaven was so meticulous that it couldn't have been done without an expert. Fangwen had clearly played an important role. The main reason why ancient heaven had suffered such heavy losses was because of him. Gu Chen was very clear about how terrifying divination techniques related to the Tao of Fate were. No matter how powerful one was, they could die if they weren't careful. Tang Ning was known as the Book of Lives and was ranked third on the Immortal Execution Board. Only he could deal with Fangwen. The more Gu Chen thought about it, the more he felt the need to find Tang Ning. When he returned to his residence, he asked Big Brother Jiang if there was any news about Tang Ning. I've heard about Tang Ning before. It said that after he was stripped of his position as a heavenly general, he left ancient heaven. Some say that he was imprisoned to reflect, while others say that he went into seclusion, answered Jiang Beiming. Jiang Beiming replied. He was indebted to Tongning, so he was naturally concerned about her whereabouts. Gu Chen frowned. If Tang Ning went into seclusion, that would be troublesome. Where could he find him? Although I don't know where Tang Ning went, there's someone in ancient heaven who should know, said Jiang Beiming with a thought-provoking smile. Who? Gu Chen was stunned. The Empyrean Maiden. It's rumored that the Empyrean Maiden has an extraordinary relationship with Tang Ning. Don't you know? Jiang Beiming winked. There's such a thing? Gu Chen was very surprised. He thought about it carefully. Compared to the other heavenly generals, Tang Ning's relationship with the Empyrean fairy was indeed better. You've only been in the ancient heaven for a short time and you only know how to cultivate. That's why you've never heard of these affairs. Jiang Beiming shook his head and was about to talk about some indescribable things he had heard in the streets. The dragon horse and the white ape immediately gathered around to listen. Gu Chen shook his head and returned to his room to rest. Since the mysterious lady might know, I will ask her when she returns to the mysterious lady palace. The news of Overlord Gu Chen's return to ancient heaven quickly spread in Fairy Lady Palace, causing a lot of commotion in ancient heaven. Many celestial soldiers had different opinions about the Overlord, who had only been a celestial general for a short period of time. Some thought that his return would alleviate the crisis that ancient heaven was facing, while others thought that his position in the divine realm was unclear and could not be easily trusted. The only thing that both sides had in common was that no one questioned his strength. The story of the Desolation Emperor's battle in the Milky Way had long been spread. As the successor of the Desolation Emperor, many people had great expectations for Gu Chen. A few days after Gu Chen's return, many commanders of the Celestial Army came to see him. The celestial generals who had gone out to battle would also come to visit him as soon as they returned. Gu Chen did not reject any of the visitors. From their words, he could more directly understand the current situation on the battlefield. The situation was not optimistic. The allied forces led by the three young supreme venerables from the outer realm were closing in step by step. They were constantly shrinking the range of activities in ancient heaven. It would not be long before the Empyrean Fairy Palace was exposed. Every day, a large number of celestial soldiers were injured or killed. Their route was often inexplicably discovered, and then they encountered inhumane massacres. If the fall of the celestial soldiers was an inevitable loss of war, then the successive sacrifice of several celestial generals left a deep shadow in the hearts of everyone in ancient heaven. Gu Chen learned from the heavenly general Lan that there were less than 20 celestial generals in ancient heaven. There were only 19 left. What did it mean that there were only 19 celestial generals left? When Gu Chen first attended the heavenly music parlor meeting, there were 30 celestial generals present. In just a few years, 1/3 of the celestial generals had fallen. It was easy to imagine how weak ancient heaven was. Although the fall of the celestial generals was not entirely due to this battle, but also because of the chaos in the divine realm 2 years ago, the losses brought about by this disaster were still unbearable. When the primeval immortal world was still around, there used to be 108 celestial generals in ancient heaven. How miserable was it now? If the Desolation Emperor knew about this in the underworld, he would definitely die with even more grievances. Thinking of this, Gu Chen was even more determined to reform ancient heaven. Because some people in ancient heaven did not trust Gu Chen's group, Gu Chen did not go out to participate in the battle. He watched the entire battle from the sidelines and made his own strategic considerations. On the 4th day of staying in the Mystic Fairy Palace, the Mystic Fairy returned. She had just returned and did not need Gu Chen to find her. She went to Gu Chen's residence by herself. The two sat face to face, and Gu Chen personally poured tea for the Mystic Fairy. Although the two had seen each other many times on different occasions, they were not very familiar with each other. Hence, the Mystic Fairy's behavior was a little unnatural. After drinking a cup of tea, the Mystic Fairy adjusted her state of mind. When she spoke, she did not mention the current depressed situation of the war. Instead, she talked about the vast starry sky. Now everyone says that the 9th realm has ushered in a golden era. Experts are emerging one after another, and geniuses from the outer realm are also coming in droves to get a share of the loot. What do you think, Tyrant? Guchen glanced at the Empyrean fairy in surprise and answered concisely. The golden era only belongs to the ninth realm. The mystic fairy smiled and said heartily. At the Heavenly Sound Pavilion meeting, no matter what the tyrant wants to do, I will stand by your side. Guchen raised his eyebrows. No matter what I do, you will. Follow me? The mystic fairy nodded with certainty, as if she had long understood the purpose of Guchen's return to the celestial court. Guchen could not help but feel a burst of admiration in his heart. She was so swift and decisive. No wonder people said that the mystic fairy was the embodiment of beauty and wisdom. After exchanging views on the current situation with the mystic fairy, Guchen asked about Tang Ning. At the mention of Tang Ning, the expression of the mystic fairy, who had been able to answer fluently, became a little more complicated. Guchen touched his chin. It seemed that what Brother Jiang had said was true. The mystic fairy and Tang Ning really had something going on. I wonder why the tyrant is looking for Tang Ning. The mystic fairy pondered. I have something I need his help with. Guchen smiled. The mystic fairy's expression suddenly became strange. Doesn't the tyrant care about the fact that Tang Ning expelled you from the ancient heaven? Guchen shook his head and said. Although Tang Ning expelled me from the ancient heaven, he did not do much harm to me. Moreover, he led me into the starry sky and gave me an opportunity. This is a favor. People tend to only remember enmity and forget kindness. It's rare to see someone like the tyrant, the Empyrean fairy lamented. Do you know where Tang Ning is now? Guchen asked again. I know. After he was removed from the position of Heavenly General 2 years ago, Tang Ning said that he wanted to imprison himself to reflect on himself. He has been living in seclusion until now. The mystic fairy answered truthfully. Oh? Where is he living in seclusion now? Guchen's eyes could not help but light up. Speaking of which, the place where he lives in seclusion is not far from the mystic fairy palace. He was the one who shamelessly asked for it from me. Guchen was overjoyed. It would be great if Tang Ning was not far away. How long will it take to get there? Can you tell me the exact location? 2 days is enough. But the tyrant has met Tang Ning. Are you going to bring him back? She asked curiously. Guchen nodded. What happened 2 years ago has caused some heaven generals to be against Tang Ning. If the tyrant does this, I'm afraid he will face more opposition at the meeting, she said in a low voice. Don't you have the support of the mystic fairy? Since I'm already here, I'll take things as they come. I'm mentally prepared. Guchen smiled casually. She did not say anything else. She imprinted a star map with her consciousness and handed it to Guchen. The ancient heaven is in a critical situation. The situation is changing every day. I won't be accompanying the tyrant. Guchen took the star map and studied it carefully. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, the Empyrean fairy stood up and bade farewell. Guchen walked her to the door. Tang Ning's position has always been clear. He doesn't agree with the tyrant. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the tyrant to make him come out again. I hope everything goes well for the tyrant. It would be best if he could come back. She sighed before she left. I'll convince him. Guchen was calm and confident. She did not say anything else and left Guchen's residence. After she left, Guchen informed his companions and decided to leave the mystic fairy palace alone to go to Tang Ning's place of seclusion. He left the white ape and the dragon horse behind in case anything happened to the mystic fairy palace while he was away. After arranging everything, he quietly left the mystic fairy palace without Li Xuanyu knowing. The Jade Spring Star region was known as the most beautiful star region in the ninth realm. The starry sky here was not as dark and desolate as the other star regions. Even on the star passages without life stars, the starry sky was like a jade plate, emitting a warm luster. Along the way, even the most ordinary meteors showed 7 colors, causing the starry sky to look like it was inlaid with pearls. The reason for this was that the meteorites here were different from other places. Many of them were rare ores, which was why they were so colorful. Every now and then, there would be large mining spaceships operating in Jade Spring Galaxy, selling the exquisite and rare ores here to the other 11 galaxies. Over time, Jade Spring Galaxy became known for its beauty and abundance of natural resources. It was a place that many cultivators who traveled among the stars yearned to visit. Rumor had it that the Jade Spring Galaxy had so many rare ores because of the collapse of the immortal world during the end of the primordial era. It was said that when the world of immortals had collapsed, most of its regions had disintegrated in the domain of Jade Spring. The countless ores here had once belonged to the world of immortals. There was no way to verify whether the legend was true or not. However, it had also left behind many myths about the immortal world in the Jade Spring Galaxy. On the beautiful star path, Guchen used the treading stars and carrying moon steps, unhurriedly heading towards the place where Tang Ning lived in seclusion. The surrounding scenery was pleasing to his eyes. If ancient heaven loses this battle, I'm afraid that this beautiful scenery will be completely destroyed. Guchen muttered to himself. The neighboring star paths were engaged in endless battles, so the peace and beauty here would not last for long. Traveling faster than the mystic maiden had expected, Guchen arrived at the place where Tang Ning lived in seclusion in just half a day. That's strange. Where is it? At this moment, Guchen was holding a star map and scanning the area in front of him with a slight frown. This was his destination. According to the map, there should be an extremely small life star here, and Tang Ning was living in seclusion on it. However, there was nothing in front of him. The scenery in front of him was similar to the scenery along the way. As Guchen pondered, his eyes suddenly lit up with a purple-green glow. With the purple extreme eyes and the divine observation physique stacked together, the scenery in front of Guchen instantly changed. In his eyes, there was a huge array in front of him. The design was very exquisite, and it covered a dark green life star. Guchen smiled, identified the path below, stepped into the illusion array, and flew straight to the life star in front of him. This life star was much smaller than an ordinary planet, and not much bigger than a meteorite. However, the planet was full of vitality, and dark green vegetation covered the surface. Just as Guchen was about to pass through the atmosphere and enter the life star, his expression suddenly changed. There were many corpses floating in the void in front of him. Each of them had died a horrible death, and their faces were filled with fear. He casually grabbed the corpses and pulled them in front of him, examining them. Some of the corpses looked very strange. Although they were dead, their eyes were wide open, and their pupils were divided into four, with a deep red color. These are the people of the Eye race. Guchen recognized the origin of these corpses. The Eye race was a very strange race. Their strength was all in their eyes, and their characteristics were also very obvious. He walked to the other corpses in front of him, and quickly recognized one of them as belonging to the gold race. It seems like Tang Ning was attacked. Guchen's expression darkened. The cultivators of the gold race and the Eye race would not coincidentally appear here. They must have come for Tang Ning. Only the Empyrean fairy knew that Tang Ning was living in seclusion here, and even the other celestial generals did not know about it. How did the gold race and the Eye race find him? Guchen could not help but think of the legendary Fengwen. Could it be that he already had his eyes on Tang Ning, and accurately calculated his position? If that was the case, this person was really scary. Guchen became anxious. He waved his sleeves, and all the corpses were blown away, and he rushed to the surface. If something had happened to Tang Ning, then the situation was not good. Guchen's soul consciousness spread out in all directions. Soon, he found some clues in a corner of this life star. Swoosh! He took a step and came to the sky above a bamboo forest. This bamboo forest was very quiet. There was a small bridge in the forest, and further in were a few thatched cottages. There were signs of people living here, and it was obviously Tang Ning's residence. Guchen looked down and saw a person tied to a wooden stake in the courtyard, and in a thatched cottage not far away, there was a very familiar aura, and even snoring sounds. Guchen felt the scene, and instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and landed in the courtyard. The person tied to the wooden stake in the courtyard was a young man. He had a very handsome face, especially his eyes, which seemed to be broken into several pieces, and were constantly moving along a mysterious path, giving people a mysterious feeling. Unfortunately, his clothes were tattered, and many parts of his body were badly mutilated, as if he had gone through a torture. Sensing that someone had appeared, the young man raised his head, and when he saw Guchen, his face was full of shock. It's you, Tyrant. Guchen looked at him and finally came up with a name. Yuanbo? The person in front of him seemed to be a famous genius of the Eye race, and Guchen had once fought against him in the arena of the gods. However, at that time, he was dealing with a whole group of geniuses, so he did not pay much attention to this person. Why are you here? Guchen asked curiously. Hearing this, Yuanbo clenched his fists tightly and remained silent. It was a pity that he was tied up, otherwise he would have already attacked. Even if Yuanbo didn't say anything, Guchen could guess. Based on the corpses floating in the atmosphere, Yuanbo must have been captured by Tongning. Why are you here? Just then, Tang Ning walked out of the cottage with disheveled hair and sleepy eyes. He stretched and yawned. Guchen looked at him and saw that his face was full of stubble, and his clothes seemed to have not been washed for many days. He even reeked of alcohol. Guchen couldn't help but laugh. I'm here to look for you. Hearing this, Tang Ning smiled faintly. You came at the right time. I was just about to cook. Have some. Then, without waiting for Guchen to agree or refuse, he turned around and walked to the nearby cottage, taking out a pile of firewood. He set up a bonfire in the courtyard, then took out a strange beast carcass from his storage ring, skewered it with an iron rod, and roasted it over the fire. Seeing this scene, Yuanbo, who was tied up in the distance, was shocked, as if Tang Ning had violated some taboo. What kind of beast is this? Guchen noticed Yuanbo's expression and saw that the beast looked like a horse, a deer, a cow, and a donkey. He had never seen it before, so he asked curiously. This beast is called David's deer. It's a great tonic. You're lucky to have it. Smiling, Tang Ning fiddled with the bonfire, trying to roast the meat of David's deer. Unfortunately, the firewood had burned out, and only the skin of the beast was cooked. This firewood is too ordinary. I can't cook it. Wait. Tang Ning immediately searched his storage ring and took out a guqin. This zither was obviously not an ordinary item, but Tang Ning used it as firewood and casually threw it into the bonfire. Poochie. The bonfire burned brightly, and the meat of David's deer emitted a meaty fragrance. Guchen teased as he watched Tongning busily barbecuing. Other people live in seclusion with the wind, playing the guqin and flute, but you burn the guqin and cook the crane, getting drunk every day. Playing the guqin and flute is just to show off. How can it compare to wine and game? Tang Ning finally roasted the meat. He sprinkled some seasoning on it and handed a delicious roasted leg to Guchen. Guchen took it and took a bite. The meat actually left a fragrance in his mouth and made his body feel warm. It was no worse than any immortal pill. It's really a great tonic. I wonder where it came from. Guchen exclaimed in admiration. A young man from the outer realm called Fangwen sent it. Tang Ning giggled. Guchen's face suddenly froze and he almost choked. Really? Why would I lie to you? Tang Ning drank a mouthful of wine, looking intoxicated. Then, she passed the wine pot to Guchen. Guchen took it, took a big gulp, and scolded with a smile. What is going on? That Fangwen was calculating my position, so I purposely leaked it. Then, this David's deer led a large group of people to my door and wanted to kill me. Although that brat has some ability, he underestimated me too much. He actually thought that he could deal with me with his mount. So, I roasted this David's deer and ate it. Tang Ning tore a piece of meat and threw it in Yuanba's direction. At the same time, he loosened the rope that bound Yuanba. Yuanba caught the roasted meat with a face full of hesitation. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had been tied up by Tang Ning for many days, so he was both hungry and thirsty. The meat of the David's deer was a rare delicacy, and it made him want to eat it. However, when he thought of the fact that the 4 odd beasts were Fangwen's mounts, he suddenly lost his courage. If Fangwen were to find out about this, he would definitely suffer the consequences. Tang Ning shook his head when he saw that Yuanba didn't dare to eat it. How pitiful. No matter what, you are a publicly acknowledged genius of the 9th world and can be ranked in the top 5 of the 10,000 races. Yet, you are so afraid of a brat from the 9th world that you don't even dare to eat the meat of his mount. Tang Ning's ridicule made Yuanba's face turn red. His Dao heart almost shattered, and his entire body trembled in shame. Guchen watched all this in silence. It was indeed sad. Yuanba was an influential figure on the Myriad Gods Mountain in the past, but now, he was willing to be enslaved by the geniuses from the ninth world. He no longer had any ambitions. If he couldn't get rid of his fear of the geniuses from the ninth world, his cultivation would probably stop here. In fact, it wasn't just him. Guchen recalled that during the Battle of the Milky Way, Gu Xuanfeng and Ho Zhou had also defected to the young supremes from the ninth world. They were originally the most dazzling geniuses of the ninth world, but in this golden era, they were willing to serve as foils. Yuanba was absent-mindedly holding a piece of meat. Guchen no longer paid attention to him and started chatting with Tang Ning. It seems like you have already fought with Fangwen. That's good. It seems like you know the situation in the outside world better than anyone else. Guchen said. When he heard that Tang Ning was living in seclusion near the Mystic Maiden Palace, Guchen had a hunch. Perhaps Tang Ning had never truly lived in seclusion. It was just a facade. He was still concerned about the situation in the outside world. He had chosen to live in seclusion not far from the Mystic Maiden Palace. Guchen even suspected that he had predicted that this place would become the battlefield of the ancient heaven. 2 years ago, when the Outer World 100 arrived in the ninth world, I had been paying attention to their movements. Of course I know the situation. Tang Ning drank a mouthful of wine. His gaze became pained. Unfortunately, I miscalculated. I didn't predict that the desolate emperor would die. What exactly happened? Guchen asked. When the Outer World 100 arrived, I predicted that they would die. I originally wanted to secretly observe their movements and understand Xing Jun's motives, but I didn't expect my plan to be discovered by Fangwen. Fangwen claims to be a Foresight Genesis master. Over the past 2 years, he has secretly fought with me countless times. Because of him, I was unable to pay attention to the other young supremes. Because of this, when the Battle of the Milky Way happened, I was unable to detect it in advance. As a result, the desolate emperor died in battle and the ancient heaven suffered great losses. When Tang Ning mentioned this, his expression became extremely gloomy. He fiercely bit into the meat and swallowed it. Guchen was shocked when he heard this. Tang Ning was known as the calculator of lives. He had schemed against Guchen many times in the past, and he had succeeded almost every time. He could be said to be the brains of the ancient heaven and a rare genius in the ninth world. He had never expected that he would suffer at the hands of Fangwen. The Genesis Masters with foresight, what kind of inheritance was that? Even Tang Ning had suffered a setback. At least you've recovered some ground, right? Guchen looked at the roasted meat in his hand. That's right. After the attack on the ancient heaven, I immediately woke up and have been secretly competing with him. I knew that he wanted to know my location, so I purposely left an opening to lure him here. Originally, I wanted to say that if he came, I would use all my strength to kill him and get rid of a huge threat for the ancient heaven. However, I didn't expect that kid to be so arrogant. He actually thought that he could deal with me by sending his mount. Those who could be crowned with the title of young paragon were not easy to deal with. The mighty army relied on the law of strength to fight bravely, while Fangwen relied on scheming to attack cities and plunder territories. However, these two extraordinary figures were not among the famous 10 great paragons. It could be seen that the Outer World 100 was a place of hidden talents. The situation in ancient heaven is not optimistic. Since you've already fought with Fangwen, why don't you return with me? Guchen told Tang Ning his intentions. Tang Ning immediately shook his head. I can still fight with Fangwen by staying here. On the contrary, if I return, it will attract unnecessary trouble. You're worried about Wu Huang and the others? Guchen asked. No matter what, I did use unscrupulous methods 2 years ago. If I'm here, ancient heaven will be in conflict, Tang Ning said in a heavy tone as he drank a mouthful of wine. He thought of the large number of his companions who had died in the chaos of the divine realm. In the end, those people's sacrifices could only be counted on him. Sealing himself here for the past 2 years was a form of punishment for himself. Guchen understood what Tang Ning meant, and the corners of his mouth curled up. So you're saying that you're not going to return to ancient heaven, even at this critical moment of life and death? Dealing with Fongwen is the only thing I can do for ancient heaven. As for the rest, leave it to Friendly and the others. Moreover, you've already returned to ancient heaven, so there's even less of a need for me. Tang Ming's tone was firm, as if he had no intention of changing his mind. What if I say that my purpose of coming here is not to bring you back to ancient heaven? Guchen changed the topic. Tang Ming's wine jug was about to reach his mouth when he suddenly stopped and looked at Guchen in surprise. What do you mean? I'm not here on behalf of ancient heaven to persuade you to return. I'm here to take you in myself. Guchen said calmly. Tang Ming was stunned and didn't even notice that the wine jug had been taken away by Guchen. This wine is really good. Guchen sighed in admiration after he finished drinking. The aftertaste lingered in his mouth. Tang Ming finally snapped out of her daze and furrowed her brows. Speak clearly. I plan to build a new heavenly court, one that includes both the immortal realm and the god realm. Be it in terms of strength or shrewdness, you are not bad. You are both powerful and scheming, so come out and assist me. Tang Ming's expression changed. She didn't expect Guchen to be so straightforward. To be honest, he had guessed that Guchen would return to the ancient celestial court ever since the result of the Milky Way battle had been announced. However, he had thought that Guchen had only returned to repay the desolate emperor's kindness. He had not expected Guchen to have such a big plan. Moreover, Guchen had told him about it directly. Wanting him to assist him, Tang Ming was so angry that she started laughing. You were just saying that Fongwen is arrogant. I didn't expect you to be no better than him. I'll think about it. Guchen wasn't surprised by Tang Ming's reaction. Ignoring the fact that you are my junior, you should know my standpoint. I'm ranked 3rd on the Divine Realm's immortal execution list. I'm hated by all the Divine Realm factions. Since you want to build a faction that includes both the Celestial Court and the Celestial Court, you shouldn't have tried to recruit me, said Tang Ming. It's because you were once at odds with the Divine Realm that it's meaningful to take you in. If I can resolve the grudge between you and the Divine Realm factions, my plan will have taken a big step forward, said Guchen with a smile. Rascal, are you deliberately provoking me? Tang Ming raised his brows and raised his voice. In the past, many of my family, companions, and friends died because of the Divine Realm. It's precisely because of this that I've always been a staunch supporter of war. You clearly know all of this, yet you're saying it to me so frivolously? With your intelligence, there's no way you can't see the situation clearly. Guchen stared at Tang Ming meaningfully. Tang Ming snatched the wine flask from Guchen's hands and took a big gulp. He gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Guchen let him ponder as he got up and strolled around the courtyard. Although it's quiet here, your heart has never been at peace. Otherwise, you wouldn't be drunk every day. With your intelligence, you actually understand everything. However, you can't let go of the stubbornness in your heart. What do you know? Immortals and gods have been at odds for millions of years. Endless blood has been shed. How can we reconcile just like that, said Tang Ming angrily. With his usual wisdom, it was rare for him to lose his cool like this. There's no time for you to think it through. If you can't let go, then I'll make you let go. Guchen looked at the sky and stood with his hands behind his back. Oh? What are you going to do? Asked Tang Ming impatiently. I'll beat you until you're convinced. I said I'll take you in, so I'll definitely take you in. Guchen was calm and confident. Tang Ming gritted his teeth. You've really grown up. Are you that confident that you can beat me? Don't forget that you were just a country bumpkin from a fallen ancient planet. It's all thanks to my guidance. To put it nicely, it's guidance. To put it bluntly, it's scheming. Back then, you schemed against me so many times and caused me to go through so many dangers. If you happily agree to my request today, then everything will be written off. However, if you don't, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit and agree in the end. Guchen's words were overbearing, as if he was deliberately mocking people. Tang Ming was so angry that he jumped up. Come, I want to see how much you've grown. How dare you not take me seriously? If you can beat me to the ground, I'll listen to everything you say. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in the courtyard, and the entire bamboo forest rustled. As you wish. Gu Chen laughed mockingly. Half a day later. Several of Tang Ning's huts and courtyards were destroyed, and the entire bamboo forest was in a mess. He fell to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He looked at the sky absent-mindedly and murmured. I've lost. Looks like I can only listen to you. Gu Chen stood not far from him. There were no visible injuries on his body. He shook his head when he heard that. In fact, with Tang Ning's scheming and big-picture vision, he already knew what to do in the current situation. He lived in seclusion for 2 whole years. It looked like he was punishing himself, but in reality, it was also because he was lost. He knew what the right thing to do was, but he did not want to do it. Because immortals and gods had been in conflict for a whole million years. He was involved in it, and too much blood had been shed. How could he let it go so easily? Gu Chen saw this and knew that it was useless to persuade Tang Ning, because he understood all the principles. Therefore, he chose the simplest and crudest method, which was to use force to destroy the stubbornness in his heart. He was acting, and so was Tang Ning. Acting was like life. In the end, he found a way to convince himself to do what he should do. After a long time, Tang Ning, who was lying on the ground, got up. He cursed as he crawled. Stinking brat, you hit so hard. This is revenge. Gu Chen smiled but did not say anything. He knew that Tang Ning had let go of the past and finally chose righteousness. I can come out and help you. No matter what you want to do to rebuild the celestial court, let's get down to business first. Tang Ning rubbed his swollen face and walked toward Yu Wenba, who was not far away. Yu Wenba was still holding the meat that Tang Ning gave him. He was in a daze. Tang Ning walked in front of him and said coldly. So, do you understand now? Only then did Yu Wenbo raise his head. His eyes regained some luster. Feng Wen has already become a demon in your heart. If you want to improve further in this life, you can only do so with his death, Tang Ning said casually. Gu Chen fell into deep thought. It seemed that Tang Ning was trying to instigate Yu Wenbo to defect. No wonder he didn't kill him and only tied him up. It seemed that he had been brainwashing him for the past few days. It's impossible to kill him. That Feng Wen is a genius and knows everything. As long as I have the slightest thought of plotting against him, I will definitely die a horrible death. Yu Wenbo clenched his teeth as a struggle appeared on his face. You just need to lure him out. Leave the rest to us. What do you have to fear? Do you think that the two of us are unable to take down that Feng Wen? Tang Ning said patiently. Unfortunately, his face was swollen like a pig's head and was not very convincing. Yu Wenbo had a strange expression on his face as he looked at Gu Chen beside him. His heart was in turmoil. If you don't agree, only death awaits you. Gu Chen cooperated with Tang Ning and said. Yu Wenbo smiled bitterly and finally made a decision. Fine, I'll try to lure Feng Wen out. What do you want me to do? You should be able to contact Feng Wen, right? Tell him that his mount has already been killed by me. Only you managed to escape, and you are currently being chased by me. Tell him that you already know my entire plan. Tell him to come and save you quickly. Tang Ning smiled sinisterly. Yu Wenbo did not object. He quickly took out a voice-transmitting talisman and contacted Feng Wen according to Tang Ning's instructions. Will that Feng Wen come and save Yu Wenbo as you wish? Gu Chen asked curiously as he watched from the side. Tang Ning rubbed his chin and estimated. Over the past 2 years, I've sparred with that Feng Wen many times. We both want to see through each other. If he has the chance to know my plan, he shouldn't give up. Furthermore, his mount, the odd beast, is highly valued by him. Now that I've eaten it, the chances of him rushing over in a fit of rage will be even higher. Finally, there's one more thing. Judging from the fact that he only sent his mount to deal with me, he's very confident that I'm far weaker than him. In this case, the possibility of him guarding against it is very small. Therefore, there's a 70% chance that he'll show himself, and he doesn't know of your existence. When the time comes, you and I will join forces and have absolute confidence in eliminating this great enemy. Gu Chen nodded when he heard this. If Tang Ning's plan succeeded and she successfully eliminated Feng Wen, the crisis of the ancient heavenly court would be mostly resolved. However, what if Feng Wen did not come alone? If he had brought the other young supreme beings over, then they would have been the ones to suffer a calamity. Gu Chen expressed his concerns. Tang Ning said with a smile. You don't have to worry too much about this. I've researched the Outer World 100 seedlings, and they are actually not companions, but rather competitors. Especially the young supreme beings, all of them are proud and arrogant. If it wasn't to deal with a colossal existence like ancient heaven, they wouldn't have joined forces. Previously, he only sent his mount to deal with me. Based on Feng Wen's personality, he wouldn't call the other young supreme beings over. Hearing Tang Ning's confident tone, Gu Chen felt slightly relieved. Very soon, Yuan Bo finished communicating with Feng Wen. He's on the way here, and he told me to hurry to the Flux planet to wait for him. Feng Wen truthfully told them the content of their conversation. Then, he had a nervous expression. You guys must kill him successfully, or I'll be dead for sure. Don't worry, as long as he dares to show himself, he won't be able to live this time. A ruthless glint flashed in Tang Ning's eyes. After exchanging so many blows with Feng Wen, it was time to determine the victor. Originally, he was the only one who didn't have complete confidence in killing Feng Wen. But now that Gu Chen was here, his confidence was greatly boosted. The Flux planet is 2 days' journey away from here. Let's set off as soon as possible. Tang Ning said. Very soon, everyone left the planet where he had been living in seclusion. On the way, Yuan Bo traveled alone while Gu Chen and Tang Ning hid themselves to avoid giving themselves away. 2 days later, a slender hook-like dead star appeared in front of them. They had arrived at the Flux planet. Yuan Bo flew into the Flux planet according to Feng Wen's instructions, pretending to be calm while Gu Chen and Tang Ning hid in the dark. They were simultaneously observing the Flux planet and the star passages in the vicinity. Feng Wen could arrive at any time, or he might have already arrived. Yuan Bo stood on the Flux planet, feeling restless in his heart. He silently prayed that the battle between the two sides wouldn't involve him. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy injuries, allowing him to reap the benefits. That would be the best-case scenario. After waiting for 4 hours, Feng Wen didn't appear. Gu Chen said. Let Yuan Bo contact Feng Wen and see whether he's about to arrive or not. Tang Ning nodded and immediately secretly contacted Yuan Bo on the Flux planet. Unexpectedly, Yuan Bo didn't reply. What the hell is that guy doing? Tang Ning asked suspiciously. Gu Chen looked at Yuan Bo on the Flux planet and discovered that he wasn't moving at all. His posture was exactly the same as 4 hours ago. Gu Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Not good. The next instant, he and Tang Ning shouted at the same time and flew into the Flux planet. When they arrived in front of Yuan Bo, they discovered that his expression was wooden and his eyes were slack. He didn't have the slightest reaction to their arrival. Tang Ning grabbed his wrist and his complexion became gloomy. His body is still warm and there are still signs of life, but his soul is already dead. In the 4 hours that they had been waiting, Yuan Bo had unexpectedly died at some point, and the two of them hadn't even noticed it at all. Gu Chen's expression changed. Had Feng Wen killed Yuan Bo without them noticing? His divine sense seeped into Yuan Bo's body and carefully examined his situation. Very quickly, he discovered the cause of his death. In Yuan Bo's sea of consciousness, the space between the eyebrows of his nascent divinity had been pierced by a black nail. It was that nail that had erased all of his consciousness. When had this nail appeared? Had it always been in Yuan Bo's mind, or had it been taken out by someone during the past 4 hours? If it was the latter, then the terror of the person who had done it was simply unimaginable. Damn it, he saw through us. Tang Ning's mood was terrible. He had obviously lost this round. Gu Chen stood in his original position with a gloomy expression. He raised his head and looked around. If the other party had made his move during the past 4 hours, then he might be hiding somewhere and laughing at them. Moreover, after seeing them appear, the other party might even attack them. However, Gu Chen didn't find anything suspicious after looking around. The other party also didn't make his move, as if he wasn't here. What's going on? Gu Chen frowned. If the other party had the ability to kill Yuan Bo without anyone noticing, then he should have the confidence to deal with both of them at the same time. Gu Chen, look here. Tang Ning suddenly pointed at the place where Yuan Bo was standing. There was actually a wooden puppet hidden under the ground where Yuan Bo had been standing. This matter was clearly out of the ordinary. Gu Chen stretched out his hand, and the wooden puppet broke through the ground and landed in his hand. The puppet had a large head and a small body. Its body was tied with black ropes, and the smile on its face was eternally frozen. The strangest thing was that there was a rune similar to a snowflake between its eyebrows, and at the center of the rune was a hole. Gu Chen turned the puppet over to take a look, and his expression couldn't help but change. There were 2 lines of words on the back of the puppet's head. Fate, great misfortune. Shishir, Flux Star, Yuan Bo died here. When Gu Chen saw the 2 lines of words, he looked at the strange smile on the puppet's face, and a chill involuntarily spread through his body. It was very clear that Yuan Bo's death was inextricably linked to the puppet. The other party had used some kind of strange Taoist technique to kill Yuan Bo here. Tang Ning also saw the words on the puppet, and his expression changed. This puppet was clearly buried underground. Because it didn't emit any immortal energy fluctuations, we didn't discover it. This is a type of restrictive magic tool that Feng Wen had arranged beforehand to kill Yuan Bo. However, this flux star is so vast, yet Feng Wen was able to accurately predict where Yuan Bo would land, and even set the exact time of his death. At this moment, Tang Ning suddenly realized that he had underestimated Feng Wen's strength. Rather than saying that he calculated the time and place of Yuan Bo's death, it would be more accurate to say that he single-handedly decided his fate. Yuan Bo is considered a genius in our 9th world, but who would have thought that his fate would be so easily toyed with? This person's attainments in the Tao of Fate are terrifying. Ordinary Tao of Fate cultivators can only peek into the fate of others and influence them slightly, but he directly changed the fate of others. It was as if he had the book of life and death in his hand. Are Genesis Masters really so powerful? Gu Chen muttered. He looked at the puppet, and his heart began to stir. The words on the back of the puppet should be an incantation, but they were written in the language of the 9th world, so they could understand them. Could it be that the language of the outer world was the same as that of the 9th world? Obviously not. The other party did it on purpose. The other side wanted to tell them that their plan had been seen through by him. Not only would he not be fooled, but he would also kill their pawn, Yuan Bo, right in front of them. How confident was he? How calm was that? Gu Chen deeply experienced the elegance of a young sovereign from the outer realm. I was careless. Tang Ning's expression was solemn. He did not manage to predict the death of the desolate emperor. He originally thought that by killing the 4 odd beasts and using Yuan Bo, he would be able to turn the tables. He did not expect the tables to turn. He had been scheming against others his entire life, but now that he was facing a junior, he felt like he was losing out at every turn. There's no need to be depressed. You lost because you didn't understand the enemy's situation, not because you weren't as smart as him. Gu Chen shook his head. The outer realm cultivators possessed more knowledge than the 9th realm, and each of their orthodoxies had their own merits. That Genesis master had no idea how much power he had to be able to put Tang Ning at a disadvantage. The people of the outer realm understood the 9th realm very well and viewed them as natives of an uncivilized land, but they knew nothing about the outer realm. This was a weakness that could not be made up for at the moment. Since that guy used this method to kill Yuan Bo but did not show himself, it means that he most likely knows that you have a helper. Tang Ning, do you think he has divined my identity? Gu Chen pondered and was somewhat worried about this. That Feng Wen was simply too mysterious, and he did not know to what extent he could predict the future. If he could even calculate his own secrets, then he would definitely be a great enemy of his. He is proficient in the divination Tao like me, so he can divinate that I might have a helper. However, it is unlikely that he can divinate your true identity. We can only pray that he does not know your identity, or else we will fall into an even more disadvantageous situation. Tang Ning said worriedly. Gu Chen nodded. Since Yuan Bo was already dead, there was no point in staying here. Since we can't catch that Feng Wen, let's hurry back to the Mystic Lady Palace. I have already been gone for many days, and I don't know what the situation is like. Feng Wen could divinate their movements, and he could also use this to do other things. They had to hurry back as soon as possible. All right. Tang Ning did not refuse and returned to the Mystic Lady Palace with Gu Chen. Their journey through the star path was not very peaceful. Along the way, they would often discover some corpses floating in space. Some were heavenly soldiers and generals, while others belonged to foreign tribes. Both sides had clearly gone through a huge battle. Furthermore, as they got closer to the Mystic Lady Palace, the number of corpses they discovered increased. Guchen and Tang Ning's hearts sank when they saw this. This is not a good sign. The battlefield is getting closer and closer to the Mystic Lady Palace. I'm afraid that the location of the Mystic Lady Palace will be exposed soon. Guchen recalled what Li Xuanyu had said earlier. The Mystic Lady Palace would be exposed in at most half a month. Based on the current situation, it was obvious that it would be exposed earlier. The two of them quickened their pace and avoided the enemy troops they encountered along the way. They were fully focused on their journey. Finally, after 1.5 days, the two of them saw the majestic palace in the starry sky. Luckily, we are still in time. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Mystic Lady Palace was still in perfect condition. It was obvious that the decisive battle between both sides had yet to arrive. Tang Ning saw that they were about to return to the ancient heaven. He took out a mask from his storage ring and wore it. What are you doing? Guchen frowned. Wearing a mask can save me some trouble. I will reveal my face when I need it. Tang Ning explained. Upon hearing this, Guchen did not object. He brought Tang Ning and flew towards the Mystic Lady Palace. Before they got close, the two of them saw that the walls of the Mystic Lady Palace were filled with battle flags. There was a guard every 3 steps on the city gate tower. A murderous aura surged towards them. When Guchen was still 100 miles away, a team of patrolling heavenly soldiers came forward with spears in their hands. They were filled with murderous aura. Greetings, Overlord. When they saw that it was Guchen and there were only 2 of them, the heavenly soldiers retracted their murderous aura. However, their expressions became a little strange. What happened? Guchen asked. The security of the Mystic Lady Palace was much tighter than before he left. These heavenly soldiers were even more nervous. It was obvious that something big had happened. The location of the Mystic Lady Palace has been exposed. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals outside have returned. They ordered us to strengthen our defenses. They said that the enemy could attack at any time. The leader of the heavenly soldiers replied. Guchen and Tang Ning could not help but look at each other. In the end, their location was still exposed. It seemed that the battle that concerned the survival of the ancient heaven was about to come. Let's go. As soon as he stepped into Fantasy Lady Palace, just as the heavenly soldier had said, all the people outside had returned, making Fantasy Lady Palace extremely crowded. Not only were a large number of well-trained heavenly soldiers gathered here, but many affiliated forces of ancient heaven had also arrived. There was a hubbub of voices everywhere. Guchen returned to his residence first. On the way, he met many heavenly soldiers, who recognized him, and their expressions became a little strange. Something's wrong. The heavenly soldiers who interrogated you earlier and the others we met along the way all looked at you with strange expressions. Tang Ning noticed the abnormality and reminded Guchen. We'll know if we ask them. Guchen naturally also felt that those people looked at him with a kind of contradiction in their eyes, which was very puzzling. Soon, Guchen returned to his residence. As soon as he stepped in, he found that a lot of people had gathered in the hall. Not only were Jiang Beiming, White Ape, and other companions there, but even the barbarian chief, Long Yun, and Yu Xian of the Mirage Monsters had returned. They gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. As soon as Guchen returned, they all looked refreshed. Second brother, you're finally back. We didn't know what to do if you didn't come back. Guchen looked at the crowd and remembered the strange behavior of the heavenly soldiers he had seen along the way. What happened? Everyone looked at each other, then looked at the old leader of the barbarian tribe, deciding to let him speak about this matter. Little friend Gu, the location of Fantasy Lady Palace has been exposed, and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who went out have all returned. Half a day before you came back, they had a meeting, but it ended on a bad note, the old chief said. As a heavenly general, he had participated in that meeting, so he had a very clear view of the situation. Guchen immediately sensed that there was something wrong with his words. The meeting held by Ancient Heaven could only be to solve a life and death crisis. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be united, so how could it end on a bad note? What was discussed in the meeting? Is it related to me? Guchen narrowed his eyes. The old chief nodded, and his face became very gloomy. Originally, we had sent out all our men and horses to disturb the enemy. Logically speaking, the enemy should have needed another 6 to 7 days to discover the true location of the Mystic Lady Palace. But I didn't expect that 2 days ago, the enemy would send an emissary to the Mystic Lady Palace. Guchen felt a chill in his heart. If the emissary could come to the fairy palace, it meant that the enemy already had a clear idea of the location and had even investigated it thoroughly. However, since they had discovered the location, why didn't they directly launch a sneak attack? Instead, they sent envoys over. Earlier, they had resorted to sneak attacks to inflict serious damage on Ancient Heaven. There was no need to send an emissary. Sending an emissary would only give Ancient Heaven more time to prepare. That emissary claimed to represent the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan, and made a request to the Ancient Heaven. He said that as long as Ancient Heaven hands over the Overlord, the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan will retreat and no longer cooperate with the geniuses of the Outer Realm. The old chief's words were shocking. When Guchen and Tang Ning heard this, they immediately understood why those heavenly soldiers had looked at Guchen so strangely. They actually made such a request. The Gold Clan and the Eye Clan were first-rate forces in the Divine Realm, and they were the mainstay of the allied forces under the command of the young supreme martial artists. If they really withdrew their troops, then the crisis of Ancient Heaven would be half solved. Guchen understood why the meeting of Ancient Heaven ended on such a bad note. It seemed that someone in the celestial court was tempted and wanted to hand him over. Damn it, we came to help out of goodwill, but there are actually people who want to sacrifice Guchen in exchange for a chance of survival. What a sissy. What bullsh**. T Heavenly General, Tui. Dragon Horse said angrily. White Ape and Green Bull were also filled with righteous indignation. Before Guchen returned, a large group of people had been discussing this matter. Guchen realized that this matter concerned him, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he asked calmly. It's understandable that the Gold Clan wants my life. After all, I killed their clan leader in the Divine Realm. However, what's going on with the Eye Clan? Do they also have a deep hatred towards me? The old clan leader immediately said. The Eye Clan said that you killed the genius of their clan, Yuan Bo. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable and must be avenged. When Guchen heard this, his pupils shrank. Tang Ning, who was beside him, also had an extremely ugly expression. Feng Wen, a name appeared in their minds at the same time, and they realized what was going on. Yuan Bo was killed by Feng Wen's curse, but the Eye Clan said that he died in the hands of Guchen. This was obviously Feng Wen's doing. Feng Wen made the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan point their fingers at Guchen. This meant that he had already divined Guchen's identity and knew that Tang Ning was working together with him. The thing that Guchen was most worried about had happened. This person's divination ability was too powerful. When Yuan Bo contacted him, he didn't mention him at all, but he was able to guess his existence. Guchen's eyes flickered non-stop as he analyzed the entire matter. As long as we hand over Guchen, the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan will retreat? Even a child wouldn't believe this. Are the Heaven Generals of the Ancient Heaven all idiots? While everyone was discussing, the Dragon Horse said to the old clan leader and Yu Xian in an unfriendly tone. From its point of view, this was simply the behavior of an ingrate. No, it should be called an ingrate. Wolves wouldn't be so foolish to believe the words of the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan. The Dragon Horse's words weren't pleasant to hear, but the old clan leader and Yu Xian felt that they had let Guchen down. Thus, they didn't retort and sighed. Originally, a portion of the people in the Ancient Heaven didn't trust Guchen and felt that his position wasn't right. In addition, Guchen brought back the Desolate God Clan, who had many conflicts with the people in the Ancient Heaven. He said that he wanted them to join the Ancient Heaven, which made some people even more disgusted. Right now, the few young supreme martial artists from the Outer Realm are too powerful. A portion of the people in the Ancient Heaven aren't confident that they can win this war. Thus, they wavered under the messenger's conditions. They really can't be helped up. Guchen, lad, let's just leave the Ancient Heaven and let them fend for themselves. The dragon horse was still dissatisfied after hearing this explanation and said to Guchen. That's right, master. We are here to help. It's fine if they don't let us help, but they actually want to hand you over. They are too despicable. The green bull continued. It was rare for it to be on the same side as the dragon horse. Jiang Beiming looked at Guchen silently. The thoughts of a portion of the people in the ancient heaven had indeed chilled his heart. However, it was too aggrieving to leave just like this. Guchen pondered over the entire matter. He didn't care about the foolish thoughts of the people in the ancient heaven because he already knew that there were such people everywhere. What he really cared about was Feng Wen, who was the mastermind behind all this. This was clearly a trap set up by him. What exactly did he want to achieve by doing this? Feng Wen has already made his move. The location of the Mystic Lady Palace was deduced by him. The Pupil Clan and the Gold Clan were also instigated by him. His motive is very simple. He wants to drive a wedge between us and the ancient heaven. His move is really insidious. Tang Ning, who was beside Guchen, sneered. At this moment, everyone finally noticed him. Who are you? Since when are you on our side? The dragon horse asked doubtfully. It had no impression of this masked man. He's one of us. There's no need to ask about anything else. Tang Ning did not want to reveal his true identity for the time being, so Guchen answered the dragon horse's question on his behalf. The dragon horse was not interested in this anyway, so it did not ask any further. You mentioned Feng Wen just now. Are you talking about the young paragon who is good at divination? Is this related to him? The old tribe leader looked at Tang Ning and had some guesses about his identity. Tang Ning nodded her head as she recounted how they had schemed against Feng Wen but ended up being schemed against instead. The dragon horse and the green bull did not feel much and only felt that Feng Wen had some tricks up his sleeve. However, the old tribe leader and Jiang Beiming, who had some guesses about Tang Ning's identity, felt their hearts sink. Even the ledger keeper of lives Tang Ning was not Feng Wen's match. Were the young paragons from the outside world really so powerful? Friend Gu, what should we do now? Leaving this place might be the wisest choice. The tribe leader of the wilderness gods, who had been in the corner, suddenly spoke. Ever since the wilderness gods came to the Mystic Lady Palace, they had suffered countless disdainful looks from the cultivators of ancient heaven. There was a strong smell of gunpowder between the two sides. Because he remembered Guchen's ambition to rebuild the celestial court, he had been swallowing his anger, hoping that he could really change the situation of immortals and gods being at odds. However, now that even Guchen wanted to sell ancient heaven, he felt that using ancient heaven as a foundation was not practical. It was better to start anew. Everyone looked at Guchen, waiting for him to make a decision. Because they had come all the way to ancient heaven to help, they were not trusted. Now, more people supported leaving. Guchen looked at the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. I said that I wanted to build a new celestial court that includes both the immortal and divine worlds. What's the point of leaving now? But the people from the outside world are secretly scheming against us. Now, many people in ancient heaven do not trust us. We are in a bad situation, the green bull said. No matter how many schemes there are, they are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Guchen's expression gradually turned cold, and there was a hint of killing intent in his words. Everyone was shocked. Guchen's calmness calmed them down. Old clan leader, since all the heavenly generals have returned, inform them to hold a meeting in the heavenly music parlor. Guchen looked at the old patriarch and added. Not only will all the heavenly generals be here, I hope that all the commanders of the heavenly armies and the leaders of all the subsidiary forces will be here. The old patriarch understood Guchen's meaning and nodded seriously. All right, old man will inform them immediately. With that, he immediately left the hall. I'll go help too. As a genjutsu, Yu Xian's status is also not light. He hurriedly left with the old chief. Brat Guchen, are you planning to lay your cards on the table by holding a meeting in the heavenly music pavilion? The dragon horse asked curiously. That's right, it's time to solve the problem. The ancient heaven is an extremely crucial step in our plan. We must definitely control it, Guchen answered calmly. What if those heavenly generals are blind and disobedient, or even want to hand you over to the Gold Clan and the I Clan? the dragon horse asked again, its face filled with excitement. Gu Chen looked around at his companions, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Then everyone should prepare for battle. Everyone's expression turned serious. They did not ask what the consequences would be. Knowing that time was tight, they hurriedly adjusted their state of mind. Gu Chen was expressionless as he quietly waited for the old patriarch to send back news. If you take that step, you will be like me back then. Tang Ning sighed. He knew that a terrifying coup was brewing in Gu Chen's heart. If there's a need, that's the only way. I hope they won't force me to take that step. Gu Chen murmured. He did not want to push things too far, but the ancient heaven was really in a state of disunity. The thoughts and actions of some people chilled him to the core. If there was really someone stupid enough to hand him over, he would not be soft-hearted. What about Feng Wen? What if what you do now is exactly what he wants? No one knows what he has up his sleeves, Tang Ning continued. No matter what we do, Feng Wen's chess game has to go on. I'd like to see how capable he is, Gu Chen said with a sneer. Since you have made up your mind, I will do my best to predict his next move. Tang Ning did not say anything else. Since he had decided to follow Gu Chen, he would trust him completely and do his best to assist him. The news of the tyrant's suggestion to hold a meeting in the heavenly music parlor spread quickly in the Fairy Lady Palace. Originally, all the heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and affiliated forces were gathered here, so the speed at which the news spread was astonishing. The news that the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan had sent envoys to hand over the tyrant had already spread among countless cultivators in the ancient heaven. Many people were curious about the decision of the higher-ups. At this time, the tyrant, who was at the center of the whirlpool, had taken the initiative to hold a meeting. One could imagine the uproar it caused. 4 hours after the news spread, other than the heavenly soldiers who were in charge of security and defense, almost all the cultivators had come to the huge green jade square in the Fairy Lady Palace. The square was filled with a sea of white immortal armor. The commanders of the various heavenly soldiers and the leaders of the affiliated forces stood at the front of the group. The remaining 19 heavenly generals of the ancient heaven also came to the square one by one. Each of them had an unprecedentedly serious expression. All the heavenly generals were here. None of them stayed outside. Right now, the Fairy Lady Palace was their only hiding place. If an enemy attacked, they would be able to sense it immediately. There was no need to guard the city walls. On the contrary, the tyrant had taken the initiative to hold this meeting. They had many disagreements because of this matter. If they didn't resolve it thoroughly, it would greatly affect their morale when the war came. Therefore, no matter which side the heavenly generals were on, they all gave the tyrant face and came here. The 19 heavenly generals stood on the high platform in the square and gazed at Gu Chen's palace in the distance. They're all here. Tyrant, it's time for you to show yourself. Heavenly Thunder General Wu Huang was the first to speak. He wore purple heavy armor and his long hair was tied into a braid. There was a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. The first-generation Heavenly General Lei was rumored to be in charge of punishment in the immortal world. Even among the heavenly generals, he had a very high status. When the immortal world collapsed, it was rumored that when the celestial the Arch died in battle, the heavenly General Lei also died. Wu Huang was the third-generation successor of the heavenly General Lei's bloodline. His prestige in the ancient heaven had never been low. As soon as he finished speaking, countless cultivators looked at the palace where Gu Chen was. The door there slowly opened. The black-haired and black-clothed Gu Chen walked out first, followed by a large group of companions. The group walked into the square and toward the high platform. Along the way, countless heavenly soldiers made way for them. Many of the 19 heavenly generals on the high platform felt a ripple in their hearts. After 2 years, they wondered how strong this publicly acknowledged Supreme Young Master of the Ninth Realm had become. Although it was rumored that he had fought a Supreme Young Master from the Outer Realm in the Milky Way battle, that Supreme Young Master was not famous, and no one had witnessed their battle. Therefore, it was still a mystery how much the Overlord had grown in 2 years. Li Xuanyu, the Empyrean Fairy, Wu Huang, and many other heavenly generals watched as Gu Chen walked unhurriedly across the square until he reached the high platform and stood in front of them. A group of companions followed behind Gu Chen, while a large number of people from the desolate god tribe stood in front of the platform, becoming the focus of countless heavenly soldiers. People from the desolate god tribe. I didn't expect the Overlord to collude with the forces of the divine realm. He betrayed the expectations of the first desolate heaven general and brought the enemy here. Many of the heavenly soldiers present had fought with the soldiers of the desolate god tribe on the battlefield. Now that they saw the people of the desolate god tribe standing openly in the square, they could not help but feel angry. Recently, everyone had heard rumors that the Overlord intended to let the desolate god tribe join the ancient heaven, but many people had not seen it with their own eyes and did not believe it. But now, the truth was right in front of them. Faced with the angry gazes of the heavenly soldiers, the cultivators of the desolate god tribe were very nervous and on guard. Ever since they came to the Empyrean Fairy Palace, they had not dared to go out for fear of conflict. Now that the army of the ancient heaven was gathered here, if the situation got out of control, they would be torn to pieces immediately. They did not want to come, nor did they want to stand in the most conspicuous place in the square. But the Overlord and a clan leader had ordered them to obey. You brought the people of the desolate god tribe to the square. What are you thinking, Overlord? What right do they have to come here? Heavenly General Zay said in a dissatisfied tone. The ancient heaven is in danger, and they are also a fighting force. What's wrong with them appearing here? Guchen replied calmly. I'm afraid they may not be a fighting force, but a scourge. General Rainey said coldly. She was a heroic female general. Ahem. Alright, that's not the focus of today's meeting. Li Xuanyu spoke at the right time to stop the heavenly generals from continuing to make a fuss about the wilderness god race and causing unnecessary conflict. He was obviously helping Gu Chen. The heavenly thunder general Wu Huang smiled when he heard this. This matter concerns the tyrant's position. Why isn't it the main point? He looked at Gu Chen, his eyes shining brightly, and his voice was full of energy. Hegeman, I finally get to meet you. There's a question I have to ask. All of the cultivators in ancient heaven want to know, so I hope you won't try to evade. Answer me honestly. Guchen glanced at Wu Huang and said calmly. Ask away. Hegeman, you single-handedly facilitated the alliance between the Hard Ape race and ancient heaven. You also saved Heavenly General Li and me from the Pure Spirit Kingdom. It can be said that you have made great contributions to ancient heaven, and I am grateful to you. However, during the chaos in the divine realm, you also gave up on ancient heaven and took away the Hard Ape race and heavenly generals. Your position is unfathomable. Considering that it was Tang Ning who first banished you, your actions in the divine realm are understandable. We all welcome you to return to ancient heaven and assume the position of a heavenly general. However, you brought the wilderness god race here, and there are even rumors that you have a marriage alliance with Kunlun and married their saintess. I wonder if this news is true. As soon as Wu Huang said this, a large number of cultivators in the square were excited. Kunlun was one of the top forces in the divine realm and had always been a great enemy of ancient heaven. Yes, I have indeed married the Kunlun saintess. Faced with Wu Huang's questioning, Gu Chen straightforwardly admitted it. Gu Chen's admission caused an even greater uproar in the square. Many people could not help but call him a traitor. Wu Huang did not expect Gu Chen to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. Very well, Hegeman. Everyone here would like to know whether you are an immortal or a god. Is your heart still with the ancient heavenly court? At this moment, Gu Chen's eyes were filled with contempt as he replied. Is it important whether I am an immortal or a god? Of course it is. For millions of years, ancient heaven has always been persecuted and hunted by the divine realm. Immortals and gods will never coexist. Heavenly General Zay roared. A large number of heavenly soldiers in the square also responded. Many of their ancestors had died at the hands of the divine realm. The blood feud was unforgettable. Li Xuanyu looked at the angry heavenly soldiers with a hint of worry in his eyes. The current situation was not in Gu Chen's favor. Hopefully, he would be more cautious with his next answer. Hegeman, you should understand what everyone is thinking, right? Please answer me seriously. Are you an immortal or a god? Wu Huang asked again, his expression extremely solemn. Are you an immortal or a god? The questioning in the square was endless. It was as if they were trying to force him to abdicate. Guchen listened to the hustle and bustle in his ears, but he smiled in a carefree manner. I am also an immortal and a god. Immortals and gods are just appearances. I only care about my true self. Wu Huang's face completely darkened when he heard this ambiguous answer. They questioned him again and again. Their intention was very obvious. According to Gu Chen's answers, he would be treated differently. If he admitted that he was an immortal, then everyone would welcome him back to ancient heaven. Given his strength and talent, he would definitely have a lot of say in the heavenly music parlor. However, even though he clearly understood everything, he refused to admit that he was an immortal and refused to give up on the side of the divine realm. The answer was very obvious. You have made your own choice. Wu Huang could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. Many of the heavenly generals looked at Gu Chen with much colder eyes. The dragon horse, green bull, and the rest of Gu Chen's companions all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Gu Chen had made his own choice. They were probably going to turn against him. What do you want to do? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and a cold intent rose in his heart. If Wu Huang's questioning of whether he was an immortal or a god was just to find a good excuse to capture him and hand him over to the Gold Clan and the Ai Clan, then there would probably be a bloodbath here today. He did not want to start a massacre. However, if blood and fire were needed to rebuild the celestial court, he had no choice but to do so. He had a bigger plan. He could not stop here. The atmosphere in the square became extremely strange. Countless cultivators could not help but hold their breaths. It was as if a huge battle would break out in the next moment. Li Xuanyu sighed continuously. He stood at the side and did not speak. Mystic Fairy also remained silent. However, the palm hidden in her sleeve flipped slightly. She was ready to strike and secretly aimed at Wu Huang. Mystic Fairy Palace had its own persistence and thoughts. The ancient heaven had reached a fork in the road of fate. The atmosphere in the Empyrean Lady Palace was tense. Gu Chen and Wu Huang were at loggerheads. Wu Huang looked at Gu Chen and his companions and finally spoke coldly. Since you insist on your stand and are unwilling to abandon your gods and become immortals, then take your people and leave the Empyrean Lady Palace. Gu Chen was brewing murderous intent in his heart. When he heard this, he was stunned and looked at Wu Huang in surprise. Jiang Beiming, Tang Ning, and the others were also surprised. Empyrean Lady, who had locked onto Wu Huang, relaxed her fingers and looked at him in relief. Gu Chen asked as the atmosphere eased a little in an instant. Why? He thought that after he made his stand clear, Wu Huang would use this as an excuse to capture him and hand him over to the Gold Clan and the Pupil Clan. He was already prepared, but he didn't expect that the other party would only ask him to leave. To be honest, this was very irrational. Not only would he lose a helper, but he might also anger the Gold Clan and the Pupil Clan. A heavenly general who had been on the battlefield for a long time should not have made such a choice. Wu Huang said expressionlessly. Do you think that we want to capture you and hand you over to the Gold Clan and the Pupil Clan? Gu Chen was silent. He looked at Heavenly General Yu, Heavenly General Zhe, and the others in Wu Huang's camp and found that they were calm, as if they already knew that Wu Huang would say this. In other words, not handing him over was their decision after discussion. Don't look down on us. No matter what, we are heavenly generals of ancient heaven. We have the glorious bloodline of our ancestors. Your stand is indeed problematic. You are not on the same side as us. But no matter what, we can't hand you over. Wu Huang said and looked at the countless heavenly soldiers on the square. Heavenly General Huang is a respected senior of ancient heaven. Even before his death, he fought for ancient heaven's honor and killed supremes from the outer world. And my ancestor, the first-generation Heavenly General Lei, also died on the battlefield with the Heavenly Emperor when the celestial world collapsed. The desolate Heavenly Generals, my ancestors, and the countless heroes who died fighting for ancient heaven all had unyielding spines, undying souls, and undying wills. It is precisely because of this will that our ancient heaven is able to exist to this day. If we hand you over today in order to drag out an ignoble existence, how can we face the heroic spirits of the past? A true man will not let down the heavens and earth. No matter what kind of severe test ancient heaven will face, we will do our best. Wu Huang's words were impassioned. It seemed to be an answer to Gu Chen, but it aroused the fighting spirit of countless heavenly soldiers in the square. Ever since the sneak attack on the heavenly music parlor, they had been hiding everywhere. Everyone had been suppressing a fire in their hearts. Everyone was very confused about the future, worried that ancient heaven would perish. But at this moment, Wu Huang's words reminded them of their ancestors. Their blood boiled uncontrollably as they cheered. That's right. Live as a hero, and die as a hero. What dogs hit outer realm supremes? Fight them to the end. We must kill our way to the divine might of ancient heaven. We can't disgrace the glory of our ancestors. The atmosphere in the square changed rapidly. Gu Chen looked deeply at Wu Huang. He had to admit that he had misjudged him. Wu Huang had always been a peacemaker in ancient heaven. He had thought that he was a cowardly villain who would only choose to protect himself in the face of danger. But he did not expect that not only did he not intend to hand him over, but he also used this opportunity to ignite the fighting spirit of the entire army. Originally, the heavenly soldiers were hesitant, but after his words of cutting off all means of retreat, the morale of the army had gathered. This person was brave and resourceful. No wonder he could occupy an important position in the heavenly music parlor. Since that's what you think, why did you let me leave? We can stay here and help you. Gu Chen said, his tone much gentler. People of different principles cannot make plans together. Because of you, ancient heaven has already had many differences. I don't want the situation in the pure spirit kingdom to repeat itself. As Wu Huang spoke, he glanced at Li Xuanyu and the Empyrean fairy. Obviously, the reason why he made this decision had something to do with the two's inclination toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen seemed to have understood what the other party was thinking. When Tang Ning was still around, ancient heaven had many differences, and in the end, it even led to serious civil strife, which gave the pure spirit kingdom an opportunity to take advantage of. Although Tang Ning wanted to use the pure spirit kingdom at that time, it was also a fact that ancient heaven had become a subsidiary of the pure spirit kingdom. Wu Huang was proud of being a person of ancient heaven and did not want ancient heaven to be controlled by external forces because of differences. And the appearance of Gu Chen had caused serious differences in ancient heaven, and his unclear position made him even more worried about the future of ancient heaven. Because of these considerations, he was not willing to accept Gu Chen because of the crisis and wanted to go through this hurdle himself. Gu Chen is different from me. Tang Ning, who was standing behind Gu Chen, suddenly walked out. Everyone looked at him in surprise. In front of everyone, he took off his mask on the spot. Tang Ning. As soon as Wu Huang saw Tang Ning, his expression immediately became very gloomy, and there was a big uproar. Although Tang Ning had left ancient heaven, he was still the commander of the army, and his prestige still existed. Facing everyone with his true face, Tang Ning's eyes were a little complicated at this moment. To be honest, today's Wu Huang made him look at him in a new light. In the past, one was the leader of the pro-war faction, and the other was the leader of the pro-peace faction, and they would always argue. He had always felt that Wu Huang had no guts and was a coward. But he did not expect that at this moment of life and death, he could say those words and encourage the soldiers to fight to the death. For a moment, the gap between him and Wu Huang no longer existed, and the previous conflict suddenly seemed very ridiculous. Wu Huang, I understand what you mean. I understand your concerns, but Gu Chen is different from me. Tang Ning said, his eyes firm and serious. How are we different? Wu Huang suppressed his anger. If not for the impending war, he would definitely settle the previous score with Tang Ning. Previously, I only wanted to rely on the power of the pure spirit kingdom to provoke a war between ancient heaven and the divine realm. To put it bluntly, it was all for revenge, and it was not wise. Tang Ning gritted his teeth. He rarely admitted that he was wrong. Hearing this, Wu Huang's expression eased a lot. And Gu Chen is different from me. What he wants to do is far greater than my petty revenge, and he also has more possibilities than me. Tang Ning said with certainty. When the heavenly generals who were originally pro-war with him heard this, their faces showed that they were moved. I don't care what he does. In this situation, there is no need to discuss this. Wu Huang frowned. He did not want to have a long discussion with Tang Ning. What they needed to discuss now was how to fight the enemy. So he turned to look at Gu Chen and said, "Tyrant, if you're really thinking for the ancient heavenly court, please take your men and leave." Gu Chen's eyes flickered, and his heart wavered. He would not leave. If Wu Huang was the kind of person he imagined, then he would end the internal strife with iron blood. "Wu Huang, please believe in the Overlord." The Empyrean fairy walked over slowly and stood beside Gu Chen. "The Empyrean fairy has spoken," many of the heavenly generals and heavenly soldiers present whispered to each other. Previously, the Empyrean fairy had not clearly expressed her support for anyone. Who would have thought that she would make the same choice as Tang Ning? Seeing this, the heavenly generals who were originally on the same side as Tang Ning also silently stood on Gu Chen's side. "You guys," Wu Huang's expression turned ugly. He had not expected that Gu Chen would receive so much support. Seeing that many heavenly generals had expressed their stance, Li Xuanyu struggled internally. He was actually on Gu Chen's side, but if he chose to do the same now, he might force Wu Huang's side to leave. In fact, Wu Huang and the others were also thinking for the sake of the ancient heaven. He did not want to deepen the conflict between the two factions. From the old man's point of view, Li Xuanyu thought about it and was about to persuade the two factions to reconcile when suddenly, a deafening horn sounded outside the Empyrean fairy palace. "Wu," the horn sounded urgently. After the sound appeared, pillars of light rose from all directions of the starry sky outside the Empyrean fairy palace. "Oh no, the enemy is attacking." The expressions of the heavenly generals changed. The sound of the horn meant that the enemy was attacking. And the pillars of light represented the flames of war. The starry sky in all directions was ignited with the flames of war, which meant that the enemy had appeared in all directions at the same time. This level and scale meant that the allied army led by the three supremes of the outer realm had launched an all-out attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For a moment, all the heavenly generals could not be bothered to argue and rose into the sky. Gu Chen's group looked stern and did the same. Everyone stood in the sky above the Empyrean fairy palace and looked into the distance. They saw that the starry sky was filled with fluttering war flags. The cultivators were so densely packed that they could not be counted. The Gold Clan's Gold Army. The Eye Clan's Giant Eye Army. There are no less than 500 factions in the divine realm, big and small. Li Xuanyu muttered to himself. However, none of this was enough to make him panic. His eyes roamed around the crowd. Wu Huang, the Empyrean fairy, and the other heavenly generals did the same. Their gazes kept wandering as they searched for someone. Not long after, their gazes locked onto the Orm army. There was a group of cultivators who clearly didn't belong to the Orm clan. Gu Chen followed the gazes of the heavenly generals and realized that there were only a dozen people in that group. They were of different races and appearances, but they all looked young. He extended his spirit sense and discovered that the weakest among them was a late immortal venerable. The two people in the lead were even more unfathomable. Their auras were as deep as the ocean. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The geniuses from the outer realm, these people were clearly the geniuses of the outer realm that had joined forces to attack ancient heaven, and the two leading them were young sovereigns. The heavenly generals' expressions turned grim when they saw this group of geniuses. Although the army led by the Orm clan and the Eye clan was huge, how could ancient heaven be afraid of them? It had to be said that Tang Ning had led the army of ancient heaven to attack the divine realm. At that time, there were far more forces in the divine realm present. What truly made everyone afraid were these geniuses from the outer realm. They were all powerful. Not only was the weakest of them a late immortal venerable, but they also had top-notch Dao inheritances. There were only 19 heavenly generals left in ancient heaven, and not all of them were late immortal venerables. How could they be a match for these geniuses from the outer realm? Previously, they had been forced to retreat by this group of geniuses. If it wasn't for the help of ancient heaven, their casualties would have been unimaginable. Ordinary heavenly soldiers were as insignificant as ants in front of these geniuses. They could only be casually slaughtered. As for the subordinate forces, the situation was even worse. This group of geniuses was more powerful than a million lions. Not to mention that they were led by two young sovereigns. Lei Xiao and Enlightened Jade are here. Li Xuanyu said solemnly. Wu Huang, the Empyrean maiden, and the other heavenly generals subconsciously clenched their fists. If a dozen geniuses could defeat a million lions, then these two young sovereigns could easily suppress a dozen geniuses. What was a sovereign? It was that their strength had already reached the pinnacle, and even the geniuses from the outer realm were convinced. It was said that although these young sovereigns hadn't reached the immortal emperor realm, some of them already had the strength to contend with an immortal emperor. Lei Xiao and Enlightened Jade were two of the famous 10 young sovereigns from the outer realm. Li Xuanyu and Wu Huang had already fought with them, and that battle could be said to have been very difficult. Li Xuanyu was a quasi-emperor and the son of an immortal emperor, but even with the help of the Empyrean Maiden, he couldn't suppress Enlightened Jade. As for Lei Xiao, he had slaughtered several heavenly generals in front of Wu Huang, and Wu Huang had watched helplessly without being able to save him. These two young sovereigns could be said to be the nightmares of many heavenly generals, and now they had appeared again. Guchen also noticed the two young sovereigns, but he quickly ignored them and extended his divine sense to the huge army. "Is Fangwen not here?" he murmured. Only 2 of the 3 young sovereigns had come, and the most mysterious and the one he feared the most had yet to appear. Tang Ning was also looking for Fangwen, but there were simply too many cultivators gathered in the starry sky. If Fangwen had intentionally hidden himself, they wouldn't be able to find him. "Get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy." Although the heavenly generals were shocked, they quickly recovered and roared. Without needing them to say anything, the countless heavenly soldiers on the square had already rushed out and quickly set up a starry sky formation, ready to meet the enemy. Everyone was very clear that the real storm had already arrived. The other side had mobilized their entire army, clearly prepared to completely destroy the ancient heaven. And the Empyrean Palace was the last line of defense, so they had nowhere to retreat. They could only choose to fight to the end. The heavenly soldiers quickly got into formation, and the heavenly generals also spread out to guard the 4 sides of the Empyrean Palace. "Damn it, we must win this battle." Wu Huang put on his helmet and was about to head toward the direction of the Golden Army. The Outer Realm geniuses were all there. Without a doubt, that place would become the enemy's bayonet. If they couldn't stop it, the entire ancient heaven army would be finished. He was very clear about his position. No matter what, he had to stop Lei Xiao today, even if he had to die with him. He was about to lead the army out when he saw a black-robed figure covered in starlight step out of the Empyrean Palace toward the Outer Realm geniuses. With one step, he arrived at the center of the battlefield and became the focus of the entire world. "What is that guy doing?" Wu Huang's pupils shrank. He recognized that person to be Overlord Gu Chen and wanted to stop him. The Outer Realm geniuses were all in that direction, and going forward alone was simply suicide. Hey, don't go and hinder him." He was just about to step out of the city wall when he was blocked by Tang Ning with a smile. "What are you doing?" "He can't deal with them alone," Wu Huang coldly reprimanded. "Just quietly watch. We only need to watch this battle from the sidelines." Tang Ning was calm and his eyes were filled with trust. He is the overlord of the Celestial Court, the overlord of the 9th realm. The army closed in, and their pressure weighed down the galaxy. More than a dozen Outer Realm geniuses were chatting with each other as they looked at the Fantasy Woman Palace with ridiculing gazes. Behind them, a few elders of the Gold Clan stood respectfully. Even further behind them were tall and burly Gold Clan warriors. At the front of this powerful army stood 2 figures. Even among the Outer Realm geniuses, they were like cranes among chickens. One of them was wearing leather armor and had bronze-colored skin. He gave off a wild aura and had a dark blue hammer covered in patterns on his waist. As for the other person, he had obvious characteristics of the outsider race. His skin was like yellow jade, and there were strange patterns on his skin. These patterns intertwined with each other and finally gathered in his eyes. His eyes were as strange as the emerald green of an emperor. Master Lei Xiao and Daoist Yu. Even if they hadn't seen each other before, any cultivator with a bit of insight would be able to guess their identities from their unique appearances. "Where is Fangwen?" With the battle about to begin, Master Lei Xiao looked at the Fantasy Woman Palace in the distance and asked the person beside him. "He left." Daoist Yu had a faint smile on her face as she answered. "Left?" It wasn't easy to take down the ancient heaven. He put a lot of effort into this plan, but just as he was about to harvest the fruits of victory, he left. Master Lei Xiao frowned slightly. "Who knows? That guy is always unpredictable." He said something interesting happened somewhere else and he wanted to join in the fun. What could be more important than the ancient heaven? It has to be said that taking down the former leader of the celestial realm means a lot. Would he be willing to let us take all the spoils? Lei Xiao sneered as he glanced at the surrounding starry sky. In my opinion, it's more likely that he's hiding and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Daoist Yu knew what Master Lei Xiao meant and shook her head. I don't think so. When the Outer Realm 100 seedlings came to the 9th realm, Fangwen was extremely low-key. He didn't fight, so no one could see that he had that kind of strength. He always keeps his word. Since he said he left, I'm afraid he really left. As for why he did this, I'm afraid no one can guess. If you can't guess, then don't guess. Anyway, no one can understand that guy's thoughts. Lei Xiao grinned with an unruly expression. Even if he really wants to hide and reap the benefits, it doesn't matter, because he won't be able to wait for that opportunity. It's just ancient heaven. The two of us can easily take it down. Daoist Yu smiled. Of course. Their words were filled with confidence. It was the demeanor of a supreme being that had been cultivated after fighting all over the world. In their opinion, there were no experts in the 9th realm worthy of their attention. Someone's coming. The Jade Daoist suddenly sensed something, and his green eyes fixed on the starry sky in front of him. From within the fairy palace, a figure stepped out. With just a single step, she arrived at the center of the starry sky, extremely eye-catching. Just one person? Don't tell me they sent an envoy to discuss surrender? Lei Xiao laughed mockingly. Or maybe they're here to discuss handing over the overlord. Before Fangwen left, he hinted to the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan to use a plan. He said that he wanted the ancient heaven to have internal strife. Daoist Yu muttered. Tyrant? What bullshit Tyrant? Lei Xiao's face was filled with disdain. Not long after arriving in the 9th realm, he had heard that the 9th realm also had a young supreme. The local natives had described him as a legend. To him, it was a joke. An uncivilized realm that had only produced one Dao querying realm expert in 1,000,000 years. How could there be a true genius? Fangwen is making an unnecessary move. Even if the ancient heaven doesn't have internal strife, can they deal with us? Lei Xiao sneered. You can't say that. During the Milky Way battle, the Overlord encountered Xianxia, but he managed to escape. The fact that he could appear here shows that he is indeed capable. Daoist Yu laughed. Although Xianxia is powerful, his speed is definitely his weakness. It's not surprising that he managed to escape. Lei Xiao said disapprovingly. But ever since that incident, there has been no news of Xianxia. This is unusual. Daoist Yu's eyes flickered. Do you think that the 9th realm's natives killed Xianxia? Lei Xiao laughed out loud as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Xianxia is the son of Emperor Might from the 3rd realm. The force source he cultivates is ranked at the top of the 3,000 great paths. His physical body is also top-notch among us. We might be able to defeat him with our Dao techniques and strategies, but there are not many who can kill him. Even we can't kill him. Can anyone in the 9th realm do it? Lei Xiao's voice was not soft. The dozen geniuses behind him echoed. That's right. Although Xianxia has been unusually low-key. After coming to the Outer Realm, he is the son of Emperor Might. No one can break his physical body. How can the Overlord compare to Xianxia? In my opinion, it's just the 9th realm's natives being ignorant and exaggerating his strength. Daoist Yu had only spoken his own guess. He did not think that there was any possibility of Xianxia being killed. He did not expect to be mocked by a group of people. His face suddenly became gloomy. Look, that person is heading straight for us. He changed the topic. He did not want to waste his breath on this matter. The dozen geniuses from the Outer Realm looked at the figure in the starry sky. The person had black hair and black clothes. He looked extraordinary and did not look like a messenger. When the person got closer, the elders of the Gold Clan saw his appearance clearly. They were furious. My lords, that person is the Overlord Gu Chen, the Gold Clan's Grand Elder said immediately. This person is the only young supreme of the 9th realm? Lei Xiao, Daoist you, and the other geniuses were shocked. They had just mentioned him. They did not expect him to appear so suddenly. My lords, the Gold Clan was ordered by the Xing County to kill the remaining members of the overlords. We have been working conscientiously for millions of years and have never slacked off. This overlord is the descendant of the overlords and killed our clan leader. This is a great disrespect to the Xing County. My lords, please help us. We must kill this person. The Grand Elder's eyes were full of resentment as he pleaded with the geniuses. Don't worry. This guy will definitely die today. Daoist Yu smiled. The Gold Clan was a bit special. It was said that it was a dog created by a big shot in the Xing County. It was not a native race of the Ninth Realm. As the saying went, one had to look at the owner of the slap. Since they had such a relationship, he did not mind doing them a favor. That brat is coming towards us alone. He's got some guts. Which one of you wants to go up and fight him? He turned around and looked at the geniuses. In his opinion, this person wasn't worthy of him fighting. I'll go. An Outer Realm genius immediately stepped forward and charged toward Guchen. No matter what, this person was called the young paragon of the Ninth Realm. Even if he wasn't, defeating him would make him famous in this world. The discussion between the Outer Realm geniuses took a long time, but it was actually very short. After Guchen walked out of the Fantasy Woman Palace, he didn't stop and charged toward his target. However, he found that someone had flown out from the enemy team, and he sneered. You really think too highly of me. He muttered, but he didn't stop. Stop. The Outer Realm genius closed in on Guchen and sternly shouted. A terrifying aura came from his body. Guchen didn't say a word of nonsense. He casually raised his left hand and slapped. Hu boom, the Outer Realm genius aura had just risen like crazy when it suddenly collapsed. His entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Guchen's clothes fluttered as he passed through the blood mist, but he wasn't stained by the smell of blood at all. He continued forward. An Outer Realm genius at the late stage of the Celestial Sovereign Realm couldn't even stop him one step. What? The Outer Realm geniuses didn't expect this to happen, and their expressions changed. Even the pupils of the two young paragons shrank. The moment the Outer Realm geniuses were stunned, Guchen used the star-carrying moon step and instantly arrived before them. His fingers closed and he formed a fist. His spine exerted force, his left arm swung, and he threw a punch. Hu boom, Guchen used the super emphasis killing punch and covered the dozen geniuses and the Golden Army within his attack range. This punch had yet to arrive, but the terrifying sound wave that was emitted from the resonance of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already crushed him. Pop, the dozen or so geniuses were still shocked by the instant death of their companion, but the next moment, a sharp sound echoed in their ears. The terrifying sound wave caused their minds to go blank, and the golden fist radiance with extreme power engulfed them in the next moment. Not good. Only the two young supremes were able to react in time. Thunder firmament transformed into an arc of lightning and instantly disappeared. As for Daoist Yu, he gritted his teeth and raised his arms in front of him, forcefully resisting the attack. Rumbled Dao patterns interweaved on Yu Zhenren's yellow jade-like skin. His body formed a large array, and he managed to block most of the impact with great difficulty. However, the remaining impact bypassed him and directly enveloped the other geniuses. Boom boom boom, in an instant, 3 Outer Realm geniuses exploded into pieces. The rest were seriously injured and let out miserable screams. Things weren't over yet. After the fist light crushed the geniuses, it landed heavily on the golden armored army. Crack. Crack. The starry sky shattered, and a huge hole was blasted in the center of the gold race's army. Countless gold race warriors were swallowed by the spatial turbulence. With just one punch, the entire golden army was torn apart. The Outer Realm geniuses were in an even more sorry state. Hiss, the entire starry sky fell into silence, and gasps could be heard from all directions. Whether it was the enemy's allied forces or the celestial soldiers and generals in Xianxia Palace, they were all frightened. The power of one punch is so powerful. Wu Huangyuan, who was stopped by Tang Ning, looked at the tragedy in the starry sky with a face full of disbelief. Damn this guy. Yu Zhenren's body was shining brightly, and he looked unharmed under the attack. However, his expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Guchen. He sensed the tragedy behind him, and a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. He had blocked most of the impact of that punch, but it had still caused so much damage. There was no doubt that all of them had underestimated the other party. This person had the strength of a supreme. He actually dared to make me lose so much face. A bolt of lightning flashed, and Lei Xiao appeared behind Gu Chen. His expression was also as if he had eaten a fly. The two young supremes had taken the lead, but the other party didn't care about them at all and directly threw a punch. This punch forced him to dodge and forced Yu Xinren to use his full strength to resist. Many geniuses were injured, and an army was destroyed. This was a great humiliation. It was simply a great humiliation. If this matter was spread out, how could he establish himself in the ninth realm? How would the other young supremes ridicule him? Die! Lei Xiao roared. He pulled out the dark blue hammer from his waist and raised it high. Rumble! Rumble! The sky in the starry sky instantly changed color. Countless silver snakes surged and crackled. Bang! The tip of his hammer heavily smashed down, and a destructive bolt of divine thunder blasted straight at Gu Chen's back. Die! Yu Xinren attacked at almost the same time. Dao patterns interweaved on his jade-like body. His two hands drew circles in front of his chest, forming a ball of air that flew at Gu Chen. That ball of air contained a vast amount of energy, and wherever it passed, the void was annihilated. The two young supremes were enraged, and they attacked together from the front and back. Gu Chen immediately fell into an extremely dangerous situation. All the cultivators in the starry sky stared at this scene as if they could already see the fall of a generation's overlord. Gu Chen smiled at this critical moment. And his eyes flashed with ridicule. He didn't make any movements. He didn't dodge or counterattack, and he allowed the attacks from the front and back to land on his body. Boom boom boom, two monstrous energies exploded with Gu Chen at the center. At this moment, Gu Chen's black clothes emitted a dazzling black light. A faintly discernible roar rang out. No matter how much this power shook the heavens and the earth, as soon as it neared Gu Chen's body, black ripples appeared on his black robe and the power quickly dissipated. The river Styx, a famous defensive emperor weapon from the primordial era, had perfectly protected Gu Chen. In addition, Gu Chen's body was originally comparable to an emperor body, so he was actually unscathed under the joint attack of the two supremes. The terrifying energy melted a huge hole in the starry sky, and Gu Chen was at the center of it. When the storm disappeared, he was still as immovable as a mountain. This fellow, Yu Xinren and Lei Xiao felt their scalps go numb, and a chill emerged in their hearts. This person's body was so powerful that it reminded them of Xianxia. No, even Xianxia was likely inferior to this person. Xianxia, he was killed by you? Yu Xinren took a deep breath, and his eyes couldn't hide the shock. Lei Xiao was silent, and he didn't dare to laugh at Yu Xinren anymore. Gu Chen didn't pay attention to the two of them. A terrifying innate domineering aura spread out, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His sharp gaze swept across all the enemies in all directions. His chest puffed up, and he gathered his chi to shout. His roar spread throughout the starry sky. Heavenly soldiers and generals of ancient heaven, listen to my command. Follow me and kill all the enemies. That voice was soul-stirring, and the countless heavenly soldiers and generals in Mystic Lady Palace were stunned for a moment. Then, their blood rushed to their chests and heads. Kill. Follow the Overlord and kill all the enemies. Before today, the young supremes from the outer realm were almost invincible legends. Although the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were still resisting, they had lost confidence in the previous few retreats. Yet before their eyes, two young supremes teamed up to attack the Overlord, yet they couldn't harm a single hair on his body. Such a shocking scene made all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals see the hope of victory. Kill. Li Xuanyu, the Empyrean Fairy, and Wu Huang each led the heavenly soldiers to attack the enemy. Destroy them. Tang Ning, Jiang Beiming, and the others also joined the battle with the barbarians, the mirage monsters, and the desolate gods. At this moment, the previous conflict between the two sides was no longer important. Everyone knew that they couldn't miss this opportunity. Roar. The dragon horse turned into a huge true dragon and spat out flames toward the enemy. Moo. The azure bull's nostrils flared, and the enemy was torn into pieces wherever its horns passed. Bang, bang. Bang, the white ape turned into 100,000 feet tall. Its huge feet landed and easily trampled a large number of enemies to death. Stop them! The Gold Clan, the Eye Clan, and the other armies fought back. The soldiers were like a flood, and their blood quickly dyed the sky red like a meat grinder. Wu Huang, Emperor and Fairy, follow the old man to support Friend Gu. The heavenly generals were powerful and almost tore the enemy's formation apart. Li Xuanyu took the lead and quickly rushed toward Gu Chen. The heavenly soldiers of ancient heaven were well trained. They even dared to fight against the entire divine realm, let alone the miscellaneous army led by the Gold Clan and the Eye Clan. They were most afraid of the outer realm geniuses. If they could defeat them, they would definitely win this battle. Originally, the heavenly generals of ancient heaven didn't have the confidence to defeat the enemy with the number of heavenly generals. However, because Gu Chen had restrained the two supremes and killed many geniuses, the situation had changed fundamentally. Li Xuanyu knew that this was a rare opportunity. What he had to do now was to believe that Gu Chen could defeat the two supremes, and he and his companions would take this opportunity to kill the other outer realm geniuses. It was impossible to deal with the geniuses of the outer realm. Thus, he had only called the strongest Empyrean maiden, Wu Huang, and a few others. As for the other Empyrean generals, they were responsible for annihilating the other enemies. Kill them all. Lei Xiaozi had not been able to injure Gu Chen earlier, and his fighting spirit had been aroused. Seeing that the ancient heaven's army had come to disrupt the situation, he coldly ordered the geniuses from the outer realm. The geniuses from the outer realm nodded and immediately welcomed Li Xuanyu and the others. Compared to the unfathomable overlord, they believed that the others were easier to deal with. Li Xuanyu, Wu Huang, and Mystic Maiden were facing off against the outer realm geniuses. When they saw that the other side had more people than them, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten. It would be difficult for them to deal with these geniuses by themselves, but the other heavenly generals had gone to other battlefields. Furthermore, they would not be able to help with their strength. At this moment. Hey, wait, leave the trash from the outer realm to your father. The dragon horse held like a ghost and took the lead. Behind it, White Ape, Green Bull, Jiang Beiming, and the rest all caught up. With their arrival, they were no longer alone against the geniuses from the outer realm. Instead, they had a slight advantage. Tang Ning also arrived at the front and stood beside Wu Huang. Don't drag me down. Seeing this, Wu Huang coldly snorted. I should be the one saying that to you, Tang Ning replied with a smile. Then, let's do it. Everyone's killing intent surged and they instantly tangled with the geniuses from the outer realm. The entire starry sky battlefield quickly turned into a river of blood. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere, and the energy was like the waves of a vast sea, sweeping everywhere. It was chaos everywhere as enemies and allies fought fiercely. As for Gu Chen, he also started a shocking battle with two young sovereigns. After their joint attack failed, Lei Xiaozi and Spiritual Master Yu put away their contempt for Gu Chen. They no longer cared about their face and cooperated with each other to attack. Rumble! Rumble! Lei Xiaozi held the dark green hammer in his hand and summoned a large amount of lightning that constantly struck down at Gu Chen. Spiritual Master Yu's Dao patterns flowed in his body as he continuously formed seals with both hands. Invisible ripples appeared in the starry sky and bound Gu Chen. One of their attacks was fierce while the other was gentle. One was meant to kill while the other was meant to bind. They actually cooperated seamlessly. However, no matter how profound the Dao techniques of the two were, Gu Chen's response was simple and crude. Lei Xiaozi's heavenly lightning struck down and Spiritual Master Yu's array technique changed, but Gu Chen didn't care. He smashed everything in his way and chased after them. The lightning and array light that landed on his body were absorbed by the Netherworld River. Even if a portion of it entered his body, it wouldn't cause much damage to him. He crushed all the attacks in a domineering manner. Once he caught up to the two, he flipped his hand and used the Battle Saint technique. The Battle Saint technique was combined with the laws of strength. Each of Gu Chen's attacks was powerful and heavy. If they were careless and didn't dodge, they would be seriously injured. This made Lei Xiaozi and Spiritual Master Yu extremely sullen. Their attacks were nearly useless against Gu Chen and they would be seriously injured if they were hit. How were they supposed to fight? Fortunately, the two of them had rich combat experience and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Daoist Yu waved his hands again and again. Formless ripples trapped Guchen one after another while he fled into the distance. Guchen tried to catch up to him but realized that the entire starry sky was repelling him. It was as if there were countless threads that entangled him, greatly limiting his speed. At the same time, Lei Xiaozi transformed into an electric arc and appeared and disappeared around him, constantly launching harassing attacks. His lightning escape was too fast and Guchen was trapped in the invisible array, so he couldn't catch up to him. After fighting for a while, Guchen realized the goal of the two. It was likely that the two of them saw that they couldn't kill him quickly and planned to exhaust him to death. "You're quite cautious," Guchen sneered. His eyes lit up with a purple-green glow as he tried to see through the invisible array around him. Under the senses of the purple extreme eyes and Wangwen divine physique, those invisible ripples gradually took form in Guchen's heart. He realized that these ripples could stir the power of heaven and earth and seize natural energy for their own use. It was truly terrifying. And the root of this array, or the eye of the array, was Spiritual Master Yu. Spiritual Master Yu's body was the array and wherever his hands extended, the array would extend. What a strange race. Guchen was astonished. He had never heard of a race whose body was the array. Because of this special life form, Spiritual Master Yu could set up the array as he pleased and it was ever-changing. It was extremely difficult to escape. Break! Guchen punched repeatedly in an attempt to shatter the invisible ripples around him. This caused the light patterns in Spiritual Master Yu's body to flicker, but the surrounding ripples showed no signs of disappearing. Crackle! Just as Guchen was trying his best to break free of the array, Lei Xiaozi suddenly appeared behind him and smashed down with his hammer. Guchen immediately turned around and slashed out with his hand, but his entire body was restrained by the invisible ripples. His speed could not catch up to Thunder Firmament. It's working. This guy is the same as Xiong, only his body is strong. Everything else is useless. Thunder Firmament teleported 30 meters away and said with an excited expression. Spiritual Master Yu nodded and formed an even more profound technique, attracting even more nature energy to bind Guchen. Guchen saw that he could not escape this formation with ordinary methods, so he sneered and took out the primordial treasure tree. Swish! With a sweep of the rainbow divine light, the dense nature energy in the formation was immediately devoured by the treasure tree. The binding on Guchen's body was greatly reduced. Not good. Spiritual Master Yu's expression changed. His opponent already had a powerful defensive Emperor weapon, but he did not expect him to have another Emperor weapon. Moreover, this Emperor weapon could steal his nature energy. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing that the primordial treasure tree was effective, Guchen swept out with divine light, and the surrounding void was quickly flattened. Don't even think about it. Spiritual Master Yu was furious. His body suddenly lit up as he fought against Guchen with all his might. He used the formation to continuously attract nature energy, while Guchen used the primordial treasure tree to plunder it. Both sides were evenly matched. Hold on, I will finish him as soon as possible. Thunder Firmament knew that Spiritual Master Yu would not be able to hold Guchen for long. His body turned into lightning as he tried to approach Guchen, intending to injure him more. Guchen's eyes were calm as he dealt with Spiritual Master Yu while remaining vigilant. Swish! Thunder Firmament finally found an opening. The dark blue hammer flew out of his hand, bursting with dazzling purple lightning as it smashed towards Guchen's head. His opponent's head was not covered by the black battle robe, so he believed that this attack would definitely be effective. However, Guchen's head only tilted slightly. The battle robe on his body rippled like water, and a nether snake drilled out and swallowed the hammer. Grunt. The hammer was swallowed into the nether snake's body, and all of its power disappeared. Give me back my lightning hammer. Lei Xiaozi panicked and hurriedly activated his lightning hammer in an attempt to break the nether snake's body. However, the true form of the nether serpent was the netherworld river. Under his control, the thunder hammer emitted a few balls of lightning. Soon, it stopped and sank into the netherworld river. My Dao verification weapon. Lei Xiaozi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was on the verge of going mad. Although the hammer was not an emperor weapon, it was even more precious to him than an emperor weapon. It was forged from extremely rare thunder elemental materials and was considered a half-finished product. If he wanted to completely refine it, he had to wait until he broke through to the Tao querying realm. The so-called Tao-proving weapon referred to a weapon that was nourished by the origin source and accompanied the cultivator in proving the Tao. Once such a weapon stepped into the level of a sovereign weapon, it would be more compatible with its owner's soul, and its power would become stronger. It could also continue to grow. Materials that fulfilled the requirements of a Tao verification weapon had always been rare. This thunder hammer was his most precious treasure, so how could he tolerate it being swallowed just like that? Give it back. Exasperated, Lei Xiaozi charged at Guchen unwillingly. You want it? Then I'll give it back to you. With a thought from Guchen, the water of the river Styx surged, and the thunder hammer was thrown out. Seeing this, Thunder Firmament's expression changed, and he immediately went to catch the hammer. Clang! In the blink of an eye, an ancient grey sword flew out from Guchen's sleeves and slashed at Thunder Firmament. Guchen had been preparing this attack for a long time, but he had been hiding it all this time. Now that Thunder Firmament was distracted by the thunder hammer, he launched his attack. Pucci! Although Thunder Firmament snatched back the thunder hammer, he was stabbed by the Yellow Springs Tao sword, and his face was covered in a deathly aura. Another emperor weapon? He said unwillingly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he tried to retreat. Roar! The nether snake immediately pounced and swallowed him into its stomach. Idiot! Seeing that Thunder Firmament's Tao verification weapon had a flaw, causing him to fail, Spiritual Jade could not help but curse. Now that Thunder Firmament was defeated, he was in danger. Your ability is very special. I wonder what kind of origin source it is. After dealing with Thunder Firmament, Guchen turned to look at Spiritual Jade and suddenly raised his right hand. A black whirlpool appeared in his right palm, releasing a continuous suction force. Together with the ancient treasure tree, it began to devour the natural energy in the formation. What kind of Tao is that? Spiritual Jade's scalp went numb. Originally, both sides were evenly matched, but with the appearance of the black hole in Guchen's right hand, his formation was about to collapse. Run! He decisively withdrew all his power, turned around, and fled in panic. At this moment, winning or losing the battle was no longer important. Not only was the opponent strong, but his power was also very strange. He only wanted to save his life. The battle between the two supremes and the overlord had been affecting everyone's hearts. After all the cultivators knew that the winner would greatly affect the outcome of the battle. Now that Thunder Firmament had been swallowed by the Nether Snake and Spiritual Jade had fled, the Gold Clan and I Clan's alliance army fell into chaos. The two supremes lost. The two of them joined forces and still couldn't defeat the overlord. The overlord is truly invincible. We can't win this battle. Many small factions had joined the crusade against ancient heaven because of the two supremes' strength. Now that the two supremes had been defeated, they immediately lost all their fighting spirit. At this moment, those who could escape fled, and those who couldn't simply surrendered. Don't run. Continue fighting. The Gold Clan cultivators angrily roared. Others could escape, but they couldn't. They had already offended ancient heaven, so they had to fight to the end. Even Thunder Firmament and Spiritual Jade couldn't defeat the overlord. We've already lost this battle. Let's go. Damn it. No wonder Feng Wen left early. Could it be that he already knew that we would lose this battle? The geniuses from the outer realm had been forced into a dangerous situation by the Heaven Generals and Dragon Horse. Now that the two supremes had been defeated, they decisively fled. They were originally from the outer realm, so they didn't care about the lives or deaths of the factions that had attached themselves to them. Seeing that Spiritual Jade and the other outer realm geniuses were fleeing, Guchen's eyes shined brightly. He roared, "Don't let a single one of the outer realm people go. Today, we must take revenge for the desolate emperor." What he received in response was the roars of the crowd. Everyone's fighting spirit soared as they crazily chased after the various geniuses. Dragon Horse! Guchen shouted, and the dragon horse immediately galloped over from afar. Guchen leaped onto its back, and one man and one horse chased after Tao Master Yu under the stars and the moon. Scram! Quickly scram for me! Spiritual Jade tried to escape the battlefield, but the battlefield was filled with soldiers. He could only frantically attack in an attempt to kill his way out. Guchen galloped and chased after him. When he saw that spiritual jade was almost there, he flipped his hand and grabbed the heaven-sweeping blade. Nay! The dragon horse galloped through the starry sky. Guchen held the tyrant blade as he passed by spiritual jade and quickly raised the blade. A head flew high into the air. Its eyes were still filled with fear and unwillingness. The young sovereign of a generation had fallen. The overlord's army had cut off the head of the outer realm sovereign with one slash. With the fall of spiritual master Yu, the enemy's morale fell to its lowest point, and the front line completely collapsed. In the next 4 hours, the army of ancient heaven completely dominated the battlefield. Everywhere they went, the enemy surrendered. After Guchen collected spiritual master Yu's body, he turned around and went to find the other outer realm geniuses. The outer realm geniuses were all scared witless by spiritual master Yu's death. They didn't have any will to fight and just wanted to escape the battlefield. However, they were surrounded by many heavenly generals and didn't have time to escape. In the end, they could only watch as the devil-like, black-haired man rode over. Wherever the heaven-seizing blade went, the outer realm geniuses died one after another. Guchen had done what he had promised at the beginning. He didn't let a single outer realm person go. When the battle ended, all the outer realm geniuses were killed. Only Lei Xiao was trapped by the Nether River and became a captive. What could almost be called a miracle was that the casualties of the army of ancient heaven were very low, less than 10% of the enemy's casualties. The small forces that formed the coalition army were a mob. After the outer realm geniuses died, they all threw down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. The Gold Clan and the Eye Clan didn't immediately surrender. As the main force of the coalition army, they knew that their relationship with ancient heaven would not be good. These two clans fought with all their strength and brought some trouble to ancient heaven, but they soon fell into a disadvantage. After 1/3 of their clansmen died, the Eye Clan chose to surrender. The Gold Clan fought alone. This clan was very tenacious and didn't surrender no matter what. In the end, the entire clan was almost completely wiped out, leaving only a few people as captives. Half a day later, the situation on the battlefield completely stabilized, leaving behind a large pile of corpses. The army of ancient heaven drove the countless captives back to the Empyrean Woman Palace and tied them up, waiting for orders from the higher-ups. The heavenly generals, commanders, and the leaders of the subordinate forces all returned to the Empyrean Woman Palace. Guchen chased after the enemies everywhere, but he was the last to return. When he rode on the dragon horse and flew back from the starry sky, before he entered the Mystic Lady Palace, the heavenly soldiers outside the palace dispersed and stood respectfully in 2 rows to welcome his return. The eyes of all the heavenly soldiers were filled with awe and even a kind of crazy worship. The invincible figure of the Overlord, who had dominated the starry sky, had been imprinted in the hearts of every heavenly soldier. No one thought about the Overlord's position anymore, because it was meaningless. The tyrant had already proven which side he belonged to by being able to walk out of the encirclement alone and consecutively defeat 2 young supreme martial artists. Even if there were conflicts, it was just an internal battle of ideas. With a calm expression, Guchen rode the dragon horse into the fairy palace slowly. The heavenly generals were already standing guard at the entrance. Wu Huang and the others looked at him with complicated expressions. What they had seen and heard today had a huge impact on them. They knew that the Overlord was strong, but they didn't expect him to be that strong. His strength had even made them see the hope of ancient heaven rising again. Thus, their opinion of him had quietly changed. Guchen dismounted from his horse and looked at Tongning, who was in the field, immediately. "Is there any sign of him?" Tang Ning shook his head with a grim expression. "I've interrogated him and can confirm that Feng Wen left before the battle. His whereabouts are unknown." When Guchen heard this, he sank into silence. In this battle, the person he was most concerned about was Feng Wen. The scene of Yu Wenbo being strangely killed on the Flux Star was still vivid in his mind. He had thought that there would be a huge battle with Feng Wen, so he had always been on guard. But he hadn't expected that even after the battle had ended, Feng Wen still hadn't appeared. He had spent so much effort to conquer ancient heaven, but he had left just when he was about to succeed. What was the reason for this? Could it be that he had divined that this battle would be lost and so he had fled in advance, thinking of how he had killed Yu Wenbo in front of them? Guchen didn't think that he was someone who would admit defeat before the battle had even begun. What exactly is he plotting? Guchen muttered to himself. He really couldn't see through Feng Wen, who he had never met before. Although it's a pity that we couldn't capture Feng Wen, we've already obtained complete victory in this battle. I believe that we can obtain a lot of useful information from the captives. You've worked hard in this battle. Go and rest first. Tang Ning reminded Gu Chen. He could see that Gu Chen's expression was somewhat tired. Gu Chen came back to his senses and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble everyone with the following matters. He had been killing for half a day and was indeed somewhat exhausted. He really needed to rest. Thus, Gu Chen returned to his residence to rest while the celestial generals began to discuss how to deal with the captives. In this battle, the number of soldiers captured by Ancient Heaven was unimaginably large, and several hundred powers of various sizes were involved. It would take a long time to kill such a large number of captives, but if they were to let them go, they would leave behind hidden dangers. This was truly a headache for the celestial generals. Gu Chen returned to his residence and took out a few elixirs to consume. After meditating for half a day, his essence, qi, and spirit had recovered. At this moment, he seemed to be deep in thought as he released Lei Xiao, who was trapped in the river of death. He didn't kill Lei Xiao earlier because he had done so intentionally. Until now, he still didn't know why the Xing County had sent the 100 seedlings to the 9th realm or how the Xing County planned to deal with the 9th realm. Gu Chen had always wanted to know more about the unknown giant. Now that he had finally captured a young supreme being, he hoped to learn more about the Xing County from him. Also, Feng Wen, who had escaped, was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Gu Chen always felt that he was a threat, so he also hoped to learn more about Feng Wen from Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao was released. His hair was disheveled and he looked dispirited. As soon as he saw Gu Chen, he smiled bitterly. Everyone says that the 9th realm is an undeveloped, barbaric land. I didn't expect someone like you to exist. Although he hated Gu Chen, he couldn't help but admire him. As far as he knew, until 2 years ago, the 9th realm was in a state where Tao power was being exploited. Under such circumstances, it was extremely shocking that Feng Wen could go so far on the path of a 9th stage quasi-emperor. Gu Chen looked at Lei Xiao calmly and went straight to the point. Why did the Xing County send you to the 9th realm? When Lei Xiao heard this, he immediately realized that Gu Chen was trying to get information out of him. A mocking expression appeared on his face. Then what do you think we're here for? Lei Xiao sneered and asked instead of answering. You've been stirring up trouble in the 9th realm and managing your own forces. It seems that you want to rule the 9th realm. The divine realm has collapsed. The Xing County is worried that his control over the 9th realm will weaken, so he sent you here. Xiong had subdued the Baron God clan, Lei Xiaozi and the others had joined forces with the Gold clan and the Ai clan. According to the information he had gathered, the other geniuses from the outer realm were doing similar things in the 12 galaxies of the 9th realm. At first glance, they seemed to have the ambition to rule the 9th realm by attacking cities and plundering lands everywhere. Rule the 9th realm? Xing County's control over the 9th realm has weakened? Ha 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 ha. Lei Xiaozi heard Gu Chen's speculation and laughed as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Looks like you know nothing about the Xing County. He mocked Gu Chen after laughing. What do you mean? Could it be that my guess is wrong? Gu Chen wasn't angry at being mocked. Instead, he was happy. In fact, his previous speculation was just a prelude. He didn't think that the Xing County had sent the Outer Realm 100 seedlings just to rule the 9th realm. If the Xing County wanted to rule the 9th realm again, the Outer Realm 100 seedlings wouldn't have split up. With their strength, if they had worked together to fight against the 9th realm, they might have succeeded by now. In fact, they were all doing their own thing and expanding in the 12 galaxies. They were competing with each other. It's not just wrong, it's a big mistake. Lei Xiaozi was defeated by Gu Chen. He seemed to want to regain his dignity elsewhere, so he mocked Gu Chen's ignorance. The 9th realm is just the collapse of the divine realm. It's nothing to the Xing County. The Xing County has conquered over 100 worlds. If they want to, they can easily flatten the 9th realm. Over 100 worlds, Gu Chen was shocked. Were the other worlds as widely praised as the 9th realm? If the Xing County really had the strength to conquer over 100 worlds, then it was ridiculous for him to say that the Xing County was worried about weakening their control over the Ninth Realm. Gu Chen's heart sank as he saw the tip of the iceberg of the Xing County. According to you, the Xing County didn't send you to conquer the Ninth Realm, right? If that's the case, why are you expanding everywhere? Gu Chen remained calm on the surface and continued to ask. We're just doing it for fun, Lei Xiaozi sneered. Fun? Is it fun to start a massacre in the Ninth Realm and cause misery and suffering everywhere? Gu Chen's eyes suddenly became very cold. Thunder Firmament wasn't afraid of offending Gu Chen. He knew he couldn't escape death, so he spoke his mind. After the collapse of the Way of Heaven in the Ninth World, the 3,000 fruits of the Way, which had been cultivated in the Xing County for millions of years, were reintegrated into this world, causing the Way power here to recover rapidly, making it the easiest place to prove the Way. The 100 of us have come from over 100 worlds under the banner of the Xing County. We were all chosen by the Xing County and sent here to undergo trials. Trial grounds? You said that the Ninth Realm is just a trial ground for you? Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart burned with anger, and he clenched his fists. That's right. Although the collapse of the Divine Realm displeased Xing County and they sent us here to teach you natives a lesson, their main purpose is to train us. They hope that we can unleash our potential in the special environment of the Ninth Realm so that they can choose the people they want. We know the intentions of the Xing County, so we have turned this place into a hunting ground. While hunting you, we are also competing with each other. Now you should understand what I mean. The Ninth Realm has long been abandoned by the Xing County. When someone they want appears among us, the Ninth Realm will have no reason to exist, and the only result will be destruction. Isn't it fun to expand in a world whose fate has already been decided? Thunder Firmament was extremely sarcastic. Seeing Gu Chen's expression turn ugly because of his words, he felt much better. It took Gu Chen a while to digest Thunder Firmament's words. He was angry and sad. The Ninth Realm had been plunged into misery because of the arrival of the Outer Realm 100. In the end, they didn't want to rule this place, but just used it as a hunting ground. They used the environment where the Way power was recovering to try to prove their way and become an emperor. Once they achieved their goal, they could abandon the Ninth Realm at will. The Ninth Realm was his hometown, but in the eyes of the people from the Outer Realm, it was nothing? Even though you defeated me, there are still many Outer Realm 100 that are stronger than me. Some of them might have even broken through their bottlenecks. They will continue to expand in the Ninth Realm because the more forces they conquer, the more powerful they will be in the eyes of the Xing County. You will meet them sooner or later and become their prey. That day will not be far away. Thunder Firmament smiled cruelly. Hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. He kicked Thunder Firmament to the ground and stepped on his arm. Crack, he crushed Thunder Firmament's entire arm and said coldly. You treat others as prey, so you should be prepared to become someone else's prey. You are now my prey. The truth greatly agitated Thunder Firmament. He shouted angrily. So what? You will be killed by other geniuses in the end. According to the rules of the Xing County will win in the end. Gu Chen raised his leg and crushed Thunder Firmament's other arm as he screamed in pain. Every single one of you is my prey. I will kill you one by one until the day I face the Xing County. They may make the rules, but I can always break them. You are like an ant trying to shake a tree. You have no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Blood kept flowing out of Thunder Firmament's mouth. His voice became weaker under Gu Chen's torture. The world will not oppress a man. Seeing that he could not get any more information out of Thunder Firmament, Gu Chen crushed Thunder Firmament's head with his foot and ended his life. After killing Thunder Firmament, he could not calm down for a long time. What he said to Thunder Firmament was out of anger, but it was also his determination. No matter how powerful the Xing County was, if it wanted to destroy the Ninth Realm, he would fight it to the end. If he retreated because he was afraid of the Xing County's power, he would not be qualified to be called an overlord. Thunder Firmament's words made him understand the Xing County's intention. It also eliminated the hope in his heart. In front of a great enemy, the only thing he could do was to unite all the forces in the Ninth Realm and fight with all his might. Gu Chen waved his sleeve and threw out Spiritual Master Yu's body. Looking at the bodies of the two young Supreme Masters, coldness surged in his eyes and he reached out with both hands. You want to use the ninth realm to become emperors, but you don't know that I am hunting you as well. You will be the stepping stones on my path to becoming emperors, Gu Chen. Buzz, the celestial force in Gu Chen's body circulated according to the celestial ascension technique. His hands released a mysterious force, spiritual master Yu's and Thunder Firmament's bodies quickly dried up. Two balls of origin energy floated out of their bodies. One of the origin energy was as clear as jade while the other was filled with lightning. The origin of a ray. The origin of thunder. Although the two young supreme masters had not reached the emperor realm, they already had origin energy in their bodies like Xianxia. As the two origins floated in the air, Gu Chen spread out his divine sense and carefully sensed them. The origin of thunder was the source of the law of thunder and lightning. Gu Chen had cultivated Thunder Dao immortal arts before, so he was no stranger to it. On the other hand, Daoist Yu's origin of formation was an extremely special kind of origin. Formation was a kind of law that borrowed the power of nature to use. Those who condensed the origin of formation were theoretically invincible in the Dao of formations. Whether it was the origin of thunder or the origin of formation, they were both pretty good origins. Proving one's Dao and becoming an emperor with either would greatly improve a cultivator's strength. However, Daoist Yu and Thunder Firmament had yet to prove their Dao, so the size of these two origins was about the same as the origin of force of a mighty army. Should I directly absorb these two origins, or seal them in a black hole like the origin of life and the origin of nether? Gu Chen pondered for a moment. Absorbing these two origins wouldn't improve his strength by much, so he might as well use them as a foundation. After sorting out his thoughts, Gu Chen looked at his left hand and took a deep breath. Today, he decided to open another black hole. The scene of him opening a black hole in his right hand in the nether realm was still vivid in his mind. He had long wanted to try it again to verify some of his ideas. Raising his left hand, Gu Chen operated the quadruple destruction secret art. His entire arm quickly swelled red like the last time, and his veins bulged like dragons. The skin was quickly burned away, and the golden flesh and tendons of his left arm were exposed. Then, a mist of blood burst out. His left arm looked like it was about to be crippled, but Gu Chen was very calm. He continued to operate the quadruple destruction secret art until a certain moment. Rumble, an extremely tyrannical force suddenly surged out of Gu Chen's left palm bone, quickly suppressing the riot caused by the secret art. Then, a black vortex appeared in Gu Chen's left palm. The black hole in his left hand had been successfully opened. Feeling the newly formed black hole in his palm, Gu Chen smiled and murmured. As expected. Previously, when he first used the quadruple destruction secret art, the black hole in his right hand had been successfully opened with the help of the West Tyrant bone. This time, it was the Eastern Tyrant bone that helped him open up the black hole in his left hand. The cultivation of the Tyrant body and the cultivation of the black hole scroll were faintly in line with each other in the human body. This had long given Gu Chen a feeling that the Great Tao had reached the same destination by different means. Now that it was the same for the second time, he was even more convinced of this point. As a secret technique of the seventh heaven, the quadruple blast was originally very dangerous and difficult to practice, but because of the uniqueness of the Tyrant body, it actually saved me a lot of hard work. Gu Chen sighed in his heart. If he followed the conventional method, he didn't know when he would be able to open up all four extremities. However, with the special characteristics of the mighty body, the seventh heaven was not difficult for him at all. Now that his speculation was confirmed, Gu Chen was full of confidence. He continued to operate the four extremities blast and opened up the black holes in his left and right feet. The left foot corresponded to the tyrannical South Pole bone, and the right foot corresponded to the tyrannical North Pole bone. According to Gu Chen's vision, two new black vortexes soon appeared on the soles of both feet. Boom! 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 When the quadruple blast black holes were completely opened, Gu Chen's whole body floated uncontrollably. The four black holes formed a mysterious connection, and they seemed to be connected to each other. At the same time, Gu Chen felt that his Dantian black hole had produced a strange resonance at this moment. Opening up the four extremities to form a cycle is indeed a complete black hole. This second black hole is different from the Dantian black hole. It can greatly enhance my strength. Gu Chen silently felt the changes in his body, and his eyes gradually lit up. The Dantian black hole could only absorb the energy that invaded his body. In addition, he had already used it to seal the life source, so it was almost useless. However, this quadruple blast black hole was different. Although it also contained the netherworld source, it still had great potential. With the help of the 4 black holes on the soles of both his hands and feet, Guchen could easily absorb all kinds of magic treasures and energy attacks. This relied on the strong gravitational force inside the black hole, and this gravitational force could easily be converted into a strong repulsive force with the help of the Heaven Gravitational Secret Technique. The gravitational force and repulsive force that the quadruple blast black hole could mobilize far surpassed the power of the Heaven Gravitational Secret Technique that Guchen had used in the past. It could be said that it had been upgraded to the extreme. Whether it was the gravitational tide or the starquake, with the help of the quadruple blast black hole, there were many more changes. The black vortex under Guchen's feet rotated and released a repulsive force, and his whole body floated up. If he used it seriously, the repulsive force under his feet could form a huge driving force, and his speed would increase by another 5 times. Not only that, Guchen raised his left hand and sucked a table in the room into the black hole in his left hand. Then, he raised his right hand, and the table came out of the black hole in his right palm. However, it had already turned into sawdust. The interior of the quadruple blast black hole was a completely interconnected space, and the gravitational force in this space was infinite. If someone was careless and was sucked into the black hole, they would most likely die. Guchen was extremely satisfied with the power of the quadruple blast black hole. Now that he had mastered the level 7 secret technique, he was excited. Could he also cultivate the next realm of the black hole scroll so easily? The next black hole that needs to be opened is at the dragon transformation bone, which is the human spine. However, this does not belong to the 6 bones of the overlord body. As Guchen pondered, his eyebrows gradually furrowed. If the cultivation of the overlord body and the black hole scroll were similar, then what position did the dragon transformation bone correspond to? The quadruple blast black hole corresponded to the quadruple blast bone, the Dantian black hole corresponded to the Dao pivot bone, and the Niwen Palace black hole corresponded to the Beer altar bone. In this way, all 6 bones of the overlord body had been completed. However, there were still 2 major parts of the black hole scroll that needed to be opened, the dragon transformation bone and the blood. The light in Guchen's eyes continued to shine. The level 8 and level 9 secret techniques corresponded to the dragon transformation bone and the blood. If he could not figure out the relationship between the black hole scroll and the overlord body, it would not be as easy to cultivate as before. I hope there are clues in the Tyrant's secret land that can help me solve my doubts. Guchen could not figure it out, so he could only pin his hopes on the Tyrant's secret land. The Tyrant's secret land was in the Jade Spring Star sector. He had originally planned to go there after he was done with the matters in the ancient heaven. According to his father, there was an opportunity to further develop the overlord body there. Guchen hoped that this opportunity could help him break through the bottleneck. After sorting out all his thoughts, Guchen looked at the 2 origins floating in the air. He raised his left hand, and a black hole appeared. He absorbed and sealed them in the quadruple blast black hole. These 2 origins combined were not as strong as the netherworld origin, and they were far from the limit that the quadruple blast black hole could withstand. Looking at the situation, even if I don't open the dragon transformation bone, this origin can contain at least 7 or 8 more origins. Guchen estimated for a moment and sneered. Guchen stayed in his room for a few days until Li Xuanyu knocked on his door and invited him to attend a meeting. Only then did he leave his residence. Ever since the war, Guchen had been indifferent to everything, causing all parties to quarrel endlessly. When Li Xuanyu saw him, his face was full of resentment. Guchen pretended not to see it and followed Li Xuanyu to the main hall of the Fairy Lady Palace. When he arrived, all the heavenly generals were already there, including his companions and the patriarch of the Wilderness God clan. In addition, the various important commanders of the heavenly army and the leaders of the affiliated forces were also present. When they saw Guchen, they all bowed. Wu Huang and Tang Ning stood at the head of the 2 rows of heavenly generals. When they saw Guchen arrive, they made a gesture of invitation. In this hall, there was a seat for the master, and it was above everyone else. Guchen did not decline. He walked straight to the seat of honor and sat down calmly. Friend Gu, there are 3 matters that need to be dealt with urgently. After the unanimous agreement of the heavenly generals, we have decided to invite you over to discuss them. Wu Huang cleared his throat and said. May I know what they are? Gu Chen asked with a smile. In fact, he knew what everyone wanted to say. These few days, he had deliberately ignored everything because he wanted the various parties of the Fairy Lady Palace to work together through the disputes and finally reach a unified opinion. Now that they had invited him over, they must have formed a unified opinion. All they needed to do was to get a firm answer from him. The first matter is about the captives. We have captured many forces of various sizes in the previous battle. We need to discuss whether to kill them or let them go. The second matter is about whether to let the Wilderness God clan join the Ancient Heaven. And the third matter is about what kind of status and identity should be given to Friend Gu if he returns to the Ancient Heaven. Wu Huang told them one by one. After he finished speaking, he kept looking at Gu Chen, wanting to see any obvious emotional changes on his face. Unfortunately, Gu Chen smiled casually as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Everyone must have reached a consensus. Tell me about it, Gu Chen said. Wu Huang looked at Tang Ning and said in a serious tone. We have already learned of Friend Gu's thoughts from Tang Ning. At the same time, through the interrogation of the Outer Realm geniuses before their deaths, we have learned some shocking facts. When Wu Huang said that, the expressions of all the cultivators in the hall turned solemn. The significance of the 9th realm to the outer world 100 seedlings and how the Xing County would deal with the 9th realm, the crowd had more or less understood after interrogating the captives. The more they learned, the heavier they felt, and the coldness in their hearts grew. In a situation like this, there is no point in fighting for positions. Friend Gu's idea is correct. Wu Huang sighed and continued. Therefore, our ancient heaven is willing to accept the desolate god tribe into our ranks. We also hope that Friend Gu can return and lead us against our enemies. You will be the leader of the heavenly music parlor. If you are willing, you will be the first heavenly general from today onwards. Wu Huang paused for a moment and Tang Ning continued his sentence. Gu Chen, you said that you want to build a new celestial court, a celestial court that includes both the celestial realm and the divine realm. Is this true? Yes, Gu Chen replied calmly. Tang Ning smiled and spoke in a much louder voice. The ancient heaven was once the leader of the celestial realm. However, the situation has deteriorated, and the forces of the celestial realm are no longer willing to obey. If you can rebuild the celestial realm and gather the forces of the celestial realm again, then you will have the right to say that you have built a new celestial court. This is what we mean. If you can do this, we will worship you as the celestial arch. Gu Chen replied without even blinking his eyes when he heard that. What if I can conquer the forces of the divine realm and unify the 9th realm? Then we will be loyal to the celestial arch forever. Everyone in the hall said in unison. Their voices lingered in the hall. Alright, I promise you that I will give you a powerful celestial court. Gu Chen stood up and said solemnly as his eyes swept across everyone present. Everyone in the hall smiled, their eyes filled with excitement. They were about to do a great cause that would be passed down through the ages. Everyone who participated in it would die without regrets. First Heavenly General, there is still one problem that has not been solved. How should we deal with the captives? Please decide. Emperor and Fairy looked at Gu Chen and teased. Gu Chen already had an idea on how to deal with the captives. Since we want to unify the 9th realm, we can't give up on such a large army. Bring all of them under the banner of the Celestial Court. However, in order to be cautious, don't let them come into contact with the core information. At the same time, put a restriction on the leaders of each force. Tell them that they can only regain their freedom after they have achieved a certain level of military merits. Everyone nodded. Gu Chen's consideration was very thorough, which made them feel more at ease with his methods. Do we do the same for the pupil clan? Tang Ning asked Gu Chen. Gu Chen pondered for a while. There are no exceptions to the restriction. However, before we put the restriction on the leader of the pupil clan, tell him the truth about Yuan Bo's death. It would be best if he is willing to believe it. If he is unwilling, he will still be under our control. Tell him to recruit Kunlun. If Kunlun is willing to join the Celestial Court, we will let him regain his freedom. Gu Chen's words shocked everyone. Li Xuanyu pondered for a while and suggested. Kunlun was once a top force in the divine realm. If we can bring them under the banner of the ancient heaven, then we will be able to rally hundreds of people with a single call. Your plan will be half a success. However, isn't this too fast? We should rebuild the celestial realm first before touching Kunlun. Hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head. If we do these two things at the same time might not wait for us. According to Lei Xiao, as long as there was someone the Xing commandery wanted among the geniuses participating in the trial, the end of the ninth realm might arrive. No one could guarantee that such a person would not appear among the geniuses of the outer realm tomorrow. Therefore, even if it was a little rushed, Gu Chen hoped to implement his plan as soon as possible. Everyone understood Gu Chen's concerns and nodded. According to Gu Chen, they would be very busy from now on. With so many captives to put restrictions on, every heavenly general would be very busy. How should we deal with the Gold Clan? This clan is stubborn, and there are not many of them left. They are not worth bringing under our banner, the old barbarian leader said. Said the old chief of the barbarian tribe. The captured Gold Clan members were now under his control. Bring the captives of the Gold Clan to me. I will deal with them personally. As for everyone else, go do your own things, Gu Chen replied. He had always been curious about the Gold Clan. They regarded the Tyrants as their mortal enemy and knew many secrets about the Tyrants. Inside the hall, a few members of the Gold Clan were brought in. All of them were covered in injuries and looked dispirited. The leader was the only remaining elder of the Gold Clan. When he raised his head and saw Gu Chen looking at him from the high seat, his face was full of resentment. It was this man who had destroyed the Gold Clan. First, he killed their clan leader. This time, he wanted to kill them all. Overlord. He was furious and desperately tried to stand up and rush towards Gu Chen. However, he was tripped by two heavenly soldiers next to him, who started punching and kicking him. When the elder's body was covered in bruises, Gu Chen waved his hand and asked the heavenly soldiers to retreat. It is an unchangeable fact that the Gold Clan has been destroyed. However, if you cooperate obediently and answer a few questions of mine, I can let you die a quick death. Gu Chen said coldly. The elder collapsed on the ground and sneered. The other members of the Gold Clan did not say a word. They looked at Gu Chen with resentment. Obviously, none of them were willing to cooperate. Gu Chen was not angry. Instead, he was deep in thought. All this while, he did not understand why the Gold Clan was so hostile towards the Tyrants. Although he had killed the Gold Clan's clan leader and there was a grudge between them, the conflict between them did not originate from this. As early as in the ancient Song Huang Star, the Gold Clan had been chasing after the Gu Clan. In the process of fighting with them, he also learned that the Gold Clan had been chasing after the Tyrants for generations. The Gold Clan had a unique way of tracking down the descendants of the Tyrants. Even the inheritance they cultivated was targeted at the Tyrants. After he stepped into the starry sky, the Gold Clan had repeatedly made things difficult for him, even though he had never offended them. Their hatred for him seemed to come from their bones. It was as if they were born to destroy the Tyrants. If a race wanted to survive, they would definitely seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. However, the Gold Clan was hostile towards him even though the entire clan had been destroyed. It was too strange. Seeing that he could not get the answer he wanted by asking directly, Gu Chen smiled and changed his approach. The Gold Clan has been chasing after my Tyrants for generations, but in the end, they were killed by me, the successor of the Tyrants. How pitiful, he mocked. These words immediately provoked the Gold Clan's people. The elder gnashed his teeth. You don't have to be too proud. In the past, we almost exterminated your clansmen. So what if you kill us now? One day, the Oram clan will revive again. As for your Tyrants, unless you're exterminated, you'll be hunted down forever. The elder's words were extremely firm, and did not seem to be bluffing. Gu Chen thought to himself, but on the surface, he revealed a look of disdain. Your Gold Clan is going to be annihilated. How can you revive? Are you dreaming? Hee hee. The elder of the Gold Clan was so angry that he laughed. The Gold Clan was created by a big shot in the Xing commandery. For the past million years, we have been following his orders and diligently hunting down the tyrants. If he knows that we died in your hands, he will definitely avenge us and rebuild the Gold Clan. When Guchen heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The Gold Clan was actually a race that was created by someone to specifically target his clan. Guchen suddenly understood. No wonder the Gold Clan had a secret method to search for the tyrants. Their inheritance was so targeted. Even the hostility in their heads and the unwillingness to surrender might have been implanted in the depths of their souls when they were born. Guchen could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. What kind of big shot could create a race, and such a powerful race at that? As far as he knew, even the desolate emperor, who had condensed the source of life, might not be able to do this. That was already the means of the creator. Guchen could not imagine how strong that person's cultivation was and what made him so hostile to the tyrants. In ancient times, the giant hand that came from the depths of the starry sky and destroyed the ancient dark yellow star, Guchen inexplicably thought of the catastrophe he saw when he traveled in the opposite direction of time and space, and the giant hand that covered the sky and earth. Not only did that giant hand destroy the ancient dark yellow star, but it also cut off time and space, making it impossible for anyone to pry into it. There were definitely not many people who had such means. That person had attacked the ancient dark yellow star to hunt down the descendants of the tyrants. Could he be related to the person behind the Gold Clan, or was he that big shot from the Xing County? Guchen took a deep breath. Regardless of whether the two were the same person or not, he had to treat them with caution. The matter regarding the tyrants was still a mess. Perhaps only by going to the secret place of the tyrants would he be able to answer his doubts. Guchen tried to provoke the Gold Clan elder into asking some questions, but unfortunately, he did not get any more useful clues. The Gold Clan had been passed down from generation to generation for so many years. The people in the clan who had any impression of that big shot from the Xing County were long gone. All they knew was the origin of their clan. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, because the tyrants had almost disappeared, they did not know much about the tyrants. In order to ensure that they were not lying, Guchen finally used the soul-searching technique. Unfortunately, he did not get any more clues. He killed the remaining members of the Gold Clan without hesitation and removed the Gold Clan from the Ninth Realm. After doing this, Guchen gave some instructions to the generals of the Celestial Court. Then, he rode on the dragon horse with the white ape and set off on the star path to the secret place of the tyrants. According to the star map given to him by his father, this round trip would take about half a month. The ancient heaven had just destroyed the allied forces led by the two supreme martial artists and was now in full power. It should not be a problem for him to leave for half a month. Moreover, he also needed time to complete the task that he had given to the celestial generals. Half a month was more or less enough. Guchen left the Mystic Lady Palace, identified the direction according to the star map, and began to travel in the Jade Spring Star sector. 6 days later, snow-white mountain peaks rose and fell in front of him, floating strangely in the starry sky. Guchen, don't tell me you've got the wrong way? The dragon horse looked ahead and said disdainfully. Guchen did not answer. He frowned slightly and carefully looked at the star map. According to the star map given to him by his father, this place was extremely close to the secret place of the tyrants. There were a large number of ruins around it, so it should be easy to identify. The mountain ranges in front of him were undulating and easy to identify, but he did not see the large number of ruins that his father had mentioned. Could it be that he had really gone the wrong way? Guchen looked at the star map again and again to confirm that he had not gone the wrong way. Something must have happened here. He spread his divine senses and extended it to the snow-white mountain peaks in front of him. Soon, his eyes turned cold. He dismounted from the back of the dragon horse and arrived at the edge of the mountain peak in one step. Then, he slashed with his finger, screech. It's not a real mountain? There's demonic aura. The dragon horse came over and quickly saw through the secret of this mountain. The undulating mountains looked spectacular at first glance, but they were actually formed by countless silk threads. Guchen waved his sleeves and blew away a portion of the silk threads, revealing a ruin at the bottom. This ruin floated in the starry sky and looked extremely ancient. Obviously, it was the ruin that his father had mentioned. He had not found the wrong place. It was just that this place had been occupied by a foreign demonic beast at some point in time. Oh my, look at the scale of these silk threads. Could it be a gigantic spider spirit? The dragon horse clicked its tongue. Ordinary people would not be able to cut through these silk threads. Furthermore, it covered such a large area. The other party's body must be extremely huge and its cultivation must not be simple. Squeak, squeak. The white ape blinked and leaped off Gu Chen's back, heading straight into the depths of the mountains. Gu Chen and the dragon horse did not stop it and followed closely behind. The three of them flew for less than 10,000 feet when the surrounding mountains suddenly changed. Countless white silk threads soared up from all the mountains and weaved into a huge cloth. Like waves, they swept towards the three of them. Heh, your vigilance is quite strong. The dragon horse mocked when it saw the situation. The white ape in front of it leaped and jumped, avoiding the huge waves with extreme speed and entering the depths of the mountains. Just as it wanted to do the same, the surrounding silk threads covered the sky and drowned it in an instant. Sue! The dragon horse was entangled by countless silk threads. Its natal true fire burned wildly, but the silk threads were endless. It could not break free for a while. It was anxious and depressed when it was tied up because of its carelessness. Gu Chen came to the dragon horse's side in one step. Using his fingers as a knife, he cut off the bindings and rescued the dragon horse. That was close. The dragon horse rejoiced. However, in that moment of delay, the two of them were surrounded by countless layers of silk threads. They could not see the white ape's situation at all. Gu Chen wasn't worried about the white ape's current strength and resourcefulness. However, his expression was still somewhat gloomy as he looked at the countless layers of silk threads around him. The dragon horse opened its mouth and spewed fire continuously. The fire had just melted through over 100 layers of silk threads when even more silk threads intertwined with each other. It was obvious that it would take a lot of effort to charge through this place with brute force. Seeing this, Gu Chen suddenly raised his left hand. A black vortex appeared on his left palm, releasing a powerful gravitational force. The countless threads in front of him immediately surged into the black hole in his left hand like rivers flowing into the sea. The space that this black hole could hold seemed to be endless. Even if the threads here were endless, it was still unfathomable. In less than a moment, the threads in front of him became sparse. It was obvious that the speed at which they were being created was not as fast as the speed at which the black hole was devouring them. Good boy, Gu Chen, you're becoming more and more inhuman. The dragon horse lamented when it saw this scene. Gu Chen rolled his eyes at him and suddenly raised his right hand. The threads that he had previously absorbed into the black hole appeared again. This time, they formed a huge cloth and turned into a starry sky path that led straight to the depths of this region. The dragon horse was dumbfounded. Gu Chen ignored it and took a step forward, moving from one end of the huge cloth to the other end. When he arrived, the battle was in full swing. An incomparably huge spider was waving its 8 legs and fighting fiercely with the white ape. The demonic aura on this spider soared into the sky, and its cultivation had actually reached the peak of the late-stage immortal supremacy. Its ferocious appearance showed that it was definitely not a friendly creature. However, the white ape was not afraid of it. Its speed of growth had never been much slower than Gu Chen's, and it had also reached the boundary Emperor realm. Coupled with the Emperor weapon, the Freedom Staff, it was completely suppressed even though the spider had some abilities. Roar! Several of the spider's legs were broken by the white ape's attacks. When it saw that Gu Chen had easily broken through the barrier it had set up, fear immediately appeared in its eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a poisonous fog. This poisonous fog quickly spread into the surrounding starry sky and blocked the white ape's vision. The spider took the opportunity to escape. Seeing this, Gu Chen raised his left hand again. A black whirlpool appeared and sucked in all the poisonous fog that filled the sky. Before the spider could escape far, it was exposed in front of everyone. It was momentarily stunned and did not dare to move. One had to know that its poisonous fog was formed from its inner core. Every time it used it, its cultivation would be depleted. In exchange for this, the poisonous fog had extremely terrifying lethality. Even if a group of immortal supremacies were to fall into it, there was a risk that they would all be killed. However, its desperate attack was easily neutralized by the human in the distance. This made it not dare to run anymore because it could not escape at all. "Friend, spare me! Spare me!" The spider hurriedly kowtowed to Gu Chen, looking terrified. It did not know where this god of death came from. It originally thought that with its current capabilities, it could do whatever it wanted in space. It did not expect to run into such a ruthless person. "Which force are you from? What are you doing here?" Gu Chen asked coldly. Strictly speaking, this spider was only blocking his way. It was not at the level of killing. "I am just a nomadic cultivator. I belong to no sect." The spider answered meekly as if it was scared out of its wits. "Yo, you belong to no sect and your bloodline is mediocre. To be able to train to this level, you are not simple." The dragon horse mocked. "I have trained hard for countless years to get to where I am today. I did not mean to offend the three of you today. Please spare my life." The spider begged in a low voice. "You still haven't told me why you are here." Gu Chen was expressionless. "A few months ago, I happened to pass by this place and found it to be a good location. So I built my nest here. I did not expect to offend you." The spider bitterly smiled. "Oh? It's that simple?" Gu Chen squinted his eyes. "Yes." The spider lowered its head and did not even dare to breathe loudly. "It must not have been easy to cultivate to your current level, right?" Gu Chen suddenly asked a question that had no head or tail. "It's not easy. After all, I am a nomadic cultivator. The amount of effort I put in is countless times that of ordinary people." The spider sighed. The dragon horse nodded. It wanted to let this guy off. It was actually a nomadic cultivator and a demonic beast. It knew how difficult it was to cultivate to its current level. The other party did not have any deep grudges with them and looked very honest. There was no need for it to be ruthless. "You are indeed quite hardworking." The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. He reached out a hand towards the white mountain not far away. Boom, the white mountain collapsed under his power. Countless threads loosened, revealing the scene below. There were piles of bones. There were human bones and there were also those of different races. The number was enough to make one shudder. "Fellow cultivator, listen to my explanation." The spider's expression changed instantly. It hurriedly tried to explain but was interrupted by Gu Chen. "Although the world is said to be a golden age, it is also a chaotic one. That's because the various forces are busy with their own affairs. That gives fiend demons like you many opportunities. In order to increase your cultivation as quickly as possible, you have killed wantonly. Tell me, how many life stars have been destroyed in your hands?" Gu Chen's voice was thunderous and his words were filled with rage. Under the mountains formed by the snow-white threads, there were over 10 billion corpses and skeletons buried. And this spider said that it had only been here for a few months. In just a few months, it had taken the lives of so many living beings. It was clear how cruel and terrifying its nature was, although Gu Chen knew that there would be such demons taking advantage of the chaos. Seeing it with his own eyes, the anger in his heart was still hard to suppress. When the spider saw that its true appearance had been discovered by Gu Chen, it hurriedly prostrated itself on the ground, crying bitterly as if it was deeply remorseful. "Fellow cultivator, spare me. Fellow cultivator, spare me. I was just confused for a moment. I know I was wrong. From now on, I will turn over a new leaf and never kill the innocent." It made a solemn vow, but Gu Chen felt like vomiting. The other party was only doing this to save its life. In the spider's heart, it probably didn't care about this at all. "Beast." Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He stretched out his hand in an overwhelming manner. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the spider's eyes suddenly revealed a look of hatred. Pooh, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of venom. Then it turned around and tried to escape. Rumble. Gu Chen's palm moved with all its might. As it pushed forward, heaven and earth rumbled like a millstone. The venom was crushed. Before the spider could escape, it was also surrounded by the giant palm. It could feel the overbearing pressure everywhere. The aura of that place. "Spare me. Spare me." The spider screamed fiercely. But in the end, it fell into Gu Chen's palm. Under this palm, its body was smashed into pieces, its soul then drilled out in a sorry state. It still wanted to escape, but it was smashed by the white ape who was watching from the side. It screamed miserably and its soul scattered. As it died, the surrounding snow-white mountains collapsed one after another, turning into countless threads that fell into the starry sky. Soon, the surrounding ruins revealed their original appearance. And in the ruins, there were many mountains of bones. Obviously, they were abandoned by the spider after it ate. Piles of white bones were exposed to the world. A murderous aura filled the air. Countless souls died here. Their resentment had not dissipated. Previously, they were suppressed by the spider's murderous aura. Now that it was dead, they suddenly emerged. Go away. Go away. The vengeful spirits turned into wisps of black smoke and tried to approach Guchen and company. The dragon horse shouted at them to stop. The negative energy generated by tens of billions of dead souls was so terrifying that ice formed everywhere in the void. Guchen stopped the dragon horse from chasing away the vengeful spirits. Instead, he took a step forward and arrived in the middle of them. For a moment, Guchen was surrounded by countless wronged souls, either crying or shrieking. I know that you all died unjustly, but you should disperse. Quickly enter the cycle of reincarnation and don't linger in this world. Guchen said calmly, but there was sadness in the depths of his eyes. When the countless vengeful spirits heard this, only a small portion of them retreated. Most of them shrieked like malicious spirits. I will avenge you. Rest in peace. The malicious ghosts continued to roar, as if they were asking Guchen something. The spider that killed you is just a pest in this chaotic world. I know that killing it won't solve the root of the problem. Don't worry. I will end this chaotic world with my own hands. I swear on my life. As Guchen spoke, his body exuded a domineering aura that resembled that of a Buddha emperor. After he finished speaking, countless vengeful spirits looked at each other and then began to disappear one by one. They turned into light and rose into the sky, and the remaining resentment between heaven and earth gradually disappeared. When the surrounding dead souls had been purified, the dragon horse heaved a sigh of relief. It looked at Guchen with respect. The dead souls did not have a physical body, but they were closer to the soul. They could read the complicated minds of people and see through their true intentions. After getting Guchen's promise, they left this world with peace of mind. This was enough to show that Guchen's words were sincere and his determination was firm enough. His ambition to build a new celestial court and end this chaotic world with his own hands was not just for show. How many people in this world would have the courage to take on such a responsibility? Let's go. After killing the spider, the star map became clear again. The tyrant's mystic land was not far ahead. Guchen said casually. Yes. Master, the dragon horse said after hesitating for a moment. Although it had called others master in order to enter the Heaven Void Hall in the past, that was just a disguise. It was proud and would not allow anyone to become its master. It had always called Guchen little brat, but today, it suddenly had the urge to change the way it addressed him. Such a man was worthy of its loyalty and following. If the green bull could call him that, why couldn't it? Guchen was a little surprised to hear the way the dragon horse addressed him, but he did not say much. He took the lead and walked forward. Before the spider died, it had said the aura of that place. If he guessed correctly, it should be referring to the tyrant's mystic land. Guchen was the tyrant body, so it was normal for him to have an aura similar to that place. The spider's words indirectly proved that they had come to the right place. Such a ferocious spider had broken into the vicinity of the tyrant's mystic land and made it its nest. Did it affect the mystic land in any way? Guchen was worried and quickened his pace. The monotonous ruins around them gradually became different. The snow-white silk threads of the spider gradually became sparse in the depths of the starry sky. Finally, there was no trace of them. The surrounding atmosphere became inexplicably heavy, making it hard for them to breathe. Sizzle. The dragon horse was originally surrounded by flames, but when it approached the depths of the mystic land, the flames on its body suddenly extinguished. My connection with the law of fire has suddenly been cut off. The dragon horse exclaimed in a low voice. The flames that usually surrounded its body were not its natal true fire. They were naturally produced when it intersected with the law of fire in the world. That was why they burned all the time. However, right now, its connection with the law of fire had suddenly been cut off, and it could not control it at all. It was very sure that the problem had nothing to do with itself, but the strange environment here. It was as if the law of fire had been overbearingly suppressed here, and it could not interact with any other cultivators. Squeak, squeak, the white ape called out. It grabbed Guchen's hair with its claws, and its eyes were filled with vigilance. Guchen also sensed it. He spread his divine senses to the surroundings and discovered that not only had the law of fire been stagnated in this place, but all the other laws were also in the same state. All the laws were suppressed. It was as if the master of this place had forcefully isolated this place from the ninth realm. Guchen took a deep breath. His father had never told him about the specific situation of the Tyrant's mystic land, so he did not know if this situation was normal. He continued to walk forward. Suddenly, the sky-plundering blade in his body reacted, clang. Clang. Even though they were separated by a layer of space, the sky-plundering blade was still trembling at this moment. It had never been so active before. Guchen flipped his hand and took out the sky-plundering blade. It immediately left his hand, and an overbearing aura overflowed. Swoosh! In the depths of the starry sky, an ancient square building stood upright. It was supported by countless yellow cloud pillars, and its walls were modeled as if they had grown rings on them. There were many steps in front of the building. The steps were constantly glowing and were almost translucent, as if they were connecting two different spaces. Below the steps was a vast starry sky. Above the steps, inside the square building was another world. The two sides were clearly separated and had existed since ancient times. Swoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light pierced through the starry sky, flew over the densely packed steps, and finally stuck itself in front of the palace, turning into a mighty golden blade. Not long after, Guchen, who had been chasing after the sky-plundering blade, arrived. Is this the secret place of the tyrants? The dragon horse looked at the building in front of it curiously, and its body tensed up subconsciously. At this place, the laws of heaven and earth had been suppressed to an extremely severe extent. The only thing it could feel was an overbearing aura that repelled it. This aura was so overbearing that even breathing had to be approved by it. Wait for me here. I'll go up myself. Guchen looked at the secret place in front of him and said to the white ape and the dragon horse. This place repelled anyone who was not from the tyrants. Even with the white apes and the dragon horse's cultivation, they might encounter danger if they continued on. The two beasts nodded, and Guchen went up the steps alone. With every step up the stairs, the domineering pressure emanating from the palace would increase by a notch. After Guchen walked up more than 100 steps, the tyrant blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. Golden light overflowed and dyed him like a golden man. After walking up all the steps, the sky-plundering blade was under his feet. Guchen pulled it out, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. This blade could not wait to return here, which was enough to show the significance of this place to the tyrants. The Gu clan's ancestral land was on the ancient Songhuang star, but Guchen later found out that the ancestral land was just a descendant of the tyrants who had fled to the ancient Songhuang star and died there. Did the ancient descendant of the tyrants come from this place? With his heart full of curiosity, Guchen walked into the palace. There were many magnificent cloud-piercing pillars in the hall, and people walking in them were as small as ants. The pillars were carved with all kinds of prehistoric mutants. Each of them was vivid and lifelike, as if they were pouncing on one's face, causing one's heart to tremble. The sky-plundering saber in Guchen's hand trembled slightly as it pointed in a certain direction. This place was simply too big. Guchen didn't know where to go, so he simply followed Heaven's Seizing Blade's instructions. Before long, a shrine could be vaguely seen in front of him. Guchen suddenly stopped and his pupils shrank. There seemed to be a person standing there. Guchen was on high alert as he slowly approached. Not long after, he could clearly see the surroundings of the shrine. The shrine was huge, comparable to a 3-story building. There was a plaque hanging above the entrance, and there were only 4 words on it, dominating the martial supremacy. These 4 words were like iron hooks and silver strokes. Their imposing aura surged forth, causing one's soul to involuntarily tremble. Unfortunately, the plaque itself was rusty and looked even older than the building. There were even cracks on its surface, causing the divine splendor to be lost. It was strange enough that such a dilapidated plaque was placed in this majestic palace. Below the plaque, there was a golden coffin. This coffin was enshrined in the shrine, so it obviously had a special meaning. However, Guchen's attention was attracted by the figure in front of the coffin. He could only see the figure's back. This person had a head of white hair, and he stood there without any aura leaking from his body. He was like a ghost. Who is this? Guchen's eyes flickered. When his father gave him the star map, he didn't mention that there were people in the Tyrant's mystic land. This person gave him a ghostly feeling, and his divine senses couldn't detect any abnormalities. This made him vigilant. He slowly approached the other party, but the other party didn't seem to notice him. He just looked at the golden coffin in front of him. Guchen also saw the scene in the coffin. There was a man's corpse in the coffin. His face was angular, and he seemed to be in the prime of his life. Unfortunately, the place where his heart was located was empty. His entire heart had disappeared, and even the flesh and blood around it had withered. You were wise all your life, but in the end, you have no place to place your coffin. When will you be able to return to your hometown? The white-haired man suddenly spoke. He looked at the corpse in the coffin with a complicated gaze. Only then did Guchen confirm that the other party wasn't a ghost. He clenched the sky-plundering blade in his hand. This was the Tyrant's mystic land that was isolated from the rest of the world. When such a person suddenly appeared, he first regarded him as an enemy. However, the white-haired man didn't seem to notice Guchen behind him, or rather, he didn't care. He stood silently in front of the coffin for a long time. Guchen froze there, wondering whether he should make a move. He couldn't figure out this person at all. After thinking for a long time, he didn't make a move. After a long time, the white-haired man raised his head and looked at the plaque with the words "Tyrant Martial Supremacy" in his eyes. It's a pity that the dignified tyrants have fallen to such a state. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of this plaque that once symbolized glory? With a flick of his finger, the plaque shattered into two pieces and fell to the ground. Guchen's pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles, and a wave of anger from the depths of his bloodline inexplicably surged out. Swoosh, the white-haired man seemed to have sensed something, and he suddenly turned around and looked at Guchen. With just one look, Guchen, whose heart had just surged with anger, instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That look seemed to represent the vast power of heaven, and it shattered the pride and anger in Guchen's heart. All that was left was fear. Guchen's heart was in turmoil. He tried to raise his blade, but he found that he couldn't move. What can we do with only these juniors? The white-haired man murmured. His expression was full of disappointment as he brushed past Guchen. After he left for a long time, Guchen regained his ability to move. He was shocked to find that he had broken out in a cold sweat. Who exactly is that guy? Guchen's expression was extremely ugly. With his current realm, he was actually suppressed by someone with just a look. This was something that he couldn't imagine at all. He gritted his teeth and unwillingly chased in the direction that the other party had left. As soon as he left the hall, he saw the white ape and the dragon horse climbing up the steps. The suppression of the laws of heaven and earth has disappeared. Did you see a white-haired man come out? As soon as they saw each other, Guchen and the dragon horse spoke almost at the same time. After hearing the dragon horse's words, Guchen carefully sensed and realized that the thousands of laws that had been suppressed had suddenly become active again. Because of this, the white ape and the dragon horse dared to enter this place. What white-haired man? The dragon horse asked curiously. It didn't understand what Guchen was talking about. The white ape was also confused. Guchen fell silent for a moment. It seemed that the dragon horse and the white ape didn't see that man leave. Was it an illusion? However, as soon as the white-haired man left, the suppression on this world disappeared. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. Let's go. Guchen gritted his teeth and quickly returned to the hall. Soon, he arrived in front of the shrine. In front of the shrine, the coffin was still there. The plaque with the words "The Supremacy of Martial Arts" was broken into two and fell to the ground. It was indeed not an illusion. Guchen's heart trembled. He had indeed met an unfathomable peerless expert just now. What does this person have to do with the tyrants? Guchen could not understand. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to have a deep relationship with the tyrants. However, the act of destroying the plaque was very rebellious. Eh? What's going on? As Guchen was deep in thought, the dragon horse suddenly exclaimed. The signboard that had been broken into two on the ground suddenly emitted wisps of golden light from the broken part, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Rumble. As the golden light spread, the white ape and the dragon horse were forced to retreat. Only Guchen was wrapped in the golden light. Guchen was in a golden sea. He felt that the blood in his body was flashing with lightning and thunder. It seemed that some unknown changes had taken place. In this environment, his body temperature continued to rise. In the depths of his mind, a voice that only he could hear rang out. A drop of blood can transform into Taoist rules, and a grain of sand can fill the heavens. The supremacy of martial arts, the supremacy of martial arts. Rumble, the voice was so loud that it made Guchen dizzy and unable to think. In his body, the golden blood flickered with lightning, and its color became purer and purer. In the end, simple and mysterious golden runes even appeared. These golden runes flowed in his blood and flowed into every part of his body along his meridians. It was like a roaring river. His body temperature rose rapidly, and finally, blood rushed to his head. He lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. Squeak. Squeak. Guchen was woken up from his sleep by the incessant shouts of anxiety. He opened his eyes in a daze. He felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and the pain was unbearable. Thank God, you're finally awake. The dragon horse heaved a sigh of relief. Guchen struggled to get up. His head still hurt. Earlier, the signboard suddenly emitted a golden light and forced us all away. When the light disappeared, we saw you lying on the ground. We thought you were dead. The dragon horse narrated what had happened earlier to help Guchen recall. That plaque, Guchen couldn't help but look at the two pieces of the plaque. He found that there were more cracks on the plaque than before, almost like a dense spider web. What was even stranger was that the words "the dominating martial supremacy" had disappeared without a trace. Guchen was extremely shocked. Recalling the abnormality that happened to his body earlier, he hurriedly looked inside himself. With this, he could not help but be stunned. The tyrant's blood in his body seemed to have become purer than before. Moreover, his blood flowed with ancient golden runes that covered every part of his body. These golden runes were not evenly distributed. They were especially densely distributed in his chest, for extremities, spine, and skull. Guchen was deep in thought. He tried to extend his divine sense to these golden runes. Suddenly, some fragmented information appeared in his mind. It was some kind of profound meaning. These golden runes seemed to contain some kind of great Tao. This is the inheritance. Guchen quickly understood that the densely packed golden runes flowing in his body were like a special key. Every time he unlocked a key, he would open a Taoist door. And the place where these doors were gathered the most was where the 6 tyrant bones in his body were located. There was also his spine. The inheritance of the Gu clan's 6 lineages is not complete. That is not the perfect tyrant body. Guchen suddenly had a feeling that the overlord body possessed by the Gu clan, no, the descendant of the overlord clan, who had died in ancient times on the dark yellow ancient star and left behind the 6 lineages of the Gu clan, was probably not complete. Only by comprehending the golden runes that covered his body could he cultivate the true ultimate tyrant body. The tyrant body is not completely inherited. The perfect tyrant body is cultivated, Guchen muttered to himself. His words confused the dragon horse and the white ape. After a long time, Guchen came back to his senses. The changes in his body had greatly affected him. He got up and quickly searched the secret land of the Tyrant clan. Soon, he found some rooms left behind by predecessors. It seemed that the members of the Tyrant clan had lived in a long time ago. There were some Tao marks left behind in these rooms. They seemed to have been left behind unconsciously by the members of the Tyrant clan when they cultivated. Those who had the Tyrant blood flowing in their bodies would be able to comprehend some knowledge about the Tyrant body. However, the knowledge contained in these Tao marks seemed to be less than 1,000th of the golden runes in Guchen's body. Father must have come into contact with the Tao marks here. That's why his cultivation of the Tyrant body improved greatly. However, whether it was him or the previous members of the Tyrant clan, their inheritance seemed to be incomplete. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. The true and complete inheritance of the Tyrant body was actually hidden in that rusty plaque. Some speculations appeared in his mind. The members of the Tyrant clan had always carried that plaque and coffin with them, but they didn't know that the real secret of the Tyrant body was hidden in the plaque. He didn't know if the white-haired man had intentionally or unintentionally broken the plaque, but he had actually come into contact with this inheritance. The countless golden runes flowing in his body were comparable to a treasure trove. If he could dig out all of them, it was hard to imagine to what extent he could grow. One day later, Gu Chen had thoroughly explored the secret land of the Tyrant clan and made a decision. What? You want to stay here and cultivate? The dragon horse asked in shock. To be exact, it's left behind by my original body. Gu Chen explained. After that, an avatar walked out of his body. This avatar was different from the usual 3 pure ones. To be exact, it was also his original body. Gu Chen had the Tyrant body and the nameless immortal body at the same time, so the two could be separated from each other. Because the two were the strongest when they were combined, Gu Chen rarely separated them. However, now that he had obtained the perfect inheritance of the Tyrant body from the plaque, he needed time to comprehend and master it. There were many Dao marks left behind by the members of the Tyrant clan in this secret land, which would help him speed up his breakthrough. However, there were many things to do in the outside world now. He had just integrated the ancient heaven, so it was impossible for him to abandon everything and focus on cultivation. Hence, he came up with this compromise. He would let the Tyrant body stay here to cultivate, while his avatar would continue to complete his unfinished business. Without the Tyrant body, your power will be greatly reduced. What if you encounter danger? The dragon horse frowned. My strength will indeed be weakened, but it should be enough under normal circumstances. Gu Chen answered. He made this decision after careful consideration. He separated the Tyrant body from the nameless immortal body. At the same time, he also separated the black holes in his dantian and the 4 poles. The origin of life sealed in the black holes in his dantian and the mother root of all beings were left in the Tyrant body. In this way, the dantian of Gu Chen's immortal body became normal and only had the celestial power of a peak immortal venerable. Apart from that, there were also the 4 poles and the origin of the netherworld, formation, and thunder that were sealed. At first glance, Gu Chen's combat power was indeed weakened due to the separation of the 2 physiques. His physical body was comparable to an emperor when the 2 physiques were combined. After the separation, it was only infinitely close to the emperor realm, only slightly stronger than the original mighty army. However, because Gu Chen had opened the 4 poles, his strength was much stronger than when he fought against the 2 supreme beings. Therefore, overall, his strength was not much weaker than before. Gu Chen wanted to walk the path of combining the Tyrant body, the 3 Taoist techniques, and the nature of the heavenly star technique. His biggest bottleneck now was the Tyrant body. He knew that comprehending the golden runes in the Tyrant body was extremely important. It was related to whether the black holes could be successfully opened and whether he could progress further. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary for him to stay and cultivate. It was worth taking some risks for this. The Tyrant body is cultivating in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him. In order to prevent a situation like the spider from happening, Dragon Horse, you stay here to protect him. Gu Chen arranged. With someone to protect him, he could save more energy and focus on cultivation. Dragon Horse saw that Gu Chen had considered it thoroughly, so he did not say anything more and nodded. After making all the arrangements, the Tyrant body found a place to sit in the hall and began to wholeheartedly comprehend the golden runes in his body. Compared to the nameless immortal body, his skin was closer to the color of wheat. His expression was more resolute and his figure was taller and bullier. The nameless immortal body was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Especially his eyes, which were as deep as the abyss. The nameless immortal body Gu Chen came to the shrine and bowed deeply towards the golden coffin. Out of respect, he felt that it was necessary before he left. Who is the person in the coffin? The ancestor of the tyrants, the dragon horse muttered curiously. It should be. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary ancestor. Gu Chen recalled what the white-haired man had said earlier. The person in the coffin must have a great background. Since it had such a great background, why wasn't this coffin buried? The dragon horse asked again. What it was asking was also what Guchen wanted to know. There had to be a special reason why the spiritual coffins weren't buried. However, since the ancestors of the tyrants had disappeared in history, the answer to this question was probably unsolvable. Guchen thought of the mighty figure of the Xing commandery behind the Gold Clan and the giant hand that destroyed the Tsang Huang ancient star. Were they related to the coffin that was never buried? There was also the white-haired man. His identity was also confusing. No one knew where he came from. Guchen had thought that he would be able to answer some of the questions in his heart after coming to the tyrant's mystic land, but he did not expect that he would have even more questions. The immortal body Guchen finally left the mystic land of the tyrants with the white ape. After he left, the mystic land of the tyrants became silent again. No one knew that the real tyrant was hiding here to cultivate in seclusion. It was just an immortal body, but it was about to stir up the entire world. In the Mystic Lady Palace, Guchen, who had been away for more than half a month, had just returned. As soon as he returned, many heavenly generals surrounded him and reported the changes in this situation over the past half a month. Friend Gu, all the captives have been settled. They have all been brought under the banner of the Celestial Court. At the same time, the battle that took place half a month ago has shaken the Ninth Realm's 12 star sectors. The Celestial Court is proud and elated. Many forces have sent envoys to join us. The most exciting thing is that the underworld, which used to belong to the celestial world, has also sent envoys. They said that they are interested in forming an alliance with the Celestial Court. However, they hope to discuss the specific conditions with you. Li Xuanyu was the first to report. He could not hide his excitement. The ancient heaven had been on the decline for many years. Now, there were finally signs of it rising again. Putting aside the other forces that wanted to surrender, the underworld was built by the Yellow Springs Celestial Emperor. When the celestial world was still around, it was definitely a first-rate force. It was not inferior to the Heart Ape clan. If they formed an alliance with the Celestial Court again, then Guchen's ambition to rebuild the celestial world would have taken a solid step forward. Guchen listened carefully to Li Xuanyu and then nodded. When the meeting is over, summon the envoys of the underworld. I will talk to them personally. After that, he looked at Tang Ning. How is the Pupil clan? Is the leader of the Pupil clan willing to help us recruit Kunlun? The underworld was once a major force in the celestial world. If they formed an alliance, it would not be long before the celestial world was rebuilt. In that case, there was still the problem of the divine realm. Whether they could win over Kunlun became the most important thing. Hearing Guchen's question, Tang Ning stood up and said. The leader of the Pupil clan has accepted our conditions and contacted Kunlun immediately. However, there was no response from Kunlun. Oh? So they rejected us? Guchen frowned. If there was a response, there would still be room for negotiation. Not replying was the most resolute rejection. That might not be the case. In fact, for the past 6 months, Kunlun has been a little strange. Tang Ning said after some consideration. What's strange? Guchen squinted his eyes. At this moment, the leader of the Desolate God clan stood up and said. The main planet of Kunlun has been sealed off for the past 6 months. Communication with the outside world has been cut off. In fact, a few months ago, we tried to contact the Taoist priest Fengzhen, but he did not reply at all. Originally, we did not pay much attention to this matter. After all, it is normal for a person of the level of the Taoist priest Fengzhen not to reply. However, this time, the Pupil clan contacted Kunlun and did not get a response, which alerted us. Therefore, we combined all the information and conducted an investigation. The results showed that there might be some problems in Kunlun. For the past 6 months, all the major galaxies have been in turmoil, but we have not heard any news about Kunlun. This is too unbelievable. A top force like Kunlun has problems, but no one has noticed it. There is not even a bit of news about it. It is very unsettling. After the leader of the Desolate God clan finished speaking, Guchen looked worried. If that was the case, there might really be some changes in Kunlun. After all, Kunlun was not only an important step for him to fight for the divine realm, but it was also the clan of his wife, Lan Chu. 2 years ago, although Lan Chu had left Kunlun to marry him, she had always been grateful to Kunlun for nurturing her. If it was not for this, Guchen would not have hoped to recruit Kunlun to prevent them from fighting each other. End of chapter 11:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.